At 2:20 in the afternoon, Kayla Atwood returned home after spending time with a man she had known for only a few days. That was the last time anyone saw her alive. Only a matter of minutes passed before a white pickup truck pulled up outside the house. Inside was a man Kayla had recently ended a relationship with. Shortly afterward, a brief call came from her phone. On the other end of the line, a man heard an unfamiliar voice demanding to know who he was. After that, Kayla's phone began traveling alongside the phone of her ex-boyfriend. Less than 30 minutes later, her cell phone stopped connecting to the network forever. Meanwhile, 4 children were waiting for the mother who always came home. The next day, she never showed up to pick up her 2 youngest children from daycare. Her family began searching for her. Calls went unanswered. Messages were never opened. For a woman who lived for her children and stayed in daily contact with the people she loved, that kind of behavior was completely out of character. Investigators then began piecing together the final hours of her life. Step by step, they uncovered a series of strange calls to police, deleted messages, missing surveillance footage, and a man who somehow seemed to appear in nearly every part of the story. Then the data from his phone led detectives to a remote wooded area. There, they discovered a patch of freshly disturbed earth. And that was the moment this case stopped being a missing person investigation and became a homicide investigation. Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments. And now, let's keep going. On the morning of January 3rd, 2024, Kayla Atwood, a mother of 4, dropped off her 2 youngest children at daycare. She never came back to pick them up. The investigation into her disappearance began with detectives retracing her final known movements and contacts, following her steps from the daycare and conversations with neighbors, to a trip she took with a man she had only recently met.
Do you guys know what she drives or what she was driving that day? Okay. U-Haul. A U-Haul?
She's gonna be kidnapped. The mom. And that's what he told me.
Whoa.
I don't know.
Nobody has even reported her missing yet.
Oh, okay.
I said, "Okay, man, you ain't the only woman I got. I got 33 women. That ain't no about you."
As investigators began putting the pieces of the puzzle together, every lead pointed to just one suspect.
Who the knocking on my motherfucking door?
Pensacola police!
You gonna hit that door with respect? Police department. Yeah, what's up?
On the morning of January 2nd, 2024, officers with the Pensacola Police Department in Pensacola, Florida, responded to what appeared to be a routine welfare check at a home on West Belmont Street. But that call would become the beginning of a case that was anything but ordinary.
I'm 97 on that goal.
Hello.
What's up, little man?
How are you? Great.
The person who called police said they were concerned that the children had allegedly been left home alone during the day. But when officers arrived, they found that the oldest child, who was nearly 12 years old, and a 7-year-old sibling were safe. Their younger sibling was at their regular daycare. While officers were speaking with the boys, a white truck drove past the house. The children appeared to recognize it. It may have been the vehicle their mother usually drove, but it simply passed by the home without stopping.
Y'all doing alright?
Yeah. That's my mom.
That's your mom? Well, that's a coincidence.
Just passed in the truck?
Y'all doing okay though? We're just making sure everyone here is doing alright.
There was nothing about that conversation that raised any concerns for the officers. The children were around the age where they could safely be left home alone for short periods of time.
No, this is kind of like a judgment call.
It's
When
11-12, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That seems fine.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we just came to check on you all. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
You take care.
That's it.
Yeah, that's, you know.
Yep. Splitting hairs, kind of.
Yeah. I mean, that's not. They don't look like they're unkept or anything like
Right.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, sound good.
The officers left without ever speaking to the children's mother. In January of 2024, Kayla Atwood was 32 years old and was between jobs at the time. She was raising 4 children on her own, ranging in age from 1 to 11 years old. Kayla was a caring, upbeat, and deeply loving mother. She adored her children, and they loved and looked up to her just as much. Kayla also loved singing and dancing. She shared a very close bond with her mother, Linda, her sister, Lizzie, her brother, and her sister-in-law, Teresa. Family and motherhood were the most important things in Kayla's life. That is why alarm bells immediately went off when, on January 3rd, she failed to return to daycare that evening to pick up her younger children. The daycare contacted her mother to arrange for someone to pick them up, and the family immediately began searching for her. No one answered calls to her cell phone. Messages sent through social media remained unread. She had not posted any new content on her accounts, which was completely out of character for her usual online activity. What made it even more concerning was that just a few days earlier, she had shared photos and videos of herself playing outside with her children and riding bikes together. Her sister filed a missing person report, while other members of the family reached out to local media outlets for help.
It's not like her at all to not pick up her children, and especially for her not to come home or call someone, say anything, not be on social media.
She loves her kids, and she know a lot of people love her too.
She has a very strong family connection. She has a sister, she has a mother that will help her, she has me.
One of the first places the Pensacola Police Department visited was the children's daycare. Investigators wanted to know whether there had been any new people around Kayla recently. Had anyone other than Kayla or the children's father been dropping them off or picking them up? At first, the staff could not recall anything unusual, but that changed when officers asked what vehicle Kayla had been driving that day.
Do you guys know what she drives or what she was driving that day?
I don't know.
Okay.
U-Haul.
A U-Haul?
I believe a
A
Pens.
Penske or a U-Haul? A big truck?
A moving. You're right.
Oh. Okay. They think that she was driving either a U-Haul or a Penske, but a moving truck.
Kayla was not known to drive a large yellow box truck like the one described by the daycare staff. That meant one of two things. Either she had rented the vehicle, or someone else had given her a ride that morning. Investigators had their first real lead. It was soon backed up by surveillance footage. The video showed Kayla getting into a Penske truck on Wednesday, January 3rd. She appeared to enter through the passenger side door, although the driver could not be seen in the footage. After dropping the children off at daycare, no one saw Kayla again.
You can see.
Excuse me. Is that
I
it?
think so. Yeah. But I don't think you can see it.
Are you able to take a screenshot of that and send it to me?
Okay, well, hey, that's good though. So at least we know a Penske truck.
Yeah.
She was possibly driving.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you screenshot it and send it to us?
Yeah, I've got two. There's two stills. It doesn't do the video, just does stills, but I'll send you both.
Tracking down the Penske truck led investigators to the owner of a tire delivery company that rented these vehicles for its employees. Only one person had been assigned to that specific truck, a man named Antonio, whom everyone knew as Tony.
He's the only one. He's the only one that drives that truck. I have five. I got 4 trucks, and they designated to a particular driver.
Gotcha. Can I get Tony's name?
Tony was brought to the police station for questioning. Investigators conducted a thorough search of the Penske truck. They looked for anything suspicious or any evidence that could be subjected to further forensic testing, but the vehicle was clean. They found nothing of value to the investigation. At the station, detectives questioned Tony about his connection to Kayla.
I don't know if you know her, but her name's Kayla Atwood. Are you familiar with that name? Okay. So during my investigation, your name came up, so I want to talk to you and see if you've had any contact with Kayla or any knew anything about her or anything like that. But basically, the reason that we ended up here is because you drive like a yellow Penske truck, right?
Yeah.
So that yellow Penske truck is seen on video camera, and Kayla is seen getting into that. So is there anybody that you went with this week while you were dropping off tires and stuff like that?
Yeah, I had a female ride with me, but she's a dog.
She's a what?
She's a dog.
An adult?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And so what is her name?
Oh. Damn. All I know is that pretty.
Pretty?
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's a dark skinned female that stayed on Belmont, yeah.
Yeah. So her family has reported missing, so that's how we ended up here.
Oh.
So can you tell me how you met Pretty?
Online. Yeah.
Tony told the detective that on the morning of January 2nd, one day before Kayla disappeared, the two of them exchanged a few messages on a dating app. She contacted him and asked if he could give her a ride. She needed to take her children to daycare, and Tony agreed. After dropping the kids off, Kayla asked if she could spend a few hours with him while he made his delivery routes. According to Tony, their conversations were casual and friendly, with no flirting involved. They stopped for lunch, and at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he drove her back to her home on Belmont. The following day, they followed the exact same routine.
Did you see or interact with anybody else?
There was a guy pulled up.
Okay.
On the first morning, Tony arrived at her house. Another vehicle pulled up behind him, just as he and Kayla were getting ready to leave.
He pulled up, and I guess she was talking to him. And I remember him backing up, asking me, do she work with me? She was like, pull off. And I was like, what? I just pulled on.
Okay. Did you talk to him?
No.
What did he look like?
He was a dark-skinned guy. It looked like he had a pool, like a pool kind of truck. I don't know if it was pool stuff on the back.
You remember what color it was or what kind of
It was
truck?
a all-white truck, pickup truck.
Newer or older?
Older truck.
Okay.
Like a work truck.
Kayla told Tony not to pay any attention to the man. She said he was her brother and explained that he was simply too interested in other people's business. However, Tony told detectives that the man did not act like a brother at all. He got the impression that there was a very different kind of relationship between them. When detectives asked whether he could remember anything else that might be important to the investigation, Tony described another strange incident. Just a few minutes after he dropped Kayla off at her house on the afternoon of January 3rd, he received a call from her phone.
The phone rang. I said, hello. It was a guy. And I just hung up. That was it.
Did you hear anything?
No.
Did they say anything?
Because see, I ain't know, I thought about that, the other guy. She was just like, no, put it on off. That was my brother. I'm like, Wade's asking me questions. It couldn't have been a brother.
So if you dropped her off around 2:30, about what time do you think she called you?
No, she didn't call. The phone had just called back. And the dude said, hello? And I just hung up.
What do you mean the phone called back? I'm sorry.
Her number.
Did you call her? Did she call you?
No, her number called my phone back.
Okay.
But I didn't, when I seen it was a dude, I didn't ask,
About how long between do you think when you dropped her off till you got that call?
About 5 minutes.
About 5 minutes.
And I didn't even answer. I said, hello. She's like, who's this? And I just clicked.
That's what the person said?
Yeah, they was trying to get some calling numbers back.
By the time Tony was giving detectives a detailed account of Kayla's movements on the day she disappeared, the mother of 4 had already been considered missing for several days. Throughout that time, her family had been actively reaching out to and looking into everyone who had been part of her life. One person drew particular attention, a man she had been dating since the middle of December. His name was Mail Fountain. Although they had only recently met, their lives became intertwined fairly quickly. According to family members, Mail helped Kayla pay some of her bills and spent time with her children. But shortly before New Year's, the relationship, which had only just begun, suddenly came to an end. Mail told the Atwood family that he and Kayla were no longer together. Her relatives found his behavior suspicious, and they had reasons to feel that way. It was Mail who had called police requesting a welfare check at Kayla's home, the same welfare check that ultimately turned out to be unfounded. He also made several calls that appeared aimed at creating problems for her with law enforcement or child welfare services. But investigators were interested in something else. They knew that Mail Fountain drove an older white Ford pickup truck. On January 5th, the day Kayla was officially reported missing, officers went door to door through her neighborhood looking for witnesses. They were also searching for surveillance footage that might have captured activity around Kayla's home 2 days earlier, on January 3rd. One of the neighbors had security cameras pointed directly toward Kayla's house. However, when officers spoke with her, they learned that someone had already come by to review the footage. That person was none other than Kayla's ex-boyfriend, Mail Fountain. His visit seemed extremely unusual. Mail wanted to see the camera recordings from the previous day, claiming that Kayla had been kidnapped.
The first time he came to the front door telling about what was kind of going on. She's going to be kidnapped, the mom. Now that's what he told me. I don't know.
Nobody has even reported her missing yet.
Oh, okay.
It's suspicious. She's not on her social media sites. We can't find her phone. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't mean to say that then. Just tell me what he said, though.
Yeah, he said she was kidnapped. He didn't say anything else?
No. He said that was the family said. I don't know. I don't talk to these people.
We just spoke with the family. They said nothing about
that.
Telling him that she was kidnapped. But they think he was acting really, really suspicious about some of the questions they was asking him. And then all of a sudden, her brother got on the phone, and now he won't pick the phone up anymore.
The situation raised serious concerns. A mother had vanished a woman who, according to everyone who knew her, would never have abandoned her children. And then there was her ex-boyfriend, who seemed strangely involved in every aspect of her life, despite having dated her for only a few weeks. Mail Fountain was brought in for questioning. He confirmed that on the morning of January 2nd, he had stopped by Kayla's house and watched her leave with Tony in the Penske truck.
I said, "What's up? This is on the 2nd. I said, "What's up? Can you take my kids to daycare?" I said, "Tell your new man to do it." You? Well, you then, I will. Alright, so I rolled by there. I see her pick the kids in the big ass yellow work box truck. You know what I'm saying? Big old box truck right there, big part right there. I talked to her. She pulled up, she came out the door. I was just riding by. When I seen her, she come up the door like this. I was bad back. I said, "What's up? What you got going on?" "I'm finna go to work." I said, "What kind of work you doing?" I bad back. I said, "Hey, bro." I said, "She work for you? Was she on the clock?" "Yeah, she worked for me." I said, "Okay, see, okay." I said, "Okay, then. Okay, then."
Mail and Kayla met on the dating app, tagged on December 11th of the previous year. By December 30th, the relationship was already over. According to Mail, after the breakup, he was not concerned about her behavior or her personal life because he had plenty of other women in his life. Mail, who occasionally worked construction jobs and received disability benefits, said he simply did not have time to worry about one woman. He also claimed that during their conversation on January 2nd, Kayla told him that Tony was her new man. In his view, the person detectives should have been focusing on was the driver of the Penske truck.
No, man, I got too many women. Be worrying about one goddamn woman.
And so the last time you talked to her was then?
It was on the 2nd.
That's all he said. She said, "Yeah, that's my new man." I said, "Yeah." I said, "Lose my number. I'm bugged up to delete your number. You blocked." I said, "You blocked." I said, "Okay, man, you ain't the only woman I got. I got 33 women. That ain't no about you."
Detectives then asked Mail about his messages with Kayla, when he had last seen her, and when he had last tried to contact her. Although he personally encouraged investigators to examine his phone, they discovered that, aside from the first 2 days after they met, every message exchanged between him and Kayla had been deleted.
If you were us, and last we get told is that, you were the last one to see her.
Yeah.
You're the one telling us about her getting in his truck with this unknown Hispanic guy leaving. and we find out you delete your messages, but you have your reason, right?
Yeah, I have my reason.
And then we find out that you gone to these businesses where she was supposedly taking her kid to daycare, gone to the neighbor's house, reviewing surveillance footage, and trying to see if it captured anything. So if you were the police, would you not think that this person was trying to cover up their tracks or try to see if it captured him doing anything?
No.
No way. If you were the police, you wouldn't think that?
No.
You're not a good cop.
I'm tell you why I won't think that.
At least has to think it.
I would think it some kind of way, but I'm tell you why I won't think that. Because I won't think that because, for one, I got too many women. You feel me?
Investigators obtained search warrants for Mayall's home as well as the nearby home of his mother and stepfather. By that point, detectives had gathered enough information to seek the necessary court authorization. The investigation was moving forward rapidly, and law enforcement wanted to examine every location that could potentially be connected to Kayla's disappearance. Particular attention was focused on places linked to Mayall and the people closest to him. After receiving judicial approval, investigators prepared to carry out searches at multiple addresses at the same time. Their goal was to uncover any evidence that could help reconstruct the events of the final days before Kayla vanished, and either support or rule out the theories already being explored. The home of Mayall's mother and stepfather also became a key focus because of its proximity and its connection to his family. Detectives knew that even the smallest detail could prove important, so they approached the searches methodically and thoroughly. When officers arrived to execute the warrant, the door was answered by Mayall's brother, Michael. He was the first person to greet them at the residence. For investigators, it marked the beginning of another critical phase of the case, one that could reveal whether there were people or items inside that might be relevant to the investigation. After the door was opened, officers explained the purpose of their visit and began carrying out the court-authorized search. Tension remained high, as investigators still did not know what they might find inside or whether Mayall himself was there.
Anything that he talked about or did or that could help us?
All thing he told me was that he saw him with some Mexican guy in a Penske truck.
Right.
That's all I know.
Investigators also conducted forensic examinations of Mayall's cell phones. Digital devices had become one of the most important sources of information in the case. Every call, text message, movement, and user action had the potential to help reconstruct the final hours before Kayla's disappearance. That is why Mayall's phones were subjected to a detailed forensic analysis. The examination of one device revealed that he had personally deleted long chains of text messages exchanged with Kayla over a period of 3.5 hours on the day she disappeared. These were not isolated messages or accidental deletions. According to forensic experts, a substantial amount of correspondence covering a critical period of that day had been erased. For investigators, this was a major red flag, because those were the very hours during which the events leading up to her disappearance were unfolding. The discovery directly contradicted what he had previously told detectives. During earlier interviews, Mayall had provided information that did not align with the findings of the technical examination. The deletion of those records raised serious questions about the reliability of his statements and drew even more attention to his actions after Kayla vanished. By tracking the location data from Kayla's phone, investigators determined that she returned home at approximately 2:20 in the afternoon. The data allowed them to establish her arrival time with considerable accuracy. This became an important part of the timeline and helped detectives compare witness statements with digital evidence. It matched exactly what Tony had described. His account of events now had independent confirmation. The timeline he provided during questioning was fully consistent with the data uncovered during the investigation. Surveillance footage from a nearby business also confirmed the information. The video became another objective piece of evidence, allowing detectives not only to verify the timeline, but also to follow what happened next. The footage showed a white Ford Ranger belonging to Mayall arriving at Kayla's home on Belmont shortly after she returned, at approximately 2:30 in the afternoon. The vehicle appeared only a short time after her arrival. For investigators, that detail was especially important because it helped establish who had contact with Kayla during the final known moments before her disappearance. Location data from Mayle's phone also confirmed that he was there at that time. The digital records matched the surveillance footage and reinforced one another. As a result, investigators had multiple independent pieces of evidence pointing to his whereabouts. Just minutes later, a call was placed from Kayla's phone to Tony's number, exactly as the truck driver had described. Once again, the timeline matched his account. Every new piece of evidence continued to support Tony's version of what happened that day. The call lasted only a few seconds, just long enough for Mayle to ask who was on the other end of the line before Tony hung up. Despite its brief duration, the call became an important part of the investigation because it helped confirm the circumstances the truck driver had previously described. At roughly the same time, Kayla's phone was moving alongside Mayle's phone toward North G Street, where he lived. To investigators, that indicated that both devices were traveling together along the same route. The matching location data became one of the key elements in reconstructing the sequence of events. At around 2:50 in the afternoon, Kayla's phone stopped connecting to cellular towers. From that moment on, her digital trail effectively disappeared. Her device no longer transmitted data, making it far more difficult for investigators to track her movements. However, the search of Mayle's home uncovered no clear evidence showing where Kayla went after that point, or what ultimately happened to her. Despite a thorough examination of the residence, investigators found no obvious clues that could directly explain her fate. They were forced to continue pursuing other sources of information and evidence. The messages between Mayle and Kayla were not the only files the 34-year-old self-proclaimed ladies' man had deleted. As the investigation progressed, detectives learned that additional data had also been removed. That raised further suspicions about whether he was attempting to conceal information relevant to the case. On January 9th, Mayle was arrested on charges of tampering with evidence. By then, investigators believed they had sufficient grounds to conclude that certain digital materials had been intentionally deleted, leading to the separate charge. Detectives also determined that during his visit to Kayla's neighbor on January 4th, when he was asking about surveillance footage, Mayle had deleted several video files from the neighbor's phone. According to investigators, he gained access to the device and interfered with stored recordings. That incident became another significant piece of the overall picture of his actions following Kayla's disappearance. Most importantly, he had accessed footage that was expected to show his vehicle near Kayla's house on the afternoon she vanished. Those files were of particular interest to investigators because they could confirm the presence of his vehicle at a critical moment in the case and help establish the sequence of events once and for all. The evidence suggested that it was Mayle, not Tony, who was the last known person to see Kayla before she disappeared. Taken together, the surveillance footage, location data, phone records, and forensic findings formed a single, consistent picture. That picture pointed to Mayle as the last confirmed person known to have had contact with Kayla before she vanished without a trace.
Right, there's been a few discrepancies we need to discuss. Okay? I want to urge the importance of being honest. Okay? Because it's not a coincidence that we've ended up in this situation again. We're here talking. Okay, it's been a couple days. We've had some time to figure some things out since then, okay? So, we're not being completely honest here, okay?
So here's the deal. There's a lot of things that we know that we're not letting on to because we're trying to see how honest you're going to be with us in regards to this investigation, okay? So, what I would like to circle back to is when you went to the neighbor's house that had the cameras. One, I know you looked at the footage. And two, I know you deleted the footage. It's not something that's hidden. I'm telling you, Miguel, you go. It does not have to be manually saved by people. It has to be manually deleted. And it was manually deleted. You were the only one that touched it.
Okay, that's what she told me. I ain't deleted a goddamn thing.
Well, listen, here's the facts as they stand.
Okay.
She is the owner of the camera footage. She has no reason to delete that footage because it doesn't matter to her. The only person that has a reason to delete the footage is you, and that's why we're trying to sit here and figure out, because honestly, there's two sides to every story, Miguel.
I'm talking, man.
The this isn't how this needs to go.
Hey, Miguel. Hey, but listen, I serve.
So you telling me I delete something?
Miguel, that's not the situation. That's not the situation, okay?
I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. Cause you full of you full of on rip.
Explain.
Oh, you full of shit. I explain shit to you. You full of shit.
This is the only opportunity you're gonna have to explain.
Give me a lawyer. Don't you talk.
Well, I ain't got no bond.
It's because tampering with evidence is considered an offense that does not get you a bond until you are before a judge for your first time.
Evidence about what?
I've already explained this, man.
You don't
deleting the footage.
You don't need a copy of that, do you?
I already have a copy of it.
After Mail picked Kayla up from her home, data from his phone showed that he remained near his residence until approximately 4 o'clock in the afternoon. For investigators, that stretch of time was especially important because it allowed them to track his movements almost minute by minute. The location data gradually revealed a route that would later become one of the most significant parts of the investigation. For several hours, Mail's phone stayed in the area around his home without showing any major movement. Then it began traveling west before turning north. On a map, the route appeared deliberate. Detectives carefully examined every change in direction, trying to determine exactly where he was going and what might have been happening during that time. Each new location ping added another piece to the overall picture of that day. At approximately 4:45 in the afternoon, his phone was recorded near the intersection of South Crow Road and Mere Henry Road, where it remained for about 15 minutes. That stop immediately caught investigators' attention. The amount of time spent there seemed too long to dismiss as a random pause, raising additional questions. As a result, detectives decided to take a closer look at the area where the phone had remained stationary. Afterward, the phone travelled back east and eventually returned to North G Street. While the location data showed the completion of the route, it was the brief stop in that isolated area that became the most important part of the entire sequence. Investigators searched the location and were led to a wooded area near the 300 block of Crow Road. The area was remote and rarely visited. Thick vegetation, trees, and dirt roads made it seem like a place where few people would ever go by chance. It was there that detectives began a careful search of the property. Near the entrance to the area, they noticed something suspicious. At first glance, it might have appeared insignificant, but experienced investigators recognized signs that did not fit the natural surroundings. On the north side of a dirt road sat a pile of sand that looked out of place in the otherwise grassy landscape. It stood out immediately. Its shape and location seemed unusual for the area, prompting investigators to examine the site more closely. Nearby was a patch of disturbed ground that appeared to have been recently dug and then partially settled due to weather conditions. The soil differed from the surrounding ground in both colour and texture. It was clear that the earth had been disturbed relatively recently. For detectives, this was another alarming sign that required immediate attention. Search dogs were brought in to examine the area. Their role was to help confirm or rule out suspicions about the site. Investigators began a systematic search, carefully watching the animals' reactions. All 3 dogs alerted to the same area of disturbed ground. The fact that each dog independently indicated the exact same location greatly strengthened investigators' belief that they had found something significant. Based on that result, they decided to continue digging at the site. It was there that they discovered Kayla Atwood in a shallow grave. The search that had continued for days ended with a tragic discovery. In a remote wooded area hidden from public view, investigators found the body of the missing woman. What had initially appeared to be nothing more than a suspicious patch of ground turned out to be her burial site. The cause of her death was determined to be a gunshot wound to the head. That finding confirmed that this was not an accident and not a natural death. The results of the investigation and the medical examination became critical evidence in a case that from the very beginning had been surrounded by fear, uncertainty, and painful questions about what had happened to Kayla.
I'm sure it's gonna hurt every day. But I prayed. And I prayed for an answer, and I prayed for her to come home. So not having that feeling of not knowing where she's at, not having final answers, that piece is gone away. But I'm going to always have that pain. I'm going to always miss her. I'm going to always, think of what happened, Funny, beautiful. She's a really great singer. Oh my God, she's so many wonderful things. She's great at hair. My gosh, you just have to visit her page sometimes. Look at some of her reels. She's really funny. You can see her doing her makeup, her hair, all that good stuff. Just a joy to be around, and I've always had a really, really just soft spot for her. You just can't describe what a gem she is. I'm not gonna say was, is.
After being arrested on charges of destroying evidence, Mail remained in custody for nearly 2 days. During that time, he was in the hands of law enforcement, while the investigation rapidly gained momentum. For detectives, this was a critical period in which every hour had the potential to bring them closer to answers about what had happened to Kayla. That was enough time for investigators to search his home, analyze phone records, and locate Kayla. While Mail remained behind bars, detectives continued gathering and verifying evidence. They carefully reviewed information obtained during the searches, analyzed digital data, and reconstructed the sequence of events from the final days before her disappearance. Their work ultimately led to the most significant breakthrough in the case Kayla had been found. On January 11th, after Kayla's body was discovered in the woods, a judge issued a new arrest warrant for Mail Fountain, this time on a murder charge. The discovery completely changed the direction of the investigation. What had begun as a missing person case had now become a homicide investigation. Armed with new evidence, law enforcement returned to court, and the new warrant was issued that same day. Meanwhile, Mail's parents had just posted bond on the earlier charge and secured his release from custody. To them, it likely seemed like the end of several days, filled with uncertainty. They completed the necessary paperwork and picked him up, unaware that investigators were already preparing to arrest him again. In fact, they had only just returned to his mother's house from the jail when police were getting ready to execute the new warrant. Events unfolded almost simultaneously. As soon as the family arrived at the house, detectives were already in position to make another arrest. The time between Mail's release and his return to custody was measured by little more than the drive home. Pensacola officers watched as he and his parents entered the house, so they knew he was inside. Law enforcement never lost sight of him. They saw him walk into the residence with his parents, and were certain that the suspect they were looking for was there. With that confirmation, officers moved forward with executing the newly issued murder warrant in connection with Kayla's death.
Pensacola Police!
Give a fuck! You gonna hit that door with respect! Police department? Yeah, what's up?
Get McHale.
For what? We just got McHale out of jail.
Get McHale
Man, you better
outside.
get that goddamn gun off me.
McHale outside.
For what?
So we can arrest him.
For what?
Yeah. For a warrant.
Wait, show me the warrant.
Go get him or we're coming after him.
Sir, if you
Do you want me to pull you out of the way?
Move, man.
Do you want me to pull out of the way?
Get McHale.
Hey, this is
Did you hear what I said? Either he comes out or I'm coming in to get him.
What, you gonna kick my door in?
Absolutely.
Show me the warrant. All you got to do, man, is show me the warrant.
All right, you got 5 seconds, and I'm going to put you in handcuffs.
For what?
And then I'm going to kick your door in and go in there and get him.
I ain't hopping no feud. I just left the bell. Hold up. She gonna let him in.
You're running out of choices.
Come on, open it. What the fuck you mean?
Mikhail, let's go, buddy.
Hold up. My wife ain't got no goddamn. Hey!
Officers forced their way into the house. They arrested Mayle's stepfather, Paul, and began searching the residence. Officers quickly secured the scene and spread throughout the home, carefully checking room after room. Every area was thoroughly examined as they worked to determine who was inside and whether anyone was attempting to avoid arrest. Mayle's mother, Michelle, was also in the house. She witnessed the events as they unfolded. While officers conducted their search, everyone inside remained under close supervision by law enforcement. Mayle himself was eventually found hiding in a closet inside one of the bedrooms. As officers searched the rooms, they opened the closet door and discovered him inside. The hiding place was cramped, but it was where he had chosen to wait out the arrival of police. He was crouched down behind a pile of clothing that had been stacked in front of him in an apparent attempt to conceal himself. The clothes partially blocked him from view, creating what looked like a makeshift curtain. But the effort to remain hidden was unsuccessful. After a brief search, officers located him and brought his attempt to evade arrest to an end. The scene they found inside that closet stood in sharp contrast to the scale of the investigation that had ultimately led law enforcement to that house.
6 hour, 10:15. Got anything on you, bro? Yeah. 30 feet.
I'm not doing anything, baby. You ain't gotta hurt my arm. What is it? All right.
Hold him, I'll go get his car.
He's going to jail for
That's fine.
resisting.
I'm gonna go get his car.
Okay, I'm gonna get in. I'm gonna get in, baby. Give me
That's
time.
fine.
I don't have no shoes on and nothing.
I understand, sir.
During the confrontation, Michelle attempted to interfere with the arrest of her husband. According to police, officers moved her aside while they continued searching for her son. After her husband's arrest, she again tried to force law enforcement out of the house, leading to another confrontation.
I got this rifle. I'm not going to get in the middle of that.
Mayle's brother, Michael, arrived at the scene.
What's going on right now?
He's under. Your brother is under arrest for murder. We found her body. Okay, we found her grave. Okay, we come over here to arrest him, and
I got her.
we come over here to arrest him, and your stepfather wouldn't let us in, so we go in, and he starts trying to keep us from it, so we arrest him. And then she tries to slam the door in the officer's face, so she gets arrested for resisting. It's a misdemeanor charge, it's nothing, but she just acted out, so she's getting charged.
We'll have to get that statement later.
I'm sorry. She kept trying to run at you, so I was trying to keep her off of you.
I was useless in this, so yeah, I heard in the back bedroom, I heard whimpering, and they weren't opening the door, so I just kicked it open, and she's on the bed. So then we were clearing the rest of the house. I'm like, all right, let's go back in here, because he was hiding in the closet, tucked down. I was like, he's in the house, because we saw him walk in.
Well, the grandfather had already said, like, we just got him.
Yeah.
We just picked him up, and like insinuating he was going to go get him. So.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
Yeah, why?
I'm just checking. Where did you get hit?
Oh, inside.
Okay, not on your face or anything? Okay.
Thank you, media partners, for joining us today. On this solemn day, I want to bring you an update on the missing person case of Kayla Atwood. We learned that there was contact at the daycare. We also learned that there was a Penske truck that was involved. We also made contact with that individual and was able to process that vehicle and potentially eliminate that person for their involvement. We were able to learn that Kayla's cell phone was last located in the area of the 400 block of G Street. Through that information and other investigative techniques, we were able to develop a person of interest. So with that said, last night we arrested Michael Fountain, 34-year-old black male, charged him with homicide, battery, and resisting arrest. And like I said earlier, he is currently in Escambia County Jail under no bond.
Male Fountain refused to continue cooperating with investigators. After his arrest, he stopped providing detectives with information and offered no assistance in determining what had happened. He pleaded not guilty to murder, and in early 2026, the case went to trial. It marked the culmination of a months-long investigation during which law enforcement painstakingly reconstructed the events leading up to Kayla's disappearance and death. Over the course of 3 days, prosecutors presented a case built largely on circumstantial evidence, but one they argued was highly compelling. While individual pieces of evidence might have seemed insignificant on their own, together they formed a consistent narrative that prosecutors laid out for the jury. They carefully established the timeline and demonstrated how the various pieces of evidence connected to one another. Prosecutors argued that after several weeks of dating, Kayla decided to end the relationship. According to the state's theory, that decision became a turning point. Male was unable to accept it. Rather than moving on, prosecutors contended that he reacted with increasing emotional intensity. They described him as becoming obsessive and jealous. According to the prosecution, his behavior gradually moved beyond the boundaries of a normal relationship and became increasingly concerning. Prosecutors told the jury that he began monitoring Kayla's movements. They argued that Male wanted to know where she was, who she was spending time with, and how she was living her life. On the morning of January 3rd, prosecutors said, Male watched as Tony brought Kayla home in the Penske truck. That moment became one of the key elements of the state's timeline. According to prosecutors, he was already waiting for her. They argued that his presence near the house was not a coincidence, but evidence that he had deliberately been watching for her return. Afterward, they said, he gained possession of her phone, called Tony back, and demanded to know who he was. For the prosecution, that phone call served as another indication of jealousy and a desire to maintain control. Prosecutors argued that Male's possessive behavior and extreme jealousy led to a confrontation with Kayla, during which he fatally wounded her and later concealed her body in a shallow grave. According to the state's theory, the conflict stemmed from his inability to accept the end of their relationship. Prosecutors further alleged that he then attempted to cover up the crime and avoid responsibility. They also argued that Male appeared to be closely monitoring the police investigation in the days that followed. His behavior after Kayla's disappearance raised additional concerns for investigators. Pensacola officers repeatedly reported seeing his white pickup truck near locations where investigative activities were taking place. Those appearances drew attention because they occurred at sites where detectives were actively searching for evidence and gathering information. In one instance, he was reportedly seen near the police department while investigators were examining the Penske truck for evidence. Prosecutors portrayed that as a sign of unusual interest in the progress of the investigation. The defense, however, emphasized that Kayla had been in contact with other people on the day she disappeared. Defense attorneys sought to remind jurors that Male was not the only person she interacted with that day. Although Tony had been thoroughly investigated and eliminated as a suspect, the defense used the established timeline to suggest that someone else could have harmed Kayla after she returned home. They attempted to raise reasonable doubt and persuade jurors that alternative scenarios were possible. The jury was not convinced by those arguments. After reviewing all of the evidence, jurors reached a different conclusion. A neighbor testified that only she and Male had access to the surveillance recordings. Her testimony became an important part of the trial. She also stated that she had not deleted the footage from January 3rd. As a result, attention focused on the other person known to have had access to those recordings. Location data showed that Mail was with Kayla near her home, then near his own residence, and later travelled to the wooded area where her body was ultimately discovered. For jurors, that sequence of movements became one of the most significant pieces of evidence presented during the trial. It connected Mail to the key locations in the case and helped establish the route that prosecutors argued was critical to understanding what happened. The 3-day trial ended with a conviction on 1 count of second-degree murder. After deliberating, the jury concluded that the evidence was sufficient to find him guilty. On February 10th, 2026, Mail Fountain was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The sentence brought the legal proceedings to a close and marked the end of a lengthy criminal case. After the sentence was announced, Kayla's sister addressed the court.
But I'm sorry, I gotta speak, I gotta say this. The case is over. We done been in limbo 2 years waiting to see justice be served, and justice still have not been served for my sister. Life in prison without parole, in my opinion, is not justice. It ain't justice. A life for a life, her life gone. She'll never be able to see her 4 beautiful kids again. She'll never.
On February 4th, 2015, a police officer pulled into the parking lot of an abandoned shopping center in Bastrop, Texas. In the far corner sat a black Dodge Charger. Part of a woman's body was hanging out of the open door. 29-year-old Samantha Dean had been shot 3 times in the head. She was 7 months pregnant. There was a bag of marijuana sitting on the seat. 2 phones were inside the car. The back seat had been ripped out and thrown onto the pavement nearby. But something didn't add up. The drugs had been left behind. Some of the cash was still there too, and there wasn't a single drop of blood on the bag. Investigators quickly realized someone had staged the scene. Then they found out who the victim was. Samantha worked in victim services for the Kyle Police Department. She had survived cancer. She spent her days helping people after assaults and murders. And in just a few months, she was supposed to give birth to a baby girl. The father of the child was Austin Police Department officer Vontre Clark. Detectives found messages on Samantha's phone. She had told friends she was afraid for her life. In her journal, she directly named the person she believed wanted her dead. But the real nightmare started later. When investigators pulled the phone records, they uncovered a network of burner phones, fake meetups, friends with criminal pasts, and a murder plot that started falling apart because of one catastrophic mistake. Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments. And now, let's keep going. Samantha Dean was 26 weeks pregnant when she was found murdered in the empty parking lot of an abandoned shopping center in Bastrop, Texas. A woman who had survived cancer and dedicated her life to helping victims of violent crime had now become a victim herself. The circumstances surrounding her murder were strange from the very beginning. The crime scene appeared staged. Anonymous messages had lured her to that location. The car was missing its back seat. But the killers made one major mistake. They left behind a critical piece of evidence that allowed investigators to unravel the entire plan and expose everyone involved one by one. Around 2 o'clock in the morning on February 4th, 2015, a police officer was patrolling commercial properties in Bastrop, Texas. During the patrol, he pulled into the parking lot of an abandoned shopping center. That's when he noticed a car parked far away from everything else on the empty lot. As he got closer, he saw the body of a woman. She was only partially inside the vehicle. It was immediately obvious that she was dead and had suffered a severe head injury. The victim was later identified as 29-year-old Samantha Dean. An autopsy revealed that she had been shot 3 times in the head. She was 7 months pregnant. The vehicle, a black Dodge Charger, was registered to Samantha. Officers discovered that the back seat had been removed and left lying nearby outside the car. It was clear that Sam had been shot while sitting inside the vehicle, but investigators could not find a single shell casing at the scene. Inside the car, police recovered 2 cell phones. One belonged to Samantha. The owner of the second phone could not immediately be identified. Sitting next to Sam was a grocery bag filled with marijuana. At first glance, the scene looked like a drug deal gone wrong, but several details didn't fit that theory. The drugs had been left behind, along with some cash. Maybe the most important detail was the white bag holding the marijuana. There was no blood on it at all. That told investigators the bag had been placed inside the car after the shooting. Detectives in Bastrop County quickly began to suspect they were dealing with a staged murder scene. The entire investigation changed once law enforcement learned that Samantha Dean was one of their own. The soon-to-be mother had worked in victim services for the Kyle Police Department for the past 3 years. Her family said it had always been her dream to help crime victims find support and peace after traumatic events. Sam earned a degree in liberal arts and public policy from the University of Texas at San Antonio. While she was in college, she was diagnosed with sarcoma in her elbow. Even during radiation and chemotherapy, she kept showing up to class every single day. At first, Sam wanted to become a police officer herself, but the sarcoma left her with a disability that forced her to change direction in life. Instead, she earned a master's degree in forensic psychology and later joined the Kyle Police Department. Samantha and her family were incredibly excited about the pregnancy. She was expecting a baby girl and had already chosen the name Madeline, or Maddie for short. Sam was especially close to her younger sister Taylor, who couldn't wait to become an aunt. She also maintained close friendships throughout her life, and was deeply loved by her co-workers.
Wish I could have spent more time with her, but Samantha was an excellent person, and I think it's amazing that even after, she is strong because she beat cancer and she kept going and until now, but love her and miss her.
Every time that I saw her, especially with her baby bump now, I'm gonna miss her because everybody knew she was gonna be an outstanding mother.
Samantha was special. She was the most delightful and goofy person who consumed her body weight in sugar every day. She won't be remembered as a statistic. She won't be thought of as Kyle Police Department Victim Services Coordinator whose life was taken. She will be remembered as Samantha Dean, friend and family.
Everyone tells me as time passes it'll get better, but I'm just not feeling that right now. I miss her so much.
Investigators quickly identified the father of Samantha's unborn daughter as 32-year-old Austin police officer Vontre Clark. The two had been in an on and off relationship for 7 years. Later that same evening, after Sam's body was discovered, Vontre was asked to come in and speak with a detective from the Bastrop County Sheriff's Office.
Mr. Clark, like I said, first and foremost, my condolences. I know you told me a little bit on the phone that, and we'll clarify exactly what relationship y'all had or didn't have, but regardless of the fact, you told me something critical on the phone, and that was that, she was carrying your baby. So my condolences, but I'm very grateful you're here, so that way we can figure out, one, I get to know her a little bit more, know more about her life, and hopefully find out what happened to her. So with that said, tell me, how long have you known her?
I've known Sam for 6 years, maybe 7 years.
Vontre and Sam first met and started dating while they were both temporarily working for the pharmaceutical company PPD Development. A few years later, their paths crossed again after they had both moved into careers in law enforcement. Vontre told investigators that their relationship was never really built on love or serious commitment. According to him, it was purely physical, and he had kept the affair hidden from his longtime partner, Laura Touton. Vontre and Laura were raising 2 sons together.
I guess when you started back with, or when you started with APD, you said y'all kind of picked that back up. Did it cause, I know these are uncomfortable questions, did it cause any friction with your current relationship, or did you just keep that secret to yourself?
I just kept it to myself.
Yes. When did Samantha get pregnant, or when did she tell you she was pregnant?
Sam told me she was pregnant Saturday morning. I want to say early August.
Early August.
I believe so.
Are you in a relationship right now? Or you were in a relationship then in August as well?
I'm sorry?
In August, when she told you that you're in a relationship, did that cause you any stressors? Or
I haven't even said anything.
On the night Sam was murdered, Vontre told investigators that he had cooked dinner for his family. According to him, they finished eating at around 8:30 that evening.
And then at about 9 or so, 9:30, I left. I went to the school. We have a school right across the street. Mm-hmm. Actually, I live right across the street from Sam. I don't know if you know that, but we live fairly close together.
Okay.
So I left because in my current relationship, we're going through problems. So I left and just stayed out for a while, and I just chilled in my car, walked around for a little bit, and I ended up going to the police station.
Vontre said he made it back home around midnight. Surveillance cameras at the South substation of the Austin Police Department, where he claimed he had stopped to read reports, did confirm that he was there, but only for 23 minutes. However, cameras covering part of the elementary school property did not capture him near the building during the earlier hours, as he had claimed. Laura confirmed that he had not been home during that time either. She also told investigators something unusual. Vontre had left his cell phone at home.
Anything else? Can you think of anything else that you want to tell me that might help me? Or
the only thing, there's nothing that I know about Sam that I can think of that would help. Mm-hmm. But when I was talking to Stephanie earlier today, she mentioned some things about Sam called the police on someone, I guess a neighbor or something.
Stephanie
Burgess. It's Sam's best friend.
Vontre was placed on restricted duty with the Austin Police Department, and an internal investigation into his relationship with Samantha was also launched. Trey, or Trezzy, as some of his friends called him, attended college first in Oklahoma and later in Texas before graduating from the Austin Police Academy in 2012 and joining the Austin Police Department. While he was still in the academy, the young officer even gave interviews to local news outlets, speaking about how much he respected Austin Police Chief Art Acevedo.
It's incredible. I mean, this is the guy you see on TV. This is the face of our department. It means a lot for him to come out and run with us because it shows us that he's behind us 100%.
Vontre's 3 years in law enforcement had already been filled with dramatic moments. During that time, he received 2 commendations and 1 3-day suspension. In December of 2012, he was suspended after a vehicle pursuit ended with him crashing and rolling his patrol car. The driver he had been chasing had run a red light. But the following year, the young officer rebuilt his reputation after becoming the first responder at an apartment complex fire. Reports said he went door to door, evacuating residents as quickly as possible and leading them to safety while calling for backup over the radio. Just a few weeks later, he was recognized again. After spotting a known sex offender asleep inside a rental car in North Austin, Vontre quickly came up with a plan to take him into custody. In that case, he was credited with almost certainly preventing another assault. The day after Sam's body was discovered, investigators carried out a detailed search of her home in South Austin. They also examined the data from her cell phone. Text messages exchanged between Sam and Vontre in the weeks and months leading up to her death revealed that Vontre had been pressuring her to get an abortion. He openly told her he did not want the baby and believed the child would ruin his life. Investigators learned that after years together, he considered Laura to be his common-law wife, and in his mind, the new baby threatened that relationship. The house where the couple lived together belonged to Laura. During the search of Sam's home, officers also discovered her journal. In it, she wrote that she feared for her life and believed Vontre Clark was going to kill her. She described an incident in January when he tied her up, supposedly as part of a sexual role-play scenario. But Vontre had stayed in full police uniform and never removed his service weapon. Later, Sam told a friend that in that moment, she truly felt like he wanted to kill her. Even with all of that, Vontre was not immediately charged with her murder. Investigators in Bastrop County clearly considered him a suspect, but they were still building their case. As rumors about the investigation spread, many people close to Vontre Clark struggled to believe he could actually be involved. One of those people was Denise Hill, the mother of his closest and oldest friend.
Never heard her name before until I looked it up myself on the internet, and then I started reading everything, and I'm like, wow, I was just blown away. And I'm like, these people are crazy. They're gonna let the real killer get away because they're totally going in the wrong direction.
Denise's son, Kevin Watson, had been so close to Vontre since their teenage years that the two considered each other brothers. Because of that, Denise saw Vontre as one of her own sons too. She was proud of both young men. Kevin had been an honor student who grew up to become an electrician, while Vontre was a standout athlete who went on to become a police officer.
They looked a lot alike at the time, and everybody thought they were brothers, so they just called themselves brothers. You know, Trey ate a lot of meals at our house. I got a police officer for a son, so I was very, very proud.
Over the following years, Kevin started struggling to keep steady work as an electrician and eventually began making money by dealing drugs. He also developed a criminal record. Even so, the two men, an Austin police officer and his so-called criminal brother, remained extremely close, and Kevin's mother continued supporting both of her sons.
My thought is, how much evidence would somebody have to show me to convince me that my son is heartless? Because that's pretty much what you're telling me. The Trey that I know, that I've known for 15 years, could not be capable of something this heinous. The Trey that I knew was, when I lived in Austin, he was just a sweet kid.
On February 8th, 5 days after Sam's body was found, one of her friends and co-workers received a threatening text message that referenced the murder. The message read, "I fucking got her. I'm gonna get him next, and then I'm coming for you. I'll show you what a real crisis looks like." Could that message have been sent by Sam's killer? At first glance, it seemed to push investigators toward a different theory. One focused on a man Sam had reportedly called police on just weeks before her death, at least according to Vontre, instead of focusing on him, the father of her unborn child. Samantha lived in South Austin, just north of Kyle, where she worked. Investigators still didn't understand what had brought her to Bastrop, roughly 30 miles east, on the night she was killed. Data from Sam's cell phone, which was recovered from her Dodge Charger, showed her traveling to William Cannon Drive, where surveillance cameras at a convenience store captured her walking inside at 9:37 that night. On the footage, Samantha never appeared to use her phone, yet activity logs showed that someone else was using it to place a call at that exact time. The number it contacted exchanged several messages with Sam's phone later that night. Those messages instructed Sam to bring $120 and arranged a meeting near the shopping center in Bastrop. Surveillance video showed Samantha using the ATM inside the store and withdrawing $100 in cash. After that, her phone began moving east toward Bastrop. The phone number messaging Sam after 9:30 that night had only been activated earlier that same day. It was a prepaid burner phone. That evening, the device communicated with two separate phones. One was Sam's phone, and the other was another burner device. Investigators traced the purchase of the phone to a Walmart in Stafford, Texas, where surveillance footage captured a man in a red hoodie entering the store. The entire time he was shopping, the man stayed on a cell phone call. He bought another prepaid phone, walked outside, got into a white Toyota, and drove away. Detectives were able to read the Toyota's license plate from the video and discovered the vehicle was registered to a woman named Kyla Fisk. Kyla was the common-law wife of Kevin Watson, the man Vontre had considered his brother since childhood. It didn't take investigators long to confirm that the man in the red hoodie was Vontre's closest friend. Once detectives identified the first burner phone, connections between other prepaid devices began exposing a complicated communication network that had been active for weeks leading up to the murder. The second burner phone that communicated with the first one had also been calling and texting a third unregistered prepaid number. On top of that, it had contacted Kyla Fisk's personal cell phone. One of those 3 burner phones was the same device police found inside Sam's car. At that point, every number connected to those 3 devices became a target of the investigation as detectives slowly uncovered what appeared to be a carefully planned conspiracy. At the time of Sam's death, her phone and all 3 identified burner phones were operating near the same cell tower close to the abandoned shopping center. After the night of the murder, none of those devices were ever used again. Kyla Fisk was eventually brought in for questioning. Investigators learned that one of the burner phones purchased by her husband had called not only her, but also Vontre Clark before the number was later changed, likely in an attempt to cover up the mistake of contacting personal registered phones. But when detectives questioned Kyla, she claimed she didn't even know Vontre Clark.
We'd like to ask about this other number that was called, another person was called on that phone before that phone apparently changed numbers or something. We'd like to ask you about.
My phone changed numbers?
No, the 213 phone. Yeah, it called a Vontre Clark. Yeah. Does that mean something to you all? You may go by Trey. This guy, he's an Austin police officer. Is that him, Bill? Okay. The number apparently called your number, and they called it Vontre Clark, and then the number was changed to a different number on the same day. Whoever bought the phone and was using the phone changed the phone number after it contacted you as Vontre Clark guy. So they didn't know those people.
Kyla received 2 calls from those burner phones on the night of the murder. One came earlier in the evening, while investigators could still confirm that she was at home. The second call came much later, close to 4 o'clock in the morning.
So it's been a kind of a late night call, I don't know if you get calls late at night or not, but I mean, it was not like it. Well, it was just after midnight, the second call from another number, but it seems a little unusual that, 2 numbers that were, we have reason to believe a little faster up with calling you. You can't think of what that might have been about or nothing rings a bell.
Yeah, I mean, at 4 or 5 of them, she called about the answer.
Yeah, it appears you answered the call. Does anybody else use your phone? I guess we haven't answered that.
3 burner phones had been used for communication between the people involved in the conspiracy, but investigators had only managed to identify 2 users. If one phone belonged to Vontre and another to Kevin, it still wasn't clear who had been using the third device. Kyla Fisk was at home in Houston, where she lived with Kevin Watson, when the murder took place, so it appeared that the third phone was not in her possession. However, her personal phone, along with the 2 other burner devices, had also been in contact with another personal number belonging to Freddie Lee Smith, a longtime friend of Kevin's. After receiving several missed calls from the burner phone believed to be used by Vontre, Kevin sent Freddie Smith a message saying that Trey, or Trezzy as they called him, was trying to reach him. Freddie had an extensive criminal history. Reports also identified him as a member of the Hoover Gangster Crips. He seemed like a very likely candidate for the third burner phone, although investigators still lacked direct proof. Law enforcement set up wiretaps to monitor communications between everyone connected to the case. They listened to conversations for months. The wiretaps never produced the direct confession or smoking gun evidence that investigators in Bastrop County had hoped for, but the recorded calls did confirm many of the suspicions detectives already had. In one conversation between Kevin and Freddie, Kevin explained that he had made a mistake by placing calls from one of the burner phones, and later changed the number in an attempt to hide the call history. It appeared that on the night of the murder, Kevin had driven from his home in Houston to pick up Freddie, but forgot the address of Freddie's house. Because of that, Kevin called Kyla from his burner phone and asked her to look up directions. The recording showed that while talking to Kevin, Kyla was also calling Freddie at the same time, then relayed the directions to Freddie's house back to Kevin.
Yeah, what's up? Bro, I got it. What's up? The phone. Yeah, I already know. So, we need to change numbers, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like anybody that called, which one number, I talked to Kyla and I talked to you. Yeah. All for that? Yeah, you remember? Because I was looking for your house. Fuck.
In July of 2015, investigators finally got a major break in the case. It came after they identified the phone used to send the anonymous threatening message to Sam's co-worker just days after the murder. That phone had also been purchased at a Walmart, this time in Katy, Texas. Surveillance footage captured two men walking into the store, buying the phone, returning to their vehicle, and driving away. Once again, the license plate led investigators back to one of Kevin Watson's friends, this time a man named Aaron Williams. The two men had purchased the phone together. Investigators charged Aaron with intimidation for sending the threatening message. While he was being held in Bastrop County, detectives began pressuring him to talk. They already knew Aaron had been with Kevin when the message was sent. Now they wanted to know exactly what Kevin had told him about the murder.
That you know a lot more than what you're telling us. It's very apparent through the phone conversations you've had with Kevin, through your behavior, through everything else, that you know what's going on.
What we're asking today is we want to know what these other people did, what he saw them do, what he knows what they do. That's what we're asking.
What they told him.
What they've told him, because he knows on the phone calls we've recorded, he's mentioned their names. He's talked about, putting the pieces, they talked about it, they're not putting the pieces together yet. They're not linking you to these people yet. There's a lot of stuff that was talked about in phone calls that leads us to believe he knows about what happened 5 days prior to them going to Bastrop and sending that threat.
After repeatedly insisting that he knew nothing, Aaron eventually told investigators everything he had heard from Kevin about Vontre Clark and the officer's desire to kill Samantha Dean.
I don't know his real name, but that he was married and I guess he got that girl pregnant and she didn't want to give it up.
Okay, and when you say Treasy, I know you don't know his real name. What do you know about Treasy?
I don't know nothing about him.
You don't know where he lives or what he does? Or
I know he's a cop and lives in Austin.
Okay, so if Treasy's a cop in Austin, it's a friend of Kevin's.
Yeah.
So Trey, the Austin police officer, was Kevin's friend. Aaron told investigators that, as far as he understood, Vontre had paid Freddie, and possibly Kevin as well, $5,000 to kill Samantha.
And he told me that they killed the girl. I don't know.
Did he tell you who actually pulled the trigger?
No, he didn't tell me who.
You said they?
Yeah, they went out there and they went out there to kill that girl. And Tree was gonna pay him some money to do it. I don't know if he did or not.
Did he say how much he was gonna pay him?
I think $5,000.
A piece or all together?
I don't know.
I
don't know. And that's what he told me.
So they basically told you that they
just went out there.
They went out there and killed her.
Yeah.
They being Kevin and Freddie.
Yeah.
Aaron vaguely remembered Kevin talking about how they staged the crime scene to make it look like a drug deal gone wrong. He also said the group panicked after realizing they had left something behind at the scene, either a phone or a weapon. According to Aaron, he got the impression that the murder had been planned for a long time.
I would guess it would be planned out for a while.
What would make you think that?
I mean, I don't know how far along she was. Well, he told me she was close to giving birth, so he told me that that Trees was he didn't want the baby, and I didn't know how far along she was. But he told me he kept trying to tell her not to have it. And I guess she didn't want to listen or didn't want to get rid of it. He told me that the girl said she was going to ruin his life and stuff like that. But I never knew how far along she was, so I never knew how far back if he was planning or doing anything like that.
After Aaron was arrested and began cooperating with police, it became clear that everything was starting to fall apart for Vontre Clark. That same month, the Austin Police Department ordered him to appear for a meeting with Internal Affairs, but Vontre refused to show up. Austin Police Chief Art Acevedo, the same man Vontre had openly praised just a few years earlier, held a press conference announcing that the officer had been fired because of confirmed ties to criminals and insubordination. The former officer failed to comply with the order to attend the Internal Affairs meeting because he had fled the country.
The department learned, actually earlier this week, the department learned that he had left the country. He is last known to have arrived in Jakarta, Indonesia, the city of Jakarta, Indonesia. It's a city of probably about 10 million people. It is a city in a country, or a city in a country that does not have an extradition treaty with the United States. I'm sure Mr. Clark will find this press conference. I have a message to you. If you have any dignity, if you have any semblance of humanity left in you, Mr. Clark, get back on that plane and come back here to Austin. If you're innocent, prove it. Come over here and face the music.
A few days later, a warrant was issued for Vontre's arrest, but carrying it out was impossible without coordination and approval from authorities in Indonesia. The FBI then began the long process of negotiating his extradition back to the United States.
I'm looking forward to the day that the Dean family gets justice. And I can tell you that I hope that that justice comes quickly, because what happened to that beautiful woman and her baby, there's no excuse for it. It's despicable.
Meanwhile, investigators continued making new arrests as they worked to strengthen the case. Kevin Watson was taken into custody on drug charges, while prosecutors pursued a capital murder indictment against him. Despite all the pressure from investigators, Kyla Fisk continued insisting that she knew nothing about the murder.
Our case on Kevin is made. I mean, you can ask me some questions if you like about that. I'll try to answer what I can. If you're doubting that,
you're saying phones that we used in something like this.
Yes. They contacted the victim that night to arrange a meeting at the murder scene with very specifics about where to meet. There's just no question in that. And we know he had the phone. There's still other information out there that could be valuable on this.
This is just not that person. This is not that person. I don't believe, like I read.
One of the biggest problems with Kyla's claims of innocence was that her actions after the murder directly contradicted what she was telling investigators. For example, she had already lied to police during her first interview. Later, during a recorded jail visit, Kevin asked her to get rid of some stained clothing he said he had worn during an electrical job a few months earlier. In reality, he was talking about the red hoodie and grey sweatpants he had been seen wearing on the day of the murder.
But if you're just some dumb person don't know anything, you wouldn't be going to the extent to cover things up like you're doing. I mean, that's
because people are coming after me who have cases. People are asking questions. People are asking questions about somebody I love.
But the only thing we asked you in the interview was we asked you about 3 phones, and if you knew Vontre Clark, and you lied about all 4 of them. Well, it sounded like when y'all talked from the jail, and he talked about this electrician job he did 3 months ago, and told you to get rid of that stained hoodie and sweatpants.
Mm-hmm.
Sound like you knew exactly what he was talking about on that phone call.
Got rid of it.
Yeah, I said you'd already got rid of it. Don't worry about it.
I did. I got rid of all of this shit out of there.
What'd you do with it?
It's gone.
Where?
That's what I'm talking about, Kyla. You're not being completely honest with us.
Kyla Fisk was eventually arrested and charged with tampering with evidence for destroying Kevin's stained clothing. About 5 weeks later, the FBI secured Vontre Clark's return from Bali. He was initially detained for violating visa regulations, but far more serious charges were waiting for him once he got back to the United States. He was placed on a Department of Justice aircraft that landed in Austin, Texas, shortly after midnight on September 2nd.
Former Austin police officer Vontre Clark was taken into custody pursuant to an arrest warrant for the offense of capital murder at 12:03 a.m. on today's date.
Samantha was part of our law enforcement family here in Central Texas. We thought we had to go to great lengths to do what we could do to bring back Vontre Clark in the interest of justice.
Samantha Dean, wonderful individual. This should not have happened.
The indictments against Vontre Clark and Kevin Watson were handed down before prosecutors had fully resolved the case involving Freddie Smith. At that point, investigators still did not completely understand the exact role each of the three men had played in Samantha's murder. The prosecution's announcement that it intended to seek the death penalty only raised the stakes even higher. The first person willing to come forward with a believable and consistent version of events could potentially strike a deal with prosecutors, testify against the others involved, and possibly save his own life. Eventually, both brothers sat down for lengthy interviews with state prosecutors. Each man gave his own version of what happened, hoping to secure a deal. To almost everyone's surprise, Vontre began by claiming he was innocent and making unsupported accusations about Samantha and the circumstances surrounding her pregnancy.
Tell us what you want us to know.
I did not kill Samantha Dean, and that's where I'm at right now. That's what I'm charged with. That's what I'm facing. I remember the day. I wake up on a Saturday morning. I guess it was September. To a text from Sam, and it says something like, "I need to talk to you." Okay, tell me, what do you need to talk to me about? I'm afraid to tell you. Just tell me. She tells me she's pregnant.
No, actually, you guessed she was pregnant, right?
Was it me?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. If you're saying it was, it was.
Yeah, I mean, we have the text.
Okay, well, so I guess she was pregnant. I don't want to have a child with her. I don't want to have that type of relationship with her. So I told her I'll come talk to her. And at that point, she tells me that how she got pregnant. She took the condom and she turned it inside out, and she used the condom to get pregnant. That's what set this whole thing off. That's when I said, I'm going to hurt this girl. I ended up telling Kevin that I got this girl pregnant and I wasn't going to let her have this baby. And I was going to do something to her. At the time, I didn't know what, but I had planned to kill this girl.
Yeah.
Vontre described two earlier occasions when he had allegedly planned to kill Sam, but ultimately could not go through with it. One of those incidents was the same event Samantha later wrote about in her journal. Vontre said he tied her up while pretending it was part of a sexual game. He handcuffed her in the back seat of a car and planned to run a hose from the exhaust pipe into the vehicle, leaving her there to die. But at the last moment, he backed out. Eventually, Kevin offered to help. According to Vontre, Kevin said he would find Freddie Smith to carry out the murder.
He had talked to Freddie, and that Freddie was willing to do it.
And Freddie is Freddie who?
Smith. He tells me, Kevin told me about the girl, and he says that if you want to get it done, I'll kill the girl for you. And he said, you pay me 15 racks, is what he said, and I'll get this to go away for you, or get her to go away for you.
Vontre denied ever agreeing to the arrangement, claiming he understood that if he did, he would become guilty of murder himself. But at the same time, he made it clear that he still wanted Sam dead. So, on February 3rd, when Kevin was with him in Austin and asked for a ride to Sam's house, Vontre agreed. The former officer then gave investigators a version of events that shifted most of the blame onto his closest friend. According to Vontre, Kevin and Freddie Smith decided to handle the problem for him. Vontre claimed he watched Kevin walk up to Sam's door and convince her to leave with him in her own car. When the Dodge Charger returned sometime later, it did not pull back into the driveway. Instead, it stopped farther down the street. Kevin stepped out of the back seat. According to Vontre, someone else was now behind the wheel, not Sam. He assumed it was Freddie. By that point, Sam was probably already dead. Vontre insisted that he never witnessed the actual murder. He claimed he simply sat in his own car near the house, waiting for them to come back.
I'm not understanding this part at all. About why would she park somewhere other than her house?
It wasn't Sam that parked her car.
He's saying Kevin's in the car. Kevin and Freddie in the car. That's what you just said earlier, right?
Yeah.
But the phone records directly contradicted Vontre's version of events.
On the 3rd, is your personal phone is geolocating at Bastrop the day before. So what were you doing down there then?
That's not possible.
That's what the records show. A couple of days, your phone is showing to be down there, and then that's when the text comes in. I thought you had a place picked out. Is what Kevin's asking you.
Phone. And it's your 1168 number phone.
So at some point, you were down there in Bastrop.
When it was Kevin Watson's turn to speak, he told investigators a completely different story. He described how Vontre's obsession with Samantha's pregnancy grew more intense in the months leading up to her death. According to Kevin, Vontre constantly talked about how the baby would ruin his life. Eventually, it became the only thing he could focus on, repeating over and over that she had to go.
At some point she posted a sonogram on Facebook. And I think that this was around the time that he goes crazy and, becomes, starts really pressing about this issue. You got Freddie's number? I'm like, yeah. He's like, well, look, man, I really need to, get rid of this girl. You think Freddie be interested? I was like, I can give you his number. He might be.
Kevin knew Freddie through his criminal connections. Kevin sold drugs, and Freddie was a thief who was rumored to have killed people before. That was how Kevin introduced his brother to his friend, the alleged killer, and the three of them began putting together a plan. The idea was to lure Sam to a predetermined location where Freddie would shoot her, then stage the scene to look like a drug deal gone wrong. They bought a bag of marijuana because, according to Kevin, it was cheap, and Vontre did not want to spend any more money than necessary.
People usually don't get killed over a little amount of weed.
He doesn't know that. He watches TV.
Vontre convinced Sam to meet with a supposed seller of a new iPad for $120. He texted her from a burner phone and directed her to the shopping center parking lot to make the purchase.
How did Trey convince her to leave that house with him, 7 months pregnant, at that time of night, and go out to Bastrop for...
To buy a tablet?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. As far as I know, he was meeting us under the guise of buying a tablet. That's what I do know.
Vontre drove with Sam to the shopping center parking lot. Once they arrived and parked, Kevin dropped Freddie off with a .25 caliber handgun. After that, Kevin drove around the surrounding area in circles while waiting for a call to return. According to Kevin, Freddie initially tried to shoot Sam in the back of the head, but the gun jammed. Freddie then told her that he had forgotten the charger for the tablet and needed to leave briefly before coming back. He called Kevin to pick him up. The two stopped at a gas station where Freddie fixed the handgun. After repairing it, he fired a test shot out of the car window. They then returned to Sam, who was still sitting in her vehicle, completely unaware that Freddie had already tried to kill her once before. Later, Freddie told Kevin that he climbed into the back seat and shot Sam twice in the head. Then he handed the gun to Vontre, who fired one final shot.
And Freddie's like, this fucking guy. And he, jokes about him, panicking and all that stuff a little bit. And he tells me about how he was in the back seat and he shot her twice. Bam, bam. And then Trey wanted the gun. And then he handed Trey the gun. And Trey he said something crazy and then shot her once. And And that was pretty much what happened. And he's like, that's why we couldn't find the third fucking case, because this guy can't even find a case.
When you say Nick said something crazy, any idea what that would be? Do you remember it all?
Something like fuck you bitch or something, you know. Some TV shit. Something that people don't really do.
Investigators were only able to recover 2 shell casings from the car. The conspirators could not find the third one. They removed the back seat and moved Samantha's body around while searching for it, but they never recovered the missing casing. Afterward, they stopped along a rural road where Freddie and Vontre changed clothes and packed everything into a disposal bag, including the clothing, shell casings, gloves, and burner phones. Once it was over, everyone went home. Vontre drove back to Austin, while Kevin made the 2-hour drive back to Houston.
And let's go back to changing clothes.
Right.
Some point we got another case.
Right. This is where we find.
Okay. Wait for it. Wait for it. I'm sorry.
So, yeah, then the clothes he changed. So when he pops up the thing, he's like, oh fuck, the casing. What the fuck was the casing that was in my pants? In your pants. Fucking moron. Right.
But their mistakes were far from over. After Kevin returned to Houston, he got a message from Freddie saying the gun was missing. They believed they needed to go back to Bastrop and search for it. At the same time, Vontre was focused on something else. He drove straight to the Austin Police Department, trying to establish an alibi for himself. Kevin went back to his car to head toward Bastrop, but around 4 o'clock in the morning, he realized he had locked his keys inside the vehicle. He called Kyla, hoping she had a spare set. She didn't. So Kevin smashed the window and started driving back toward Bastrop to look for the weapon. But by the time he arrived, sheriff's deputies were already processing the scene. Kevin turned around and drove back to Houston. That was when he discovered the gun had been in the car the entire time. For hours, he had unknowingly been driving around with the murder weapon wedged between the driver's seat and the center console. The gun had slipped from Vontre's waistband while they were leaving the crime scene. It remains unclear exactly when the group realized they had also left one of the burner phones behind at the scene.
On the side of the damn, on the driver's side, from when Trey was driving the car. It fell like right here.
Oh, in your car?
Right. So when we hopped out the car at Freddie's house, I looked down, I'm like, fucking gun right here.
And you'd already gone to Bastrop?
I already gone to Bastrop and came back. Freddie's making fun of Trey because he's the worst fucking criminal anybody's ever seen. It's pretty much what it amounts to. He's like, this guy, he's fucking jumpy, he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. You know, he's just fucking scary. He's a really bad crook. You know, the reason why you're a cop and not a crook, because you're a really bad crook. You know, one of those things.
Kevin Watson personally walked county investigators through the route they had taken on the night of the murder. Step by step, he pointed out locations that he claimed were connected to the events of that night. For detectives, it became a critical part of the investigation because they were able to compare his account with the evidence and timeline they had already built. The atmosphere during the drive remained tense. Every stop forced investigators to revisit details of a crime that had haunted both detectives and Samantha's family for years. They drove past the shopping center connected to the case before heading toward a gas station. According to Kevin, that was the place where Freddie Smith repaired the handgun after it jammed. Investigators carefully documented every detail of the route, trying to reconstruct the exact sequence of events from that night. After that, Kevin pointed out a nearby location around the corner where, he claimed, Freddie fired a test shot from the weapon. That detail became another important piece of the overall case. For detectives, statements like these carried special weight because they allowed investigators to measure how closely Kevin's story matched the physical evidence and forensic findings. With every new stop along the route, the reality of what happened that night became even darker, reminding everyone involved how carefully investigators were trying to reconstruct every moment of the murder.
We're sitting right here at this light. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, because it doesn't look like we're going anywhere. We're waiting to see if there's any cars, so we're taking a left. Shoot.
Kevin Watson's version of events was supported by the evidence, witness testimony, and the overall findings of the investigation. His statements matched the facts detectives had spent years piecing together. Vontre Clark's version, however, was not supported by the evidence. Investigators were unable to find proof that backed up his explanation of what happened, and that became a major problem for his defense. Eventually, Kevin Watson agreed to make a deal with prosecutors. He pleaded guilty to capital murder in exchange for a sentence that allowed the possibility of parole after 35 years in prison. The agreement became one of the most important turning points in the case. By cooperating with prosecutors, Kevin agreed to testify against both Vontre Clark and Freddie Smith. His testimony carried enormous weight because he had been directly involved in the events of that night. Prosecutors viewed his statements as a critical part of the case, something that could help jurors fully understand how the murder unfolded. Inside the courtroom, every detail of Kevin's story drew intense attention because so much of the trial depended on his testimony. With Kevin now cooperating, prosecutors formally charged Freddie Smith with capital murder as well. For investigators, it marked another major step forward in a case that had remained complicated and deeply tangled for years. Prosecutors believed the combined evidence and witness testimony directly connected Freddie to the crime. Even so, Freddie Smith continued insisting that he was innocent. Despite the arrest, interrogations, and court proceedings, he never admitted involvement in Samantha's murder. Throughout the entire process, his position remained unchanged, while his defense team worked to challenge the credibility and motives of the people cooperating with investigators.
Have you ever heard there's an old saying that 3 people can keep a secret as long as 2 of them are dead? You ever heard that saying?
I've heard it before.
Okay. So we didn't just by accident show up 4.5 years after a murder and arrest you. We obviously received information from somebody. So you have an opportunity to talk about this today.
And whatever information you receive is not, it can't be, if y'all are charging me for this, it can't be accurate because I had nothing to do with it.
Even though
Freddie Smith went on trial in June of 2022, nearly a decade after the events that led to the case. The proceedings had been delayed multiple times because of major disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. For Samantha's family, that meant even more years of painful waiting, uncertainty, and being forced to relive a tragedy that never truly faded into the past. During a search of Freddie Smith's phone, investigators discovered a photograph taken back in 2013. The image showed 2 .25 caliber handguns. At first glance, it may have looked like an ordinary picture of weapons, but for investigators, it became an important detail that would later be presented directly to the jury in court. A forensic ballistics expert gave detailed testimony about the bullets recovered from Samantha Dean's body. According to the expert, all of them had been fired from the same gun. The specialist also explained to jurors that one of the pistols shown in the photograph from Freddie's phone matched the type of firearm capable of leaving the rifling marks found on the bullets in the case. Those technical findings became one of the key parts of the prosecution's evidence and added an even darker layer to the story surrounding Samantha's murder. Kevin Watson and his wife, Kyla Fisk, also testified during the trial. The charges against Kyla had been dropped several years earlier. Investigators had long believed she knew far more than she admitted during questioning. At the same time, law enforcement ultimately concluded that any information she had about the crime came after the murder had already taken place. Because of that, prosecutors did not consider her part of the conspiracy itself. Even so, her name remained connected to the investigation for years as more details about the complicated case continued to surface. In the end, Freddie Smith was found guilty. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For prosecutors, it marked the conclusion of one of the longest and most difficult chapters of a case that had remained in the spotlight for years because of repeated delays, hearings, and the complicated process of gathering evidence. Later, Vontre Clark also admitted guilt. For years, his attorneys had secured numerous delays, while preparing for a potential death penalty trial. His defense team used nearly every available pretrial strategy in an effort to avoid the harshest possible sentence. Each new postponement dragged the case out even further after it had already stretched across years. His court-appointed defense ended up costing the county hundreds of thousands of dollars. The case involved complicated legal procedures, lengthy pretrial hearings, and constant procedural disputes, all of which highlighted just how massive and complex the criminal proceedings had become. In the end, the plea agreement spared Samantha Dean's family from having to endure another exhausting trial and listen once again to the details of the tragedy inside a courtroom. At the same time, Vontre Clark avoided the death penalty. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, finally bringing an end to a years-long case that left a lasting impact on everyone connected to it.
I really don't like the word closure, because closure to me means that everything has been taken care of and we would go back home and Sammy would be there and Maddie would be riding around on her bike, but that's not the case. What this is a resolution. We have resolved from what we started with 7.5 years ago.
At 10:45 in the morning on June 29th, 2017, 23-year-old Molly McLaren sent her mother a message with just 2 words: "He's here." She had deliberately switched to a different gym after the breakup because she was certain Joshua Stimson had no connection to it. She blocked him on every platform. She went to the police. She gathered evidence. She warned her friends. Together with her mother, she even asked the neighbors to keep an eye out for him. She did everything a person who's afraid for their life is supposed to do. That morning, Joshua walked into the gym, rolled out a mat right next to hers, and then left. Molly waited a few minutes. She made sure he was gone. Then she texted her mother. "I think everything's okay." She had no idea he hadn't left. He was already waiting for her in the parking lot. Just 2 days earlier, he had signed up for a membership at that very gym. That same day, he bought a kitchen knife. Before that, he had already been stalking her, posting lies about her online, uploading videos he had secretly recorded, and even telling police that the worst was still to come. Even after all of that, the system never stopped him. 58 minutes after Molly's final text, a veteran detective arrived at the parking lot and said that in his entire career, he had never seen anything like what he found inside her car. But to understand how a simple Tinder match turned into a carefully planned murder in just 12 days, we have to go back 1 year. Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments, and now let's keep going. That summer, before any of this happened, Molly McLaren was 22 years old, and for the first time, it felt like her life was finally coming together the way she'd always dreamed it would. She had a quality that's a lot harder to fake than most people realize. Whenever she walked into a room, people felt seen, not because she was trying to make an impression, but because she genuinely cared. In the summer of 2016, Molly was 22 and living in Kent, England, slowly building the life she had worked so hard for. From the outside, it looked like she'd already made it through the hardest part that almost no one knew about. Molly was born on May 26, 1994. She was the youngest child in a family held together by the kind of closeness that makes every other hardship a little easier to carry. Her mother, Joanne, who everyone knew as Jo, would later say that having Molly in the house was like having a ray of sunshine. But sunshine doesn't depend on the weather outside. Molly lifted up the people around her even when she wasn't doing well herself. Especially then. She had a close group of friends who had known her for years. They went shopping together, loved getting dressed up, spent weekends at local bars and clubs, and danced until there was no reason left to stay. Molly loved music festivals the way some people love their favourite song, with the kind of excitement you just can't hold back. Every summer, she tried to go to as many festivals as she could. She was always the one dropping festival announcements into the group chat after midnight. She was the one buying tickets before anyone else had even checked the dates. But neither her friends nor her family knew that the person who seemed to have the most energy in any room was spending an incredible amount of strength just trying not to fall apart inside. As a teenager, Molly began suffering from panic attacks. Not the kind people casually talk about, but real ones that hit without warning in the middle of an ordinary day and completely changed the next hour of her life. She also developed an eating disorder, bulimia. That battle lasted for years, and she became incredibly good at hiding it. The kind of skill that only comes with time. She mastered the art of looking completely fine. Her friends had no idea. Her parents didn't know either. She learned how to show the world a version of herself that gave nobody a reason to worry, and she did it remarkably well. The decision to stop hiding everything didn't come with a dramatic moment or some big announcement. Later, she said she had simply grown tired of carrying the burden by herself. She asked for help. She told her family everything, and they didn't turn away from her. If anything, they became even closer. With the support of her loved ones and professional treatment, Molly began working through both her bulimia and her anxiety. It was a real process. Slow. Imperfect. Her parents were grateful, but they also stayed cautious, the way parents do after they've truly feared losing their child. When Molly became passionate about fitness, healthy eating, regular workouts, and running, Douglas and Joe paid close attention. By then, they had learned the difference between someone who was genuinely healing and someone who had simply found a new outlet for the same obsession. They kept their worries to themselves. They asked questions carefully so she would never feel like she was being interrogated. They waited, they watched, and they never admitted just how frightened they still were. But they saw no signs that the illness was returning. Molly no longer restricted herself around food. In fact, she was eating more, not less. She had found a way to stay physically active that made her feel strong, instead of punishing herself. The anxiety never completely disappeared, but she stopped hiding from it. Month after month went by, and little by little, her parents began to relax, because they became more and more convinced that their daughter had truly made it through something that many people never fully recover from. The fear they had silently carried for years slowly began to fade, not because they told themselves to stop worrying, but because Molly gave them every reason to believe she had finally overcome it.
Every day she would have to make conscious decisions to stay on track and not allow this disorder to take over her. She was really good about it. Everyone has bad days, but she was honest. I'm having a bad day. Everyone has a bad day, but this isn't the end.
Molly wanted to show people what recovery really looked like. Not the polished version people post to seem inspiring, but the real one. Every messy, uncomfortable part of it. She started a blog where she wrote about building a healthy relationship with food, what it really means to exercise without turning fitness into another form of self-punishment, and the long, difficult journey toward making peace with a body she had once been at war with. She wrote the same way she spoke, honest, straightforward, never softening the parts that didn't need to be softened. Her blog quickly found an audience, especially among young women who saw themselves in her words and had never before heard someone describe that experience with such honesty. People reached out to tell her that, for the first time, they felt like someone truly understood them. Alongside the blog, she also started sharing workout videos on her social media. They weren't professionally produced, they were just Molly. She worked out, showed the process, and spoke openly about how she was feeling. In one of those videos, she paused in the middle of an exercise, looked straight into the camera, and said words that would later become the most accurate description of her life.
The same bit every day. I feel like I'm lagging. Everyone gets that bit. Just got to push through. It is not pretty.
At 21, Molly enrolled at the University of Kent to study sports science. The campus was close enough to home that she could live with her parents and save money. While studying, she worked several part-time jobs, including waiting tables. Even with all of that, she earned excellent grades. She was training to become a fitness coach. She wanted to turn everything she had learned through her own struggles into something that could help other people. That was exactly who she was. She never liked keeping something to herself if it could make someone else's life better. By the summer of 2016, Molly McLaren was 22 years old. She was studying, working, writing, going to music festivals. And she was surrounded by people who genuinely loved her. Bulimia was behind her. Anxiety was no longer a secret. She had learned how to live with it. Her parents had finally stopped living in constant fear. Her friends were exactly the kind of people you hope to have by your side during your 20s. No matter how she looked at her life, everything seemed to be falling into place. It felt like only one thing was missing. Molly had never been in a long-term romantic relationship. There had been a few dates. Once, she had dated a guy for a few months. But nothing that turned into the kind of relationship she had always wanted. And she didn't take that lightly. She wanted something real. A relationship with a future. She wanted to find someone she could build a life with, not someone to simply spend Saturday nights with. She approached it seriously, just like everything else in her life. With the same honesty people recognized in her blog posts, in her workout videos, and in the conversations she had with friends, whenever they needed someone willing to tell them the truth. So she did what a lot of people do, when the usual ways of meeting someone aren't working anymore. In July of 2016, she downloaded Tinder. She matched with a few people and exchanged messages, but nothing really clicked. Nobody stood out. Then, about 3 weeks after installing the app, she came across a profile that felt completely different. It belonged to 26-year-old window salesman Joshua Stimson, who lived in the village of Woodham, about 9 miles from where Molly lived. Based on everything she read in his messages, he seemed like someone who understood things she never had to explain. A strong connection developed between them, one that existed entirely through messages for months. Joshua lived nearby, but Molly was busy with school, work, and everything else in her life. They didn't meet in person until November of 2016, 4 months after matching on Tinder. 4 months of texting every single day. Talking every day. The kind of constant attention that can make you believe, even before meeting someone, that there's something truly special between you. In reality, it doesn't prove anything. It only means that the person on the other side of the screen has constant access to you and deliberately chooses to keep that connection going. Molly had no reason to see it any differently. She saw a man who was genuinely interested in her. A man who made time for her. Someone who showed up on her phone the way people do when they want to become part of your life. And when they finally met face to face, everything seemed to confirm what their conversations had promised. Molly told her friends and family that she thought she had finally found the person she'd been searching for. She had no way of knowing what was hiding behind that mask. Because behind it, there was already another story. Joshua Stimson worked as a window salesman. The job required exactly the same skills he had used during those 4 months of daily conversations. Quickly figuring people out, showing them the version of himself they wanted to see, and keeping that image alive long enough to turn a first impression into a serious relationship. Former co-workers would later say he immediately stood out from the other applicants. Charismatic, confident, exactly the kind of person employers are excited to hire. But those same co-workers also described the man he became just weeks before the murder. A man who barely spoke to anyone at work anymore, who sat quietly at his desk, looking completely defeated. Who could suddenly burst into tears in the middle of the workday? Who started missing more and more shifts until he was eventually moved to part-time hours? The man who made an outstanding first impression and the man who slowly unraveled in front of his co-workers were both Joshua Stimson, and Molly never truly saw either one. Before Molly, there had been other women. Not just one. Several. Women who had filed complaints about him. Women who all described the same pattern: charm, moving too fast, gradually becoming more controlling, and an absolute inability to accept a breakup. But those complaints were never collected in a system that future police officers could actually see. So when Molly and her mother later sat across from officers in Chatham, the official records showed a completely clean history. That didn't mean Joshua Stimson had no past. It meant the system simply wasn't designed to connect and preserve information like that. It only took a few weeks before the first warning signs appeared. Joshua quickly became increasingly possessive and controlling. He wanted to spend every free minute with Molly. He became angry whenever she spent time with friends. He got upset whenever she wanted to focus on school by herself. He demanded so much control over her time and attention that there was barely any room left in her life for anything else. His moods changed without warning. He presented jealousy as love, control as caring. That's what people do when they've spent a long time learning how to disguise one as the other. Then came the recordings. During one of their first serious arguments, Molly discovered that Joshua had been secretly filming her without her knowledge or permission. He even explained why. According to him, he was collecting recordings so he would have material he could use against her later. She never knew she was being filmed. She never agreed to it. While she believed they were building a future together, he was deliberately creating a private archive of material about her, something he openly referred to as his weapon, to use it against you. That was something he said near the very beginning of their relationship, back when he was still carefully maintaining the image of the perfect boyfriend. He said it while explaining why he had done the very thing she had caught him doing, and he talked about it as if it were completely normal. Even after that, the relationship continued. The secret recordings weren't an isolated incident. They were simply the clearest sign of what had been hiding beneath the surface from the very beginning. Arguments over where Molly was going, who she was spending time with, his expectation that she reply to his messages immediately, his sudden mood swings that everyone around him had to adjust to, and the way every ordinary part of her life, meeting friends, spending an evening studying, or simply wanting to do something without him, always triggered quiet resentment. He rarely said it outright, but it was always there. Constant pressure. For months, that was how Molly lived. She put up with it. She adapted. She kept trying to find the relationship she had believed in when they first matched on Tinder, but that relationship had only ever existed in his messages. Despite all those warning signs, they stayed together through the end of 2016 and entered the new year as a couple. About 4 months later, Molly reached her limit. She could no longer handle the constant need to manage his emotions, the endless arguments, and the way he was slowly separating her from everything that wasn't connected to him. In March of 2017, she ended the relationship. Joshua convinced her to come back. He knew how to be persuasive, just like people who understand exactly which words will have the desired effect. He promised he would change. He offered different explanations for everything. He said the arguments had all been misunderstandings. He claimed the secret recordings had been a misunderstanding too. He insisted his possessive behavior was simply a misguided expression of love, and he told her he finally understood what he had done wrong. He sounded convincing enough that Molly agreed to give him another chance. In May of 2017, they took their first vacation together to Tenerife. Joshua presented the trip as an opportunity to start over. A different country, a different atmosphere. Far away from the everyday problems that had been building between them. Maybe, if they changed their surroundings, they could become different people. Molly wanted to believe that. She wasn't someone who gave up easily. She always tried to do everything she could. But once they arrived in Tenerife, she realized the arguments had traveled there with them. Joshua hadn't changed. If anything, everything became even worse. People often think that if the problem is everyday life, work, or constant stress, then changing locations will fix everything. In reality, all it does is remove the distractions. You don't have to go to work. There are no other responsibilities. You spend every hour together. And if the problem isn't the circumstances but the person themselves, changing the scenery changes nothing. It only makes the problem impossible to ignore. In Tenerife, there was nowhere Joshua could go where Molly wasn't. No version of that trip could ever become the fresh start he had promised her, because the problem had never been the circumstances. The problem was him. The constant watching, the way he tried to insert himself into every moment of her personal space. It didn't become less intense. It became even stronger. Every time she reached for her phone, she could feel him watching before she even looked up. She couldn't send a message without knowing he noticed every movement she made, watching, remembering, keeping track. And yet she still sent messages. But now they were completely different. They weren't casual updates. They weren't texts saying she had simply thought about someone. She sent her friends back home just 2 words. "Help me," without an exclamation point, without some dramatic explanation. Just those 2 words. That's how people speak when they can no longer put into words what they're living through. She wasn't complaining about a difficult boyfriend anymore. She was trying to make her friends understand that something had fundamentally changed, and that she needed to get out. She started counting the days until they could go home. On June 16th, 2017, they returned from Tenerife, and for the first time, she felt a clarity she hadn't had before. It wasn't peace. After that trip, there was nothing peaceful left inside her, but she had made up her mind. Enough was enough. She wasn't going to keep waiting for Joshua to become the man he had seemed to be almost 14 months earlier when they had first seen each other on a phone screen. She wasn't going to wake up every morning wondering what kind of day it would be based on his mood. She was going to end the relationship. The only question was how to do it without making things even worse. And from experience, she already knew that even worse was a very real possibility with Joshua. She had already tried to leave once before, back in March. She had already seen the familiar cycle. Apologies, promises, assurances that everything was almost fixed. Once, she had let him convince her to come back. There wouldn't be a second time. No matter what he said. No matter how he tried to explain it away, by July, she had no intention of still being with him. She was going to make herself perfectly clear in front of witnesses, and she wasn't going to respond to whatever came afterward. She knew exactly what usually came next. She believed she was prepared, but no one could have been prepared for what happened over the next 12 days. On the evening of June 17th, Molly went out with her friends. She invited Joshua not because she wanted to be with him, and not because she was giving the relationship one last chance. She wanted other people there when she told him what she needed to say. She wanted witnesses. There was a sense of protection in that. A public place. People she trusted. Before the night was even over, Joshua started an argument. What triggered it doesn't really matter anymore. What matters is what happened next. Molly had finally reached her breaking point. The patience she had spent months giving to his controlling behavior, the secret recordings, and the possessiveness that had been there from the very beginning was gone. Right there, in the bar, in front of her friends, she ended the relationship. The moment Joshua heard those words, he didn't turn back to Molly. He turned to her friends and shouted, "They broke up! She dumped me!" As if they were the ones he had come to plead his case to, as if one of them was supposed to step in to tell him he was the one who had been treated unfairly, or convince Molly she was making a mistake. He started yelling even louder. Then he stormed out of the bar. For a few hours it felt like everything was finally over, but by the very next morning her phone was flooded with messages. First came the apologies, just like before. Long, detailed messages listing every mistake he had made with such precision that they sounded less like genuine remorse and more like someone had taken Molly's own experiences, rewritten them in his own words, and handed them back to her. Molly had seen this before. She had already fallen for it once. She read the messages, and she didn't reply. When his tone changed, when the sweet words ran out and the anger began showing through, Just as it always eventually did, she blocked his phone number. Then she went through every one of her accounts and blocked him on every platform she used. That was the moment everything escalated to an entirely different level. Joshua's response to being blocked wasn't to walk away. He didn't accept that the relationship was over. His reaction revealed exactly how he saw the situation. He didn't see a boundary, he saw an obstacle. And the way he chose to get around it said everything about what he was willing to do. He didn't disappear. He started trying to destroy her life. Molly had spent years rebuilding herself. She had overcome the eating disorder that had defined part of her early 20s. She had openly shared her recovery journey. Fitness had become more than a hobby. It had become her purpose. None of that was just social media content. It was visible proof of how far she had come from the darkest period of her life. Her parents had watched her recover. Her friends had walked that journey beside her. The people who followed her online admired the story of a young woman who had fought through unimaginable struggles and come out the other side. Joshua knew all of that. He had sat across from her at dinner while she talked about it. He had listened carefully. Then he began publicly claiming that the only reason Molly stayed thin was because she used cocaine. He made sure her family would see those posts. He tagged her friends. He did everything he could to spread those accusations among the people who knew her and trusted her. It was the kind of accusation that's almost impossible to disprove, because every denial only draws more attention to the lie itself. He wasn't posting those things for Molly. She had already blocked him. He was posting them for everyone else. He wanted to destroy the reputation she had spent years building. And he was doing it from places she could no longer access, through platforms where she couldn't even see what he was saying anymore. Then he uploaded the recordings. The same videos he had secretly filmed without her knowledge. Arguments between them recorded on his phone while she had no idea she was even being filmed. He posted those private moments completely stripped of their context, creating the version of Molly he wanted everyone else to see. Every recording was meant to serve as evidence. Not evidence of anything specific. Just evidence against her. Evidence meant to make people doubt everything she said about him. Molly first learned about the posts from her cousin, who called to tell her what was happening. Because Joshua was blocked, she couldn't see the posts herself. But they kept reaching her through people she knew. He made sure of that. Then he found another way to contact her. He downloaded a different messaging app and started sending threatening messages through a channel she hadn't blocked yet. Every time she closed one door, Joshua opened another. To him, the question was never whether she wanted to communicate. He believed access to her was his right, and that her consent didn't matter. Molly told her friends she was scared. Not that she was annoyed, not that she was upset about his posts. Scared. That was the exact word she used, and that word mattered. By then, she wasn't talking about a difficult breakup anymore. She wasn't complaining about an ex who refused to leave her alone. She had already gone through all of those emotions. Frustration, disbelief, anger. Only one thing remained: fear. And she could explain exactly why she was afraid. She said it plainly. She didn't soften her words. She didn't say, maybe, or I think. She didn't try to make the situation sound less serious so it would be easier for other people to hear. She simply said she was afraid. She told people she believed Joshua was capable of physically hurting her, and the people who heard her believed her, because they could see what was happening with their own eyes, and they became afraid for her too. When one of her friends asked her directly whether she thought Joshua might actually attack her, she answered, yes, without hesitation, not as a guess, not as someone trying to convince herself it would never happen, just yes. Together, she and her mother spread everything out across the kitchen table, every screenshot, every threatening message, every post. They organized it all, printed everything out, put it into a folder. Then, they drove to the police station. It was June 22nd, 2017.
The verdict has brought us a small measure of comfort. but it seems that nothing will take away the pain or allow us to come to terms with our Molly being taken from us. We are serving a lifetime of pain, anguish and loss.
Thank you. The officers ran a background check on Joshua. They found nothing. No previous reports, no history, no warning flags anywhere in the system. Officially, he had a completely clean record. They told Molly that without any previously documented incidents, there was very little they could do. Even so, they agreed to call him. They put the conversation on speaker so Molly and her mother could listen. Joshua insisted he hadn't done anything wrong. Then he added, "If you think things are bad now, just wait and see what's coming next." He said it to the police. During the call, knowing Molly was listening, inside a building full of officers. He spoke with the confidence of someone who expected no consequences for what he was saying. It wasn't an emotional outburst. It wasn't a slip of the tongue. It was a calm, deliberate statement. Through the police, he delivered a message to the woman who was afraid of him, telling her that everything he had done so far was only the beginning. The police never logged the call. No incident number was created. No case was opened. Nothing was entered into any system that might have alerted a future officer that this had already happened if Molly came back for help, or if something worse occurred. Molly and her mother walked out of the police station with nothing, and even more frightened than they had been when they walked in. Imagine sitting in that room and hearing those words. You gathered every piece of evidence. You went to the police. You explained everything that was happening, and in return you heard, "He has a clean record. There's nothing we can do." Then, while you're still sitting in that same office, they put the person you're afraid of on speakerphone, and, knowing you're listening, he calmly tells you, "This is nowhere near the worst of what's coming next." He never hesitated. Not inside a police station, not in front of police officers, not while the woman he was stalking sat just a few feet away from the phone. Then the call ended. The officer hung up, and no one wrote anything down. You walked out of that building carrying the same folder of documents you had brought in. Except now, you were even more afraid. The only difference between June 21st and June 22nd was this. Now he knew you had gone to the police, and it hadn't stopped him. That was what Molly and her mother went home with after leaving the police station on June 22nd. 2 days later, Joshua walked into the police station himself. He claimed Molly was damaging his reputation, and he filed an official complaint. That complaint was recorded. An official report was created. His name appeared in the system. His complaint was documented, entered into the database, and could be found during any future search. His paperwork existed. Hers didn't. Not long afterward, Molly went back to the police. Joshua's posts were still online. This time, her report was officially logged. Later, she was told that Joshua had agreed to remove the content. But legally, the officers said there was still nothing more they could do. So Molly and her mother printed out photographs of Joshua. They went door to door through the neighborhood. They knocked on people's doors. They explained what was happening. They asked neighbors to watch for him and to call if they saw him anywhere near their house. 2 women carrying printed photographs were forced to build their own neighborhood watch because the official system had already sent them home twice without real help. Think about what it takes to print a photograph of the person you're afraid of. You walk up to the door of a neighbor you barely know. You calmly explain, clearly enough that they'll understand and gently enough that they'll believe you, that your daughter's ex-boyfriend has been threatening her, and you ask them to keep an eye out if they see him. Then you repeat the same conversation at every house in the neighborhood. You do it because the police station exists. You've already been there twice, and twice you've walked out with nothing. So this walk, this neighborhood, these printed photographs, they are the only tool you have left that might make any difference. This wasn't their failure. This is what happens when every official avenue has been exhausted and the fear never goes away. Every step Molly took during those weeks was the right one. She saved the evidence. She went to the police. She completely cut off all contact. She told the people around her exactly what she was afraid of. She did everything she was supposed to do. And still, none of it created the official record that should have followed Joshua, because the phone call in which he directly promised that things would get worse was never officially documented. And there was a reason Joshua appeared completely clean in the police system. Before Molly, there had been other women, other reports of his stalking, other documented accounts, and none of them had led anywhere. That was why, when Molly and her mother sat across from those officers, the man they were describing looked, on paper, like someone with no history at all. Just a man who had argued with his ex-girlfriend. The gap between reality and what was recorded in the system wasn't some minor detail. It was a direct link between an institutional failure and everything that happened afterward. Life couldn't simply stop. Molly enrolled in courses to become a certified personal trainer. She was rebuilding her future. Her close friend had just been promoted. On June 20th, she applied for a receptionist position at the Nuffield Gym in Medway Valley Park, Rochester. Not the gym where she and Joshua had worked out together. A different one, in a different area, somewhere he had no connection to. It was a deliberate decision. She was trying to move part of her everyday life to a place where Joshua had never been and had no reason to appear, but she didn't know what she couldn't see. Sometime between June 17th and June 27th, Joshua arranged for someone else to follow Molly's social media accounts on his behalf. It was a fake account, created for one purpose: to monitor her movements through a channel she never realized needed to be blocked. As far as she knew, Joshua had been blocked everywhere. Molly believed she had completely cut off his access. She had done everything right, but information was still reaching him. On June 27th, Joshua Stimson went to the Nuffield Gym in Medway Valley Park and bought a membership. Later that same day, surveillance cameras at an Asda supermarket in Chatham captured him buying a Sabatier kitchen knife. Then, at another hardware store in Chatham, he bought a Saxon pickaxe. Both purchases were made on the same day, during the same trip. He took everything home. After the crime, when police searched his bedroom, they found the empty packaging from the Sabatier knife on the floor. Stop for a moment and think about that sequence. On the very same day he bought a membership to the gym Molly had deliberately chosen because it had no connection to him, he also bought a knife and a pickaxe during a single shopping trip. Then he took them home. When police searched his car on June 29th, they found both of those items inside, along with a Stanley knife. Investigators reviewed the hardware store surveillance footage only after the murder. That was when the significance of those purchases, combined with the gym membership, became unmistakably clear. But on June 27th, Molly knew none of it. She didn't know he had joined her gym. She didn't know about the pickaxe. She didn't know that on the very day he gained access to the one place she believed was safe from him, he also bought what he intended to bring there. The breakup happened on June 17th. The threat during the speakerphone call came on June 22nd. His counter-complaint to the police was filed on June 24th. The gym membership and the weapon purchases happened on June 27th. Just 12 days from the breakup at the bar to the trip to the hardware store. If, looking back now, you can find even a single moment during those 12 days when this tragedy still could have been stopped, the stalking, the publication of the secret recordings, the direct threat made to a police officer, the counter-complaint, the photographs a mother and daughter carried door to door through their neighborhood, the fake account tracking her life, the gym membership, the pickaxe bought that very same day. This no longer looks like a situation that gradually spiraled out of control. It looks like a sequence of actions taken by someone who had already made his decision and was simply carrying out his plan, one step at a time. Molly's close friend had just received a promotion. On the evening of June 28th, Molly and her friends planned to celebrate at the Ship and Trades pub in Chatham. They simply wanted one evening for themselves, away from the nightmare that had followed them for weeks. Earlier that day, Molly posted an Instagram story. She named the pub She wrote that they would be there that evening. She had blocked Joshua on every one of her accounts, and she was completely certain he could no longer see anything she posted. It was a perfectly reasonable assumption. She had done everything she was supposed to do. The only thing she didn't know was that Joshua had already found a way around it. She was dancing with her friends when he walked inside. He wasn't alone. He came with another woman, and he made sure Molly would notice him. She saw him. She listened to what she felt, and realized she wasn't jealous at all. Whatever feelings she had once had for him were completely gone. Only one thing remained, cold, clear, and painfully familiar: fear. Joshua walked past her table several times with the woman he was with, back and forth, again and again. He was deliberately turning it into a performance. He wanted her to watch. He wanted a reaction. Molly moved her belongings to another part of the pub. She kept her phone in her hand, and she texted her mother. She told her Joshua had shown up too, and that she had no idea how he had found out where she was. Then she saw him leave through the front entrance. He walked out of the pub, and he never came back. Molly kept looking at the door for a little while longer, and she felt something inside her change. Her friends immediately told her to go home. Her mother said the same thing. She picked up her bag, and for the first time in a long time, she felt relief. Small, but real. That particular feeling when you think, he's gone. I can leave now. This night is finally over. She had no idea what Joshua did after he walked out of the pub. He went to the parking lot, but he didn't leave. He returned to his car, parked it where he could see the exit, and waited. He sat there long enough for the relief Molly felt inside the pub to turn into certainty. She was only 23 years old. She had spent weeks living in constant fear. She deserved at least 2 minutes of feeling safe. The next morning, June 29th, Molly woke up early and went to work out at the Nuffield gym. That morning, she didn't post her location anywhere. For Joshua, it was the first day off after switching to a reduced work schedule. At 10:45 that morning, Molly was working out at the very gym she had deliberately chosen because it had no connection to Joshua. She looked up and saw him walking inside. That morning, the gym was almost empty. Just the two of them. She watched as he rolled out a workout mat right beside her and started exercising. Then, she looked at him and asked directly, "Are you stalking me now?" He answered, "I don't think that's any of your business." She took out her phone and texted her mother, "Mom?" He came to the gym and sat up right next to me. Then she called her. Her mother told her to leave immediately and go home. She also sent a message to her friends in WhatsApp. "I feel like I'm constantly looking over my shoulder." Suddenly, Joshua stood up abruptly and walked out of the workout area. Security cameras captured what happened next. He walked toward the entrance as if he was about to come back inside. He stopped by the doors. Then, he turned around and left the building completely. But he didn't go to his car. He walked into the parking lot and waited, as if he knew Molly was already gathering her things, and wanted to be outside before she was. Molly stayed inside for a few more minutes. She saw him leave. She checked. She waited what anyone would consider a reasonable amount of time. She did exactly what anyone would have done after seeing an unwanted acquaintance leave the building. She waited long enough to believe it was finally safe. Only then did she walk outside. She headed across the parking lot toward her Citroën, which was parked nearby. Before she could even reach the driver's door, Joshua pulled up behind her in his car. He tried to get her attention. Molly ignored him. She got into the driver's seat. But she didn't have time to close the door and lock it. He was already there. He yanked the door open. Molly started screaming. A man named Benjamin Morton, who was walking his dog nearby, saw what was happening and ran toward the car. Another witness, Cody Jarvis, also saw the attack unfold in the parking lot and immediately called the police. Morton tried to grab Stimson and pull him away from Molly. He even tried to trap his leg in the car door to stop the attack. He managed to grab hold of his leg, but it slipped free. By then, Molly was already covered in blood. He couldn't stop what was happening. Later, Morton told the court the man kept stabbing the woman in the neck and head, mostly in the neck. It was like a complete frenzy. The Sabatier kitchen knife, which had been purchased at Asda 2 days earlier, was later found on the driver's seat of her car. At some point, Stimson stopped the attack. He got out of the vehicle, then began pacing back and forth across the parking lot. When the police arrived, Joshua Stimson walked up to the officers on his own. He was completely covered in Molly's blood and said only 2 words, "Are you here for me?" He didn't run. He didn't hide. He stopped the attack, got out of the car and waited for the police in the parking lot. And when the officers arrived, he identified himself. The calmness, the way he paced across the parking lot, the way he waited, those 2 words, every bit of it was entirely consistent with everything he had done over the previous 12 days. It was the same pattern as buying a knife and a pickaxe on the same day, the same pattern as purchasing a membership at the gym Molly had specifically chosen to get away from him, the same pattern as calmly threatening a police officer over speakerphone when he said, without raising his voice, that the worst was still to come. Throughout those 12 days, there wasn't a single moment that suggested he had lost control of himself. Not one. Every step he took pointed to someone who had already made up his mind. Someone who had a plan, and was simply carrying it out. Despite the immediate response of police officers, paramedics, and a doctor who arrived at the scene and fought to save her life, Molly McLaren was officially pronounced dead at 11:43 that morning.
Most Honourable Chancellor, it is with great sadness that I now invite Doug and Joanne McLaren to accept the award of undergraduate diploma in Sports and Exercise for Health, awarded posthumously to Molly McLaren.
She was only 23 years old. After her death, investigators began taking a much closer look at everything that had already been known, but had never received the attention it deserved. Police obtained surveillance footage from Asda and Homebase from June 27th. The videos showed Joshua buying a Sabatier knife, then, later that same day, buying a Saxon pickaxe. The very same day he signed up for a gym membership, detectives also recovered the messages Molly had sent on the morning of the attack. They went through her WhatsApp conversations, the messages she had sent to her mother, every record she had created over those 12 days as she tried to document everything that was happening to her. A weapon was found inside his car. Investigators also found a Stanley knife. And in his bedroom, they discovered the packaging from another knife. There was more physical evidence as well. Piece by piece, it all came together into one clear and undeniable picture. The same picture that had never become clear when Molly needed help the most. Joshua Stimson was charged with murder. At trial, the defense argued that he was guilty not of murder, but of manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility. They claimed he suffered from bipolar disorder. Joshua himself did not testify. 2 psychiatrists took the stand and presented completely opposing opinions. The defense expert, Dr. Shahed Majid, testified that Joshua had a pathological mental condition that significantly impaired his ability to function normally. The prosecution's psychiatrist, Dr. Philip Joseph, testified that he did not believe Stimson suffered from any officially recognized mental disorder. He also said there were serious reasons to question the claim that Joshua had bipolar disorder. Led by Philip Bennett KC, formerly QC, the prosecution carefully walked the jury through the entire timeline. The match on Tinder, the relationship, the secret recordings, the social media posts about cocaine, the phone call police overheard, the counter-allegation Joshua filed 2 days later, the purchase of the weapons on June 27th, the gym membership he signed up for that very same day, the fake account he used to keep tracking Molly's movements while she believed she had blocked him everywhere. From the very beginning, the prosecution rejected the defense's claim of diminished responsibility. The person standing before the jury was not someone who had suddenly lost control. He was someone who had planned everything, The jury also heard from eyewitnesses. Benjamin Morton described in detail everything he had seen. Cody Jarvis testified that he watched Stimson pull into the parking lot, violently throw open his car door, and then heard Molly screaming. He said her screams could be heard from the other side of the parking lot. 2 of Joshua's former girlfriends also testified. Both told the jury that after their relationships ended, he stalked them too. This was not new behavior, and it was not the first time he had treated a woman this way. It was a pattern that had developed over many years, one that had been reported before. But none of those earlier incidents had ever resulted in an official record that an officer could have seen when Molly walked into the police station with her folder of evidence on June 22nd. One of Joshua's former girlfriends told the court that he had sent her photographs of herself sunbathing in her own backyard. The pictures had been taken without her knowledge, from outside her home, from a place she never even knew existed. He also threatened to drown her. Joshua's former co-workers were called to testify as well. They described him as if they were talking about 2 completely different people. The first was the man who made an outstanding first impression when he was hired. Charismatic, friendly, someone everyone wanted on their team. The second was the man they watched in the weeks leading up to the murder. He had almost stopped talking to people. He seemed deeply depressed. At times, he would suddenly burst into tears for no apparent reason. He started showing up to work less and less, until he was eventually moved to part-time hours. 2 sides of the same person. One had always been an act. The other was something that had been building inside him for years, while no official agency even knew his name. After Joshua Stimson was arrested, he was interviewed by a mental health nurse. She asked him whether he had ever thought about harming Molly. He replied, "Maybe yesterday, but I didn't act on them." When he was asked whether he had been struggling with his thoughts, he said, "I guess I was. Otherwise I wouldn't have done it." The case also revealed the involvement of one of Joshua's acquaintances. She knew what had been going on. When Joshua found out that Molly had blocked him on Facebook, he told her about it. She replied, "Don't worry. If we need to, we can keep an eye on her through my account." People around him knew. They saw what he was doing, and some of them even offered to help. The jury, made up of 8 men and 4 women, deliberated for less than 4 hours. Then they returned with a unanimous verdict. Guilty of murder, less than 4 hours, 12 days of preparation, 12 months of a relationship, reports made to the police, counter-allegations, a surveillance network built with printed photographs and fake social media accounts. The jury heard every bit of it. And in less than 4 hours, they reached the only conclusion the evidence supported. Joshua Stimson never denied killing Molly. His only defense was that he supposedly wasn't in control of himself. That a mental condition had taken away his ability to understand what he was doing. The jury decided that simply wasn't true. Buying a knife at Asda, buying a pickaxe at Homebase, signing up for a gym membership, tracking Molly through a fake account, choosing to wait for the very woman who had just texted her mother that it finally seemed safe to go outside. None of that looks like the actions of someone who had lost control. It looks like the actions of someone who had already made up his mind, someone who simply carried out his plan, one step at a time. When the sentence was announced, shouts erupted from the courtroom. Yes, Molly's mother Jo and her friends, who had attended every single day of the trial, broke down in tears. Many of them were the very people Molly had been calling and texting throughout those 12 days. They were the ones she told she was afraid. They were the ones who watched her do absolutely everything right. And still, they couldn't make the system see what they had seen all along. Joshua Stimson showed no emotion. He stared straight ahead. That's how he sat through the entire trial. He never testified. Not once did he look toward the seats where Molly's mother and friends sat every day. He silently listened as Benjamin Morton described what he had witnessed in the parking lot. The brutal attack. The blood covering his hands, the car door he had tried to shut, The woman he couldn't save, and he showed no reaction whatsoever. He listened the same way as the women who had known him before Molly testified, women who came into that courtroom and described what he had done to them and what they had feared he might do next. Still, he kept staring straight ahead. Whatever it was inside him that had driven those 12 days of increasingly dangerous, methodical, and carefully planned actions also seemed to allow him to remain completely unmoved, completely emotionless, as if everything happening around him had nothing to do with him at all. The sentence was handed down in February of 2018 at Maidstone Crown Court. Before imposing the sentence, Judge Adele Williams addressed Joshua Stimson directly. It was a brutal, carefully planned, and cowardly act. It was an act of pure evil. You deliberately took Molly's life, doing so in the cruelest way possible. You were driven by revenge. Judge Williams concluded that while Stimson displayed narcissistic personality traits, he did not suffer from a personality disorder, and the psychiatric evidence did not support any diagnosis that could reduce his criminal responsibility. She said he was an exceptionally selfish and ruthless man. He planned the murder. Then he carried it out, in broad daylight, in a public parking lot, surrounded by other people, and he showed not a single trace of remorse. She was only 23 years old. She was a beautiful, intelligent young woman, Judge Williams continued. She was in her second year at the University of Kent. She had her whole life ahead of her. She was a loving and deeply loved daughter, a cherished member of her family, and a dear friend to so many people. She is mourned by an enormous number of people. The pain and suffering of her family are impossible to ignore. Their loss is immeasurable, and nothing I can say, nor any sentence I impose today, can ever take that pain away. She then turned directly to Joshua. You have shown no remorse whatsoever for the murder of Molly. The only person you care about is yourself and your own feelings. The starting point for the minimum sentence was 25 years, because this was a deliberate, premeditated murder committed with a weapon he had intentionally brought to the scene. But the aggravating factors, most notably his weeks-long campaign of stalking Molly before the murder, increased the minimum term to 26 years. The judge then said to him, "You will not even be eligible to be considered for parole until you have served at least 26 years in prison, and it is entirely possible that you will never be released. You may remain in prison well beyond that minimum term. Whether you are ever released will be decided by the parole board." Joshua Stimson stared straight ahead, without the slightest reaction. He didn't react to anything. Not the verdict, not the testimony, not the parking lot surveillance footage, not even the judge's words that he might never walk free again. He had worn that same expression when Molly told him in the bar that it was over. The same expression when police ordered him to stop stalking her. The same expression when officers repeatedly asked over the loudspeaker whether he understood what they were saying. It was as if none of those words had anything to do with him. After the sentence was handed down, Molly's family released a statement. "The last 6 months have been a nightmare beyond words. We never could have survived this without the love and support of our family and friends. The number of friends Molly had has truly overwhelmed us. We have never seen anything like it. Every single person who stood by us and shared in our grief helped us through the darkest time of our lives." They also said that from that moment on, they wanted to do everything they could to ensure Molly's legacy lived on through the cause she had dedicated herself to, through the countless people she never stopped helping. After the trial, Detective Sergeant Ally Wharton addressed the media. She described Molly as a popular, ambitious young woman who had her whole life ahead of her. She said that Stimson had taken that life in the most brutal way imaginable. She also expressed her gratitude to everyone who tried to stop the attack, especially Benjamin Morton, the man who rushed toward an armed attacker with a knife, who tried to pull him away from Molly, and who carried the memory of what he had witnessed for years before, recounting it in court with such vivid detail that no one in the courtroom would ever forget his words. She also thanked the police officers and paramedics who responded to the scene and fought to save Molly's life, but were unable to save her. She said that day would remain with them forever.
Sick, food, drink, people getting together. At Molly's wake, it was so lovely having all family and friends together, and a few of her friends said, wouldn't it be lovely to do this once a year? And that's where we got the idea from. Let's have a Molly Fest, because Molly loved festivals.
We formed the foundation after Molly died. Molly had suffered with bulimia, but she largely overcome it. And she showed us and she showed other people that you can beat it.
After the verdict, her parents didn't stop. They took everything Molly had devoted herself to during her life and built something even greater. The Molly McLaren Foundation helps people struggling with eating disorders, the very battle Molly had once overcome herself, and later spoke about openly with strangers through her blog. She wrote in her own voice, without pretending, because she understood that people didn't need a polished recovery story. They needed a real one. Since its founding, the foundation has raised around £100,000 and has helped more than 30 people receive 30 weeks of specialized psychological treatment, the kind of long-term, professional, high-quality support that most people simply cannot afford without financial assistance. These are people who otherwise would never have had access to the level of care that once saved Molly's life. The foundation took everything she created, her blog, her videos, and her honesty about what recovery truly looks like, and turned it into something lasting, into funding, into support that now reaches far more people than Molly ever could have helped on her own. Every year, on May 26th, the day she was born, people gather for Molly Fest, a music festival. Friends who knew Molly come together alongside people who never had the chance to meet her. It is not a day of mourning. It is a conscious refusal to let the final image of Molly forever be that parking lot in Chatham on that June morning. Every summer, she tried to attend as many music festivals as she could. She was always the first to buy tickets, long before anyone else had even checked the dates. A festival on her birthday is more than a memorial. It is exactly the kind of day she would have loved. Her case also changed the law. After Molly's death, police forces across the United Kingdom were required to officially record every report of stalking, without exception. Every report now creates a permanent official record. It cannot be erased, and it cannot be overlooked by the next officer who searches that person's name. If the reports made by the women who came forward about Joshua before Molly had been entered into that system, the officer who heard Joshua tell a woman over the police loudspeaker while she sat only a few feet from the phone that the worst is yet to come would have searched his name, and he would have seen the pattern. He would have realized that the report made on June 22nd was not the first. He would have seen the history, and that history would have demanded a very different response. He would not have allowed Molly and her mother to leave the police station carrying the same folder they had brought in. Molly's name now lives on in that policy, even if it is never written into it. These changes were not just a formality, they changed the system itself. Mandatory recording of every stalking report now means that the third officer to receive a complaint about someone sees exactly what the first and second officers saw. It means the system can finally recognize a pattern instead of leaving victims to piece the story together on their own. It means that when a woman walks into a police station and reports a man who is threatening her, the officer no longer sees an empty history. He sees the previous reports. He sees the past. And that means the same clean record Joshua Stimson hid behind during those 12 days, a record created not because his behavior didn't exist, but because there were no officially recorded reports documenting, it can no longer exist the way it did then. The policy is named for what it is meant to protect against. It exists because, once, it failed to protect Molly McLaren. Every report officially recorded under that policy, every pattern it now makes visible, every officer who searches a name and sees a history that changes what they do next. That is what happened after Molly.
It's just bad memories, and the more you think about it, the more you hate it.
She would want us to try and be happy together for the rest of our lives, but we're finding that really tough. The only time I go out is now. I will go to the supermarket once a week or once every 2 weeks. People have said, let's go for a walk around the village. I can't do that. I find it hard to, I suppose, go to places that I went with Molly, because although I love the memories, I don't need to physically go there to have the memories. If man or woman goes to the police frightened about someone, even though that person might not be arrested, but there should be a notes, there should be a database with their name on it. Had there been one then with his name on it for things he did up in Staffordshire, then when Molly went to the police, they would have seen his name.
The perpetrators seem to get a better deal.
He's going to be looked after for all the time he's in there. They're going to make sure he's safe. We're not all right. Who's looking after us? I feel I always need to know what prison he's in, but we're not allowed to know. And it just seems to be he always gets the better deal.
Do you think about him day to day?
I try not to, but he creeps into my thoughts. Especially because of the effect he's having on Doug and I now. I don't want to give him the pleasure, and I'm determined he's not going to get the better of us.
A person can tell the police exactly what they intend to do to you, and those words can still end up never being officially recorded. The only thing that creates an official record is someone actually entering it into the system. The only thing that changes what the next officer sees when they search a person's name is that, at some point, someone entered that information into the database. Molly McLaren did everything she was asked to do. She reported the stalking. She collected evidence. She walked into the police station with her mother carrying a folder full of proof. And she sat in that office while the man threatening her made even more threats over the loudspeaker to the officers who were supposed to protect her. Yet, none of it became an official case. None of it followed him in the system. If it had. If just one officer, on one day in June 2017, had simply recorded the incident and created a record that remained in the database. The next background check might have found it, and what happened afterward might have unfolded differently. Perhaps that information would have reached someone with the authority to change what came next, but it never did. There is one detail in the sentence that is not talked about nearly enough. The judge said the starting point for the minimum term was 25 years because of the category of the offence, a deliberate murder committed with a weapon brought to the scene in advance. She then considered the aggravating factors. And she added one more year. The only aggravating factor she specifically identified was the 12-day campaign of stalking that led up to the murder. Not the cocaine posts, not the release of private videos, not the threat made over the police loudspeaker, not the retaliatory complaint intended to portray the victim as the offender, the stalking itself. 1 additional year. For 12 days of documented behaviour that had been reported to police, witnessed by multiple officers, and yet never left an official record. A minimum of 26 years, and he may never be released. That sentence reflected the full picture. The entire system Joshua built around Molly during those 12 days. The systematic destruction of her reputation. The manipulation of the very system she turned to for protection. The deliberate purchase of weapons. Waiting in the parking lot until, inside the bar, she finally believed she was safe. A minimum of 26 years, and he may never walk free again. That gap was never the story of one officer, or one isolated mistake. It was a failure in a system that had already let other women down long before Molly, and no one had even realized it. Molly paid for that failure with her life. Officers stood in the parking lot of a student apartment complex in Kalamazoo, trying to make sense of the strange disappearance of 24-year-old student Ania Mack. No one had been able to reach her for several days. Her car was sitting in the parking lot without license plates. Nearby was another nearly identical Chevrolet Malibu displaying her plates. The lights were on inside her apartment. The television was still running. The bathtub was filled with water. A load of men's clothes was spinning in the washing machine. But Ania herself was nowhere to be found. Her friends were convinced she would never have disappeared voluntarily. Police searched the apartment, spoke with people who knew her, and tried to locate her boyfriend, Donovan Lewis. They came up empty-handed. Then, late that night, as officers were preparing to continue the search, a man with a backpack slung over his shoulder emerged from the darkness and walked toward them. It was Donovan. The officers asked him a few questions about Ania. What he told them was nothing like what they expected to hear. Within minutes, what had started as a possible missing person case turned into a homicide investigation. Donovan then began telling a story about an argument, messages on a cell phone, a married pastor, and the events he claimed had unfolded inside the apartment that Sunday. And the more he talked, the more disturbing the picture became of what had really happened to Ania Mack. Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments. And now, let's keep going. During the early morning hours of Thursday, June 28th, 2018, officers with the Kalamazoo Police Department responded to a call at Hunter Ridge Apartments in western Michigan. The complex consisted of a multi-story building with numerous apartments and a parking lot. It was used as off-campus housing, and all of its residents were local college students. Officers arrived there to look for 24-year-old Ania Mack, a psychology student at Western Michigan University. No one had heard from Ania since the previous Sunday. Nia, as her friends and family called her, was an extremely outgoing person who was always active and involved in a wide variety of activities. In school, she was an honor student, served on the student council, participated in the Health Occupations Association, performed in both the marching band and concert band, competed as a varsity cheerleader, and also played volleyball and softball. While attending college, she continued singing in her church choir and danced with a women's dance team at WMU. For Ania, it was completely out of character to go out of contact with so many friends for even a few hours, let alone several days. Her close friend, LaQuenta Watson, contacted the Kalamazoo Police Department. She explained that she normally spoke with Ania every day, and when she had been unable to reach her for several days, she began to fear that something was wrong. Every phone call went straight to voicemail. Her concern grew even stronger when she visited Ania's new workplace, the Great Lakes Alternative Research Center, where she worked with children who have autism. There, she learned that Ania had already missed 2 consecutive days of work. She had started the position only 3 months earlier, and had been incredibly excited about the opportunity. There was simply no way she would have intentionally missed work unless something serious had happened. Childhood friend Dominic Thomas met with police outside the apartment complex after speaking with Ania's mother, Loretta, who lived in Louisiana, as well as with LaQuenta. All 3 of them were becoming increasingly worried because they had been unable to reach her.
It's unlikely
to just not answer the phone, it sounds like.
If anything is going on, I'm like pretty much the only person that she has here besides her family. But like me and her, we have been best friends for 24. I'm only 24, but we have been best friends our entire being, basically.
I got friends like that.
And it's driving me real crazy that if anything was going on, she would call me. If nobody, she would call me. I know for a fact.
Does she have any medical issues?
No.
No psychological orders?
Does she take any medication for anything? As of right now, not to my knowledge.
Has she ever had any drug abuse issues?
No.
I mean, we're not talking marijuana, so that's almost legal, like harder stuff than that. Okay.
Police learned that Ania owned a white 2008 Chevrolet Malibu. They spotted it in the parking lot, without any license plates attached. Not far away was another, nearly identical vehicle. That second Malibu was displaying Ania's license plates, but the car itself was registered to a man named Gustavo. Both vehicles had 2 flat tires and appeared to be undrivable. The lights were on inside Ania's apartment, and it sounded like the television was still running, but no one answered when officers knocked on the door.
Roommate's room with the TV flashing.
So it looks like somebody is home.
Oh, maybe he's working on getting a phone number for a roommate right now.
6-1. Did you hear what I found out about the plates? Her car, her Malibu over in the corner, the plates missing off of it. I found it on another Malibu, a couple spots down. It's not registered to her, which is kind of strange.
So they swapped the plates on the cars?
Yeah. There's a white Malibu that comes back to her by the VIN. No plate. The plate that belongs on it is on another Malibu. A few spots down, another white Malibu. Somebody else's name.
Gustavo fella?
Yeah.
Hi, is this Cora? Cora, this is Ania's best friend. Are you at home? Ania has been missing for 2 days, to my understanding. I drove all the way here from Muskegon because yes, because the police are here as well.
Is she up there?
She's coming here. Okay, thank you.
Dominic told officers that Ania had experienced some problems in the past with her boyfriend, 25-year-old Donovan Lewis. Donovan, or Donnie as his friends called him, was a former student at a local college. He had been a basketball player and also worked as a lifeguard at the YMCA. He had recently returned to Kalamazoo after spending a short time with his brother in Indianapolis, where he was completing an internship with a multimedia company. After coming back to Michigan, Donovan took whatever work he could find. For the past week and a half, he had been working the night shift as a janitor at a large local manufacturing facility.
Have there been any issues with them that you know of?
Yeah. There's been several occasions that they went back and forth and had arguments. I know one time the police was called.
Say they ever escalate the violence, really?
He threw water on her several times. He took off in her car when she came out. She was getting ready to talk to him. He rolled her arm up in the window like to drag her down the street.
When Cora arrived to let the search team into the apartment, she told officers Lockett and Lebret that it was not unusual for her and Ania to go several days without seeing each other. The two had been assigned as roommates less than a year earlier through a housing placement process managed by the Student Housing Administration.
When was the last time you were here before?
This morning I came back from work around like 6 and I went to the movies and I came back here.
When's the last time you saw her?
Not before Saturday. I left home for graduation. I graduated Saturday.
You come in.
And then this is her room right here. But someone was here today because they turned on the air and they put some clothes in the washer. So when I was gone, I thought maybe she came. But
Have you seen her boyfriend around here?
I haven't seen anybody, honestly. But I left for the weekend, so I thought maybe she just went home. But I really haven't seen her.
Nothing looks out of the ordinary in here. Obviously, boyfriend probably this
This is, we're going to go check boyfriend's mom's place. Do we have a phone number for boyfriend?
I don't know if there's probably one in the eyelids too, or from him.
Yeah, let's check with the roommate, see if maybe he's got something.
Okay.
Like, if she was going somewhere, she would definitely pack her makeup. That's here. This looks like what would be her purse. A bag that she do her hair stuff with. That's here. Like, I'm just like, what the fuck?
There was no sign of Ania anywhere inside the apartment. A quick search did not uncover any immediate evidence that she had been in danger, but several details stood out as unusual. The bathroom Ania used was filled with water, as if she had drawn a bath but never actually gotten in.
Can you ask her to use the bathtub in here? Hey, Jerry. What's up? Can you ask her if she uses the bathtub? It's like full of water.
As Cor pointed out, someone other than her had recently been inside the apartment. Someone had turned on the air conditioner and started a load of laundry. Inside the washing machine were men's clothes, along with 2 turquoise bathroom rugs. There were no matching rugs in the bathroom that Ania used.
Yeah, somebody definitely came in today, for sure. Because when I left, the air wasn't on.
Does her boyfriend ever come over here and do any laundry or anything?
Yeah, they always do laundry together.
Okay.
So it's not like out of the ordinary.
Does he have a key?
I don't think so. That's what I'm saying. Like somebody was here because I don't think he has a key. Usually, if he's coming, like I'll leave the door unlocked. Like if I know he's here, or like she'll leave the door unlocked.
Many of Ania's personal belongings were still in her bedroom, including items she would normally have taken with her if she had gone on a trip. The situation involving the 2 Malibu vehicles also remained unexplained. Neither car appeared to be in condition to drive. If Ania had left the apartment voluntarily, the obvious question was how she had gotten anywhere.
I think it's just a little fishy. He's the only person we haven't talked to.
Yeah, but why? She's gonna end up calling in the morning.
I hope so. Where the hell's she been at though? Both of her cars are here. Boyfriend has no car. Her best friend, her parents, her god sister, her pastor. She's been at work.
And from what other people have said, has the boyfriend been around her the last couple of days?
Well, he claims he hasn't seen her since Sunday either.
What about talking with her?
Yeah, I need to get that from him.
Yeah, so she's been missing since Sunday?
Yeah, that's the last time I saw her.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
The officers left the apartment with mixed impressions about the seriousness of the situation. They had found no clear signs of a crime, but many of the circumstances simply did not seem right.
Do you think this is an actual? Like an actual missing person?
Well, nobody knows where she's at right now. She's missing.
Like, okay, well, I mean,
do I think that she's endangered? No. Absolutely not.
Okay.
We've got nothing to lead us to believe that she's endangered other than the fact that boyfriend was an asshole at one point.
Is that just a dispute that you were talking about, or like a DV?
DV, but they didn't find him.
Was, I don't know. There's still somebody coming and going from the apartment. That's the weird part.
Yeah.
But like roommate hasn't seen her in almost a week and doesn't think anything of it.
Police were unable to make contact with Donovan Lewis. Everything they knew about him came from Ania's friends, who had been communicating with him. Both Dominic and LaQuenta told officers that Donovan had also been trying unsuccessfully to reach Ania since Sunday. Officer LeBret located the address of Donovan's mother's home, and officers later went there to look for him. However, no one answered the door. After the unsuccessful attempt to find Donovan at his mother's house, Ania's close friend and godsister, Lowenda, contacted Officer Lockett again. This time, she said she knew where Donovan was. He was finishing his shift as a janitor at Stryker, a company that manufactures medical equipment. According to the information she provided, he was expected to return to Ania's apartment at 3:30 in the morning. Later that same night, officers Ade and Lockett returned to Hunter Ridge Apartments to find him. By then, Cor and Dominic had already left. Once again, no one answered when the officers knocked on the door.
I guess we'll wait outside for a little bit, see if he shows up. I just feel like you'd be a little bit more concerned if your girlfriend's missing, don't you think? That's the one person who hasn't talked to us at all yet. So this is the other thing I thought was weird, but I think it's just plate fraud. That down here, the white car, is actually hers. But they're both on flats. So those cars have not moved recently.
Dude, what the fuck?
I know, this is a weird one, I'm telling you.
That person that you're talking to, what is that?
That's her god sister, like her other best female friend.
She thinks the guy's shady.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. I tried to speak to mom. I gotta call mom back. Apparently, she just called me back. her other male best friend, who I think he's, on the other side of the fence, he hasn't seen her or heard from her. Her roommate hasn't seen her or heard from her since Friday because she was out of town all weekend.
What about, you got any friends for this suspect, the boy?
We haven't got that far yet to get into his friends.
Yeah. I feel like this should almost just be detectives.
Yeah. I definitely think this is detective worthy, like now. Because I think something fishy is going on here.
Damn, dude.
Something fishy. There could be nothing. Maybe she's out with a new boyfriend, but why would she completely cut off everybody, all her best friends?
The officers were standing beside their patrol vehicle, discussing their concerns about the case when events suddenly took an unexpected turn. Out of the darkness, a man approached them wearing a black t-shirt, khaki shorts, and a backpack slung over his shoulder.
What's going on, sir?
Take me here and we'll talk about it on the way.
Just tell me now.
I'll kill my girlfriend.
6160. Can you come to the apartment, please? Where is she? We're out with boyfriend. He's reporting at 10:35. Where is she?
Creek.
Where at?
Spain. Dispatch.
You got any weapons on you, Don?
I don't have anything, so.
You get pat down a little. Alright, I gotta read some stuff to you real quick, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present with you before or during any questioning. If you want a lawyer, tell me from the beginning what's going on.
I'm in Indianapolis. I left for long. Couldn't pay rent.
Hey, give me 1 second, okay? 612.
612 here, Cardinal. So, my understanding.
Not sure if you record my last traffic. We got one in custody.
Basket. When I got back in town about a week ago, or 3 weeks ago, on the 16th, I found out, I went to her phone, and I found out they were messing around. I tried to get over it. Told her it's okay, I understand what you did, I respect that you took care of yourself. And we moved forward, and we had a great couple weeks. And recently, Sunday, we had an argument involved because I just moved back, so I don't have a job, I don't have the money. The week before, Sunday, or maybe 2 weeks, I don't know, she told me, you're not doing enough. I told her I could call my dad, ask for some help, and whatever, and she just raised some compassion and told me all this shit, told me everything about me.
Alright.
Saturday, Sunday came.
Let's have a seat in the back of my car real quick, man. Yep. Hey, sit tight, okay? He's straight up admitted to it, everything. He said she's out in the river on the east side of the city somewhere.
East side of the city?
Yeah. What do you say, East Maine or something? He told me. He knows. He didn't tell me that much yet.
However, Donovan was willing to keep talking. The officers preferred to wait for detectives before questioning him any further. As he was being formally taken into custody and placed in a patrol vehicle, he continued sharing details in fragments. By the time Officer Lebret returned to the scene, the case that had been treated as a possible missing person investigation just minutes earlier had already become a homicide investigation.
Is she in the truck one of these cars?
No. He told us that he's in creeks around the east side. So I'm thinking maybe on the east side of the town too.
In the creek?
In the creek.
Okay. Well, that took a twist.
Yeah, I'm not thinking that way at all.
At that point, Officer Lockett became the primary point of contact in the case. He transported Donovan to the police station and kept up a casual conversation with him while they waited for detectives to arrive.
If he chooses to spontaneously utter things after the fact, then that's him. Okay? You've already told him twice now. And then you don't want to talk, you don't have to talk, those kind of things. Okay? When you go back in, move his chair to the other side of the table. Okay. Okay. And just tell him I don't want you in that corner. I'd like you closer to me. My sergeant's gonna know all about safety.
So stay where I'm at.
Stay where you're at. Put him over in that little corner so we can see him. Okay. But other than that, do a great, man. Just keep up this.
During his conversation with Donovan, Officer Lockett heard several unexpected allegations. The 25-year-old told him that after looking through his girlfriend's phone, he had found intimate messages from her pastor. He was convinced that the two were involved in either a romantic or sexual relationship. Donovan also claimed that Ania had allegedly been blackmailing the pastor because of financial difficulties. According to him, while he was out of state, the pastor had been paying her rent, covering her phone bills, and had even provided her with a second Malibu.
What's been going on?
Just had a rough week. Last week, the car had the pastor bound. Back tire went flat.
Oh, is that what happened?
It was a slow release, so you had to keep refilling it. On Sunday, at my family lake house, she wanted to go to church. She went outside, and the front tire was flat.
Think somebody's doing it? Or you think the car's just old and the tires are bad, or what?
I don't know. Found out that whatever she got going on with the pastor.
Oh.
And when she got the car, she told me a mechanic came to pick her up, and she told me, she got a new car, we got a loaner car from the church. Recently she told me, after I kind of gave her, I told her I want to have a sit down with her, because he ended up picking her up and apparently threatened her.
The pastor threatened her? Over the car, or why?
Because she was using him. She told him she would tell. He said, you can't do this to me.
How was he using her? Like they had a relationship or something going on, you mean?
I went through her phone.
Who's her pastor? What church she goes to?
Second Baptist, right there by the bus station.
Okay.
Pastor Street.
That Sunday, an argument erupted inside Ania's apartment. What began as another conflict between two people quickly escalated into a serious confrontation. Tension that had been building for a long time finally reached a breaking point that day. The atmosphere inside the apartment was strained, and the grievances and resentment on both sides only made the situation worse. One of the ongoing sources of tension was Ania's relationship with Pastor Strickland of Second Baptist Church. That subject had repeatedly become a source of suspicion and arguments. According to people connected to the case, issues involving the pastor frequently led to emotional conversations and misunderstandings. Over time, they became one of the major sources of strain in the relationship. The pastor, who was married, also served as the local president of the NAACP. He was a well-known and respected figure in the community. His influence extended far beyond his role in the church, and his name was familiar to many people throughout the area. Because of that, any mention of him tended to attract attention, both among church members and within the broader community. Ania had started attending his church earlier that year. She became involved in the church community and participated in its activities. As time went on, her name became increasingly connected to events that would later become part of the investigation. At the time, no one could have imagined that relationships and circumstances that began within the church community would eventually find themselves at the center of a high-profile criminal case.
And I went through her phone. She tussled with me about her phone, she died on her phone. Kind of got in like a fetal position with all her knees in her hands and saw that I was a pastor and saw what he said. And, she kind of just gave up and gave her the phone. And all the time she was laughing, grinning. When she gave me the phone, she was grinning and laughing. Because she know, okay, if I do make the accusation, she could have that reaction that she had. Just think about that after we find out it's fucked up.
After detectives arrived, Donovan Lewis provided a full written confession to the killing. His statement became one of the key documents in the case. In it, he laid out his version of events in detail, beginning with the circumstances he claimed led up to the tragedy and ending with what he said happened after Ania's death. In his statement, he wrote that the tires on Ania's Malibu were constantly being flattened. According to him, the problem happened repeatedly and created serious difficulties for her. The situation became so frequent that it required ongoing repairs and additional expenses. He claimed that Pastor Strickland paid for those repairs on at least one occasion. Donovan said this was one of the factors that fueled his growing suspicions about the nature of the relationship between Ania and the pastor. After that, Strickland allegedly offered her the use of a second Malibu, which he claimed belonged to him. However, that vehicle did not solve the problem permanently. According to Donovan, the car was given to Ania for daily use after issues with her original vehicle became more frequent. Eventually, that car also began experiencing problems with flat tires and ultimately became unusable as well. Donovan claimed the same pattern seemed to repeat itself. As a result, that vehicle also stopped being a reliable means of transportation. According to Donovan, the pastor began stopping by Ania's apartment more and more often to pick her up. He said those visits became increasingly frequent, which only deepened his suspicions about their relationship. Earlier that year, Ania had also traveled to Mississippi with the pastor and other members of the church choir. The trip was fully paid for. Donovan said that trip was another reason he began paying closer attention to the interactions between Ania and the pastor. He claimed that Ania admitted to him that she was using the relationship as leverage. According to Donovan, she allegedly discussed this with him during private conversations. He further claimed that she threatened to reveal the relationship to the pastor's wife and to other people. Donovan also alleged that Strickland responded by making threats toward Ania. He claimed the tension between them continued to grow and that the situation became increasingly hostile. Around the same time he provided her with the Malibu, Donovan said Ania told him the pastor had made it clear that he was willing to harm her. According to Donovan, those words made a lasting impression on him and stayed in his memory. That Sunday, Donovan had been drinking alcohol. Ania was drawing a bath. He claimed that he was intoxicated and exhausted from lack of sleep after spending the entire night going through her phone. According to him, he had barely rested and was under intense emotional stress. He said that certain messages from Pastor Strickland particularly enraged him. Those messages, he later explained, triggered the strongest reaction. An argument broke out between them. It began as a verbal dispute, but the tension escalated quickly and emotions intensified. During the confrontation, Ania told him that she wanted him out of her life for good. She pulled out one of his suitcases and began packing his belongings into it. According to Donovan, that moment became the turning point of the argument and pushed the situation to its most intense point. He stated that this was when he struck her and rendered her unconscious. He then admitted that he went into the kitchen, took a large knife, returned to the bedroom, cut her throat, and stabbed her multiple times. During questioning, he acknowledged that those actions caused her death. He also admitted that afterward he pulled a trash bag over her head and placed her body inside the suitcase. According to his statement, that was the next step he took after the killing. He carried the suitcase to a dumpster near the guest parking area, where it remained for a period of time until he returned for it the following day. The next night, after dark, he came back in his mother's minivan. He drove to Comstock Creek on East Main near Sprinkle Road. According to his statement, he had chosen the location in advance and went there after nightfall. There, he left Anya in a deep section of the creek, weighing the suitcase down with mud and debris so it would sink to the bottom. That is how he described his actions in the written confession that later became a significant part of the criminal case file. One of Anya's friends later recalled,
"She walks into a room and you know it's Naya, like all eyes are on Naya. Like it's just always been like that. She was supposed to start summer school yesterday and it's just like heartbreaking to hear like how it happened. She didn't deserve it. She always said, if something happened to me, I don't want everybody to be sad. I don't want nobody to wear black. I want everybody to be in bright colors. Trust me, I've been crying, but that ain't what she wants. She wants us to be as happy as possible and give her the best homegoing we can."
Investigators questioned several details of Donovan's account. Although he provided his version of events and cooperated with certain aspects of the investigation, detectives did not simply accept his statements at face value. Every claim was carefully compared against the available evidence, forensic findings, and the facts established during the investigation. What concerned them most was the way the killing had allegedly taken place. That part of his story raised the greatest number of questions. Detectives wanted to determine whether the attack he described was consistent with the physical evidence recovered from the apartment. During their initial search of the residence, officers did not find the large amount of blood that would normally be expected in a fatal knife attack. That immediately caught investigators' attention. Given the nature of the injuries involved, they expected to see far more evidence supporting the sequence of events Donovan described. In fact, at first they found no obvious signs that a fatal assault had even occurred inside the apartment. On the surface, the residence did not appear to be the scene of a violent homicide. Many of the indicators investigators typically encounter in cases like this were absent, prompting them to examine every detail much more closely. However, a more thorough search revealed small but recognizable traces of blood in the hallway, on the edge of Anya's bed, and on the bedroom carpet. While the stains were limited in size, they became important pieces of evidence. For experienced forensic investigators, even seemingly minor findings can help reconstruct what happened inside a crime scene. Investigators also determined that cleaning products already present in the apartment had been used to clean certain surfaces. That discovery drew additional attention from detectives. They considered the possibility that some evidence had been intentionally removed before police arrived. Donovan had thrown away a mattress pad in a dumpster near the apartment complex. Investigators believed the item could have contained important evidence, but they were unable to locate it in time. By the time officers reached the dumpster, the trash had already been collected and removed. As a result, what may have been a significant piece of evidence was lost and could no longer be examined. He also placed the bathroom rugs in the washing machine and got rid of his clothing at his mother's house. Those actions became another part of the timeline detectives worked to reconstruct during the investigation. Anya's personal belongings, including her purse, identification, and bank cards, were discarded in a dumpster near Donovan's workplace. To investigators, those items were particularly important because personal belongings often help establish a victim's last known activities and the sequence of events following a crime. Only some of that evidence was ever recovered. Other items were lost permanently, making the investigation more difficult and limiting what could be examined later. Physical evidence was not the only part of Donovan's story detectives sought to verify. They also carefully reviewed statements from people connected to the case and examined claims that could affect their understanding of both motive and circumstance. Pastor Strickland told Kalamazoo police that Anya Mack was simply a member of his church and a participant in the church choir. According to him, there had never been any romantic relationship between them. He insisted that their interactions were strictly related to church activities and never went beyond the normal relationship between a pastor and a member of the congregation. Furthermore, during questioning, Donovan acknowledged that Ania had never directly admitted to having an affair with the pastor. He said she had only claimed to be using him for financial assistance. That detail became important to investigators because it related directly to the motives Donovan had discussed during interviews. Strickland confirmed that Ania had traveled with him to Mississippi as part of the church choir. According to him, the trip was connected to church activities and events. He said that while there, Ania met a young man she liked and began a relationship with him. The pastor claimed that because she already had a boyfriend in Kalamazoo, she kept the relationship secret. According to his account, she saved the young man's phone number under the pastor's name in her contacts in order to conceal his identity. That way, if Donovan saw the messages, he would assume they were coming from the pastor and would not suspect anything else. This was how Strickland explained the messages and contacts that later drew attention during the investigation. About a month after giving his statement, Strickland contacted police again. This time, his request was not related to the progress of the investigation, but to property that remained in law enforcement custody. He wanted to recover the white 2008 Malibu. However, a problem quickly emerged. He was unable to properly prove ownership of the vehicle. The lack of documentation immediately complicated the process and raised additional questions. Strickland stated that the car belonged to his wife, Jasmine. He claimed that he had purchased it from a man named Gustavo, but he had neither the vehicle title nor a bill of sale. Without documentation to support his claim, investigators could not establish legal ownership in a manner that would allow the vehicle to be returned.
Hello, I'm looking to speak with Pastor Strickland.
This is he.
Hi there, this is Sergeant Charles Trepa, Kalamazoo Public Safety. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. How about you, sir?
Not too bad, sir. I got a voicemail message from Chief Boyson saying that you had some questions about an automobile.
Yes, sir. One of the automobiles that was taken related to the Anaya Mack murder.
Yes, sir.
One of those vehicles belonged to my wife.
Okay.
And we are trying to recover it. We had actually misplaced the title prior to going out of town.
Okay.
And Anaya had reached out to us while we were out of town and told us that she had found the title.
Okay.
And that the title was supposed to be in the console, which I had looked in the console, I know 20 times. But anyway, she said that the title was folded up really small. So I'm thinking that this is going to be the car that you all find. It's the one that doesn't have any tinted windows or any rims on it. It's just factory.
Okay.
And it's in the console you should find, I'm hoping that she didn't take it out or put it anywhere. You should find the title in the console. Like I said, I don't know how much information that the guy had filled out on the title, because he gave me like a bill of sale, which had all the information on it.
Yes.
But I misplaced that and the title.
Yeah, I know how that goes.
In the end, ownership of the vehicle was never proven, and the car was not returned to the pastor. Despite his efforts to recover the vehicle, the question of legal ownership remained unresolved. Because there was not enough evidence to establish that the car belonged to him, it was never released back to the pastor. The dispute became yet another consequence of the events that had drawn law enforcement attention to his activities. Before long, however, that became the least of his concerns. Events began moving in a far more serious direction. New allegations that later surfaced carried much greater consequences and threatened to completely change his situation. Later that same year, 3 teenagers from his church accused him of sexual abuse. Their allegations led to a separate investigation and attracted significant attention from both law enforcement and the local community. The accusations involved incidents that, according to the alleged victims, had taken place over a period of time in circumstances where the pastor held authority and influence. Both the pastor and his wife were accused of using their positions within the church and the local school to pressure teenagers into sexual activity. Investigators examined claims that their social standing and the trust they had built among young people and members of the community may have been used to exert influence over minors. Those allegations became one of the central focuses of the investigation. One of the alleged victims said he felt unable to refuse the pastor because he depended on a vehicle the pastor had provided for his use. According to his statement, that dependence created significant pressure and greatly affected his ability to make decisions freely. He explained that this was why, in his view, he found himself in a situation where he did not feel capable of saying no to someone who held considerable influence over him.
Pastor Strickland is here. He hasn't gone anywhere. He's been here throughout this. He remains pastor at Second Baptist.
3 different things, buying teens for sex, CSC, and pandering. Can Mr. Strickland or did someone respond as
No, and no. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Didn't do it, didn't do it, didn't do it.
But given your role at the church, is it typical for you to give teens, boys in the community money?
Well, there are a lot of programs through the church that help kids out.
But does Pastor Strickland personally give kids money himself?
I don't know of any situation where that has happened.
The Michigan State Police investigation determined that the alleged crimes took place between January and May of 2018. After reviewing the evidence, witness statements, and digital records, investigators identified that period as the key timeframe in the case. Over the course of several months, law enforcement worked step by step to reconstruct the events and establish a complete picture of what had occurred. Electronic evidence played a significant role in the investigation. Text messages and photographs recovered from the victims' phones supported their accounts. Those materials became part of the evidence and allowed investigators to compare witness statements with information stored on the mobile devices. According to investigators, the content of the messages and the available photographs were consistent with the circumstances described by the alleged victims. After the major stages of the investigation were completed, the case moved closer to its legal conclusion. In February of 2023, a plea agreement was reached with prosecutors. That decision eliminated the need for a full trial on all charges and established how the case would proceed through the court system. Under the terms of the agreement, Strickland pleaded guilty to 1 count of using a motor vehicle to facilitate prostitution. After reviewing the agreement, the court issued its final ruling on the sentence. He was sentenced to 1 year in prison. With that, the criminal case came to an end through a conviction entered as part of the agreement reached between the prosecution and the defendant.
That is, during that time within the county, did you knowingly offer to sell transportation services to TH and or TJ that facilitated travel for the purpose of engaging in what would be a violation of the laws governing prostitution?
Yes.
During sentencing, the pastor continued to deny any wrongdoing, even as the legal proceedings were coming to an end, and the court was preparing to issue its final decision. He did not back away from his position. Standing before the court, he insisted that he did not consider himself guilty of the offense that had been the subject of years of investigation and legal proceedings. His comments were made during one of the most significant moments of the entire case. For those in the courtroom, it was yet another indication that he continued to reject the allegations against him despite the agreement he had reached with prosecutors. He stated that he accepted the plea agreement solely for the sake of his family. According to the pastor, concern for his loved ones was the primary reason behind that decision. He said he did not want his family to endure further hardship caused by lengthy court proceedings and continued uncertainty about the future. As a result, even while the sentence was being handed down, he maintained his version of events while explaining that his decision to enter the plea agreement was motivated by a desire to protect his family.
I'm not here today to be pious and to pretend as though I am innocent and without fault. However, I am not guilty of what I was accused of. I am glad that the 10 most heinous charges were dismissed, and eventually the prosecutors, with their backs against the wall, made a deal that I believe was too good of a deal to put my family through the risk of going through a trial. I know that that they'll use their imps and the media to try to pretend that they won in some way, or that this is some win for the prosecutor's office. This is not a win for the prosecutor's office, and it's certainly not a win for the cause of justice.
Meanwhile, Donovan Lewis agreed to show Kalamazoo police the location in Comstock Creek where he said he had left Ania. This became an important development in an investigation that had already been underway for some time and involved the careful collection of evidence. For investigators, obtaining the exact location was especially significant because it could help confirm key details of the case and reconstruct the sequence of events. Accompanied by law enforcement officers, Donovan pointed out the area of Comstock Creek that he claimed he had used to leave Ania. That information directed investigators' attention to a specific location and allowed search efforts to be focused within a defined area. For Ania's family and everyone following the case, this stage served as another painful reminder of the tragic circumstances at the center of the investigation. At the same time, it gave detectives an opportunity to verify Donovan's statements and compare them with the other evidence that had already been gathered as part of the criminal case.
It's a little bit sloped right there. Now, Donovan, did you have her on this side of the guardrail first? In a suitcase, or did you bring her all the way down here?
All the way down.
All the way down here? Okay, so you wheel her in the suitcase all the way down here? Okay. And you park back up by where the SUV is? And how do you where the white truck is? 10 feet that way. And how do you get her in the water? You just threw her in the suitcase into the water. Okay, and this is the right spot? Okay, where do you want these guys to go? Straight. Straight down?
Switch sides. The sun's not in my camera.
No problem. Yeah.
Donovan was a strong swimmer. That fact drew investigators' attention during the investigation because it could help explain some of his actions after the crime. Unlike most people, he was comfortable in the water and possessed the skills necessary to move through difficult conditions, even at night. After analysing the available evidence, investigators concluded that he had dragged the suitcase much farther into the creek, toward a deeper section filled with mud and sediment. In their view, the suitcase did not end up there by accident. Its location suggested that it had been deliberately moved as far from the shoreline as possible, into an area where it would be much harder to discover. The muddy bottom, murky water, and challenging terrain created additional obstacles for anyone searching the area. Because of the depth of the water, search crews could not safely reach the location on foot and were forced to use a rescue boat instead. Conditions in that part of the creek proved too difficult for a standard ground search. The water became deeper, and the creek bed was unstable and heavily covered in mud. As a result, investigators brought in a boat that allowed them to reach the hard-to-access area and carefully search the location where they believed the suitcase might be.
We're on camera, guys.
Yep, we're on camera.
Where are we headed?
In there.
Well, I don't think we're gonna get in there.
Okay, we're on camera.
We got a body cam.
We're on camera.
All right. Well, are we gonna be able to get this thing back there, Terry?
No, we're looking to try to somehow get the rope, and you guys, and then you're going to try to get her out.
Yep.
Here's a rope bag. Tie that off on the boat.
Yeah. Oh, I could probably
At 0920 hours, we have connected to the suitcase evidence.
All right. Do you want to get it closer? Yeah. You guys open confirm already? Yeah. Was that recorded?
Yeah, that's recorded. Yep. It just buzzed, but it was just a 4-minute buzz or whatever.
Okay. Now, when we get out, do we want to anchor that off of the back so we're not backing up upstream?
Did it stick?
I think all the way out, and then probably hand the rope back to some of them back.
Yep. I'll tie off on the way.
All right. We're almost back out in the stream.
See, that tag is loose sitting on top of there.
Going back a
It's
little
just laying there.
Tag? What tag?
The luggage tag?
Luggage tag.
Oh, okay. Okay.
John, you want to pass?
Yep.
After recovering the suitcase, investigators continued searching for the murder weapon, a large kitchen knife with a black handle. Donovan claimed that he had stuck the knife into the bank of the creek near the location where he left the suitcase. Despite clearing a substantial amount of vegetation and conducting an extensive search of the area, investigators were unable to locate the knife. However, the primary objective of the operation had been achieved. Anya's family was finally able to bring her home and lay her to rest.
Giving to other people, being about other people, was her legacy. It is her legacy, and that's what we want people to focus on.
We got a lot of love for everybody. Yeah. Oh, God.
Naya was a person about other people. Naya was about, mental health awareness. She was about autism research. She loved kids.
3 days before he was scheduled to stand trial on a charge of first-degree murder, Donovan Lewis was in the recreation yard at the Kalamazoo County Jail. He was playing football with several other inmates. After about 30 minutes, he suddenly dropped the ball and sprinted toward the perimeter fence. Donovan climbed over 2 15-foot walls, cleared a fence topped with barbed wire, then crossed another barrier lined with razor wire, and finally scaled a third fence that separated the jail grounds from Business Loop Interstate 94. He was captured a little more than 30 minutes later.
It appears that he was able to just find a spot and get over it without injuring himself. The first level is a barbed wire fence, and the second level is razor wire. The person in custody was able to get over both of those. Then they went over the barbed wire fence that contains the business loop of I-94, and the jail jumpsuit was found approximately 100 yards south of that spot.
Later, Donovan claimed that he had not been trying to avoid punishment for the killing. According to him, the real reason he escaped was concern for his family's safety. He said he had received death threats and believed that his loved ones could be in danger. However, no evidence was ever presented to support those claims. Investigators found no information that could verify his statements or indicate the existence of a genuine threat. As a result, those allegations remained only his version of events. Eventually, Donovan also pleaded guilty to the escape charge. That decision eliminated the need for a lengthy separate trial related to the incident and brought another criminal case connected to him to a close. Meanwhile, Anya's family continued to live with the consequences of the tragedy. Her loved ones did not want to endure the additional emotional trauma that a full murder trial would inevitably bring. For them, it would have meant revisiting painful memories, sitting through hours of testimony, and once again facing public discussion of the details of the case. For that reason, near the end of 2018, prosecutors offered Donovan Lewis a plea agreement on a charge of second-degree murder.
I can't imagine the hurt that I've caused. I don't even know the beginning. I just want to say sorry to the family. That's all.
When I sentence you, Mr. Lewis, I balance the principles of punishment, rehabilitation, protection of society, as well as deterrence. Particularly, you being cooperative, taking full responsibility, not minimizing your role in this, and expressing a level of remorse, a decent education. There are a lot of good things here that you had developed over your life, Mr. Lewis, and you threw all of that out the window back on June 24th. Nia Mack didn't deserve any of these things. She didn't deserve to be hit to begin with. She didn't deserve to be put unconscious. She didn't deserve to be stabbed and murdered. And her body didn't deserve to be treated less than garbage. And all of that happened because of you, nobody else.
Donovan Lewis was sentenced to a prison term of 25 to 40 years. For him, the sentence meant decades behind bars and the effective end of the life he had known before his arrest. The court found him guilty, and the sentence marked the conclusion of one of the most significant chapters of the criminal case. It was a decision that followed months of investigation, legal proceedings, and intense scrutiny of the events surrounding Anya's death. However, his legal troubles did not end there. For his escape from jail, he received an additional sentence of 17 months to 4 years in prison. That separate conviction increased the amount of time he would spend in custody and served as an additional punishment for attempting to avoid accountability. Together, the sentences ensured that he would remain incarcerated for many years to come. Once the sentence had been announced and the courtroom proceedings came to an end, attention shifted to Anya's family. For her loved ones, the case had been a source of grief, uncertainty, and emotional pain for a long time. They had endured months of waiting, countless developments in the investigation, and repeated reminders of the tragedy that had changed their lives forever. While the verdict brought a measure of legal closure, it could not undo the loss they had suffered. After the sentencing hearing, Anya's sister was asked,
Feel now with the sentence? I feel good because my sister is okay with the sentence, and so I'm okay with it.
You spoke about forgiveness, not wanting to take pain for pain, but hoping that he can live with what he's done. Can you talk about that?
Well, he have to live with it for the rest of his life. You know, whether he was sincere with what he said in the courtroom or not, he has to live with it. And I hope he can. And I meant that. I haven't forgiven him. My sister, I haven't. And in time, I'm sure I will, but not now. I'm not ready.
And talk about Anaya, because I remember when the story broke, everyone had beautiful things to say about her.
Clearly, she was one of the most loving people. She loved a monster, so that says a lot about her personality and her as a person.
I will keep your secrets. Just think of me and the pages in your diary.
The story concludes by noting that, after serving his sentence, Strickland returned to life outside prison and eventually resumed his involvement in religious ministry. According to information referenced in the case materials, he now goes by the name Dr. Floyd Strickland. Under that name, he later became the pastor of Galilee Baptist Church in Mount Olive, Mississippi. This detail attracted the attention of many people who had followed the story over the years. For some members of the public, it served as another reminder of the events that once brought him into court and made him the subject of a widely discussed criminal investigation. Although the criminal case is now part of the past, the mention of his current role illustrates the path his life took after his release. Based on the available information, he is now known as Dr. Floyd Strickland, and serves as the pastor of Galilee Baptist Church in Mount Olive, Mississippi. On the evening of September 22nd, 2023, 26-year-old tech startup CEO Pava Lapierre came home after attending the Artscape Festival in Baltimore. Surveillance cameras captured her calmly walking into the building where she both lived and worked. Just seconds later, an unknown man approached the entrance behind her. He pulled something out of his pocket. Then he said something to her through the glass door. The conversation lasted around 40 seconds, and then Pava let him inside on her own. A few minutes later, the two of them walked up together to the building's restricted rooftop. Only one of them would come back down. By Monday morning, employees at EcoMap Technologies started getting worried. It was completely unlike Pava to simply not show up for work. She lived just one floor above the office. Her apartment would later be found unlocked. Her phone would go unanswered. And then someone suggested checking the roof. That's where they found their CEO lying on her back among broken bricks, scattered teeth, and signs of a brutal beating. The medical examiner would later determine that she had been beaten in the head, strangled, and that her body had remained on the rooftop for nearly 2 days. And when investigators reviewed the surveillance footage, another disturbing detail became clear. The man who was last seen with Pava was already being sought by the Baltimore Police Department in connection with another violent assault. Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments. And now, let's keep going. Monday, September 25th, 2023, started like any other day in downtown Baltimore, Inside a building on the 300 block of West Franklin Street were the offices of EcoMap Technologies, a growing tech startup. The company, which employed more than 30 people, was the realization of Parvalaire's vision, a young, ambitious, and highly successful entrepreneur.
Hey, Pava, CEO and founder of EcoMap Technologies.
The CEO was a workaholic. She lived and breathed ecom. Growing the company was her passion, and the employees felt more like family to her than co-workers. That morning, while staff members grabbed coffee and prepared for meetings, Pava's absence from the office immediately stood out and felt deeply unusual. Their relentlessly dedicated boss was never the type to show up late. On top of that, Pava lived in the very same building. Her commute to work was nothing more than a short elevator ride down to the first floor. After being unable to find her by around 10 o'clock that morning, Ecom co-founder Sherrod Davis contacted the Baltimore Police Department.
Hi, I'm actually calling to file a missing persons report.
Okay, what is the address for the officer to come?
306 West Franklin Street. This is my co-founder. We run a business together.
Okay, and you saw him Friday, correct?
One of our other coworkers saw her on Friday.
Friday, okay. And what is her name?
Pava Lapierre.
What is it?
It's Pava Lapierre, P-A-V-A. Her middle name is Marie, and her last name is Lapierre, L-A-P-E-R-E.
25, go over 306 West Franklin Street, Suite 102. See a Sherrod Davis wants to report her co-worker is missing.
While officers were being dispatched to the building, Pava's team kept searching for her on their own. The door to her apartment was found unlocked. Inside, there was no sign of Pava anywhere. Calls to her cell phone went unanswered. Others tried accessing her emails and messages through her laptop. At the same time, everyone started comparing their memories, trying to figure out the last time anyone had heard from her. That's when someone suggested checking the roof. Kevin Carter, an EcoMap employee and one of Pava's close friends, climbed the ladder leading to the building's restricted rooftop.
Baltimore City 911 over 1223 is the address of emergency.
Yes, emergency. There's a dead body on the rooftop of 306 West Franklin.
Tell me exactly what happened, Kevin.
We filed a missing person report for my friend and boss this morning, and we just checked the rooftop of the building. I'm looking at her.
Okay, is she awake?
No.
Is she breathing?
No.
Please tell me why does it look like she's dead?
I don't want to get too far. She's.
You gotta get closer, Kevin. Why does it look like she's dead? Come on, Kevin, you got this.
Her face is. She looks like she's been dead for a couple of days, and she's partly naked. I think she was killed.
I'm sending you help, Kevin.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Are you okay?
I'm okay.
All right. Is there anything else we can do for you or your family?
Just send people right away.
Pava was found lying on her back. There were visible injuries on her head, neck, and other parts of her body. She was wearing socks, underwear, and a black and white sweater that was unbuttoned in the front. Another friend and co-worker covered her exposed chest with a jacket before officers arrived. It was a small act of dignity for a woman everyone loved and respected. Near Pava's body, investigators found a pair of red pants, 2 buttons, and a hair clip. Detectives also recovered a brick stained with what appeared to be blood. 3 teeth were found nearby as well. A short distance away, there were 2 red sneakers. Investigators believed the shoes, along with the red pants, belonged to Pava. Crime scene technicians arrived to collect physical evidence and gather DNA samples, and when the medical examiner reached the scene, it became official. Pava Lapierre was dead. Her cause of death was determined to be strangulation and blunt force trauma to the head. The medical examiner also concluded that she had likely been on the rooftop for at least 2 days. At just 26 years old, Pava had already made a name for herself in Baltimore's business community and had become a positive force in the city. Raised in Texas and later Arizona, Pava moved to Maryland after being accepted into her dream school, Johns Hopkins University. At first, she planned to become a doctor, but those ambitions quickly changed when she realized her greatest opportunity to make a large-scale impact on the world would come through business. That was where she felt she could influence the bigger picture through the many different ecosystems she was connected to. Pava began her journey in entrepreneurship by founding TCO Labs at Johns Hopkins, a student-led non-profit organization that supported students interested in starting their own businesses. From that point on, her work only continued to grow. She wanted to help all kinds of projects succeed, from small local businesses to medical students developing life-changing inventions, and every meaningful idea in between.
For as long as I can remember, I have wanted to be a doctor. Like many people, I figured that this was a way for me to make a real and meaningful difference in this world. So, for as long as I can remember, I did all of the typical pre-med things in high school. I was the president of the medical club, I was in National Honor Society, and I got into the Johns Hopkins University, the place that you go to become a pre-med. You see, I had my life entirely mapped out. You know, there are millions of people suffering every day from preventable, or rather, should be preventable problems. Needless violence, environmental devastation, severe racism, hatred, inequality, and not just in countries half a world away, but in our very own cities.
Pava's TED Talk in 2019 carried a title that would later feel both tragic and eerily prophetic. Forget about your life plan in the talk. She spoke about the flaws within society and about how the systems we build can become tools for change, helping improve the world and make people's lives better. After launching several different projects, some more successful than others, it was this core belief improving systems to create a better society that ultimately led her to found Ecom. As the company began to grow, she brought in her co-founder, Sherrod Davis, to help build the vision alongside her. By the time of her death, the two had already spent more than 2 years working together toward that shared goal.
Hi, I'm Sherrod. I'm the co-founder and COO at EcoMap.
Hi, I'm Pava. I'm the co-founder and CEO at EcoMap.
At EcoMap, we're on a mission to make information more accessible.
The problem that we're solving at EcoMap is making all of this invisible information visible.
Those efforts brought her recognition. Pava was named to Forbes' 30 Under 30 list. Employees at EcoMap spoke about her deep commitment to her family, her friends, and the community around her. They affectionately described her as a giant standing at 5'2". While investigators processed the horrifying scene on the rooftop, Ecom employees gathered downstairs. Later, they were taken to the police station for questioning. As they waited, the team kept talking about Pava, about the kind of person she was, and who could have possibly wanted her dead.
She's just like a ray of sunshine, honestly. She is very authentic. She says what she means, and she means what she says. Extremely hard worker, extremely brilliant, which is why I was so excited to work with her. Very, very passionate about the company. I mean, the company was her life. We're her family. She moved here from Arizona, went to Hopkins, and she did a couple different startup things. Ultimately landed on EcoMap. But, you know, her family is not here. So we were really like her family.
Very much a workaholic, but like truly loved it. Like building something from scratch, building a team, building a product.
How many of y'all work with Eco?
I think 32 now.
It's 32 employees, and she's the boss. Okay. Did she have a boyfriend or anything like that?
Yeah, she started dating someone a few months ago.
Okay. You know his name?
Did Pava have any enemies, anything like that?
You are a friend, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did she, express any problems with anybody, anything like that? Did you know anybody that would have been angry with her, mad with her?
No, I mean,
anybody would have wanted to harm her, anything like that?
I mean, everyone I've ever met spoke highly of her, and just, I don't know, they all seem really close to each other, and I didn't know anyone who had any ill will or anything like that.
Do you know anybody that wanted to hurt Pava?
No.
According to everyone who knew her, Pava Lepere was just as respected as she was successful. As investigators spoke with her employees, a very clear picture started to emerge. Everyone was devastated by her death, and not a single person had anything negative to say about the boss who had also been their friend. Detectives located Pava's boyfriend, a software engineer named Jeremy. Over the weekend, he had been in St. Louis on a work trip. The last message he received from Pava was sent at 10:04 on the night of Friday, September 22nd. Earlier that evening, she had attended Artscape, a major outdoor festival featuring artists, designers, and live performers. She texted him, saying it had been an incredible experience. After that, none of his later messages ever got a response. Investigators carefully reconstructed Pava's last known movements on the evening of September 22nd, trying to piece together her final hours, almost minute by minute. Every surveillance video, every timestamp, and every small detail became critical in understanding what happened that night. Ring cameras inside the Ecom Map office captured Pava saying goodbye to co-workers before leaving that evening. In the footage, everything appeared completely normal and routine. Nobody around her had any idea they were looking at the last video of Pava alive. She was wearing the same outfit she would later be found in, a black and white sweater, red pants, and red sneakers. Those details would later appear again and again throughout the investigation, surveillance footage, and police reports. For detectives, that video became one of the key pieces in the timeline of events. It helped establish the exact moment Pava was last seen alive in what seemed to be a completely normal and safe environment, only hours before the tragedy that shocked Baltimore.
Can you guys just look up? Go, and go.
By Monday morning, when Pava failed to show up for scheduled meetings and suddenly stopped responding to calls and messages, the people around her immediately knew something was wrong. To those who knew her well, that kind of behavior was completely out of character. Pava was known as someone responsible, organized, and constantly engaged with both her work and the people close to her. It quickly became clear that after leaving the Artscape Festival on Friday night, nobody had heard from her again. Her phone stayed silent, messages went unanswered, and every attempt to reach her only deepened the growing sense of panic. Kevin turned out to be the last person known to have seen Pava alive. He had been with her at the festival that evening, before the two eventually went their separate ways. For investigators, that became an important piece in reconstructing the final known hours of her life. And as more time passed without a single word from Pava, the feeling grew stronger that this was not simply a disappearance or an accidental absence. The people who knew her were beginning to fear the worst.
Like, or what? We don't know where Pava is. And like, that alone is like, that's the weirdest sentence I've ever heard. Because we always know where Pava is. She's either working, or she's talking to someone about work, or she is, doing something with her friends, which are other people that she works with.
Sharada went to step out, talk to Eden, and then he came back and rallied us all together and was like, we don't know where she is. So I'm going to call Jeremy, who's her boyfriend. And Jeremy said last year from her was Friday. Kevin also was saying how he was with her on Friday night, and like everything just kept coming back like Friday, like that was the last time anyone had heard from her.
And how long did y'all stay there?
We stayed through the set, probably 5-10 minutes after, and then I went to walk home and she went to walk home.
Was the dog there? What was it like?
Yeah, it was. It was lit up because it was artscape. There's a lot of like stuff happening still, but it was like 10 o'clock. So.
Okay, so it was nighttime.
It was nighttime, yeah.
Okay. So you didn't walk with her home?
No.
Okay. Did she say what she was going to do?
I assumed she was just heading home to sleep. She said she was about to work for like 12 hours the next day doing some engineering. So that was like basically her whole weekend plan.
Did she say she was going to meet anybody?
It was clear that night that Pava had returned to the building on West Franklin Street. Surveillance footage and evidence collected by investigators allowed them to reconstruct her final movements before her death with surprising precision. But the biggest question still had no answer. How and why did she end up on the rooftop, an area that was closed off to the public? For investigators, that became one of the most important and disturbing aspects of the entire case. The roof was not a place people wandered onto by accident. Access to it was restricted, and the location itself was relatively isolated from the rest of the building's residents. Because of that, detectives became convinced that Pava had not ended up there on her own. The investigation slowly began focusing on who had been with her during the final moments of her life, and what exactly happened between the time she returned to the building and the brutal attack on the rooftop. And very quickly, investigators turned their attention to the man surveillance cameras had captured standing beside Pava that night.
Maybe it was Kevin, maybe it was me, but somebody was like, "Do you think maybe she's on the roof?" Because Pava likes to go on the roof sometimes. And it's like a very Pava thing to do, to come home and she loved her view and loved either from her window or going up on the roof sometimes.
Going up there, she would take team members up there, like, "Have you been to the roof yet? Oh, okay, let's go."
Like she's gone on the roof before to just hang out. She loves the Baltimore skyline from there. So we thought maybe post Artscape, maybe she wanted to see what like Artscape looked like from the roof.
Surveillance cameras near the main entrance of the building on West Franklin Street captured Pava returning home after the Artscape Festival at around 10:30 on Friday night. She casually walked up to the entrance, looking almost carefree after spending the evening with friends. Pava glanced back in the direction she had come from, then looked across the street one more time before stepping inside the building. Investigators would later determine that after saying goodbye to her friends, a man approached her on the street and began following her home. Just seconds after Pava entered the building, the man quickly came up the stairs behind her. He peered through the glass into the lobby, where Pava was sitting on a couch just beyond the doors. The man pulled something out of his pocket and motioned for Pava to come closer to the entrance. The cameras did not record audio. The two spoke near the doorway for around 40 seconds. Whatever the man said apparently convinced Pava that he could be trusted. Cameras captured her making a friendly gesture, inviting him inside the building. After that, the two went up to the rooftop together. The surveillance timestamp showed 10:34 p.m. when the man entered the building. Then, at 11:09 p.m., roughly half an hour later, the entrance camera captured him again. He was leaving the building carrying the same backpack, but the grey hoodie he had been wearing earlier was now gone. Before walking away, he briefly looked around and then calmly disappeared into the darkness of the night. Investigators were able to identify the man from the surveillance footage very quickly, partly because the Baltimore Police Department was already actively searching for him in connection with another extremely violent attack that had happened just 3 days earlier. To detectives, his face was already familiar. 32-year-old Jason Billingsley worked as a maintenance technician at a building on Edmondson Avenue. That job gave him access to residents' apartments and allowed him to move throughout the property without drawing much suspicion. According to investigators, on September 19th, Jason used his position to gain entry into a building where a young couple, April Hurley and her boyfriend Jonte Gilmore, rented an apartment. Reports say he repeatedly pounded on their front door, claiming there had been a water leak in the kitchen that needed immediate attention. When April opened the door, Jason allegedly forced his way inside. What happened next, according to investigators, turned into a nightmare. Authorities say he tied the couple up with tape, attacked April, and slit her throat. Investigators also allege that Jason then poured gasoline on both victims and set the building on fire while leaving them trapped inside. Despite the brutality of the attack, the couple somehow survived. April managed to escape through a small basement window while suffering severe injuries. She then went back to help rescue Jonte from the chaos, smoke, and flames. Both suffered second and third-degree burns and were rushed to the hospital in critical condition. Detectives quickly uncovered multiple pieces of evidence linking Jason Billingsley to that attack. Investigators recovered a knife, handcuffs, tape, and a hoodie at the scene, items police said belonged to him. In addition to that, both April and Jonte personally knew Jason because he worked in their building. By the time surveillance cameras captured Jason with Pava on the night of her death, police were already searching for him under an active warrant. That fact later became the center of intense public criticism and debate. Some people argued that the search efforts had not been aggressive enough, and that the public had not been properly warned about the danger. Information about the search for Jason only became public after he was also identified as the main suspect in the murder of Pava Lapierre. The police commissioner later stated that publicly announcing the manhunt complicated the operation because Jason now knew law enforcement was actively hunting for him. But once investigators connected Jason to being inside the building with Pava that night, there was no longer any way to keep the information from the public. Fear and tension across Baltimore escalated rapidly as people realized that an extremely dangerous violent offender was still out on the streets.
This individual will kill and he will rape. He will do anything he can to cause harm. So please be aware of your surroundings. Every single police officer in Baltimore City, the state of Maryland, as well as the U.S. Marshals are looking for you. We will find you.
The Baltimore Police Department tracked Jason Billingsley down and determined that he was at a train station in Bowie. According to investigators, he was heading to his sister's home in an attempt to leave Baltimore after the city had already been flooded with news about Pava's brutal murder. A task force with the United States Marshals Service arrested him on September 27th, just 2 days after Pava's body was discovered on the rooftop. The search had unfolded under intense pressure and urgency because law enforcement considered Jason extremely dangerous. Despite the seriousness of the allegations and the scale of the investigation, the arrest itself happened without incident. Jason was taken into custody without resisting. After his arrest, officers read him his Miranda rights, the standard warning informing him of his right to remain silent and his right to an attorney. According to investigators, Jason confirmed that he understood those rights. He initialed each section of the document and then officially waived his right to remain silent, agreeing to speak with detectives. It was after that moment that the interrogation began, an interview that would later become one of the key turning points in the entire investigation.
You went in there fully clothed and you came out there partially clothed, right? And we found a white female dead up on the roof. And you're being charged with that murder. Let me ask you this. Were you at 306? That is the address, right? Yeah, 306. 306 West Franklin Street? You're not answering that? Okay.
Detectives almost immediately began confronting him with evidence tied to Pava's murder. They didn't waste time with small talk or long introductions. Investigators already had enough information to slowly lay out a detailed picture of what had happened that night. During the interrogation, they walked through the facts step by step, comparing timelines, surveillance footage, and witness statements gathered throughout the investigation. The atmosphere inside the room became increasingly tense as detectives made it clear that they already knew far more than Jason probably realized. They repeatedly emphasized that Jason had been seen with Pava shortly before her death and that he was the last known person to go up to the rooftop with her. With every new piece of evidence, his ability to deny involvement grew smaller and smaller. According to investigators, the interrogation gradually turned into intense psychological pressure built entirely around facts Jason could no longer simply brush aside.
It's so f***ed up that my own sister set me up, though. To get caught tonight, that's crazy.
That's crazy. Let me tell you what's crazy. What's crazy is this young lady was a pillar in the community, going into her apartment, trying to make her life better and the lives better for everybody around her. She fought for Black Lives Matter. She fought for police injustice, right? She fought for all of that. She was an advocate for all of that. And the very thing and the very people she fought for, she died at the hands of this guy right here. She died at the hands of this guy here, the guy that she would advocate for. The guy, so that's what's f***ed up. Ecomat technology stands against systemic racism, bigotry, in a police state that criminalizes black bodies. That's what she promoted. That's what she was about. That's why she trusted and wasn't biased and trusted that you would be an honorable person and let you in the building.
Reports say Jason Billingsley had a difficult and unstable childhood. He was separated from his 5 brothers and sisters at a young age and placed into foster care. People familiar with his background later said troubling behavior began showing up very early in his life. Over the years, those problems only escalated, eventually turning into a long and serious criminal history. The first records connected to his crimes date back to 2009. Over the following years, Jason built up an extensive list of convictions ranging from assaults and violent behavior to robberies and other serious crimes. His name appeared more and more frequently in police reports and court records. In 2015, he was sentenced to 14 years in prison after the brutal sexual assault of a young woman he personally knew. Details from that case were so disturbing that it became one of the most serious incidents in his criminal past. Following that conviction, Jason was officially classified as a sex offender. However, in October of 2022, Jason was released early after receiving what are known as good time credits, a system designed to reduce prison sentences for good behavior behind bars. The program was intended to encourage discipline among inmates, allowing accumulated credits to automatically shorten prison terms without requiring a separate parole board decision. In Jason's case, that decision sparked major outrage after his arrest. The parole board had reportedly denied his release twice, officially determining that he still posed a danger to the public. Despite that, the good time credit system ultimately allowed him to leave prison before completing his full sentence. For nearly an hour, detectives repeatedly confronted Jason with facts gathered during the investigation. Step by step, they reconstructed the events of that night, pressuring him with evidence and inconsistencies in his statements. Investigators knew he had followed Parva. They knew she was the one who let him into the building, and they knew the two of them went up to the rooftop together, but only one of them came back down.
And guess what? We only saw one person come down off that roof. And guess who it was? This guy. And when he came down, this is how he was dressed. But when he went in, he had on a hoodie, backpack, and everything.
The question that finally got Jason to start talking was surprisingly simple. It wasn't about complicated evidence, forensic reports, or technical details from the investigation. Detectives asked him just one thing: what exactly did he say to Parva at the door that convinced her to let him into the building? That brief moment, lasting only a few seconds, ultimately became fatal. One interaction at the entrance, one short conversation, one decision to trust the person standing in front of her. And in the end, that decision led to her death. For investigators, the question was incredibly important because it could explain how Jason gained access to the building and why Parva did not recognize him as a threat in that moment. According to detectives, the atmosphere inside the interrogation room noticeably shifted after that question was asked. Jason began talking more openly than before, and investigators realized they were getting closer to understanding one of the key missing pieces of what happened that night.
I wanted to talk to you for. So why
somebody you want to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I said.
Mm-hmm. And what did she say?
She opened the door.
Mm-hmm. So you said, I wanted to talk to you for a minute. But what made you first think that you wanted to talk to her? Where did you see her at first?
Walking up the street.
Did you say anything to her at that point?
No, she had stopped and said something to me. She was drunk a little bit.
Okay. And what did she say?
So it was something like something funny or something, I don't know.
A little joke or something?
Yeah, like a little joke.
Mm-hmm.
She left. I followed. I went and asked her why she don't talk to me for a little bit more. And she opened the door. We went up to the roof.
What made you all go to the roof?
She brought it up.
What'd she say?
She said, come on, I want to show you something.
Mm-hmm.
And we went.
Okay. And how did you get up to the roof?
The ladder.
Okay. And once you got up on the roof, what happened?
She was talking for a little bit.
Mm-hmm. What was she talking about?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. What were you talking about?
Nothing.
Okay.
Just.
And then what happened?
Just blacked out.
Jason's claim that he had supposedly blacked out during the actual attack was immediately met with heavy skepticism from detectives. During the interrogation, investigators noticed that he remembered the events before and after the murder far too clearly. Jason described in detail how he met Parva on the street, how he followed her home, how they spoke to each other, and how he left the rooftop after the attack. For investigators, that became a major detail. His own statements showed that he was aware of the situation and understood the sequence of his actions. Everything pointed to the conclusion that Jason knew exactly what he was doing at the time of the murder. Detectives saw no signs that he had completely lost control or genuinely forgotten what happened. In fact, the overall picture investigators pieced together appeared calculated and deliberate. Because of that, they almost immediately rejected the idea that he had suddenly blacked out. At the same time, Jason never managed to clearly explain the motive behind his actions. He claimed he had no specific intention or reason to attack Parva. According to him, by the time they went up to the rooftop, he was already struggling internally with violent thoughts and dark impulses that he supposedly had been trying to suppress. But in the end, he gave in to them.
I don't know, we got on the roof. I don't know, it was like something in my head, like just one person saying, don't do it. One person saying, don't do it. Don't do it, you got too much going on. And then like this demon, like, it was just like, it seemed like it was just waiting to just be let out or something like that.
But when you were her, what was your intentions?
I don't know. I ain't like thinking about none of that till after. Like, I asked myself, like, why I do it? And I don't know why I do it. Why I did it. I don't know, like my conscience and everything else was saying, just go right downstairs. Just go right downstairs. And then I don't know, it was just something that just had to do it.
Jason admitted that he used the blood-stained brick found at the crime scene to beat Parva. That horrifying piece of evidence became one of the key elements of the investigation and further highlighted the extreme brutality of the attack. But despite the confession itself, Jason provided almost no additional details about what happened that night. He did not explain his actions, describe a motive, or talk about the final moments of the assault. For investigators, and for Pava's family, that left even more painful questions unanswered. Parts of what happened that night remained known only to one person, Jason Billingsley himself. When detectives shifted the interrogation toward the earlier attack involving April and Jonte, the brutal attempted murder, assault, and arson case, Jason denied everything. Despite the severity of the accusations and the devastating injuries suffered by the victims, he refused to take responsibility for those events. That selective confession only made the case even more disturbing and created the impression that Jason was carefully controlling the information he chose to share with investigators. For many people, it became yet another deeply unsettling aspect of the case, a mix of partial admission and complete denial surrounding multiple violent crimes.
I'm gonna ask you straight up. I'm gonna look at you in your face. Has there been another time that you blacked out?
No.
And maybe you had did something that you aren't so proud of?
Man, I'll be my life.
I'm talking about within the last couple weeks.
No.
Okay.
The fact that I'm sitting here in front of you guys today is honestly a miracle. Sometimes it's still unbelievable that I'm here. Jason Billingsley literally tried to take my life. He tried to take my life, and this could have been prevented.
At first, Jason pleaded not guilty to the long list of charges filed against him. Despite the overwhelming amount of evidence and the intense public attention surrounding the case, his defense team attempted to challenge key parts of the investigation. Jason's attorney argued that the confession he gave to the Baltimore Police Department regarding Pava's murder had been obtained under pressure. According to the defense, Jason did not fully understand his rights during the interrogation and was not completely aware of the legal consequences of his statements. Those claims became part of an ongoing legal battle that only intensified public focus on the case. While prosecutors and defense attorneys continued fighting in court, the victims' families were dealing with their own battle outside the criminal proceedings. For them, the case was never just about securing a conviction. They were trying to understand how someone with Jason's history had ever been placed in a position where he had access to potential victims in the first place. April Hurley later filed a lawsuit against her landlord and the property management company. The lawsuit claimed they failed to properly screen Jason Billingsley when hiring him as a maintenance worker, despite his status as a convicted sex offender. According to April, that decision gave him access to the building where she lived and ultimately created the conditions that led to the horrific attack. The lawsuit once again brought attention to questions surrounding corporate and employer responsibility, especially when it comes to hiring individuals with dangerous criminal histories who are given access to residential buildings and private spaces.
And we are here to announce that today, a Baltimore City jury awarded April and Jonte Gilmore a $21.5 million verdict against Eden's Homes LLC and Property Pals LLC for failing utterly to do any background research on Jason Billingsley, a terrible, terrible, repeat violent sex offender.
Pava's parents, Frank and Caroline Lear, also spoke publicly about what they described as the tragic and entirely preventable nature of Jason Billingsley's crimes. In multiple public statements, they emphasized that the tragedy might never have happened if the system had stopped someone with such a violent past much earlier. Their words reflected deep grief, frustration, and the painful realization that their daughter's life could potentially have been saved. After Pava's death, her parents began actively campaigning for the passage of the Pava-Marie Lapierre Act. Their goal was not only to push for legal reform, but also to do everything possible to prevent other families from experiencing the same nightmare. The proposed law aimed to eliminate early release through good time credits for individuals convicted of first-degree sexual offenses. In the eyes of Pava's family and many supporters of the initiative, programs that allowed violent offenders to shorten their prison sentences could create serious risks for public safety by allowing especially dangerous criminals back onto the streets earlier than expected. For Frank and Caroline, that fight became a way to preserve their daughter's memory and give meaning to a tragedy that permanently changed their lives.
I greet you as the proud father of Pava Marie Lepere, my only daughter, and the latest victim of Jason Billingsley. However, Pava was not his only victim. Her grieving mother, Caroline, and her loving brother, Nico, are also victims. The first violent crime which has been stated, which he pled guilty for and was convicted and sentenced to 30 years in prison for, happened in 2015, and yet he was released early, in October of 2022. And Governor Moore has stated emphatically on multiple occasions that the system failed Pava. It's time to change that system.
Of course I struggle here, because I've never had a more profound loss. It's hard to talk, focus, get up every day. But I have an important mission. I'm here for 2 reasons. Preserve the legacy of Pava Marie Lepere, and please, all of us, we need to prevent the violence in our society through whatever means available.
In May of 2024, the Pava Marie Lepere Act was officially signed into law and went into effect. The legislation, created in response to this tragedy, was designed to protect innocent people from repeat violent offenders and help prevent similar cases from happening again. For many people, it became more than just a legal reform. It became a symbol that Pava's death would not be forgotten. On that same day, another law, inspired by Pava's story, also took effect. The Pava-Lier Legacy of Innovation Act established special grants for student entrepreneurs in Baltimore. The decision carried special meaning because Pava was remembered as a talented, ambitious, and deeply driven woman who wanted to create opportunities not only for herself, but for others as well. Johns Hopkins University also chose to honor her memory in a similar way. The university renamed Fast Forward U, an innovation hub located in Baltimore's Remington neighborhood, to the Pava Marie Lepere Center for Entrepreneurship. For many people, it was a sign that her name would forever remain part of the city and the community she inspired during her life. In the end, Jason Billingsley reached plea agreements in both cases. He received 2 life sentences for the rape, torture, and attempted murder of April Hurley, as well as the attempted murder of Jonte Gilmore. Court records and the horrifying details of those crimes once again revealed the extreme level of violence involved in the attacks. For the murder of Pava Lepere, he received another life sentence to be served consecutively with the previous ones. In effect, the court made it clear that he would almost certainly never have the opportunity to return to a normal life. Technically, Jason could become eligible for parole after serving 60 years in prison, at which point he would be around 93 years old. But prosecutors and legal experts stated that the chances of him ever being released are extremely small. For many people, that provided at least some small sense of safety after everything that had happened. Maybe, in some way, justice was finally served. But no sentence can fill the emptiness left behind by this tragedy. Nothing can erase the pain and grief carried by Pava's family and loved ones. And nothing can ever bring back the impact Pava might have had if she had been allowed to live the life she truly deserved.
Acceptable justice may have been served today, but it will never fill the void, erase the grief, or replace the impact that Pava would have had given the full life that she so deserved. I know that he did Billingsley.
And that was the tragic case of Pavel Lapierre, a story that shocked countless people and left behind more questions than answers. It was a case that sparked waves of discussion, fear, and heartbreak among those who followed the investigation from the very beginning. What happened felt almost impossible to comprehend, especially because of the brutality of the circumstances and the disturbing details that slowly emerged throughout the investigation. This case remained deeply etched in the minds of people who heard about it even once. And even today, for many, the name Pavel Lapierre is still associated with one of the most tragic and deeply unsettling stories of that time. May 9th, 2019. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a quiet neighborhood in Kenosha, 15-year-old Kay Jugger had just gotten home from school with her mother. Music was playing through the house. They were joking around, dancing, and just going about their normal day. But someone had already been watching the house. Later, security cameras would capture a figure in a hoodie dressed completely in black. The person left a bicycle near the park, walked along the neighboring houses, and entered through the open garage door. Just over a minute passed. Then the gunshots started. First one, a few seconds later, another, then another, and another. 7 shots in total. Kay's mother hid inside the bathroom and called 911, convinced the shooter was still inside the house. But before that, she managed to see the person clearly, and she recognized him immediately. Her daughter's ex-boyfriend. She begged him to stop. He gave only one response. No, I have to. And then he pulled the trigger again. Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments. And now, let's keep going. A doorbell camera across the street captured the sound of the gunshots. 7 shots echoed through what was usually a quiet, peaceful neighborhood. Moments later, the hooded figure ran from the scene. Inside the house, mother and daughter were left fighting for their lives. Around 2 o'clock that Thursday afternoon, on May 9th, 2019, Stephanie Jugger left her home in Kenosha to pick up her 15-year-old daughter Kay from school. Stephanie ran a photography business out of their home, which meant she was usually able to drive her daughter to and from school herself. She and her husband Nick had 3 children. Their oldest son, Tyler, had already moved out. Their youngest, 11-year-old Mason, was attending a local elementary school. At around 2:20 in the afternoon, Stephanie and Kay pulled into the driveway, opened the garage, and went inside. Once they got home, they turned on music. It was their time together. That part of the day when the house belonged only to the 2 of them, they danced, laughed, and joked around. A few minutes after getting home, Kay went to her room to get ready for her shift at her part-time job. Stephanie went into the master bathroom to finish drying her hair. Then, exactly at 3 o'clock, the sound of gunshots broke through the noise of the hairdryer, followed immediately by screams. At 3:02 p.m., Stephanie called 911. Locked inside the master bedroom, Stephanie had no idea how badly Kay had been injured. She was too afraid to leave the room, believing the shooter could still be somewhere inside the house. But one thing she felt certain about was who had pulled the trigger: her daughter's ex-boyfriend.
You said it's her ex-boyfriend? Yeah. Do you know where he is? No, I don't think I'm losing my feet for what? Okay, how old are you? I'm 48, 39. Oh my God. I need your help. Please. I'm getting you help. You don't know where he is? No, I'm not together. Okay, you think he could offer me? I don't know where he is.
Stephanie couldn't know for sure, although investigators would later determine that the shooter had already fled the house before the 911 call was made. The attack was already over. Not knowing that, Stephanie finally left the safety of the bathroom and ran back to Kay's room. There, she found her daughter lying on the floor.
She's in the bedroom? Okay, what is his name again? Marquis Phillips. F-U-L-L-E-R? Marquis Phillips. You're be a foot and he's on foot, you know? There's a lot of people coming. A lot. They're gonna come help you, okay? Oh my God. How old is this Marquis? 15. 15? Yes.
Deputies from the Kenosha County Sheriff's Department arrived at the house within minutes, along with EMTs. They found Stephanie Jugger inside the bedroom next to Kay. Stephanie had been shot in the left arm just above the wrist. Another bullet had struck her in the right side of her body. Even with those injuries, she was desperately trying to save her daughter's life by performing CPR. Kay was carried out onto the front lawn so emergency crews could begin treatment, while Stephanie was rushed to a nearby hospital just a few blocks away. But despite how quickly paramedics responded and how close the hospital was, Kay's injuries were far too severe. She was pronounced dead at the scene. The Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office later found that she had suffered 4 gunshot wounds to the chest and a 5th to the head. Medical staff would later say that even if a full surgical team had been standing inside Kay's room the exact moment the shooting started, there still would have been no way to save her. Stephanie Jugger survived the attack after undergoing multiple surgeries to her arm, chest, and abdomen. As soon as she was physically able to speak with detectives, she described what happened in the final seconds before she was shot. She said she first heard a horrifying scream, followed by a loud gunshot coming from her daughter's room. Stephanie ran to see what had happened, and standing in the doorway, she saw her daughter's ex-boyfriend, 15-year-old Martis Fuller. Then, she begged him, "You don't have to do this." He answered, "No, I have to." After that, he raised the gun toward her chest and fired. Stephanie managed to retreat behind the bedroom door, but the shooter followed her and kicked the door open. Then, he fired again. Backing farther into the master bedroom, she was finally able to lock herself inside the bathroom. From there, Stephanie made 2 phone calls. The first was to her husband. The second was to 911. Inside the house, investigators initially recovered 6 shell casings. Later, they determined there had actually been 7 shots fired, and the final casing was eventually found beneath a console table near the bottom of the stairs. There were drops of blood on the staircase, along with a single bullet. At the upstairs landing near the bedrooms, shattered furniture became part of the crime scene after officers forced open one of the locked bedroom doors to make sure the shooter was not hiding inside. He wasn't there. Martis Fuller, if he was in fact the gunman, had already fled before police arrived. Inside Kay's bedroom, a cluster of shell casings near the mirror, partially buried in the carpet, showed investigators where the shooting had started. The downward angle of the gunfire led detectives to pull back a section of carpet near where Kay had collapsed. Underneath it, they found a bullet lodged deep in the wooden floor. Investigators believed the final shot had been fired at close range while the shooter was standing directly over her. On the sidewalk between the Jugger home and Horizon Park, detectives found a single bullet matching the type used in the shooting. They believed it had accidentally been dropped on the way to the house before the attack. 15-year-old Kay Jugger was a member of her school's cheerleading team. She also played softball and was an honor student at Bradford High School. Kay excelled at everything she did. She loved life, and she was passionate about music and dancing. In the middle of their grief, friends and family kept coming back to one thing: Kay's unforgettable laugh. She would start telling a joke, then completely lose it halfway through and burst into uncontrollable laughter so hard that everyone around her would end up crying from laughing before she even finished the story. It was impossible not to get pulled into Kay's joy and laughter.
She would always make a room light up with her smile anytime, or her laugh. Her laugh is, you can always remember her laugh. I can hear it all the time. You know, it's very memorable.
She was such a loving person. Kaylee loved cheer. She loved being with her friends. She was just a bubbly person. She made everything a great time.
The cheerleaders who had performed alongside Kay wanted to honour their friend with a special routine, followed by a moment of silence. At first, the local school board blocked the memorial, saying they could not allow it for legal reasons. The situation was complicated because 2 students from the same school were connected to the case, Kay and Martis, and school officials did not want it to appear as though they were taking sides.
My wife was shot, trying to give CPR to my daughter who was murdered. And they can't do a moment of silence or a 5-minute cheer? Ridiculous.
After a wave of backlash over the decision, the school changed its position and the memorial was ultimately allowed to take place.
Glad this was able to happen, and I'm glad to see that everyone came out for Kaylee and that I love her and that I'll always miss her.
Right after the murder, the shooter, believed to be Martis Fuller, fled the scene. Even though everything happened fast and in complete chaos, Stephanie Jugger had every reason to be confident in her identification. Martis had become part of the Jugger family's life about a year before the tragedy. When Kay first brought her new boyfriend home, he was generally welcomed by the family. Stephanie later said he seemed like a good kid at the time, an athlete with plans for college and what looked like a stable future ahead of him. Martis played basketball and was the quarterback for his school's football team, while Kay had joined the cheerleading squad. To everyone around them, they looked like the perfect young couple. Over the next 10 months, Martis ate dinner at the Jugger house 2 or 3 times a week. He stayed over to watch movies with the family, attended football games for Kay's younger brother Mason, and even spent major holidays, including Christmas, with the Jugger family. But over time, the relationship between the teenagers started becoming unhealthy. Martis seemed to want constant control over his contact with Kay. Even when she was home, she would keep him on video calls while doing homework, watching TV, or texting friends. If she went anywhere without him, he would repeatedly call and message her non-stop, even after Stephanie sat him down and explained that his behavior was disrupting the peace inside their family. He brushed her concerns aside, laughed it off, and kept calling anyway. At the same time, typical teenage rumors were spreading all over social media. Kay heard accusations that Martis was spending time with another girl, and from there, it seemed like Martis started accusing Kay of doing the exact same thing. During the summer before the murder, one of Martis's friends messaged him saying, "Weren't you hanging out with another girl just yesterday?" Kay deserves better. On X, which was still called Twitter at the time, Kay posted, "I didn't even do anything. You never believe me. I swear to God, I'm so sick of this already." The alleged third party later replied, "Me or Kay?" And then she added, "Wait, seriously? You were cheating on both of us? And the crazy part is, he was with me at school yesterday." Martis's controlling behavior kept getting more aggressive. One incident inside the halls of Bradford High School took a disturbing turn when Martis blocked Kay's path and demanded that she hand over her phone. School security had to step in to calm the situation and physically restrain him. Afterward, Kay was left in tears. Following that incident, the school ordered Martis to stay away from her. Their class schedules were changed, and an official agreement was put in place. One more outburst like that, and he would be expelled. No sports teams, no chance at a scholarship. He was forbidden from having any contact with Kaya Jugger. In February, he violated that agreement. Martis cornered Kaya again, and this time, teachers witnessed the incident themselves. Everything was captured on surveillance cameras, but Martis still denied it happened. He was expelled from school, and according to witnesses, he was furious. By spring, Kay had completely ended the relationship. At first, she downplayed what had happened at school because she did not want to drag him deeper into trouble. But after the expulsion, she finally reached her breaking point. She posted online about someone believed to be Martis, writing that he was taking advantage of her. "Start respecting yourself, and stop letting people treat you like this," she wrote. In response, her ex-boyfriend began obsessively following almost every move she made. On X, Kay posted, "Keep watching, baby." People saw him pacing back and forth outside the Jugger house after school. Sometimes, he would quietly stand outside, late at night, staring through Kay's bedroom window while the family slept inside, and the phone calls never stopped. Eventually, Kay blocked his number. Martis started calling her from his friends' phones instead. Sometimes the friends would briefly talk to her first, then hand the phone over to him. Kay started blocking those numbers too. Whenever she went out with friends, they agreed not to post selfies online or reveal where they were. They stopped sharing plans on social media because they were afraid Martis would see it and show up uninvited. At just 15 years old, Kay ended up quitting her first job at a local laundromat because she no longer felt safe being there alone. The business owner tried to help however he could. Martis's number was blocked on the work phone, and Kay was allowed to keep the doors locked whenever she worked by herself, only opening them when customers knocked. But even with all those precautions, she lived in constant fear. In April, she sent a message to her first employer saying, "Brian, thank you for giving me the opportunity to work here. I really appreciate you hiring me for my first job. Unfortunately, because of a situation happening in my personal life, I need to find work somewhere with more people around, and somewhere he won't know where I work for my own safety." Kay eventually found a new job and hoped her ex-boyfriend would never figure out where it was. Immediately after the shooting, police in Kenosha launched a large-scale search for the 15-year-old suspect. Investigators learned that he had not been living at his mother's house for several weeks. Instead, he had been moving from one friend's home to another, staying wherever he could. When detectives spoke with his mother, Elise Fuller, she insisted her son could not have been the shooter, because he had supposedly been at her house from noon until 3 o'clock that afternoon, the exact time the murder took place. But Martis's girlfriend, Alexis, gave police a completely different version of events. She told investigators that Martis had spent the night at her house. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, she dropped him off near another friend's home, only about 10 blocks from the Jugger residence. Later, Martis asked her to pick him up from roughly the same area around 3:30. When she did, he was wearing the same clothes, but his white sneakers were now extremely dirty, and he looked visibly shaken. The following morning, Kenosha Police Department received a call from Martis's cousin, Annis Andrews, who lived in Racine. She said that, to her surprise, her younger cousin had suddenly shown up outside her home late the night before, around 9 o'clock. She let him stay for a few hours so he could see family members, but when he still refused to leave, she finally turned him into police.
You know what you gotta do. You can't keep waiting. You can't keep standing around here. I know you want to see your family and everything, but the time is almost up. Anything could happen to you at this point. He really didn't want to speak on the situation. I was just trying to calm him down and just trying to figure out what was going on in your mind that you did something like that. Because I know my cousin, he's 15 years old. He is not that type of person. I wouldn't wish this on nobody, and I feel like how I am with both sides of the family. I wouldn't want my 16-year-old daughter getting shot and killed in her own home, and my 15-year-old cousin might get sentenced for life. So right now, it's just, my head is everywhere.
At first, Ananise told police only that she knew authorities were searching for her cousin, which was why she turned him in. Even then, she said she did not believe he was capable of what he was being accused of. As detectives walked her out of the station, they spoke to her not just as a witness, but as a mother. They asked how she would feel if it had been one of her own children, if her 6-year-old son or her 4-year-old daughter had been murdered inside their own home. Those words stayed with Ananise. After thinking about it, she told detectives she had more to say. They went back inside the station and sat down for another interview. That was when she revealed that her cousin had essentially confessed the entire crime to her the night before. Surveillance cameras around the neighborhood captured a timeline on the day of the murder that closely matched the information Ananise had already given police. Shortly before 2 o'clock, Alexis dropped Martis off near his friend's house in a neighborhood not far from the Jugger home. An indoor security camera captured him standing near the front door, wearing dark jeans, a grey hoodie, white sneakers, and a black backpack. Not long afterward, he was seen leaving the house on a bicycle. Between his friend's house and the Jugger residence, was another home equipped with a doorbell camera. That camera recorded someone riding a bike westbound toward Kay's house, wearing a grey hoodie, dark pants, white sneakers, and a backpack. Across from the Jugger home sat Horizon Park, a large open park with playgrounds, walking paths, and sports fields. Trees lined the road nearby. Hidden among those trees, someone would have a clear view of the front of the Jugger house. According to Ananise, Martis left the bike among the trees, changed clothes, and began watching the house. She said he later admitted that his original plan had only been to go inside and shoot Kay once, maybe twice. He told his cousin that he watched Stephanie and Kay arrive home and enter through the garage. He knew their routine. He knew Nick would still be at work and that Mason would still be at school. Another security camera across the street later captured a figure now dressed entirely in black and no longer carrying the backpack, although the white sneakers remained the same. The person moved along the sides of neighbouring houses and walked directly beneath a camera mounted near the corner of the Jugger garage before entering through the open garage door. Even if the Jugger family's home security system had been working that day, which it was not, investigators believed the route chosen by the attacker would likely have kept him out of view of their cameras anyway. Just over a minute passed after the person entered the house, nearly 90 seconds before the gunshots began. First came a single shot. 16 seconds later, another. Then the remaining shots came rapidly, one after another. 7 shots total. The attacker spent about 3 minutes and 40 seconds inside the house altogether. Cameras then captured the figure running out through the garage and speeding back down the street toward Horizon Park. The same Nest camera that had recorded the hooded rider calmly passing the house earlier that afternoon, taking about 8 seconds to move through frame, captured the cyclist again. This time, the rider flew past in the opposite direction in only 2 seconds. The returning figure was once again wearing the grey hoodie, leading investigators to believe Martis had changed back into his original clothes before escaping. Just as Ananise described, the return trip was captured at 3:04 p.m., only 2 minutes after Stephanie managed to call 911. Martis Fuller was charged with first-degree intentional homicide and attempted first-degree intentional homicide. His trial was scheduled to begin in February of 2020. But even before the case reached court, Martis found himself facing new trouble. Prosecutors claimed that, with help from certain family members, he had attempted to interfere with potential jurors.
We were monitoring some jail phone calls from the defendant. The allegation is that the defendant got the names off of a chart of the potential jurors, that the defendant then memorized those names and made some assumptions about who was related to those individuals, and then began to try to contact people to get in touch with them. The supreme seriousness of something like that is that it really deals with the whole integrity of a jury trial.
Around that same time, during one of the pre-trial hearings, Martis's mother, Elise Fuller, was arrested after an emotional outburst inside the courtroom. Following a heated confrontation, authorities planned to charge her with obstructing an officer. Exactly what she yelled during the incident was never publicly released. The murder trial eventually began in May.
On May 9th of 2019, the unimaginable happened to the Juga family. A person that they shared Christmas Day with, that they opened their home and their hearts to, and let him share time with their precious daughter, took her life. And he looked at Stephanie Juga in the face after all their time together and tried to take her life too. And when she tried to reason with him, he told her, "Yes, I do," and shot her twice.
Between March and May of 2019, Martis Fuller's life was in chaos. He had been expelled from Bradford High School, unable to play football, and ultimately, due to a fight with his family, he found himself homeless. He was transient. He didn't have a cell phone that had a cellular connection. He was forced to rely on using Wi-Fi when he could have internet at various locations. He found himself begging, relying on friends for rides because he was 15. He couldn't drive. He didn't have a car. During this time period, Martise was frequently frantic. He was overwhelmed. He was a 15-year-old child trying to survive.
Prosecutors built their case around two stories unfolding at the same time. The first was Kay's reality, her attempts to escape a toxic relationship and protect herself. The second was the story of Martise, who was becoming increasingly angry over losing control, first over Kay, and then over his own life. According to the prosecution, that anger led to a series of decisions during the week leading up to the murder. First, Martise began talking to several friends about where he could get a gun and ammunition. Eventually, he managed to obtain both. 7 days before the shooting, someone photographed him holding the newly acquired handgun. He showed the weapon off to friends and bragged about it. 3 days before the murder, he told one of his friends that Kay had ruined his life and that he wanted to kill her. 2 days before the crime, he was searching through her Facebook page, trying to figure out where she was. Around the same time, he borrowed a bicycle from one friend and then hid it at another friend's house near the Jugger residence. He also started watching the neighborhood during the day and at night, staring through the window of Kay's bedroom. On May 9th, the day of the murder, Martise messaged his friend Desiree and asked her to do this job with him. She understood exactly what he meant. Earlier that same week, he had already brought it up twice before. He wanted Kay dead.
Did he make any suggestions about what he wanted to do to his ex-girlfriend?
Yes.
What did he say?
That he wanted to kill her.
What did you say to that?
I listened.
And do you remember what his message to you was?
To do the hit with him.
What did you understand that to mean?
The obvious, to kill her.
To kill the ex-girlfriend like he had talked about the day before?
Yes. It says, I'm so mad, you need to do that to her.
Say that again?
I'm so mad, you need to do that to her.
And what is the day and time that that message was sent to you?
Thursday at 11:52 a.m.
Thank you.
Desiree refused to take part in the plan, but she did not tell anyone about the conversation with Martise until after Kay's death. By the time she testified in court, Desiree was already serving time in a juvenile facility for several unrelated crimes. Investigators were eventually able to recover the murder weapon with help from another one of Martise's cousins, a man named Dantrell Seymour. Dantrell led police to a storm drain in Racine, where 15-year-old Martise had wrapped the handgun in a baby diaper taken from a relative's house and thrown it inside. Detectives later admitted they likely never would have found the weapon without that information. The same was true for the clothes Martise allegedly changed into before the attack, the black hoodie and white sneakers believed to have been worn inside the Jugger home. Police never recovered them. After learning how he disposed of the gun, investigators believe the clothing had probably also been dumped somewhere in a sewer system between Kenosha and Racine. There were simply too many locations to search. However, detectives did recover other clothing belonging to Martise, along with the black backpack seen in surveillance footage. Those items were still with him when Ananese turned him over to police the following day. To explain Martise's mental state and possible motive, prosecutors called an assistant principal from Bradford High School to testify about the behavior that eventually led to his expulsion. Jill Schwensen worked in student discipline and regularly dealt with troubled teenagers. But according to her testimony, Martise Fuller stood out from the rest. Even after years of working as a social worker with difficult and sometimes aggressive teens, she said Martise genuinely frightened her. She described his anger over being separated from Kay at school. Then, after he violated the no-contact agreement and learned he was going to be expelled, he began repeatedly calling every office in the school Desperately trying to reach the assistant principal and convince her to reverse the decision, he refused to accept her answer. Eventually, she stopped engaging with him altogether and simply hung up the phone.
He was very angry with me. He called me a liar. He told me that I didn't know what I was talking about or what I had seen. He put his finger in my face. We had to take a break for him to take a walk. Ultimately, we had to call Dad to convince him to sign it.
Did his father come, or did he just talk to him over the phone?
He spoke to him over the phone. I had told both students that I was going to split them up. They had several classes together, and Martise did not want that to happen. And there was a day during his suspension that he was calling every office in the school building, trying to get to me so he could convince me not to change their schedules. Students are usually not very happy with me when they meet with me because it's my job to do discipline. However, this was an extreme case for me. I was scared.
You were scared of Martise?
Yes. I explained to him that this is what was going to happen. He kept trying to tell me that that's not what Kaylee wanted, that that's not what he wanted, that it wasn't as bad as what I thought. I ultimately had to hang up the phone on him because he would not stop talking.
Martis's defense attorneys tried wherever they could to find weaknesses in what appeared to be an almost airtight case. One argument raised by the defense was that, in the middle of the chaos and trauma of the attack, Stephanie Jugger may have mistakenly identified her daughter's ex-boyfriend as the killer. According to the attorneys, because of the long-running conflict between Martis and the family, it would have been natural for her to immediately assume the person standing outside Kay's room was him, even if it had actually been a complete stranger. They also argued that once investigators focused on Martis, they stopped seriously considering other possible suspects. But Stephanie Jugger's testimony came across as powerful and confident, leaving very little room for doubt.
And I went running out of my bathroom, through my bedroom, and stopped in the doorway of my bedroom. Facing me was Martise with a gun.
Did you say anything to him when you saw him?
I did. I stopped in my doorway and I looked at him and I said, "Oh my God, Martise." I said, "Please, you don't have to do this." And he looked at me and he said, "Yes, I do."
Stephanie described how she tried to help Kay, but by then, it was already too late.
So then I tried to start doing CPR as best as I could.
And was that, were you able to do that having been shot in your own wrist?
At that moment, it was very painful, but I didn't care. Trying to save her was more important.
Did your daughter die as a result of those shots?
She did. Yes.
Right there on the lawn, or earlier?
I think she died in her room.
Ananise told the jury about the confession her cousin made to her the night after the murder. According to her, the fact that he showed up at her house at all already felt unusual. They were family, but they had never been especially close. When he started explaining what had happened, she simply listened. Then, early the next morning, she called the police.
The detectives were telling me to put my daughter in their shoes and to see how I would feel about, something happening like that to my daughter.
Do you remember what additional things you told the officer at that time? So what did you say that the defendant, Martise Fuller, had told you about what happened at the Juga house that day?
Well, he told me that he was watching her house for quite a while, and that he knew when she would be alone at her house. And then he said that when he walked in, they were listening to music, and her Kylie was in her room, and with the door cracked or something like that, and he said that he shot at her once, and he freaked out and he snapped and shot at the mom twice.
The defense did not call a single witness. Throughout the trial, Martis's attorneys chose not to present anyone who could testify in his favor or seriously challenge the prosecution's version of events. Martis himself also chose not to testify, remaining silent during some of the most important moments of the case. For the jury, that meant the closing arguments carried enormous weight, because those final statements were meant to pull every piece of the story together into one complete picture. In closing, prosecutors carefully walked the jury through what they described as a series of absurd coincidences that all would have needed to happen at the exact same time for Martis to actually be innocent. They spoke slowly and methodically, step by step, reminding jurors of every major detail in the case, while arguing that the defense's theory simply did not make sense. Prosecutors said that, under the defense's version of events, Stephanie would have had to somehow mistakenly identify the person she saw that day. According to the state, this would not have been a simple misidentification, but a mistake that unbelievably lined up with countless other pieces of evidence. Prosecutors also focused heavily on the fact that Martis's own cousin seemed to know far too many details about the crime before investigators had even obtained the surveillance footage or completed their analysis of the scene. To the prosecution, that was one of the most disturbing parts of the entire case, because the information she described had not yet been publicly known at the time. And as prosecutors pointed out, the confession she recounted was later backed up by an overwhelming number of facts, pieces of evidence, and matching timelines. In the prosecution's view, all of those details fit together into one clear and consistent story, one that could no longer be explained away as coincidence.
What a horrible coincidence if you're an innocent person. And then, here's a horrible coincidence. It's a cousin of yours who takes the police, who otherwise are never going to find this gun, to a sewer in Racine where they find the very gun that is the murder weapon. Okay, so you didn't kill her, but your cousin is able to lead police to the murder weapon, which looks identical to a picture we have of you with the same gun and to what your friend says is the gun you showed him, just days before the murder.
The defense's final major argument centered on timing. Attorneys claimed the shooter simply would not have had enough time to carry out every action within such a short window. According to the defense, it was impossible for someone to leave the Jugger house around 3 o'clock, run back to the park, change clothes, and then be captured riding a bicycle in the opposite direction only 4 minutes later. That became one of the key pillars of their case as they tried to challenge the entire sequence of events presented by prosecutors. They argued that the timeline was physically impossible and that the timing just did not add up. According to the defense, prosecutors were trying to cram far too many actions into far too little time in order to make their theory appear believable to the jury. Prosecutors pushed back hard against that claim, arguing that the timeline actually lined up almost perfectly. They broke down the route and movements minute by minute, insisting that every action fit comfortably within the established time frame. That portion of the trial became one of the most intense moments in court, because both sides were essentially arguing not just over evidence, but over seconds. The distance from Horizon Park to the Jugger house was roughly 320 meters. Prosecutors pointed out that a high school athlete could cover that distance in well under a minute, especially while running on adrenaline and panic. In their view, that part of the timeline was completely realistic. Riding a bike from the park to the house with the doorbell camera, a distance of about 0.17 miles, could be done in roughly 30 to 40 seconds at the speed seen on the surveillance footage. Prosecutors argued that the camera recordings actually supported their timeline rather than contradicting it. By their calculations, that still left another 2 to 3 minutes available for the clothing change. And according to the prosecution, The outfit believed to have been worn by Martis could be removed quickly and easily, a black tracksuit designed to be worn over other clothing and stripped off fast afterward. For prosecutors, that became yet another piece of evidence supporting the realism of their timeline. The jury returned with a verdict only a few hours later. After all the arguments about timing, routes, and evidence, their decision would finally determine which version of events they believed was more convincing.
The verdicts read as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 2 of the information, dated today and signed by the foreperson.
After the verdict was read, Martis slowly turned his head toward his family sitting inside the courtroom. A heavy silence filled the room, broken only by quiet movement and the restrained emotions of the people witnessing the end of a deeply tragic case. His relatives kept their eyes fixed on him as the court officially decided his future. The realization that, at 16 years old, he would likely spend the rest of his life in prison seemed to hit him gradually, almost in waves. At first, Martis tried to remain composed, keeping his emotions under control, but the tension inside the courtroom became impossible to ignore. A minute or two passed after the verdict, and eventually the emotional pressure became too much. He suddenly pulled off his face mask, broke down in tears, and began crying openly in the courtroom. During the sentencing hearing, Martis asked his attorney to read a prepared statement on his behalf. The atmosphere inside the courtroom remained tense and heavy. Family members sitting in attendance listened closely to every word, hoping to hear some kind of explanation or at least an acknowledgement of responsibility for the tragedy that had permanently changed their lives. In the statement, Martis wrote that he was sorry for what happened to Kay and described her death as tragic. At the same time, however, he continued to maintain his innocence in the murder. His words were calm and restrained, but for many people in the courtroom, they became yet another painful moment in a case that had already left behind far too much grief, too many unanswered questions, and memories that would never fully fade.
Truthfully, I am sorry about the pain you've all suffered through but more importantly, the loss of my ex-girlfriend Kaylee that I loved too. So I am sorry. Despite the hatred that is against me, I still am sorry. But I have to continue to stand innocent because I am. And I know that I've barely showed emotion throughout my time, but in all honesty, it is because it's hard to have tears left to cry knowing my mom lost a son, one of her children too.
You sat emotionless until the verdict was returned. You seemed to have no ethos, no regret, no sorrow, no empathy. You are for you and no one else. You are a very dangerous and a damaged human being.
Martis Fuller was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The decision brought a final legal ending to a case that had shocked many people because of its brutality and heartbreaking circumstances. The trial left a lasting impact on everyone who followed the story, and for Kay's family, that day became another painful reminder that nothing could ever undo the loss they suffered. Today, Martis is serving his sentence at Green Bay Correctional Institution, where he is reportedly visited often by family members. Behind the prison's high walls, life continues under a strict daily routine, but for the people who loved Kay, none of it brings real closure. Even after the sentence was handed down, the pain left behind by the tragedy never truly disappeared. A little more than 5 years after Kay's death, on what would have been her 20th birthday, Stephanie spoke publicly about her loss and the emotional weight the family still carries every single day. She talked about how deeply Kay is still missed by everyone who knew her, how often her name still comes up in conversations, and how painful it is to think about all the moments in life she never got the chance to experience. For her family, that date became more than just a memorial. It became another reminder of the future Kay was permanently robbed of.
Today we celebrate Kaylee. Even though it's not the same, and this is our 5th birthday without her. I mean, how can it be 5 birthdays without her? And it just seems like everything happened yesterday.
On August 7th, 2023, in Henderson, 46-year-old Jonathan Wellett was found dead in his own bed. His mother walked into the bedroom around 8 that morning, thinking her son was still asleep. But under the sheets was a decapitated body. His head was nowhere in the room. Investigators immediately noticed disturbing details. The house reeked of bleach and ammonia. There were chemical burns on Jonathan's body, and the crime scene looked far too clean for such a brutal murder. Later, the medical examiner would say they were never able to determine the exact cause of death, but the most horrifying part was still ahead. Detectives started digging into Jonathan's personal life and discovered that just days before his death, he had been trying to get back together with his ex-wife, Devon Michaels. The problem was, Devon had already secretly married Jonathan's own son. 27-year-old Deviere had become both Devon's husband and the stepfather to his younger sisters at the same time. Then police uncovered even more disturbing evidence inside Devon's home. Jonathan's blood-stained phone, his personal documents hidden away in her dresser, and letters that revealed just how dangerous and toxic the relationship had become. But when the case finally went to trial, the defense insisted that Devon hadn't killed anyone. So then the question became even more terrifying. Where was his head? Was it taken as some kind of trophy? Or something far worse? Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments. And now, let's keep going. One summer morning in 2023, just outside Las Vegas, 46-year-old Jonathan Wellett was found decapitated in his own bedroom by his mother.
Just a really clean cut, and then there was no head.
The father of 3 was known as a friendly, hard-working, and dependable man. But behind his easygoing personality and smiling selfies was someone whose family life had completely fallen apart. After his horrifying death, detectives began uncovering the dark secrets of the people closest to John. And with those secrets came a possible motive for murder.
Shame on you. That's terrible. God, you love just now this! Oh, so there's some anger now, huh?
Yoko Willette was confused when she woke up on the morning of August 7th, 2023, at her home in Henderson. Her 46-year-old son, Jonathan Wellett, still seemed to be lying in bed at 8 o'clock that morning. Yoko peeked into his room and could only make out the shape of a body beneath the blanket. After getting no response when she called out to John several times, she finally walked into the bedroom. That's when she saw a motionless body on the bed, surrounded by pools of blood. Yoko's boyfriend, Yosha, the only other person in the house, called 911. Police officers and paramedics arrived at the home on the 2-1000 block of Paladura Drive before 9 that morning. When first responders entered the house, they found John lying face down on the bed, covered with sheets. His head had been cut off and was missing.
Let's lock this down then.
Police quickly declared the house a crime scene and started noticing disturbing details. First of all, the most obvious thing, John's head was nowhere to be found. Investigators also couldn't locate any clear murder weapon or any object that might have been used to carry out such a horrific crime. Even more strange, if the decapitation really happened inside the bedroom, there was surprisingly little evidence left behind. The crime scene looked unnaturally clean. John's boxer shorts were found lying next to the bed. Under the sheets, he was completely naked. Among the other items scattered across the floor were 2 belts tied together, also discovered near the bed. In the hallway outside the bathroom, officers found an empty bottle of ammonia and another empty bleach container. A harsh chemical smell, likely caused by mixing those substances, had spread throughout the entire downstairs area of the house. The odor was strongest inside the bedroom itself, and the longer police stayed inside breathing the air, the more unbearable it became. As officers struggled with the growing burning sensation in their airways caused by the fumes in the room, they also started noticing what appeared to be smoke rising from underneath John's body on the bed.
"Hey Sarge, this guy is smoking." And I was like, "What?" He said, "This guy is smoking. There's smoke coming from underneath him."
Crime scene photos had to be taken as quickly as possible because investigators feared the house could burst into flames at any moment. Thankfully, that never happened. John's autopsy later revealed that cleaning chemicals had been spread across his entire body, causing severe chemical burns. Those injuries were inflicted after his death. The same was true for the decapitation. That horrifying act was also carried out post-mortem and was not the cause of death. But most importantly, the medical examiner was never able to determine exactly how John died. The autopsy concluded that Jonathan Willett died as the result of homicidal violence, meaning murder, but the precise fatal injuries remained unknown. The forensic examiner also determined that 2 different tools had been used during the decapitation. The first was a handheld tool that left rough, uneven marks and cuts. The second appeared to be a power tool, something like an electric saw. Had Jonathan Willett not been brutally murdered, he would have turned 47 in November of that year. John was born at Yokota Air Base Hospital in Tokyo, while his father was serving in the United States Air Force. During his childhood, he moved several times, from Japan to Montana, then to California, before his family eventually settled in Henderson after his father retired from the military. For more than 20 years, John worked on the Las Vegas Strip for different companies selling timeshares. A few years before his death, he started his own transportation business.
Damn, Vegas moving guy. Fucking 6 a.m. The pod motherfuckers coming at 9. Bam. Can't work miracles, but I do magic, motherfucker.
As the Vegas moving guy, John's truck and trailer had become a familiar sight around the Las Vegas Valley. He genuinely loved his work and took a lot of pride in it. Extremely social and outgoing, John enjoyed meeting clients more than anything and had a natural talent for turning strangers into friends.
Hey, don't touch nothing. I was told you're not allowed to touch nothing. It's the husband. Look, man, we at Jamie Foxx's house.
Yeah, man.
I gotta send a shout out to DJ, moving in his new house. Congratulations. And then picking the Vegas moving guy. Look.
Hey.
People knew John as a hard-working and selfless man, but his personal life was nowhere near as peaceful or straightforward as his career. He had full custody of his 2 young daughters. Their mother, former adult film actress Devon Michaels, was only allowed supervised visitation. In reality, though, they often ignored those restrictions and continued raising the girls together. John's older son, Devier, was from a previous relationship. The 27-year-old worked as a home security technician, installing surveillance camera systems. At one point, he and John had been extremely close, and they had even worked together.
You know, we gotta stick Devier's ass in there. He's the youngest, he don't get wet.
Recently, though, their relationship had fallen apart after John discovered that his son had secretly married the mother of his children. 45-year-old Devon went by several different names, including Nikki Fairchild, Tracy Tavares, and Sally B.S. Yoko knew her as Nikki, while people from Devon's past simply called her D.
everyone, it's me, Devin Michaels. We are on our final hour of our open house over here at 9179 Smuggler's Beach Court. It is right off of Blue Diamond in El Capitan. Come say hi.
Devin was about 18 years older than Deviere, and years earlier she had started a secret relationship with her then 19-year-old stepson. It's unclear how much John actually knew about the relationship between his son and Devin. They kept the marriage hidden and never even told John's mother, Yoko, that they were together at all. But it was obvious that when John finally found out about the marriage, it completely blindsided him. He later sent Deviere a message saying, "You seriously have nothing to say to me? What the hell?" He then followed it up with another message. Devil shit. Because of the marriage, John's son had become both the stepfather and stepbrother to John and Devin's two daughters at the same time. John himself had once been Devin's partner, but now he had also become her father-in-law. Even more shocking was the fact that despite all of these bizarre circumstances, just days before his death, John had been moving out of his mother's house on Paladora Drive and back in with Devin and their daughters at the home she shared with Deviere. According to Yoko, the two of them were getting back together. Supposedly, they were trying to become a traditional family again, although it was completely unclear where Deviere fit into that picture. Investigators first interviewed Devin at her home on Porcupine Rim Street in North Cheyenne, another neighborhood in the Las Vegas Valley. The conversation was recorded. Devin told detectives that John had recently ended an engagement with another woman. He wanted to move back in with her so their daughters could have a more stable life.
His ring, we actually threw his engagement ring in the trash last night. So he said it's done, he's 100% done, and he wants to have a family with the girls and everything, but we're not trying back and forth. Yeah. We brought as much as we could to the house last night.
As investigators kept digging into the case, Devin's explanation of their family situation only became more confusing. She claimed that neither her relationship with the father of her children nor her relationship with her husband, who was also his son, was intimate in nature.
You guys have been off and on since what?
No, we're not off and on. We're just trying to make a family work. Like, we're not physically intimate or anything like that. We're just trying to, because the girls really want all this with one house. Yeah.
Do you have a boyfriend or anything right now?
Yeah, I'm married.
You're married?
Yes.
We were told that you guys are possibly trying to get back together.
No, we're trying to get everyone in one house and be a family.
Oh, okay.
For the girls.
So, who are you married to?
I'm married to them, yeah.
The son?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So, Deviere, his son, and you are now married. How long have you been married?
Almost 2 years.
During their interviews, both Devin and Deviere tried to downplay the romantic side of their relationship, describing the marriage as more of a practical arrangement than a love story. Deviere claimed he married his stepmother mainly to help take care of her and his younger sisters. Devin said she suffered from multiple health problems that required constant medication and frequent hospital visits, making everyday life extremely difficult for her. According to them, Deviere stepped in to help.
When we're talking to Yoko, doesn't sound like she knows.
She doesn't know that we are married like that. She just thinks that we are so fair.
So what was your reason for getting married to Deviere?
Because legally, as my spouse, he has more rights and access to things that someone just as a random.
So like they got prescriptions,
He would do anything as my spouse. I had to go into the hospital and the ambulance needs to on that. Take care of all of that.
Okay. So are you guys like intimate together? Does he sleep in your room?
Sometimes, like I'll fall asleep when we watch TV, but he sleeps on the couch.
It wasn't until later interviews that Devin finally admitted she and her younger husband had once been intimate, although she claimed that part of their relationship had ended years earlier. Police searched both of John's homes, his mother's house on Paladura Drive, where the murder happened, and the house on Porcupine Rim Street, where he had been in the process of moving back in. Inside Devin's home, investigators found a massive amount of evidence that seemed to directly contradict what she had told police. There were photos from a traditional wedding ceremony with Deviere. In the pictures, the two of them looked genuinely happy and clearly in love. Investigators also found family portraits with the girls, and in many of the photos, Devon and Deviere openly showed affection toward each other. But the most revealing discovery was something else entirely. On the bed in the room they shared, detectives found a notebook filled with pages and pages of handwritten letters and notes, where 45-year-old Devon poured out her feelings for the man who had once been her stepson. One of the letters addressed to Deviere began with the words, "My dearest love, I can't even put into words how grateful I am for you." The letter then continued, "I am forever yours, mind, body, and soul." Still, the picture painted by Devon's writings was not just one of romance and happiness. It was clear their relationship had been extremely turbulent. The two argued constantly, and at one point Deviere even fled to California for a period of time, leaving Devon devastated and furious. "I lost everything for you, and you abandoned me at the worst possible moment," she wrote. Investigators later learned that, after Deviere moved to California, Devon tried to pressure him into coming back to Nevada. She told him she was pregnant with his child, and if he refused to return, she would have the baby and tell everyone who the father was. Eventually, he came back to her. Their messages revealed an intense, emotional roller coaster. The conversations suggested that Deviere repeatedly tried to leave Devon, but each time she found a way to pull him back in. Some of the messages showed Devon furious over their fights and over his attempts to leave her. But in other exchanges, Deviere came across as deeply in love, almost like a young man trapped inside some private fantasy world of his own. The searches of the house exposed more than just the secret marriage. They also uncovered new lies Devon Michaels had told during her first interviews with police. Officers carefully searched through all the trash at the house on Paladura Drive. They were looking for a weapon, signs of cleanup, or possibly the tool used in the decapitation. They found none of it. They also never found the engagement ring that Devon claimed John had supposedly thrown away the day before his death. Why had she lied about that? There were other inconsistencies too. Devon told detectives that John owned registered firearms which had been moved to the house on Porcupine Rim Street, but supposedly without ammunition because she didn't have a gun safe. But police discovered exactly that, hidden beneath a bathroom counter, a gun safe. So she had lied about that as well. Then, deep inside a dresser drawer where she kept her underwear, investigators found a small bundle wrapped in several layers of plastic bags. As they slowly peeled back each layer, they uncovered John's driver's license, along with the keys to his truck. Both John and his vehicle were still at his mother's house. Yet somehow, these important personal belongings had ended up hidden inside Devon's dresser. Elsewhere in the bedroom, inside a small backpack, detectives found John's social security card. But the most serious discovery was something investigators noticed the moment they approached Devon outside the house on Porcupine Rim Street. Lying in the grass near the driveway was a cell phone. Some kind of smeared substance covered the screen. It appeared to be blood. Later testing confirmed that the phone belonged to John, and the blood on it contained his DNA. Cell phone location data, along with footage from local surveillance cameras and neighbors' doorbell cameras, helped investigators piece together the movements of John, Devon, and Deviere during the hours leading up to the decapitation. Tracking data showed that Deviere stayed at home, taking care of the girls. Meanwhile, Devon and John were out together. They spent John's final day shopping for school supplies for their daughters and moving his belongings. Around 8 that evening, they arrived at the house on Paladura Drive. Devon's Nissan Armada was parked on the side of the house. The two then drove John's Jay's Vegas moving guy truck to the house on Porcupine Rim Street to drop off some of his things before returning once again to Yoko's home in Henderson. On the way back, they made one more stop at a gas station where they filled up the tank and bought a few small items. Security cameras captured John smiling as he walked in and out of the store. Devon was wearing a white tank top, blue shorts, and black sneakers, and she carried the same small black bag investigators would later examine. After the short stop, cameras recorded them returning to Yoko's house at 10:12 that night. Investigators believed John was killed sometime after that moment, and before Devon left the house 4 hours later at 2:04 in the morning. During that window of time, two important events were captured. The first happened around 11 that night, when a neighbor's security camera recorded someone opening the Nissan, unlocking the driver's side door, and placing something inside. Both the phone location data and the Nissan's headlights caught on camera suggested the vehicle was then moved slightly forward and parked directly in front of the house beside John's truck and trailer, out of the camera's view. The second event was an interaction between Devon and Yoko that took place in the kitchen around 1 in the morning. Yoko came downstairs from her bedroom to get some water. She and Devon talked in the kitchen for about 15 minutes, and together they washed dishes. Later, Yoko said Devon seemed surprised to see her, but she did not notice any blood on her. Devon told Yoko that John was asleep in his room. That statement contradicted what Devon had previously told investigators, where she claimed John had still been awake and smoking in the garage when she left shortly after speaking with Yoko. The Nissan pulled away from the house shortly after 2 in the morning. The phones belonging to Devon and John travelled to Porcupine Rim Street, arriving there roughly an hour later. During the entire drive, there was only one stop, and it was not near a dumpster or any place where evidence could have been disposed of. They stopped at a pharmacy. At 2:29 in the morning, Devon pulled up to the drive-through window at CVS to pick up a prescription for one of her daughters. Although the footage is not completely clear, she appeared to still be wearing the same white tank top she had on at the gas station earlier that night while she was with John. And once again, just as Yoko had noticed about an hour earlier, there was no visible blood on Devon. Cameras showed her calmly taking a sip of water from her bottle, picking up the medication, and driving away. Less than 6 hours later, at 8 that morning, John was found dead in his bed. On August 15th, about a week after John's death, Devon was arrested and questioned by detectives with the Henderson Police Department. She walked investigators through her final day with John step by step, all the way up to the moment she picked up the prescription at the CVS drive-thru and returned home. But this time, a new detail emerged. According to Devon, after returning to Paladura Drive, John was lying on the bed while she gave him a massage. She claimed he made an unwanted advance toward her. Devon said she then crossed the room, grabbed a wooden object from a shelf, and struck John in the head with it. According to her, the blow did not kill him. She knew he was still breathing. Devon insisted that when she left the house that night, John was still alive, and she denied decapitating him.
I hit him. He was breathing. I did.
I didn't know he was breathing.
You can tell when a person is breathing.
Okay.
The chest goes up and down.
Okay, you said it was dark.
You can still know when someone's breathing.
In the dark.
It's not pitch dark, but yeah, it's not.
So you can't see an area on his head because it's so dark, but you can see his chest moving? You can't see what you grab off the shelf because it's so dark when you walk over, but then you can see him breathing?
Yeah, you can see some person breathing. Their eyes can't adjust.
Devon's explanations for what supposedly caused her to attack the father of her children were inconsistent and kept changing. At first, she hinted that she struck John in response to unwanted sexual contact. Later, she also claimed that she and John had a physical relationship in exchange for him paying her bills. Devon made accusations of abuse and suggested that John struggled with alcohol problems. It's true that he drank heavily. She also claimed that she only intended to hurt John badly enough to send him to the hospital. After that, according to her, she planned to figure out what to do with the children. To investigators, that possible motive seemed like the clearest explanation for the murder. If John disappeared from her life, Devon could regain full custody of their daughters while preventing him from moving back into the house. She would get the family she wanted, but this time with the man she actually loved. When detectives directly questioned her about the decapitation and the apparent attempt to clean the crime scene, Devon repeatedly insisted that she could not remember that period of time and that she physically was not capable of carrying out the acts she was accused of.
Feel like it's not real.
No, everything, like, all of this feels like a nightmare. Like, I remember being with him and him us talking and everything like that, but the actual, it does not feel real. I don't feel I was there that long. I remember being there, Yoko, pharmacy, home. I thought I was home at like 2 something. You guys are saying it was
2:42.
Yeah, I promise you.
Okay, so after you get home.
I got home, I got a shower, and went to bed. I don't remember, and in my recollection, it was not like that. I remember talking to Yoko, giving her the keys, picking up my stuff, and walking out the door. I do not remember any of this. They told me, they asked me, where's his head? And until then, I didn't know anything about that. They're like, well, didn't Debbie ever tell you? No, Debbie ever didn't tell me anything about that. Well, did he leave that night? No, I don't remember Debbie ever leaving, but I don't remember anything. I just remember going home and everything. I don't remember. I remember the driving to the town pharmacy. I just remember being at the pharmacy.
Investigators believed Devon may have gotten rid of evidence from the crime scene by throwing it into a neighbour's dumpster. Trash pickup was scheduled for that same morning, just a few hours later. If she carried the items outside in a laundry basket, staying out of view of the neighbour's security camera, the evidence could have been hauled away long before Yoko discovered John's body the next day.
No, this is because it emptied out after you cut his head off.
I didn't cut his head off.
Oh, well, you did.
No, I didn't.
Then you did. Explain how this happened.
I don't know. I can't cut a person's head off.
But you could hit him with a stick. Is there a chance that that could have been a knife of some sort? Why? I mean, no, it was dark. Doesn't make sense, does it?
Investigators showed Devon the cleaning product bottles found on the floor, bottles that contained her DNA. The products matched the same cleaning supplies discovered inside her own house. Detectives also confronted her with phone data, showing that John's cell phone, which contained his blood, had travelled with her back to her home. Devon explained it by saying John had cut his hand earlier that day while moving furniture into his trailer, so it would make sense for a little blood to end up on his phone. She also claimed John had asked her to keep his personal belongings safe during the move, but the medical examiner determined that the only wound on John's body that had been bleeding was the injury to his neck. There were no injuries on his hand at all. Even as the evidence continued piling up, Devon kept denying responsibility. She claimed she suffered from a medical condition that supposedly affected her memory.
You think that you're smarter than me?
No, I don't think I'm smarter than anybody. But I didn't do this. And you're telling me because I had the same cleaning?
No. The cell phone that you take, you have to take. You have to take the cell phone from his house back to your house after he's dead, because there's blood on it. His wallet, his keys, things that you're not supposed to have wrapped up in a bag 8 times shoved in your underwear drawer. Number 1, you're the last person to see him. You're the last person to physically assault him. Hit him in the head. He's in the exact same spot. I think we're done.
Absolutely. And your girls are definitely representing you because you can't even have the audacity to give them closure. Shame on you. That's terrible.
Dracula just have this!
Oh, so there's some...
I didn't do it!
There's some anger now, huh?
I told you from the beginning I didn't do it!
Is that how you feel against him?
No! That is not how I feel against him!
I think you're just upset that you got.
In July of 2025, Devon Michaels agreed to a deal with prosecutors that would have given her a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 15 years. But when the time finally came to appear in court and officially accept the sentence, she used the moment to proclaim her innocence instead.
I know right now no one in the family is going to believe me. I know right now no one in the family feels that I'm innocent at any point, and I understand that, but I can actually prove my innocence. I actually can, and I'm not going to stop fighting to prove my innocence. I have more than enough, and Jonathan deserves to have the actual person who's guilty behind bars.
Devon accused prosecutors and investigators with the Henderson Police Department of manipulating evidence against her and twisting the truth.
The way that they manipulated and altered and tolerated things is wrong. They should not be able to do it, and they have. And for you to be able to look me in the eye knowing that the things are altered and...
You pled guilty.
Miss
Michael, you are not to address the state. You are to address me. You are. You're addressing Mr. O'Donnell. You are going to address me. What do you want to say to me? Judge, I'm not comfortable with this record. I'm willing to let her out of the plea if the court is inclined.
I don't know how to face this.
All right. It's just, this wouldn't be appropriate.
I completely understand.
Let's go to trial.
All right. Ms. Michael, Judge Mr. Giordano says that he's willing to let you out of your plea and he's willing to try this case. And you understand that he's willing to try this case on an open murder. So a jury can convict you of a first-degree murder. You understand that? Or do you want to talk to Mr. Patrick about it? Well, I don't want to talk to Mr. Patrick. He didn't listen to anything I said.
Miss Michaels, I need you to understand what I'm saying to you and answer my question.
Yes.
Do you want to withdraw your plea and go to trial?
Yes, please.
All right. This plea is going to be withdrawn. Mr. Patrick, I need you to have...
The plea deal was cancelled, and in November of 2025, Devon Michaels went on trial for the murder of Jonathan Wett. For the trial, Devon appeared with a new attorney, Robert Dreskovich, who introduced an entirely new defense strategy. The core of his argument was that Devon's young husband, Deviere, was actually the one who killed his father. Dreskovich argued that investigators had eliminated the son as a suspect far too quickly. After all, 27-year-old Deviere stood to lose both his wife and his home if his father moved back into the house and reclaimed his place in the family. Cell phone data showed that Deviere was at home, taking care of his two younger sisters, or more accurately, his stepdaughters, during the 4-hour window when prosecutors believed the murder took place. But the defense raised another question. What if he had simply left his phone at home?
Again, he's ruled out and basically not on the radar because he didn't have the phone on him when his dad was killed. He killed his father. He just left his phone home when he did that.
There was still some activity recorded on Deviere's phone while the device remained inside the house on Porcupine Rim Street. At 10:36 that night, he texted his wife saying he was going to bed. Roughly 2 hours later, while Devon still had not returned home, he was awake and looking through photos of the two of them together. Prosecutors argued that the phone data supported his alibi. The defense, however, insisted the records actually pointed to a motive for killing his father. When Deviere testified in court, he spoke softly and calmly. At the time of the trial, he and Devon, whom he often referred to as Nicky, were still legally married. He told the jury about their marriage and how it had destroyed his relationship with his father.
When you're having this sexual relationship with Nikki, is it a tumultuous relationship?
I don't know the definitions of it.
Okay. Is there a lot of kind of arguing and back and forth, or you describe it for me?
There was arguing back and forth.
Devon wasn't the only person who lied to investigators during the early days of the case. Deviere also told detectives that the marriage was nothing more than a formality, and he claimed he had been sleeping on the couch every night at the time. He even said that he and his father had never gotten along. But in court, he described things very differently. He admitted that the marriage was real, and he also told the jury that he loved his father. According to Deviere, the two of them only fought when they were working together.
would you have had any reason to kill him?
No, sir.
Did you want out of this relationship with Nikki at varying points of time?
Yes, sir.
And so had your dad moved in and you've been told you gotta go stay at a buddy's house and move out or whatever, would that have been a big deal for you at the time?
Absolutely.
You were asked, were you estranged from your father? And you said, we didn't get along, correct?
Only while working, sir, yes.
I'm sorry?
Only while we worked together.
So you're still saying you guys got along just fine, but it was just work related?
Anytime I was with him, I had a good time.
I see. But you guys don't text, you don't call, correct?
Not after he found out I was married.
You went to the Palo Verde residence, didn't you? The Palo Verde residence.
No, sir. If you're talking about the night time my father was married,
Yeah.
I was home with the girls. We watched a movie. I put them to sleep. I received a text her letting her know that I put them to sleep, and I went to sleep myself.
And that's your testimony under oath, correct?
Yes, sir.
A motion-activated home security camera positioned around the corner from the house on Porcupine Rim Street captured Deviere's white work truck parked outside the home on the evening of August 6th. The next morning, the truck was still sitting in the exact same spot until he left for work around 7:30. No cameras anywhere in the neighborhood captured him leaving the area during those hours, either in the truck or by any other means. On top of that, there was only one road leading in and out of the neighborhood, and no vehicle could drive through it without being recorded on camera. The distance between the two houses was roughly 25 miles. The defense argued that if anyone could successfully avoid surveillance cameras, it would be Deviere, given that he worked in the security industry. As a home security technician, he would naturally notice camera placements and understand better than most people how to avoid being captured on video. Attorneys reviewed numerous photos from Deviere's phone showing surveillance systems he had personally installed. They also pointed to a shoe print found in the backyard of the house on Paladura Drive. Investigators never compared it to the shoes belonging to any suspect. Could Deviere have secretly entered the property through the backyard during the night? Through a translator, Yoko told jurors that around 1:15 in the morning on August 7th, she spoke with Devon, whom she knew as Nikki. After returning to her bedroom, Yoko said she was awakened by a loud noise followed by barking dogs. She believed it happened around 2 in the morning. However, she had previously told both police and the grand jury that she thought the sounds happened later, closer to 3 in the morning. That timeline would have placed the noise outside the window, during which Devon supposedly could have committed the murder. Yoko's partner, Yosha, testified that during the afternoon of August 6th, he had used a kitchen knife to prepare food for the dogs. By the next day, the knife was gone. It was never recovered. Beyond accusing her husband, Devon's defense team also tried to expose flaws in the investigation itself. Nearly every witness who entered the crime scene stated that there was far less blood than expected, considering the severity of John's injuries. The fact that a power tool was allegedly used during the decapitation, combined with the absence of blood spatter on the walls, could suggest that John had actually been decapitated somewhere else and then moved onto the bed afterward. Investigators also never performed luminol testing to determine whether blood evidence had been washed away. And there was no direct evidence physically linking Devon to the horrific crime itself. Investigators never found any connection between her and the tools used in the decapitation either. Dreskovich argued that someone who installed home security systems every day for a living could easily have access to the kind of power tools used in the crime.
To assume common sense would dictate that the person that killed him decapitated him. And through the course of this evidence, they have not shown a scintilla of evidence that she was involved with the decapitation. She didn't do it. Try and paint her as this devious, manipulative, conniving temptress. But think about that, the flip side, 19-year-old. You know, when we talk about motive, what drives a person to murder, is it not passion of a young man? His first love? His first love that's coming to an end when dad's coming in and moving him, the dad that he said was never there for him.
When the prosecution finally reached the moment to close its case, the atmosphere inside the courtroom became even more tense. That was when prosecutor John Gordoni addressed the jury with his final argument, saying it was time to return to reality and look at the case without emotion or speculation. According to the prosecutor, investigators and the state had gathered an overwhelming amount of evidence that, in his view, clearly showed Devon Michaels was responsible for the murder as well as everything that happened afterward. He argued that attempts to shift the blame onto someone else did not change the facts of the case or disprove the evidence presented in court. Gordoni also made it clear that, in his opinion, accusing an innocent person was nothing more than a desperate attempt to avoid responsibility. And for that reason, the prosecution told jurors they needed to focus not on dramatic claims or theories, but on the actual evidence that had been presented throughout the trial.
Let's talk about reality. I want to commend my colleagues over here who represented Ms. Michaels first, because they've done an exceptional job. And Ms. Michaels is entitled to a fair trial like we talked about in the jury selection. They've done a good job of coming through and poking as many holes as they can in the evidence, and I commend them all. But make absolutely no mistake, that woman is guilty as sin. That family deserves justice. Those girls deserve justice. Do not take this lightly just because a real polished defense attorney gets up here and spins a yarn for you. Do not take this lightly. Those people deserve justice. What single piece of evidence suggests Devier did this? Not one. Not a one. And when you start accusing an innocent guy of murder, Devier, you got to think about this for a second. That young man was taken advantage of. She is an experienced woman, much older than Devier. He's a young knucklehead, and I would submit to you that when you heard from him, no disrespect, but that guy's not a criminal mastermind. He's not somebody who snuck out the back of the house, evaded all cameras, he left his phone behind because he was thinking ahead to what he was going to do, somehow made it all the way across town, even though he didn't have his phone to contact anyone. There's no Uber notifications or pickups or anything suggested. There's no calls, no texts, nothing after 11 o'clock. So who did he contact and when?
It was obvious that the case still contained major gaps and disturbing inconsistencies that were never fully explained, even after the investigation was over. Some pieces of evidence disappeared without a trace, while certain critical details remained unknown forever. One of the biggest unanswered questions was the fact that investigators were never able to determine John's exact cause of death, making the entire case feel even more uncertain and unsettling. Even so, prosecutors insisted that the overall picture of what happened was still clear to them, despite the missing evidence. In their view, the blood-stained cell phone was one of the most important pieces of physical evidence in the case, a detail they believed pointed directly to the killer. Prosecutors argued that this evidence alone was powerful enough for jurors to understand who they believed was responsible for the brutal murder.
There were clearly going to be unanswered questions in this case, right? There's a missing head, there's a missing murder weapon, there's missing implements, no doubt. But think big picture, forest from the trees. Think about reality, right? Just because she ditched the head and therefore the doctors can't confidently say what injury did it, does that mean she gets a reward? Like, does she get to benefit from the actions she took to cover up? Of course not. Does that mean we can't convict her of murder? Of course not. There are no bleeding injuries on his body, except for up here. The phone left at 2:04 with a droplet of blood on it. That means the murder happened before 2:04. It had to. Nothing else would make sense.
The jury spent a little less than 2 hours in deliberations. During that time, the courtroom was filled with a tense, almost unbearable sense of anticipation. Everyone in the room understood that the final outcome of a case that had drawn enormous attention and left behind a trail of fear, controversy, and unanswered questions was being decided in those very moments. Not long afterward, the jurors returned to the courtroom with their final verdict. Their entrance was quiet, but the tension in the room was overwhelming. Those few seconds would determine the future of the accused and mark the final chapter in this tragic case.
State of Nevada plaintiff versus Devin Jade Michaels, aka Devin Willett, aka Nikki Fairchild, aka Tracy Baker, aka Tracy Nicole Tabarez, defendant. Case number C-23-377-239-1, Department 10. Verdict. We, the jury, in the above entitled case, find the defendant, Devin Jade Michaels, as follows. Count 1, murder with use of a deadly weapon. Guilty of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon. Dated this 14th day of November, 2025. Signed.
After Devin Michaels refused to accept the plea agreement, the case moved forward to a jury trial, something she appeared to have wanted from the very beginning. She was given the opportunity to publicly prove her innocence and convince jurors that she had nothing to do with the crime that shocked so many people because of its brutality and bizarre circumstances. But despite the defense making dramatic claims and hinting at supposed evidence that could completely change the direction of the case, Devin herself never took the stand during the trial. She never personally explained her version of events to the jury, and the materials the defense claimed could prove her innocence were never actually presented in court. That only added even more tension to the case, and raised further questions among those closely following the trial. In the end, the judge scheduled sentencing for January 8, 2026. According to prosecutors, Devin Michaels faces an extremely severe punishment, ranging from 51 years in prison to life behind bars. And now, the final stage of this disturbing and highly publicized case will determine what the rest of her life looks like.
Motherfucker asked me yesterday, how do I have so much drive or energy? So I told him, man, the key is happiness. You got to do something that you like to do, and it ain't like work. It don't matter if you go to Hawaii, Puerto Rico, it don't matter. You're going to have a fucked up time. But if you have happiness, man, if you're happy, all that shit don't matter, man. I don't be working. I be helping motherfuckers doing the shit I want to do.
And that was the tragic case of Jonathan Willett. A story that left behind a haunting trail of questions, pain, and emotional scars. It was a case that shocked people not only because of the brutality of what happened, but also because of the overwhelming sense of tension and unease that surrounded it from the very beginning. For the people who knew Jonathan, everything about it felt almost impossible to comprehend. Suddenly, his name was at the center of a chain of events that stunned people with how dark and tragic they were. This was the kind of case that kept drawing people back into the details of the tragedy again and again, trying to understand how everything could have spiraled into such a devastating ending. There was too much pain, too many disturbing moments, and too much emotion tied to the story for anyone following the case to easily forget it. And even after the investigation came to an end, the story continued to stay in people's minds as one of those haunting cases that never truly leaves you, even years later. The 911 call cuts off in the middle of screams. Just 2 minutes later, another call comes in. A woman with a knife stuck in her back somehow makes it to a neighbor's house and collapses right on the doorstep. She can't explain where she escaped from. Police arrive, but no one knows which house might still have people inside. Officers start going door to door. Inside one of the homes there's smoke, and in the back, the fire is already burning. A few minutes later, they find a small child in the yard. They carry him out. He's alive. The child's mother is missing. There are still people inside the house. And then, the gunfire starts. Bullets come flying out of the windows toward the officers. Firefighters can't get close. The fire keeps getting stronger. No one knows how many people are inside or who is shooting. The standoff drags on for hours. Then, the door opens. A man walks out of the house, wearing nothing but shorts with his hands in the air. He says he wasn't the one shooting. But when the fire is finally put out, and officers go inside, they find bodies. Multiple victims, blunt force trauma, stab wounds, clear signs of arson. And that's only part of the story, because all of this started much earlier, about a month before, with a piece of nighttime footage showing another woman disappearing into the trunk of a car. Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments. And now let's keep going. In early June 2022, police in Harper Woods, just northeast of Detroit, received an emergency call from a woman who was being held hostage.
I'm being held hostage. You're being held hostage. My house father. My house father, he is trying to kill me.
When the officers arrived, they found the street in complete chaos.
Grab that baby.
Another victim, with a knife still lodged in her back, managed to escape after a brutal attack, but she couldn't say which house she had run from.
We're trying to find out what address. What's your address? This house right here. Yeah, there's blood all over the door. I would not see that.
Over the next few hours, the chaos only kept getting worse.
Oh, shit!
House on fire. Move! Let's go! Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
A man who asked to be identified only as John Doe called 911 just before 3 a.m. on Saturday, June 4th, 2022. From the second floor of his home on Lenox Street, on the east side of Detroit, he watched a white, mid-size four-door sedan pull up in front of the house with its trunk open. He heard a woman scream, and then everything went quiet. Moments before making the call, he recorded video of the car on his phone.
I'm trying to be as quiet as possible, but I think somebody just shot a woman. She was running down the street, and she was screaming, "Help me!" And I heard a gunshot go off.
What street is that on, sir?
Lenox Street.
But you don't know for sure that she was shot?
I don't know, but after I have a video of the dude's car, and it was a person in the passenger seat, and he ran back to the car, and he closed the trunk. I don't know if she was in the trunk, but his trunk was open. Like, she probably got out and took off. But I still hear some crunching, like, over across the street in the backyard somewhere. And the trunk was open when I looked out the window. But when I heard her exact words were, "Help me," and she screamed, and then you heard the gunshot go off. And then everything got quiet. And then like 2 minutes later, I decided to take a video of the car, because the car was still sitting there with the trunk door open and the driver door open.
So is it in the backyard next door to you or across the street?
Across the street. It's like a open field, but there's a lot of sticks and twigs.
While the caller was recording, he could hear rustling coming from the vacant lot next to his house. Moments later, the video captured a man running back to the car, slamming the trunk shut and driving away. Convinced he had just witnessed part of a murder, John Doe waited patiently for police to arrive, but that night they never showed up. The next day, a little after noon, the anonymous man decided to check the area himself. In the vacant lot, slightly deeper into the brush along the edge of the property, he found a body.
Yes, I called about somebody getting shot last night, and the police never came out, and I'm walking down the street, and her body is right here.
What's the location?
Lenox and Canfield.
One moment.
Matter of fact, I got a video of the nigga car who did it, and I'm about to tell you what time I took the video.
Okay.
At 2:52 a.m., probably at 2:50, the lady was screaming help. She was running down the street, and then all you heard was a gunshot, and then it got quiet. And then I called you guys, and y'all ain't shit. And now this lady dead right here by my house.
When officers from Detroit Police Department arrived, they found marks on the ground that looked like drag marks leading past a driveway next to the vacant lot. Out on the street, in front of the house, they recovered a spent shell casing. Farther in, beyond an overgrown sidewalk, the victim was lying among trash and thick vegetation. She was a young woman, only partially clothed, with no personal belongings or identification on her. In fact, it wasn't until the autopsy was completed the next day that she could be officially identified, mainly by her distinctive tattoos. 24-year-old Natala Morris known to friends by the nickname Sparkles, had suffered multiple blunt force injuries across different parts of her body. Although a gun had been fired, the autopsy showed she did not die from a gunshot wound. She had been beaten to death. This young, outgoing older sister had no known enemies. News of her brutal killing was not only devastating for her family, it was deeply confusing, leaving them with more questions than answers.
She was viciously beaten, left in a field. Someone out there did this to her. She didn't deserve this.
Last time I saw her, I hugged her and told her I love her. And my kids was about to graduate, so she was talking about, oh, I'm gonna come down to the graduation. Yeah, she died the day before her sisters graduated. They had to go across stage the next day knowing their sister died. I told them, do it for your sister. So they went across stage for her. They did it for her.
There were plenty of surveillance cameras on private homes around Lenox Street, but when investigators canvassed the area, they couldn't find a single one that was working properly and had captured what happened around 3 a.m. with a clear view of Natala's killer. The only footage they had was the distant video recorded on John Doe's phone. They also learned that Natala drove a white sedan, similar to the one seen that night on Lenox Street. It turned out her Ford Focus had been set on fire that same night, and a 911 call reporting the blaze came in at around 3:30 a.m.
Detroit 911, what's the address, the emergency?
The car is already on fire. The white Ford Focus.
After firefighters put out the flames, the car was towed to a secure location. On the back seat, only slightly damaged, was a backpack. Inside, investigators found Natala's bank cards and other personal belongings, including her cell phone. They began matching the phone's location data with the route of the Ford Focus, tracing it from Lenox Street, where John Doe captured the driver on video, to the area near Lappin Street, where the car was set on fire. Starting at around 11:30 p.m. on June 3rd, Natala's car first travelled to Kilbourne Street in the Connor neighbourhood on the east side of Detroit, a mostly residential area. From Kilbourne, the vehicle made a long stop near the intersection of 7 Mile and Evergreen, a commercial zone with plenty of parking. Cameras didn't capture anyone inside the parked car during that time, but they did pick up its movement when the trip continued. Interestingly, before reaching Lenox, the car turned toward Dickerson Avenue, which intersects with Kilbourne Street, and this wouldn't be the last time it went that way. Just minutes before 3 a.m., cameras caught the car heading toward Lenox with the trunk already open, and by about 3:03 it was leaving the area. Before it was set on fire, the car made one final stop, somewhere along Kilbourne Street. The data from Natala's phone didn't just confirm her movements that night. Investigators were also able to access part of her messages. They learned that on the day she died, she had been in contact with a man named Dares, and they often arranged to meet up. Their relationship didn't appear to be romantic in the traditional sense. It seemed more physical and without commitment. As it turned out, Dares lived in a house on Kilbourne Street. He was brought in for questioning, and his home was searched.
I got the call like, man, something happened to Sparkles? Because that's what we call it. We call it Sparkles, because that's her little nickname. I'm like, bro, something happened to Sparkles? And I called one of her friends. One of her friends didn't even know what happened to her. I'm like, what happened to Sparkles? She's like, I don't know. Why you say that? Why you say that? Like, cause motherfucker, it's on the internet. Something just happened to her. She called. She like, I'm gonna call you back. Hung up and will call me back. Oh my God.
Dares fully cooperated with detectives in Detroit. He handed over his cell phone for data extraction, voluntarily provided a DNA sample to be compared with evidence from the Ford Focus and the crime scene, and even took a polygraph test. He said he hadn't seen Natala for several days before her death, and claimed he had never been inside her car.
So it's safe to say your DNA is not going to be nowhere in her car?
Never. Won't be at all. Never been in her car at all. Or on her. Or on her.
His messages backed up what he was saying, and he passed the polygraph. A search of his home didn't turn up anything suspicious. The DNA testing would take time, but detectives were already looking for new leads. The connection to Kilbourne Street was obvious, so the question was, could Natala have known someone else on that street?
If she mess with anybody on your block, has she ever mentioned that she fuck around with anybody over there?
I told you, we don't really mention nothing
Right.
to each other, but she was.
We're trying to get to the bottom of it. And again, if this clears you, that's fine. But rest assured, if it's some other things that we can't clear up that are pointing to you, we're going to have to address them. Okay?
Theirs was ruled out as a suspect, but it quickly became clear he was far from the only man Natala had been in contact with. In fact, her messages showed she had been seeing several different men. In March of that year, 24-year-old Natala lost her job at a Chrysler dealership, which seriously affected her financial situation. According to one of her closest friends, by the spring she had moved from casual dating to paid meetups. Her family had no idea.
What was her job? What's her profession?
Is that a profession?
It's the oldest profession in the world.
Well, I mean, you know what her job was, or what she was doing. So, I mean...
Yes, I might know, but I still...
Oh, you want me to tell you?
Yes.
Okay, so, pretty much, she's on the app, meeting people, like, whatever. Yeah, that's what she was doing.
What app was she?
She never told me. She didn't want me to know.
Okay.
She didn't want me to know.
Natala kept this new part of her life completely secret. She had always been a fairly private person, and she trusted only a very small circle with that side of her world.
Besides you, who else does she really confide in? Do you know?
Not many people. She was very, I guess you could say, secretive. Because, obviously, she felt judged because she wasn't doing the right thing.
Right.
So, nobody pretty much knew what she had going on.
She never told her friend which apps she was using to find clients, and she didn't share any names either. The few people who did know warned her to be careful and look out for herself, especially after she mentioned an app called Inmate Delight.
At Motor City.
Okay.
Because one day she got into it with a guy, and they were in the thing, she screaming for help and all this. And I'm trying to tell her, you need to stop going out in the middle of the night.
Right.
Because anything can happen.
And how would she communicate with?
She told me it was an app called Inmate Delight. I believe that's what she told me. And then...
Say that app name again?
Inmate Delight.
Inmate Delight?
Yeah, but I'm not sure, and I kept asking her if that's the name of it. She said, yeah.
Investigators discovered there was another man Natala had been in contact with on the day she died, and he immediately raised red flags. 23-year-old Jonathan Lamont Welch already had a criminal incident on record, and it had happened just 2 days before the murder. On June 2nd, his longtime girlfriend and the mother of their young son, Zela Frazier, reported a brutal attack. She told the Detroit Police Department that she woke up around 3 a.m. to her boyfriend, furious, dragging her from the bedroom down the stairs into the living room. Downstairs, he had already prepared a set of items for her. There was a gas can, garden shears, an extension cord, a belt, a towel, a metal rod, a drill, and a circular saw. She said someone had tried to call her during the night, and after that Jonathan attempted to unlock her phone to see who it was, but he didn't know the password. According to Zela, that's what set him off. A few hours later, she managed to escape the house and called the police. By then, Jonathan had already taken the car keys and fled. He was charged with assault and torture, but officers couldn't locate him. Given the severity of that incident and his connection to Natala Morris, police set up surveillance on his house on Kilbourne Street. While monitoring the home at the corner of Kilbourne and Dickerson, officers noticed 2 people approach the door and try to get inside. It turned out to be Jonathan's parents, his mother Flossie Bray, and his stepfather Robert Bray Jr. When their vehicle was stopped, officers saw that Flossie had a registered firearm with her, a purple and black Taurus 9mm semi-automatic pistol. The weapon was temporarily taken, and she was brought in for questioning. The goal was to get information about her son, especially where he might be. She was only told that the entire street was under surveillance as part of an investigation. Not a word was said about Natala's murder or that her son was the main suspect.
And so far, nobody ain't told me nothing, just asking me questions.
Right. So, like I said, we have a little sting operation going on over there. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So the sting operation is whoever's over in that area coming off that block, we'll get them if they have any kind of warrants or anything. If they're.
But what do getting picked up from my son's house got to do with all of this?
So
the sting operation. Detective James is a homicide detective. The lady said that on the phone when she called up for.
Flossie wasn't shaken by any of it. She told detectives very little, insisting she didn't know where her son was. She also said she had no knowledge of the state of his relationship with the mother of his young child, Zara Frazier, the same woman he had recently sent to the hospital.
Yeah, they're not talking. He hadn't seen her in about a week.
Oh, okay. Something going on between them?
Nah, I don't know. I try to mind my own business, stay out of other people's business. I don't know what they be got going on. Is my son down here?
No, your son's right down there. I have no idea where your son is.
So why did they send me down here? That's what I'm saying.
I can't tell you that. I don't know. I couldn't tell you that.
Okay, thank you.
Flossie walked out to the station on June 10th, and that same day Jonathan Lamont Welch was taken into custody. The arrest warrant listed murder as the primary charge. Photos taken at the time of his arrest showed partially healed scratches along his left arm and chest, and he had tattoos of women from his life, including Flossie Bray and Zella Frazier. When it came to bond, only the assault and torture charges were presented. A DNA sample was collected from him using a buccal swab to compare with evidence in Natala's case, but those results would take time. His bond was set at $100,000, and his mother Flossie secured a bondsman to cover the required 10% for his release. Sometime between mid-June and early July, accounts vary, Jonathan was fitted with an electronic monitor and ordered to stay at his parents' home on Kenosha Street in Harper Woods. Not long after he was released, Zara was forced to bring their 18-month-old son to that house so he could see his father, despite an active court issued no contact order. On July 10th, while inside one of the bedrooms at the Bray family home, Zara called 911.
I'm being held hostage. You're being held house. My house father. My house father, he is trying to kill me.
Is he at the house right now?
Yes.
And how is he trying to kill you?
Okay, he's not letting me leave the house. His mother is hiding me in the room.
Okay, is he at the location?
Yes.
And is he trying to harm you?
I haven't been able to leave out the house.
For how long?
Right after the dispatcher asked that question, screams could be heard coming from inside the house. The audio turned muffled and hard to understand, and then the call suddenly dropped. But just 2 minutes later, a second call came in, this time from a neighbor, Flossie Bray, wounded, had made it to his house and collapsed right at the doorway. There was a knife still sticking out of her back.
Hey, I need an ambulance ASAP at 20641 Kenosha. I have a woman in my house who is dead of that.
Ma'am?
Yes,
What's your address?
Her back. She's passing out.
Okay, alright, I'll have an ambulance on the way.
Who did this to you? Who did this to you?
Officers arrived at the neighbor's address, and as they approached, they saw Flossie Bray lying on the floor right by the entrance.
Or you better step them up. It looks bad.
She said her son stabbed her in the back, stabbed the whole family.
Where's he at?
I don't know, but come here, look.
Oh my god.
That's what I'm saying. They got to get here. Hurry up.
Stabbing the whole family.
Where's he at? What house?
What house? What house? Come on, baby, stay with me. What house?
Come on. Talk to me.
Hey, come on.
I can't move that
Come
knife
on.
because it'll only make it worse.
Right, I know she wants me to get the fan on her and get ice water, but I can't move her. I can't let go of her because it'll go right in her back for her. Come on, baby.
Where's the guy at? Who's the suspect?
around and stabbing everybody in the house, but we're trying to find out what address. What's your address?
Hurry up. No, stay down, stay
Doesn't
down.
look
Stay
familiar.
down, stay down.
Yeah, just stay there.
Flossie could only give fragments of information to the neighbour and the officers, and she couldn't clearly answer the main question, where exactly the attack was happening. The neighbours only knew each other casually and weren't sure who lived where. It wasn't clear which house Flossie had run from, or whether anyone else was still inside in danger. When additional patrol units arrived, they started looking for other neighbours who might be able to point them in the right direction.
Come with me. Just don't touch anything, all right? I want you to just look at her face. Look at her face, tell me what she meant.
Right there.
Where, right here?
Greenhouse.
This greenhouse?
That's right there with that, right, 206.
Okay, there's blood on the door. All right.
Flossie was loaded into an ambulance while officers tried to piece together what was happening. They didn't know if the attack was still ongoing, but they suspected it was. It was unclear how many people were still inside the Bray house. Zah, the one who had called 911, still hadn't been found. The only thing they knew for sure was that the day before they had already had contact with Robert Bray Jr. He had been involved in a traffic accident and at the time was facing a charge for drug possession.
Son is still over there, and it's a wife, he got a girlfriend, and they got a baby. And it's a man on there. He just had an accident last night.
Yeah, we know about the man with the accident.
So I think that's the son car right there. So he in the house.
Okay. Hey, Matt. Mike. Here's what we got. Yeah. He's in the house. The son's in the house with a wife and a kid.
60.
According to the neighbor.
Do we have a phone number for
No.
that house? 68.
Once they learned that both Jonathan Lamont Welch and Robert Bray Jr. were also inside, the officers armed themselves and began surrounding the house. When they were finally able to look inside, they saw smoke, and in the back of the house, a fire was already burning.
I got movement inside the house. He's setting it on fire. The kitchen's on fire.
A few minutes later, from the street, they spotted a child in the backyard.
Back. We got a kid come out of the back. House on fire.
The boy was rescued from the backyard, and he wasn't hurt. The fate of his mother and his grandfather remained unknown, as additional units arrived and set up a perimeter around the house.
Do we know how many more kids are in that house? How many kids do they have? Okay, one kid? Okay, alright, so we got all the babies out. Alright.
Just a few minutes after the child was rescued, as responders were planning their next move, gunshots rang out.
Oh shit!
Get down!
From inside the house, through the front window and another window on the east side, where 2 officers were positioned, about 4 to 5 shots were fired. The gunfire came out of nowhere, cutting through the tense silence and forcing everyone to react instantly. Officers later said that at least 2 of the bullets likely passed right by them and struck a house behind them on the same street, which really showed just how dangerous the situation was for everyone around. Right after that, a special unit from the Wayne County Sheriff's Office was called in immediately. Firefighters were already on scene, but because of the active gunfire and the risk of a possible hostage situation, they couldn't move any closer to the house. They stayed at a safe distance, ready to step in the moment it became possible. At the same time, flames were clearly visible in the back of the house, near the kitchen. The fire was unstable, at times flaring up aggressively and bursting outward in bright flames, then easing off slightly like it was pulling back for a moment. But even during those brief lulls, the smoke kept building, growing thicker and wrapping the house in a heavier and heavier cloud. Throughout the evening, random shots continued to come from inside the house. They weren't constant, but every single one kept the sense of danger alive. No one could predict when the next shot would come, and that uncertainty kept everyone on edge for the entire standoff.
Yeah, they're over there. He's got a pretty good view, and he's got a flare going in there. So if anything, this guy's gonna just fucking walk out and probably just start shooting like crazy.
Alright, we got flames in the house.
6-2, more shots fired.
Shortly before sunset, Jonathan Lamont Welch suddenly appeared in the doorway of the house. The light was already starting to fade, and his silhouette stood out sharply against the dark, smoke-filled entrance behind him. He was wearing nothing but boxer shorts, barefoot, with his hands raised, a gesture that immediately caught the attention of every officer on scene. His appearance was completely unexpected after hours of tense waiting. For a brief moment the air seemed to freeze, heavy and uncertain, the kind of moment where any movement could change everything. He stood still, showing he wasn't resisting, but even that didn't ease the tension. Officers instantly locked their focus on him, watching every step he made. In a situation like this, even raised hands didn't guarantee safety. His condition, nearly naked, visibly exhausted, and marked by what he had just gone through, only raised more questions about what had been happening inside that house for hours. This moment became a turning point. The first time anyone had come out from inside, and with him came the first real chance to start understanding what had actually taken place.
Just a guy on the porch on his belly. Crawl down the stairs!
At that moment, officers weren't sure who had actually opened fire, whether it was Jonathan Lamont Welch or his father. The situation was still confusing, and information was coming in pieces without a clear picture. In reality, after the crash the day before, Robert Bray Jr. had already been taken into custody, and some of the officers on scene knew that. Because of that, another possibility was still on the table, that Jonathan Welch might actually be another victim, just trying to make it out of a smoke-filled, dangerous house. In that kind of uncertainty, every assumption carried weight. Officers had to move carefully, without knowing for sure who they were dealing with, an attacker or someone trying to survive. The smoke, the stress, and the lack of clear information only made it harder to assess the situation, putting even more pressure on every decision. What Flossie Bray had said about her son attacking her with a knife wasn't initially treated as confirmed fact. At that point, it was just one of many unverified claims coming out of the chaos. On top of that, the information hadn't reached everyone on scene, the confusion and tension during the long standoff meant it simply didn't get communicated to every officer. As a result, those first hours of the investigation unfolded in a state of real uncertainty, where the full picture hadn't come together yet, and every new detail had the potential to completely change the understanding of what had happened.
Crawl into that tree! Crawl to that tree! Keep crawling! Move! Move! Move!
Jonathan Lamont Welch slowly and carefully crawled across the yard toward the street.
Keep moving! Yes, sir, I'm down. Keep moving! Yes, keep coming to me! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Yes, sir! Yep, you're doing a good job, man. Let's go! Yes, sir! Keep coming! Yes, sir! Keep coming! Yes, sir! Keep coming! Yes, sir! Keep coming! Yes, sir! Behind this fire truck! Huh? Behind the fire truck! Let's go! Let's go! Yes, sir! We just want to help you, man. Keep coming. Let's go. Let's go. You got a gun on you? No, sir. No? No, sir. Cuff him. Cuff him, sir. Cuff him. Don't make a move. Do not reach for anything in your fucking pocket. I will shoot you. He cuffed me. I'm not doing nothing. Don't resist me. Head down. He cuffed me, officer. He cuffed me. Who else is in that house? Who else is in that house? Your father and girlfriend? Who's got the gun? I don't got a gun, sir. Fire, Fox! Go ahead, sorry. I was talking to him. I'm sorry.
When Jonathan Lamont Welch was securely taken into custody, he suddenly made a statement that immediately caught the officer's attention. He said the gun was with his father, who was still inside the house. Those words came after he was already under control, and they only added to the tension on scene. Officers couldn't ignore that kind of information, because even though it seemed like the active phase of the standoff might be over, the risk was still very real. Any mention of a weapon inside meant the situation could still turn dangerous at any moment. His statement created even more uncertainty. Law enforcement had to factor it in while deciding their next steps and reassessing the level of threat. Even after the arrest, the atmosphere stayed tense because there could still be people inside, and every new detail had the potential to change how everything unfolded.
The house. Girlfriend and stepfather. Did the guy arrested last night for heroin?
Yeah, that was him.
Who's got the gun in there?
Yeah, that was arrested for heroin.
Okay. What's his problem?
I don't know.
Okay. Is his name? What's his name again?
Robert Gray.
Yeah, Robert Gray.
Yes,
what's his deal right now?
I don't know.
Is there any more babies in there?
No, I got one son.
All adults?
Yes, I got one son. Is he out? Is my son out?
The baby, right? Yeah, he's out. We got the son. All right. You're fine, man. You participated. I appreciate it.
He was placed in handcuffs and immediately escorted to the hospital under guard for smoke inhalation.
He just crawled out of the house. I don't know, suspect or not.
If there's anybody else in there.
He just said it was the father, that old guy that we got. I'm pushing 160 on the heart right now. I can't believe it. I went up and grabbed that kid. I think that's what's going through my head right now. He could have fucking popped me.
As evening set in, a special unit arrived on scene, and their presence immediately shifted the dynamic. Firefighters kept a close eye on the fire, monitoring every flare-up and every change in intensity to prevent it from spreading further. Everything was happening slowly, with extreme caution, because any mistake could have serious consequences. After Jonathan Lamont Welch came out of the house, the situation seemed to freeze. There were no more gunshots, no movement from inside. That silence felt unnatural. It didn't calm anyone down. If anything, it made the tension even worse. No one could say for sure what was happening behind those walls. Since the situation was still uncertain, officers held their positions, staying fully alert without letting their guard down for even a second. Every one of them was ready for anything, even with no visible activity. The waiting dragged on, minutes stretched into what felt like long blocks of time, and the pressure just kept building. The standoff lasted for about 7 hours. Long, exhausting hours, where every sound, every movement, and even the silence itself mattered. It was a period where the unknown weighed the heaviest, and the answers were still locked behind the doors of that house.
No. I'm starting to think Dad might be dead.
The tactical team moved in quickly and decisively, methodically smashing windows all around the house to get at least some kind of view inside. Glass shattered everywhere, and each new opening gave them a chance to look into the darkness filled with smoke and uncertainty.
I just want this to be over with.
During the firefighting efforts, the front door was forced open, literally torn down to gain access into the smoke-filled house. Just inside the doorway lay Zela Frazier. Her body was motionless, and from the first glance it was clear she had suffered severe head trauma and was already dead. The scene around her only made it more disturbing. Damage everywhere, soot, and the heavy smell of smoke, creating a picture of complete chaos. The autopsy later revealed multiple blows from a hard object, likely a hammer. The pattern of injuries showed repeated, forceful strikes, pointing to the sheer brutality of the attack and no sign that the attacker ever tried to stop. 70-year-old Robert Bray Jr. was found near the entrance on the east side, on a small landing close to where the fire had been at its strongest. The position and condition of his body suggested he had been right in the middle of everything at the most dangerous moment. He had likely also been struck with a hammer, and in addition, he had stab wounds, showing the level and variety of violence involved. Investigators believed that Jonathan Lamont Welch had set the kitchen on fire to destroy evidence, a theory that fit with what they found. When he came out of the house, witnesses noticed he looked slightly wet, like he had just taken a shower. That detail immediately stood out. Clothes were found on the stove, adding to the suspicion and suggesting hurried actions before he walked out. Detectives recovered the gun that had been used to fire at them, a purple and black 9mm. It belonged to Flossie Bray, and its use added another disturbing layer to the case. After the attack, Flossie Bray remained in the hospital for several days in critical condition, connected to life support as doctors fought to save her, but her condition stayed extremely serious. A few days later, she died from her injuries, becoming another tragic loss in the case. 3 days after the killings inside the house on Kenosha Street, Jonathan Lamont Welch was discharged from the hospital and gave a statement to detectives in Harper Woods. At first, they didn't discuss the murder of Natala Morris, focusing instead on what had happened inside the house. The atmosphere during the interview was tense, because every answer had the potential to change the direction of the investigation. Jonathan Welch said that Zela Frazier and their son had moved in with him at the house on Kenosha just a few weeks before everything happened. According to him, before the killings, he had good relationships with everyone, a claim that stood in sharp contrast to the brutal reality investigators had just uncovered.
You indicated that Zelaya and your son Samuel had been living there recently. When did they move back in there? How long have they been staying there?
I got out on the...
You got out on the 8th of July.
The 8th of July.
Which would have been Friday, last Friday?
I didn't get out last Friday. I've been out for a month.
You've been out for a month?
Yeah, I've been at their house for a month.
Oh, okay.
The whole article, everything is just, hold on one second, because they said they arrested me on the 2nd. When they watched me walk away, they arrested me on the 10th. Yeah, so
and again,
I basically got out on the 14th.
Okay.
So if I got out on June
okay.
14th.
So you've been out a month.
Right.
I'm only going by on what a prosecutor told me.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you the facts.
What's your relationship with mom and dad? Pretty good?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What's your relationship with your fiance, Zelaya? You guys pretty good?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
So whatever did or didn't happen a month ago, you guys kind of patched that up?
Right,
okay,
correct.
Good.
Jonathan Lamont Welch gave a strange and highly inconsistent account of what happened inside his parents' house on the day of the attack. His story came across as fragmented and unclear, like the details just didn't come together into a single logical sequence. Right from the start, it was obvious that his version raised more questions than it answered. He tried to explain everything at once, talking about the use of different weapons, a knife, a hammer, and a gun, but he couldn't clearly describe how or in what order any of it was actually used. There was a lack of specifics in what he said, and the key moments stayed vague. At one point, he casually mentioned that he had taken a shower shortly before everything happened, a detail that felt out of place given the situation and only made his story seem more off. And when it came to the fire, he couldn't explain how it started at all, leaving one of the most critical parts completely unanswered. Despite all of that, he insisted he had acted in self-defense. According to him, there had already been tension in the household leading up to that day. He claimed his parents had been arguing over his father's recent car crash and a drug-related arrest, and that conflict had been building, creating pressure that eventually turned into open aggression. He went on to describe how a verbal argument supposedly escalated into a physical fight between Flossie Bray and Zela Frazier, with accusations tied back to him at the center of it all. The atmosphere, as he described it, became explosive. Emotions spiraled out of control, and the situation escalated fast. He said that after getting out of the shower, he stepped in, and that's when everything completely broke down. What started as a conflict turned into a full-blown family fight, chaotic, intense, and dangerous, where every second made things worse. And according to him, that moment was the point where everything began to spiral beyond control.
Hit me again in my arm with the hammer.
I thought you just said he had a gun.
No, he had a gun. He did have a gun. When he pulled the trigger, the gun didn't go off. So when the gun didn't go off, he hit me in my arm with the hammer. When he hit me in my arm...
So did he have a gun in one hand and a hammer in the other then?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So he hit me in my arm.
What kind of hammer was it?
I don't know the specific hammer. I'm in the bathroom. When I'm in the bathroom, when I scoop his leg and I hit him, we both fall. We fall on top of each other. I hit him again. Once I hit him, that's when I'm crawling out the bathroom. I feel the smoke. So now when I crawl out the bathroom, I'm crawling towards the front door.
Okay. How did this fire start in the house?
I don't know how the fire started. I was just coming back to consciousness. I don't know how the fire started or anything about the fire.
Jonathan Lamont Welch's version of events only partially matched the physical evidence collected at the scene. There were gaps in his story that became more obvious the closer investigators compared it to the case files. What stood out the most was that he couldn't clearly explain the multiple and varied injuries suffered by his family members. The nature and severity of those injuries simply didn't fit the picture he was trying to present. It created a strong sense that something far more complex and darker was hiding behind his account. Investigators reconstructed the timeline step by step, carefully analyzing every detail, and the deeper they went, the clearer it became that the facts didn't line up. Each new finding only raised more doubt about the truth of his statements and highlighted the growing gap between what he said and what the evidence actually showed. It was determined that the fire had been set intentionally. That conclusion wasn't based only on expert analysis, but also on direct observation. Multiple officers had seen how unstable the fire was, flaring up suddenly and spreading, then dropping off just as quickly, almost like it was being controlled. They watched it from a distance, unable to intervene right away, and every one of those shifts reinforced the suspicion that this wasn't accidental, it was deliberate. Taken together, these details formed a complete but deeply disturbing picture, a story where the evidence steadily broke down the official version and revealed a much darker reality underneath.
Your rendition of what happened, Jonathan, and I'm only stating this based on what Zelaya said to us via 911, because she was able to call 911, and your mom said to us specifically when we arrived, and to include me, I was one of the first ones to arrive. Okay, so Zelaya calls 911 and indicates that she was hiding in a bedroom and can't leave, that your mom was protecting her from you, and you were trying to kill her, and you had a knife.
How my mama protecting her from me, and my mama got a licensed gun?
Right, but
that don't make sense.
Analyzing the evidence we recovered from the house. You know, for instance, your mom's gun, the knife, the hammer, the lighters, and all those items I just told you about, Jonathan, the knife that we got out of your mom's back, the purple and black gun, the hammer, and the lighters that we recovered from the living room, every one of those items, Jonathan, has your DNA on them. Every one of them.
Jonathan Lamont Welch was formally charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder, a major turning point in the case that made it clear just how serious and uncompromising the investigators' conclusions had become. Then, on August 2nd, the DNA results in the case of Natala Morris came back, and they were decisive. A match was confirmed. His DNA was found in 2 critical places: inside the Ford Focus, linked to the case, and directly on the victim's body. That evidence significantly strengthened the prosecution and left very little room for alternative explanations. After that, a 4th murder charge was added against him. The situation was escalating quickly, and the body of evidence kept growing, forming a more complete and deeply troubling picture of what had happened. This was on top of the existing charges of attempted murder tied to the incident where he fired a handgun belonging to his mother at 2 police officers, an act that further underscored the danger of the situation and the urgency of the response. On November 1st, 2023, Jonathan Welch pleaded guilty. The court brought this part of the case to a close, sentencing him to between 45 and 70 years in prison, marking the final chapter in a long and intense legal battle that left behind a heavy and disturbing aftermath.
He held her hostage for hours. He did torture her.
My sister was fully naked when she ran out the house and ran to a nearby neighbor house to get help. How do you let somebody out that did that to somebody? How do you let them out?
And she was ready for her new beginning because she was talking about the future a lot.
You ever seen him before prior to all of this?
No, it honestly kind of doesn't really make any sense how they have any connection whatsoever. So did he deserve a bond? No, especially that low. It's absurd. I'm honestly speechless. Definitely needs to become a big major thing because this happens all the time, you know. So much could have been prevented if they would have really looked at the bigger picture. You're a threat to the community. She was the oldest sibling of the 7 of us. She was loving, the most kindest soul you could ever meet. Like, she had drive and she was all about...
This was a truly tragic and deeply disturbing case involving Natala Morris, Zela Frazier, as well as Flossie Bray and Robert Bray Jr. From the very beginning, the story surrounding these names carried a sense of tension and inevitability. It brings together several lives that became intertwined under circumstances that ended in tragedy. Each of these names represents a separate story, a different role in events that left behind difficult questions and a lasting sense of loss. This was not an ordinary case. It immediately stood out because of its complexity and emotional weight. Even mentioning these people sets the tone for the entire story, dark, tense, and filled with a heavy sense of drama. Two shots rang out. At first, there was a burst of 8 or maybe 10 shots. Then everything went quiet for about 10 minutes. And then a few more shots. When it was all over, 2 teenagers were lying side by side in the bushes near Buckhorn Road, 14-year-old Lyric Woods and 18-year-old Devon Clark. They had both been shot multiple times. Investigators found 13 shell casings at the scene, 3 where the shooting began, 5 along the path, and 4 more where they were finished off. Detectives believe they were trying to run. Lyric had been hit 7 times, Devon 6. His body had likely been dragged and placed next to hers. The weapon was never found. Their phones were gone. Just a few hours earlier, Lyric had quietly slipped out of her house while her parents were asleep. She left behind a message.
Turn off your headlights when you pull up.
That same night, Devon was looking for a ride. In a group chat, he posted that he was offering free buns in exchange for a lift. He got what he wanted. At 1:45 a.m. Their phones are moving together toward Buckhorn Road. At 2:20 a.m., a camera captures a car at a gas station, and there's only one person behind the wheel. Later, a witness will say he heard a confession, and according to him, it all started with a conflict. Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments. And now, let's keep going. In the early morning hours of September 17th, 2022, 14-year-old Lyric Woods quietly slipped out of her house and stepped outside. Her parents were asleep inside, completely unaware of the plans she had kept to herself. By the next morning, Lyric wasn't in her bed, and she never came back home. By midday, ATV riders on a rural road near the county line made a horrifying discovery. 2 teenagers had been killed in a hail of gunfire. They were lying side by side, Lyric Woods and 18-year-old Devon Clark. It wasn't clear how they even knew each other, and neither of them had a phone on them. But later on, the contents of their private messages would become the key to solving their murders. Even though most of the conversation had been deleted, the pieces that remained revealed a complicated plan and ultimately led investigators to the suspected killer. Shortly before 3 p.m. on Sunday, September 18th, 2022, 2 ATV riders in Effin, North Carolina, made a horrifying discovery. Near Buckhorn Road, right along the line between Orange and Alamance counties, they found 2 bodies, a male and a female. They were lying on their backs, side by side, their arms spread out.
What we have found is we've actually discovered 2 dead bodies. They're just laying around the side of the road.
It was a wooded area near the road, running along a power line where regular traffic almost never goes. Orange County Sheriff's deputies determined that both victims had suffered multiple gunshot wounds. It was a brutal and relentless attack. Local residents later said they had heard gunshots early that Saturday morning on the 17th.
I heard about close to 10 shots going off like an automatic gun, and then I paused for a little bit, and then 5 more shots went off.
In the bushes lay 14-year-old Lyric Woods, a freshman at Cedar Ridge High School in Hillsboro, dead. Right next to her was 18-year-old Devin Clark, a standout player on the football and basketball teams at Eastern Alamance High School. Both teenagers had been reported missing that same weekend, and finding them in this horrific scene was the worst possible outcome.
Tell me it's not her. And he just got out of the Tahoe and hugged me and was just like, I'm so sorry. We completely fell to the ground.
I knew then that my baby was never coming home again.
It's awful already to lose her, but to think of how it was, and that she was scared. Was she crying for us? You know, was she...
14-year-old Lyric Woods loved to laugh. She was really into volleyball and loved joking around with her friends. She sang and danced, but more than anything, people remember her smiling, just genuinely happy.
No, she's brave, but she's trapped inside. Scared to talk, but she don't know why.
Lyric was a big sister to Govia and 4 more siblings. Her family said she never met a stranger and was loved by everyone around her. They remember her as a beautiful soul, inside and out. Some of her favourite things were her eyelash curler and her Air Jordans, but more than anything, she loved her family.
Okay guys, so I'm about to surprise my dad. He just walked in the restaurant, and I actually can't get out of the car. Oh my god, I can't get out of the car. Just kidding. Happy birthday!
Baby girl!
I didn't know you already signed it. I cannot believe you thought I forgot your birthday. I definitely would not forget your birthday.
You're good to go.
Exactly how Lyric met and became friends with 18-year-old Devin Clark remains unclear. He was a teenage athlete from nearby Mebany, a senior at Eastern Alamance, where he stood out as a top wide receiver.
Second half action, the pass from Hunter Douglas. He's going to find Devin Clark. There he is down the sideline, and see you later. Clark's going to take it in with an E8 touchdown.
Devin wasn't just known for sports. He loved music and would often set up rap and studio sessions with his friends. He spent a lot of time riding bikes and ATVs, and that's exactly how the community chose to honor him in the days after his tragic death.
He loved to ride 4-wheelers and dirt bikes. It was always something he loved to do with all his other friends and stuff like that. So this is how we're gonna, memorialize him and, respect him today.
It was just unnecessary. It was tragic, uncalled for, evil. I mean, we're talking about a kid. These kids, these were kids. These are babies.
2 families got to go to bed without their kids tonight. And that's the most sickening things I've ever seen.
After the double murder, the families and the community were overwhelmed not just with grief, but with anger and confusion. It wasn't clear how Devin and Lyric ended up together late at night on a rural road. The biggest question, of course, was how they got there, and who else was with them.
He was an athletic person. He was a good person. He was a good friend. He had a good heart, but he never hurt nobody. And for him to get done like this is I have to have answers. Where's the other person? Who's the person that picked either one of them up? Who is the person or people that dropped them off?
The crime scene near Buckhorn Road offered some key clues about what happened in the final moments of the teenagers' lives. Their injuries and the way their bodies were positioned turned out to be critical in reconstructing the sequence of events. In total, investigators found 13 shell casings spread across 3 separate areas, and that matched the number of gunshot wounds on the 2 teens. Lyric had been shot 7 times, twice in the front, once in her left arm, and again in the shoulder, almost as if she had tried to turn away from the direction of the gunfire. Then she was hit in the back and shot 2 more times at close range. Devon's injuries followed a similar pattern, first to the front, including his right shoulder, and then to the back, 6 wounds in total. The first cluster had 3 casings, and investigators believe those were the initial shots, fired while the shooter was facing them. The second group, 5 casings, was found along a path, likely fired during a chase. Devon and Lyric were almost certainly running for their lives. The final 4 casings were found near where their bodies were discovered. Those were the last shots, fired after they were no longer fleeing. Witnesses who heard the gunfire said it came in 2 stages, with about a 10-minute gap in between. First, they heard roughly 8 to 10 shots, then a long pause, and after that, another 3 to 5 shots. That timeline lines up with the physical evidence, and supports the idea that the initial attack near the first casings turned into a pursuit, and then ended with those final shots, possibly even excessive, delivered at the end. Even though they were found lying next to each other, there were signs that Devon had been moved and placed beside Lyric. His pants were pulled down to his thighs, and there was visible dirt on his chest and the front of his legs, suggesting he had been dragged to where he was found and then turned over. The murder weapon was never recovered. Devon's father, Dexter, reported him missing on the morning of Sunday, September 18th, just a few hours before his body was found. The 18-year-old still lived at home, but had been growing more independent. At first, his father thought he was out with friends, but when Saturday turned into Sunday with no word from him, and his friends couldn't reach him either, he filed a missing person report. That wasn't the only thing Dexter reported. His Canic 9mm handgun, grey and green, was also missing, along with about 23 rounds of Remington 9mm ammunition. Investigators later determined that those rounds matched the casings found at the scene. It appeared that Devon may have taken the weapon that was ultimately used to kill him. Devon's phone, along with his other personal belongings and the backpack he usually carried, were also missing. Still, investigators were able to recover data from his devices through Verizon Wireless. Most of his communication had been happening on Snapchat, an app that automatically deletes message history unless it's saved manually. Because of that, only part of his conversations could be recovered, but even that was enough to give investigators a sense of his plans for that night and the early morning hours leading up to his death. One message, which would later become key to the case, was sent by Devon in a group chat with 11 friends at around 12:30 a.m. And it read, "Who's got a car and wants some free buns?" Free buns was slang, meaning a sexual meetup with a girl. Devon was looking for someone with a car who could give him a ride, and in return, he was offering that kind of meetup with a girl. His intent became even clearer in messages with a user named Jaw Day, exchanged between 11 p.m. and 12:05 a.m. that night. At 11:05 p.m., Devon wrote, "Do you want it tonight?" Jaw Desi replied, "Who with?" "Haha, with Lyric. She says she's gonna be with both of us." "Wait, what? Are you serious? What, she's not bringing a friend or something?" "Haha, that's exactly what I asked. She said it's not with any of them. She wanted me to come pick her up, but I don't have a car, and if she wants me that bad, then she wants whoever's coming with me too." Jesse said he was out of gas, and then there was about a 2-hour gap with no messages at all, so it's possible they still worked something out, because at 1:05 a.m., Devon sent 2 laughing emojis. And after that, there were no more messages between them that night. Lyric's parents would take her phone away at night, so when they reported her missing on Saturday morning, the phone was still with them. But it looks like Lyric had access to an iPad, and was actively messaging on it until almost 1:30 that night when she disappeared. Investigators were able to recover part of a Snapchat conversation she had with an account called Basketball1296, which was later confirmed to be Devon Clark. and what they found shows she was planning to sneak out of the house. She arranged to be picked up nearby so she wouldn't be noticed. Starting at 1:21, she sent Devon her address and then a screenshot with the exact spot marked where he should pull up, and about a minute later she wrote,
"Park over there, somewhere off to the side."
Then she added a few more instructions so they wouldn't be seen.
"Turn your headlights off when you pull up until I get in the car."
This was the last message from Lyric that investigators were able to access, and in none of her messages was there any sign that she agreed to the arrangement Devon had offered his friend in exchange for a ride. There's no evidence that was ever even discussed. Even so, it seems like Devon's offer did end up getting him a ride, and that Lyric really was picked up that night in someone's car. In the days after the bodies were found, both Lyric's and Devon's families reached out to the public asking for any information that could help the investigation. And one especially painful post from Devon's mother, Tiffany Conception, caught the attention of one person. The tipster's name was Christian Sykes. He didn't know Lyric Woods or Devon Clark, but he had a friend who, according to him, told a story that sounded far too similar to their murder.
I guess we can just start from the beginning. I'm gonna let you talk a little bit and...
Okay, so everything that I know basically is, so I met the boy Isaiah. I don't know his last name, but I have his Snapchat name, and that's usually how we converse. I gave the other officer his phone number because I do have his phone.
Christian met Isaiah through his cousin about 6 months earlier. He didn't know the 17-year-old very well, although he admitted they had been physically involved at least twice. Most of the time, they would just meet up and smoke together, and during a Snapchat video call, according to Christian, Isaiah showed him a gun and then started telling a strange story.
I was like, what happened? And then he showed me like a gun, and I was like,
okay, go ahead.
And he showed me like a gun, and I was like, you got a gun? Okay, like, what does that mean? And then he was like, well, I picked up this dude. He didn't give me no names. He just said he picked up a dude, and when he picked him up, he was going to pick up a girl, and then he was taking them to go, I guess, have sex. So he was like, but I capped him, and I was like, what you mean? And he was like, well, the dude was holding the beam on me, and I'm assuming he meant like the gun had like a laser type of thing on it. But he was like, he was pointing at him. He was like, I don't like that. And I told him to stop, and I told him multiple times to stop, but he kept doing it. And he said the gun had bullets in it. So then he said he grabbed the gun, and they was wrestling with the gun. And then I'm assuming Devin was like had his finger, and then he pulled the trigger, and he said that the bullet went like near his legs, like that way. He said in between his legs, but that's what he said. And then he said that he like had got the gun from him, and then he said he shot him. And then he said that the white girl, well, he didn't say white girl, but he said the girl that was in the back seat, he said she saw everything, so I turned around and I shot her. Now this is Sunday.
Christian told the detective he didn't believe Isaiah at first. The story sounded way too unbelievable, and the fact that it was told with almost no emotion made it seem even less real. It wasn't until news of the murders started spreading all over social media that Christian began to connect the dots.
Okay, so showing that he emptied the clip.
Basically.
Okay.
Like, and it was crazy because it was like no remorse, which was why I was, because I've never like looked at him as like a person that's like, in my eyes, that's like evil. If you could murder two people like that and then show no emotion, that's why I was thinking the story was just something that he came up with, because you're not showing no emotion, you're laughing on the video call.
17-year-old Isaiah Ross, who allegedly confessed to Christian, had moved from Delaware to North Carolina in 2021 during his sophomore year to live with his mother and 3 younger siblings. He attended Eastern Alamance High School in Mebane, the same school as Devon Clark, although records show he was only enrolled for 6 days at the start of the school year. His family knew him as a quiet, loving son and overall a happy teenager who was into basketball, music, and new technology. However, Isaiah did have trouble with the law.
No cap though. Let me show you. Hold up, let me show you. gave me 5 charges, my.
After Christian went to the police, data from Isaiah Ross's phone was also seized. Investigators determined that on the night of the murders, he left his home and drove to Devin Clark's house. From there, they picked up Lyric Woods and headed toward Buckhorn Road. Both Isaiah's and Devin's devices were moving together toward the crime scene between 1:45 a.m. and 2:14 a.m. From the scene, Isaiah appears to have driven to the nearest gas station. Driving his mother's white GMC Sierra, he was caught on surveillance cameras at a gas station in Mebane, about 2 miles from the scene, around 2:20 a.m. He was alone. The cameras show Isaiah getting out of the vehicle and walking toward the store. He was wearing a patterned jacket over a black zip-up hoodie, and the tips of his hair were dyed blonde. After that, he returned to the Sierra and drove back in the direction of Buckhorn Road. Data from his phone showed he was heading back toward the crime scene again, before eventually going home. In the days after the murders, Isaiah got into an argument with his mother over damage to the fender of her white GMC Sierra, and he was kicked out of the house, with help from his stepfather, a man named Antoine Bryant. He bought a bus ticket and travelled to Delaware. Antoine, who it turned out was also a cousin of Devin Clark, later realized he had unknowingly helped his stepson avoid justice when he left the state, because of North Carolina laws that restrict the release of information about minors. Isaiah's identity was not made public even after he was charged with 2 counts of murder and could not be located. He was eventually arrested on October 2nd in Delaware, and the next day he was formally charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. The 17-year-old was tried as an adult.
So at this point, personnel with the sheriff's office have concluded their investigation, and the case has been turned over to the district attorney's office for prosecution. We have some theories and we have some evidence, but we can't speculate as to motive at this time. And another important thing to forecast is, I don't know that we'll know in this case, or that we will find out collectively. Unfortunately, a lot of times cases go all the way through the court system and even get convicted. But if evidence convicts and the defendant does not speak, we don't always know the motive. And that may very well be what happens in this case. It may not be made public.
Isaiah Ross maintained that he was innocent, claiming self-defense. He planned to argue that it was Devin Clark who shot Lyric Woods, not him, and according to his version, after that Devin turned the gun on him, a struggle broke out between them, and only out of fear for his own life did he shoot Devin. Prosecutors didn't believe that account, and continued to pursue 2 charges of first-degree murder. However, just before trial, in January 2026, they offered Isaiah a plea deal, reducing the charges to second-degree murder on both counts. If he accepted, he would have faced between 20 and 25 years in prison for each killing. But if convicted by a jury, he was looking at life in prison for both. He immediately and firmly rejected the offer. There were no further negotiations. Isaiah Ross wanted a trial.
I ask you, as you listen to the testimony and review the evidence, that you keep these things in mind: the timeline, the physical evidence, and the defendant's confession. And when you've heard it all, when the truth is laid bare in front of you, I will ask you to hold the defendant accountable. I will ask you to find him guilty.
Elizabeth took the stand in court, telling the jury about the trauma and confusion she went through when she learned her daughter was missing.
It was Friday the 16th. I had come home late because my mother-in-law had fallen, so I took her to the ER. My parents picked up both Lyric and Genovia and took them to have ice cream, and then went to my house. And it was about 11 o'clock. Me and my husband were sitting on the couch. She came behind us, gave us both a hug, and told us she loved us and that she was going to take a shower. And I told her, don't take an hour and a half, because she always took really long showers. And that was the last time I saw her. I know her weakness was her sissy, so I had Genovia go in there to wake her up. and try to do it in a sweet way. And she came back out crying and said that Sissy wasn't there. And it just didn't make sense. So I went in there and said, she's probably hiding from you. Again, that didn't make sense to me either because I knew she'd be asleep. And realized she wasn't there. And then I immediately called Brady to see, did he for some reason come pick Lyric up in the middle of the night?
And who's Brady?
Lyric's dad. And he said no, so while I was on the phone with him, I told my husband, call 911 right now. It's not like her to worry me. That was the last thing she'd want to do.
Dexter Clark explained that his son and his gun went missing at the same time. He said he kept the pistol locked in a box under his bed.
Had you tried to call him during that intervening time?
I did. I didn't want to think nothing was wrong. So I kind of just pushed it like to the side a little bit.
Was it, had Devin done this before where he'd been gone all weekend?
No, he would usually leave sometimes with his friends and come back, but you know, it wasn't nothing like out of the ordinary. I reported my firearm was missing because I know that usually Devin would we would go shooting, and I let Devin. That was the gun that Devin did use when we went to go shooting. I was in a shooting club, Country Boys Therapy, and that's what we did on the weekends. And so Devin would shoot the gun there, and yeah.
The parents of Lyric Woods and Devin Clark weren't the only ones directly affected by this brutal killing of two teenagers. Isaiah Ross's mother was also in court, standing by her son as he faced accusations of these horrific crimes, and on social media she commented on the trial, criticizing the prosecution's case against him in her own way, and at times even mocking and insulting the people who testified against him.
I said sorry to, Devin's mom and her little ugly ass ragamuffin looking ass bitches came like, ugh. But this country boy therapy, so that's what we do, country boy therapy.
As the trial went on, Isaiah Ross and his outspoken mother were given more and more reasons to criticize the proceedings. The alleged confession from Isaiah became a key piece of evidence for the prosecution. However, their main witness, Christian Sykes, turned out to be a problem for their case. He recounted what he remembered from a Snapchat conversation in which Isaiah allegedly confessed to killing Devin Clark and Lyric Woods.
And Mr. Sykes, do you know Isaiah Ross?
Yes.
How do you know him?
We were cool once upon a time.
Cool, did you say?
Yeah.
What Isaiah told you?
Yeah.
And what did he tell you?
That you want me to tell the whole story?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, he told me that he was going to hang out, that he hung out with somebody, and they were going to. Do you want me to say it all? Like, okay.
It's been said before, probably.
All right. Well, he said that they were going to, that they went to on a white girl. When they got there, they were hanging out and stuff, and somehow or another, the other boy had a gun, and he was like playing with the beam and pointing it on him, and he told him to stop, and he did it again, and he told him to stop, and he said the third time he went for the gun. They wrestled for the gun, and I don't remember exactly if he said the gun went off, but I do know he said that he shot them and dumped the bodies. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it.
4 years had passed since those events, and the alleged confession, which could explain some of the inconsistencies in the details Christian Sykes shared with the jury. At the same time, he spoke with confidence about certain things that were clearly not true. Whether he had been misled or simply remembered the details incorrectly was ultimately up to the jury to decide. The first and most significant mistake was the location where, according to him, the shooting had taken place.
Did he give you any indication of where they were when
In the
this
car.
happened? In the car.
He did say Eflin. I do remember that, but just in the car. I really wasn't trying to ask too many questions because honestly and truthfully, I didn't believe it. It just sounded crazy.
There was no evidence, no blood spatter, no DNA, no shell casings, nothing from forensics to suggest that Isaiah Ross, Devin Clark, or Lyric Woods were inside a vehicle when the shooting happened. On the contrary, there was substantial physical evidence showing the events unfolded near the bushes and along a trail. And beyond those inconsistencies, Christian Sykes also said that the gun Isaiah showed during the video call was black, not grey and green as described by Dexter Clark.
Another thing that you testified to was that you saw the firearm and that it was black. Do you recall that?
I saw a firearm that was black on video. I don't know if it was that one because I was not there.
Okay, thank you. So you saw a firearm and it was black?
Yes.
His recollection of his mother's white GMC Terrain that Isaiah Ross was driving that night was also inconsistent and confusing.
You said that the vehicle that his mom had was black. Do you recall hearing that?
Yeah.
Okay, and you remember kind of seeing her car there and...
Not there. I just remember seeing her pick him up and her car was black. Most people don't. They have one car, so...
And was the idea that this event took place in the car, was that actually said or was that also alluded to?
Well, if he said he shot somebody and then turns around and shoots somebody, you can't turn around unless you're in a car, right? That's just what I'm assuming.
Talk about I only know his mom to have a black truck. Bitch, I ain't never owned a black truck in my life. You suck another dick.
The defense called just one witness, Isaiah Ross himself. The 21-year-old defendant told the jury that before the night of September 16th, he had never met or spoken with Lyric Woods. When he agreed to Devin Clark's plan to go out that night, he believed the girl wouldn't be alone, but would have a friend with her, and it wasn't until Devin was already in the car giving him directions that he realized the plan was actually something different.
That's when he asked me if I minded if he went first. So it's kind of where I really got the idea that there was only one person that we were going to pick up. I entered into the situation thinking we were going to go pick up one person and then another person, but that confirmed that it was just one person.
He explained that when they arrived at Buckhorn Road, Devin Clark and Lyric Woods spent a few minutes together in the back seat, and later DNA analysis suggested there had likely been some kind of intimate contact between them. Isaiah said that during that time he was outside the car with Devin's vape. When the two of them got out of the back seat, according to Isaiah Ross, an argument started between them. Lyric was yelling that she wouldn't be controlled or passed around to anyone.
Can you explain to me what you heard or what you remember you heard when Lyric and Devin got out the car?
She was yelling at Devin, saying that I can't say word for word, but that I remember she saying she wasn't a whore, and she wasn't gonna let him pimp her around anymore, and that she was gonna get police involved.
Okay. And how did Devin respond?
Ultimately he retrieved the gun out of the car and then shot her with it.
Standing next to an easel, Isaiah Ross used a hand-drawn diagram to walk the jury through his version of events, pointing out exactly where, according to him, Devin Clark and Lyric Woods got out of the back seat and which direction Lyric ran when Devin opened fire, Isaiah claimed that after Devin shot Lyric, he then pointed the gun at him and said, "You know what's about to happen." Isaiah took that as a threat that he was next, so he lunged at Devin and a struggle over the gun broke out. Shots were fired. Even though Isaiah was smaller and less physically developed, he said he managed to overpower Devin, delivering a headbutt and then driving his shoulder into him as he tried to take control of the weapon.
I remember being hit somewhere in this area, like a punch.
Now, if you're pointing to an area, that would be what part of your body?
My shoulder.
Which shoulder?
My right shoulder.
All right, so what happens next?
When it was all over, Isaiah Ross said he panicked. He used a jacket and his black zip-up hoodie to drag Devin Clark off the road so a car wouldn't run him over, and he insisted he never turned the body over. Since the tank was almost empty, he stopped at a gas station, then went back to the scene of the shooting to retrieve his black hoodie that he said he had accidentally left behind.
I had trouble finding it, but I had left my Under Armour hoodie there. Not really a hoodie, it was a quarter zip, but I had left it there and I was just going back to grab it. It just, honestly, if I were to describe it, it just felt like my brain was literally like melting. I didn't know what to do. I was afraid. Honestly, I just wanted to go home, and that seemed like the answer to all of my problems at the time. So I just went home.
There were a few gaps in Isaiah Ross's account. In his version, the first shots that witnesses heard were fired by Devin Clark at Lyric Woods, but the struggle he described afterward didn't explain the roughly 10-minute gap before the second round of gunfire. In reality, it all seemed to have happened very quickly. Prosecutors also pointed out that the black hoodie Isaiah claimed he went back for was the same one he was seen wearing on surveillance footage at the gas station. It was clear that after stopping for gas, he returned to the crime scene, which suggests there may have been another reason. He said he moved Devin, but never turned him over, which conflicted with the evidence showing dirt on Devin's chest and legs. His version also didn't explain what happened to the vape. He said Devin handed it to him before getting out of the car, but 2 days later it was found in Devin's front pocket, meaning that at some point, between Devin getting out of the car, arguing with Lyric, and getting into a struggle with Isaiah, the vape somehow ended up back with him. Even if Isaiah's testimony didn't explain everything, he was clearly trying to account for what happened. He also made uncomfortable allegations against the prosecution's key witness, Christian Sykes, attempting to undermine his credibility and suggest he had a reason to lie or exaggerate. Isaiah claimed he had seen Christian behave inappropriately toward his cousin, and after reacting negatively to what he saw, he said Christian became afraid he might tell someone.
He wanted to know, basically, he didn't necessarily tell me that he wanted to know this, but I think he feared that I would expose him to somebody.
Just let us know what you said and what was in your mind.
What was in my mind was that he just wasn't someone that I would want to be around necessarily. He's embarrassed. I shouldn't have seen something like that, and he wanted to know if I wanted to smoke and kind of talk about it more. I didn't want to do it.
After Isaiah Ross testified, his mother also spoke out about Christian Sykes.
Whoa. Bitches getting braids from their cousin like whoa. And from their brother like whoa. Huh? Cousins, brothers, sisters, y'all all geeky as fuck. Not all of y'all. Sykes! Bitch Sykes! Christian Sykes! Bring your ass to the front, Christian!
Isaiah Ross acknowledged that he had spoken with Christian Sykes about what happened on Buckhorn Road. He said it calmly, but there was a tension behind it that hadn't faded with time. That conversation took place when everything was still too close, too fresh to be processed clearly or objectively. Those were words spoken in the moment. When emotion outweighed logic and memory hadn't yet had time to sort through what had happened, although he claimed he didn't remember the details, the trauma was still raw. So what he said could have been emotional, confused, and inaccurate or misunderstood. In that kind of state, even simple things can come out differently than they really are. Sentences break apart, thoughts get tangled, and meaning gets lost, somewhere between emotion and the attempt to explain something that's hard to accept. That's why what was said back then could be interpreted in different ways. Something that felt important, but at the same time unclear, contradictory, open to multiple interpretations, and over the course of 4 years, he likely gained more clarity and understanding. Time changes perception. What once felt chaotic and impossible to grasp can slowly start to take shape. Distance allows you to look at events differently, to organize them, to separate emotion from fact. But at the same time, the question still remains how complete that clarity really is, and whether it can fully and accurately reflect what actually happened back then.
Who brought the firearm that night?
Devin Clark.
Okay. When you got out the car at Buckhorn Road, who shot Lyric Woods?
Devin Clark shot Lyric Woods.
And after he did that, what did he do to you?
He came over to me with the gun, pointed it at me, and said that I knew what time it was, which would mean he's about to kill me.
Objection.
He was about to kill me.
Hold on.
The jury deliberated for 6 hours over 2 days before the court was shut down because of an ice storm. Those hours dragged on, heavy with tension and non-stop discussion of every detail. Behind closed doors, the jurors kept circling back to the same facts, trying to piece together a complete picture. The atmosphere grew heavier, the fatigue more noticeable, and right at that point outside forces stepped in. The weather forced the court to pause, almost as if pushing everyone even further away from a final decision. After proceedings resumed, they spent another full day discussing the case before telling the judge they were deadlocked. 8-4 on one of the charges, with only 4 in favor of a guilty verdict. Those numbers clearly showed a divide within the group. Opinions had split so deeply that no argument could shift either side anymore. Everyone held on to their own belief. And that internal conflict only deepened the sense of stalemate. Informing the judge felt like admitting they couldn't reach common ground. The judge instructed them to keep deliberating. His direction was clear and firm. To try again, go back over the facts, rethink what they had heard. That decision added several more hours to an already exhausting process. Pushing the jurors to dive back into details they had already reviewed again and again, they deliberated for another 4 hours and then returned with a verdict. Those final hours became the culmination of everything. The tension reached its peak, and every word, every argument could have been the one that tipped the balance. And when the jurors finally walked back into the courtroom, it was clear a decision had been made, though what it took to reach it was something only they truly knew.
We have a unanimous verdict for the killing of Devin Clark. We remain deadlocked for the killing of Lyric Woods. So we first make this inquiry, Mr. Foreman. Do you feel that any further deliberations will assist you in the jury being able to reach a unanimous verdict in the charge involving Lyric Woods?
Honestly, Your Honor, I don't believe more time would, based on everything that we've gone through over the last 2 days, I don't believe more time.
Okay.
The judge agreed. His decision came across calm and formal, without any extra emotion, but that very restraint made the moment feel final. The courtroom fell into a tense silence where every word carried weight. It was the moment everyone had been waiting for clarity, and instead they were left with even more uncertainty. The jury was unable to reach a verdict on the murder of Lyric Woods, despite long deliberations, repeated attempts to find common ground, and careful review of all the evidence. They couldn't come to a unified decision. The disagreements remained, and they were strong enough to prevent any final verdict. This outcome reflected doubts that couldn't be resolved. Even after everything presented in court, a mistrial was declared on that charge, which in practical terms meant that one of the key questions remained unanswered. No final conclusion, no legal closure, just a pause that leaves room for what comes next. For some, it was a disappointment. For others, it was a sign that the story isn't over and could continue in the future.
We, the jury, unanimously found the defendant, Isaiah Ross, to be guilty of second-degree murder of Devin Clark.
Before sentencing, the family of Devin Clark delivered statements about the impact of the crime. Their words were sincere and painful, without any embellishment. They spoke about a bright, kind-hearted boy, the way those closest to him remember him, someone who was always there, who supported his younger siblings, cousins, and friends. Someone who could lift people up and never left anyone around him feeling unnoticed. In every sentence you could feel the loss, not just of a person but of a part of their lives that will never come back. Isaiah Ross was sentenced on one count of second-degree murder to between 20 and 25 years in prison. That decision marked the formal end of the trial, but it didn't bring a sense of closure. The numbers, the years of imprisonment, sounded clear and definitive. But behind them were lives permanently changed by something that can't be undone. For some, the sentence felt too light. For others, it was the only outcome possible within the law, despite the horror of everything that happened. His mother appeared to take the sentence as a kind of victory. Her reaction stood in sharp contrast to the grief surrounding the case. Where others saw tragedy and loss, she seemed to find relief, or even justification. And that perception left many people confused and unsettled. Not long after the trial, she went live on social media, and the video sparked a strong negative reaction. People responded quickly and intensely. Many saw it as inappropriate and painful given the circumstances. The discussion spread, opinions differed, but the overall tone remained tense. And that video only reinforced the feeling that even after the sentencing, the story continues to stir strong emotions and deeply divided reactions.
I thought you was gonna win because of your skin color, because of this, because of this, because of title. But you know what? The black people actually won. You tried to keep Devin's mom from defining her son's body. They had to do all this extra shit just based off the motherfucking clothing that they had on. They was the ones to stand up and read their notes. They was the ones to stand up and read their notes. Not y'all white mother trying to play. Cause y'all got this and power. No, I'm glad the black people won. Boop, boop, boop. I'm glad the black people won. We won. Y'all lost. Y'all lost. Y'all lost.
The family of Lyric Woods left the courtroom in a state of deep confusion and complete emotional exhaustion. Their faces looked drained, their eyes distant. Like they were still trying to process what they had just heard. The air felt heavy, filled with unspoken emotions that couldn't be put into words. It was one of those moments where even being surrounded by people doesn't bring any comfort, and reality itself feels distant and impossible to accept. The prosecution kept the case open, with an administrative hearing on next steps scheduled for March 2026, which means this story isn't over yet. There are still decisions ahead. New phases that could change the course of the case. But at the same time, it also means the uncertainty continues, something that has already worn down everyone connected to this tragedy. For now, there's no word on whether there will be a retrial, a plea agreement, or if the charges could be dropped. and that uncertainty only adds to the tension. Without clear answers, the questions just keep building, and no one knows what the next move will be, which makes everything feel even more unsettling. The jury's decision left many people confused. For those who followed the case closely, it felt contradictory and hard to make sense of. Expectations were different, so the outcome brought not just surprise, but a deep sense of discomfort. 4 jurors were ready to find Isaiah Ross guilty of first-degree murder in the killing of Lyric Woods, and those same 4 likely agreed only to second-degree murder in the case of Devin Clark. Rejecting the claim of self-defense, but also not finding enough proof of premeditation for first degree, the verdict itself felt divided. Almost like even within the jury there was no full certainty. On one side there was a belief in intent. On the other, there were doubts that prevented a clear and unified conclusion. That contrast only highlights how complex the case really is, and how many contradictions remain unresolved. It's hard to understand what logic led to such a split decision. That question just hangs there without a clear answer, showing up in conversations, in thoughts, in repeated attempts to make sense of everything that was heard. But the deeper you look into the details, the more doubts seem to appear instead of clarity. Lyric's mother keeps her daughter's memory alive by filling the house with photos from happier times, showing her as she was in life, joyful, smiling, full of energy. Each photo captures a moment frozen in time, a smile, a look, an effortless sense of life. And in those images there is no tragedy, only the life she lived and the memories that have now become the only way to keep her close.
She's so kind-hearted and tender-hearted and would do anything to help somebody else. And just reminds me of my reason to keep going. And I absolutely love seeing her face everywhere. Just gives me comfort. Even though I know I don't have her here, I love seeing her everywhere.
This was the tragic story of Devin Clark and Lyric Woods. A story that began, like so many others, quietly, almost unnoticed, with no clear signs that it would end this way. Names that not long ago meant nothing to outsiders suddenly became the center of attention, filled with pain, questions, and a kind of loss that's impossible to fully put into words. This is a story where every detail matters. Every step, every decision, every moment that at first seemed insignificant later takes on a completely different weight, and when you look at it all together, the picture becomes unsettlingly clear. Too clear to ignore. It's a story that leaves behind more questions than answers, a story that keeps pulling you back to the same moments again and again, trying to understand exactly where everything went wrong. February 2nd, 2011. The airport. Emil is standing there, waiting for his wife. She said she'd come. She always came before, but this time, she didn't show up. He calls her workplace, and they tell him, she hasn't shown up for several days. The family starts calling her, one after another. No answer. Then the messages start coming in, from her account. But something feels off. Like, really off. The sentences are broken, full of mistakes. She can't even answer simple questions, things she would have known by heart. And then a few people all say the exact same thing. That's not her. They head over to her apartment. Her car is still outside, parked kinda weird, and one of the tires is flat. They knock on the door. Silence. February 19th. A call comes in to 911. The check shows this. Her phone's last signal, January 29th. No card activity. She missed her classes. Didn't show up at work. Inside the apartment, everything is neat. No signs of a struggle. No packed bags. She just vanished. And there's only one detail that changes everything. The last person who saw Bethany alive says she was completely fine. But right after that meeting, she never contacted anyone again. One unexpected encounter is about to change everything. Alright guys, let me grab you for just a minute. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I want to ask you, tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for your attention, drop it in the comments, and I'll keep going. Today's episode takes us to Ashburn, Virginia, the home of 21-year-old Bethany Ann Decker. Her mom, Kim, said her daughter was, like, just a joy to everyone around her.
Always cheerful, always smiling, pretty much from the day she was born.
She had 2 younger siblings, and they all said the same thing. She was like the leader of the family, confident, supportive, the one who always lifted everyone else up. After years of doing really well in school, she got accepted into George Mason University, where she planned to study global and economic change. One of her roommates later said that Bethany could, put off writing an essay until the very last night, finish it in an hour, and still get the highest grade. She was seriously smart. It was during her freshman year that Bethany met Emil Decker, a cadet in a reserve officer training program, getting ready to join the Army National Guard. Emil was a total romantic. Her family said all Bethany had to do was mention something once, even something small, something that didn't seem important, and he'd remember it and try to make it happen. Her family absolutely loved him, and pretty quickly he just became one of them. Like, he'd been there forever. After a few years of dating, Emil proposed. And almost right after they got engaged, Bethany found out she was pregnant. The young couple was excited to start their life together, and even though the baby came a little earlier than they might have planned, it was like a happy surprise. They named their son Kai.
Kai? You playing with your Elmo toy?
But her family and friends said the stress of having a newborn, combined with financial struggles, started to hit them pretty fast. While Emil began his training with the Army National Guard, Bethany, who was still studying at George Mason, picked up a part-time job at a restaurant to bring in some extra money. The tension only kept building as Emil started preparing for deployment to Afghanistan. Even with help from both families, they were barely holding it together. And the thought of Emil being gone for a long time, that was especially hard on Bethany. She said it felt like they were drifting apart, like they were living in 2 completely different worlds. At one point, she even told Emil she was scared they'd rushed everything, that maybe they should have taken more time to plan their life. According to some sources, around that time they decided to take a break, just kind of pause the relationship. Emil was upset, but he wanted to give Bethany what she needed. When he left the country, Bethany moved into a new apartment, so she could be closer to work and pick up as many shifts as possible. And then, one day at the restaurant, everything changed. Like, the whole story took a turn. Bethany met 31-year-old Ronald Roldan, originally from Bolivia. Not long after, they started a romantic relationship. Bethany told her friends she felt lonely and isolated, especially with Emil being overseas for so long. And despite their concerns, Ronald pretty quickly moved into her apartment. Her best friend Sarah later said she was shocked. She tried to talk Bethany out of it, but at the end of the day, she just wanted her to be happy, and Bethany was going to do what she wanted anyway. She and Emil were still apart, their communication fading more and more, but he could tell something wasn't right. From the very beginning, the relationship with Ronald was troubled. He was controlling, jealous, and aggressive, and everyone could see it. Kim said it was honestly scary to hear what was going on inside that apartment. At one point, she even suspected Ronald had hurt Kai. The little boy wasn't just afraid of him. He once showed up with a bruise under his eye. They were told some friend had been watching him, and he fell off a chair. But Bethany's family didn't believe that for a second. They also found out Ronald had called Kai's daycare, pretending to be Emil. Thankfully, the staff realized something was off, and nothing happened. After that, they came up with a special code for phone calls, just in case he tried something like that again. Ronald kept texting and calling constantly, demanding proof of where Bethany was and who she was with. He would even follow her to places she said she was going, just to make sure she was actually there, and then wait outside until she came out. Bethany was in a really dangerous situation, and eventually she told Emil everything, admitting she knew she'd made a mistake. Emil still wanted to save their relationship. He made it clear that family was his priority, and said he'd felt for months that something wasn't right. By that point, Bethany was working almost 6 days a week and barely talking to him. And when she did, she sounded distant, emotionally checked out. So they decided to take a trip together while he was on leave, hoping to fix things. Their marriage was like hanging by a thread. Things were really complicated. She told her mom and friends that the situation with Ronald had gotten so bad, she either needed to force him out of the apartment or secretly leave herself. She and Kim even started working out a plan to make that happen. Toward the end of 2010, Emil sent a warm message to his family.
Hi, I'm Specialist Decker and I'm stationed at Morales Fraser. And I just want to give a lovely shout out to my wife who lives in Fredericksburg, Virginia, and to my son, Kai. I love you and I miss you very much. Have a Merry Christmas.
In mid-January 2011, he got leave, and they decided to go on the trip after all. When Bethany met him at the airport, it became clear there was another serious issue. She was pregnant again, and the father was Ronald. Emil said he wasn't angry and still wanted to go on vacation to Hawaii. He explained, "I was overseas, and it was like a completely different world. Coming back to the United States, I was just happy to be home, alive, and with my family. Everything else in the world just didn't matter to me at all." That trip was supposed to be the turning point. Either things would work out, or they wouldn't. And according to everyone, they actually had a really good time in Hawaii. They hadn't laughed like that, or had real conversations in a long time. It felt like maybe, just maybe, things could still be put back on track. When Emil and Bethany got back on January 28th, Bethany went to visit her grandmother. They spent a nice day together making pizza, talking about the trip. But her grandmother said she had this feeling like Bethany wasn't telling her everything. She was so young, and there was just so much on her shoulders you could see it was weighing her down. Later, Bethany admitted she was basically drowning in stress, guilt, and sadness. It was the hardest period of her life. That same evening, Emil joined them for dinner, and the serious conversations kept going. Then suddenly, without any warning, Bethany's phone started ringing non-stop. She quickly grabbed her things and rushed out, saying they didn't understand what would happen to her if she didn't go back home. Emil was supposed to return to duty in just a few days, and even though the trip had helped them, it was still unclear what would happen once he left again. Bethany went back to her apartment, and Emil started packing, getting ready to fly out on February 2nd. The plan for February was simple. She was supposed to come to the airport to see him off, saying,
"I'll always be there, no matter what."
On February 2nd, Emil arrived at the airport, expecting to see Bethany there, but she never showed up. He called the restaurant where she worked, and they told him she hadn't been there for several days. Before boarding, he started calling Bethany's family, warning them that something didn't feel right. No matter how complicated things had been between them, Bethany always came to see him off at the airport. In the following days, friends and family kept trying to reach her, but she didn't answer a single call. Then her mom, Kim, started getting a few strange phone calls. The details were never made public. Bethany's friend Sarah also received some suspicious messages on Facebook, and they immediately caught her attention. She logged into the account and saw that Bethany was online. Since she hadn't been able to reach her for a while, she sent her a message, and Sarah said she knew right away this wasn't Bethany. The English was broken, full of mistakes, and when she asked simple questions, things Bethany would have easily known she couldn't answer. Sarah called Kim and shared her concerns. Emil also received an email from Bethany's account, and he said the same thing. He didn't believe his wife had written it. By that point, Kim had already heard from 4 different people who all believed Bethany's Facebook account had been hacked. Since Bethany's grandparents lived closer than Kim, they decided to go check her apartment. They found her car parked outside, at a strange angle. with a flat tire, and that made it even more unsettling, because no one had seen her car there before. It was like it had just appeared out of nowhere. They knocked on the door, but there was only silence. A heavy, unsettling silence. On February 19th, they finally called 911 and reported her missing. Bethany's family said it wasn't totally unusual for her to go quiet for a few days, not answer messages, but before they even realized it, almost 3 weeks had passed. And with no one seeing or hearing from her that whole time, and considering she was pregnant, law enforcement acted immediately. They knew a lot of time had already been lost. A quick check of her phone, credit cards, and debit cards showed no activity since January 29. She hadn't been to class, hadn't shown up at work, hadn't gone to any nearby hospitals, and her passport was still at home, so she hadn't left the country. When police searched her apartment, they found no signs of forced entry, no signs of a struggle. Nothing looked obviously suspicious. All of her belongings were still there, which suggested she hadn't been planning to go anywhere. She hadn't packed anything. There was nothing in her car either, nothing that pointed to a crime, nothing that gave any clue where she might have gone. By that point, it was the first week of March, and detectives decided to hold a press conference. Divers were searching nearby bodies of water, K-9 units were out in the fields, and the FBI was brought in to assist. Police were getting tips, a lot of them, but none of them led anywhere. Based on the timeline they had, the last person to see Bethany had been Emil. He was allowed to return home to help with the investigation. He voluntarily took a polygraph, sat through hours of questioning, twice answering everything, and fully cooperated. He said he had nothing to do with Bethany's disappearance. Despite everything going on in their relationship, he was deeply worried. Like, he couldn't sit still. He even said he understood why people might suspect him. He had just left the country around the same time she disappeared, and he had just found out she was pregnant with another man's child. Still, he let investigators ask every question they needed, no matter how painful, so they could rule him out and he could start helping. All of his movements between January 28th and February 2nd were fully confirmed. Investigators also had to consider another possibility, that with all the stress, Bethany might have just wanted to disappear for a while, step away from everything. But being out of contact for that long, not speaking to her mom or her grandmother, and not seeing Kai, that just didn't fit the Bethany they knew. At that point, police were still treating it as a missing person case, not something more sinister. They didn't name any suspects, saying it would be too early, and emphasized they wanted the public's help without pushing any specific theory. But there was one more person they needed to talk to: Ronald Roldan. He was no longer living in the apartment, and they found him at his parents' house. He said he had recently moved out because their relationship had ended, and what he told them kind of changed the timeline. If Emil had last seen Bethany on January 28th, Ronald claimed he saw her the next day, January 29th, during the day. According to him, she was at home and seemed completely normal. Part of that was backed up by the restaurant manager, who said that on January 29th, a little after 2 p.m, Bethany called to ask about her shifts for the following week. She also confirmed her shift for that evening, but never showed up. Ronald said he didn't report her missing because their relationship was over and he simply wasn't in contact with her, so he didn't realize anything was wrong. ATM records showed that he left Bethany's apartment that same day, the last day she was seen, and at 4:26 p.m, he withdrew money from his account. Later, he returned to the apartment after getting a message from his ex-girlfriend Danielle, with whom he had 2 children. Ronald sent Bethany 2 messages at 4:01 and 4:31, saying he would be at the apartment with the kids. But investigators found that after her call to work at 2:08 p.m, her phone showed no activity at all. Whether she ever saw those messages is still unknown, but it did look like he was trying to reach her. Danielle said she dropped the kids off around 4:30, and Ronald told her he wasn't sure if Bethany would come back because they had argued and she had left. When Danielle returned a few days later, Ronald said he hadn't seen or heard from Bethany since that day. After that, police got a search warrant for his home, but it didn't lead to anything. His computer, phone, and hard drives were seized, but nothing useful was found. A quick look into Ronald's background showed he had previous contact with police, but at that point there was no evidence linking him to Bethany's disappearance. Since detectives now knew he was the last person to see her, he was labeled a person of interest, but not a suspect. Bethany's story quickly became national news. And for the media, it got even more attention when it came out that she was married to a man who had already been questioned, while also being pregnant by another man, who was now also a person of interest in the case.
We're going to Pat Brown, criminal profiler and author of The Profiler. Pat, as always, great to see you. Pat, something's not right here.
I mean, theoretically, she could have run off and then, decided to slowly reappear. But, I don't know. That's why they can't say yet that whether she's missing or she's dead.
Being an investigator, I don't blame law enforcement for not giving up too much information because there are so many questions yet to be asked.
The month Bethany was supposed to give birth finally came, and detectives put out another public appeal, checking hospitals to see if she had shown up anywhere. But again, nothing. No results. Months quickly turned into years, and time just kept passing. Police hadn't made any real progress beyond where they were at the very beginning. But in May of 2012, a new detective was assigned to the case, and the family hoped a fresh set of eyes might finally move things forward. That same year, the day Bethany would have turned 23, fell on Mother's Day. Family and friends gathered to bring attention to the case and share memories of her. Emil and Kai were there too. Kim even reached out to the Harrington family, who had lost their daughter Morgan back in 2009, a case we've talked about before. They prepared a large cake for Bethany in her favorite color, orange. Toward the end of 2012, Investigation Discovery released an episode of the show Disappeared, focused on Bethany's case. It brought even more attention, but still, no answers. Over time, the tips slowed down, leads started drying up, and other cases began taking priority. Eventually, Emil filed for divorce from Bethany, and was granted full custody of their son, Kai. Things stayed relatively quiet until November of 2014, when a completely different 911 call suddenly brought new attention to the case. On November 12, 2014, police in North Carolina responded to a shocking call. It was almost 2 a.m, and everything pointed to a very serious domestic violence situation. A woman named Vicky reported that she had shot her boyfriend twice in self-defense after he suddenly attacked her. She said he came up from behind, grabbed her by the hair, and broke her neck in 2 places. Then he started beating her, and even biting her. Despite the unbearable pain, Vicky somehow managed to grab a gun and fire 2 shots at him. Then he took the gun from her and shot her 3 times, one of those shots hitting her in the head. And still, she managed to crawl out of the house and reach a neighbor's place. Her neighbor locked the door, grabbed a weapon, and called 911. Her boyfriend turned out to be none other than Ronald Roldan. He was arrested and initially charged with attempted murder, but, to Vicky's frustration, that charge was later dropped as part of a plea deal. He was sentenced to at least 6 years in prison, and after serving his time, there were plans to transfer him into the custody of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement to begin deportation proceedings back to Bolivia. Vicky told investigators that Ronald had said he could, make people disappear. One of her friends even called her after seeing an episode of Nancy Grace about Bethany's case, where Ronald had been mentioned as a person of interest. Vicky decided to confront him about it, and she said his reaction honestly terrified her. She immediately felt like something was off. And on top of that, now he knew that she knew about Bethany. And according to her, the violence only got worse after that. Vicky said that if he was ever released from prison, he would either come back to kill her or kill someone else. It was clear he was an extremely dangerous and violent man, and based on everything Vicky shared, investigators needed to take a much closer look at him again in connection to Bethany's case.
A dramatic twist in a local cold case tonight.
That's right. This development could finally give local investigators the evidence that they need to bring charges against the person of interest in the disappearance of a young mother.
Decker's then-boyfriend was arrested in November for attempted murder of his new girlfriend. That woman tells the DailyMail.com Ronald Roldan told her things which could implicate him in Decker's disappearance.
Investigators combed the area near Bethany Decker's Ashburn apartment 4 years ago. They never found the 21-year-old. The young mother and wife of a soldier in Afghanistan was 5 months pregnant when she vanished.
It's so hard not knowing anything and not being able to reach her.
Decker and her husband had problems, and while he was overseas, she became involved with Ronald Roldan. After Decker disappeared, there was no activity on her credit cards or bank accounts. Roldan, a waiter at the time, became a person of interest but never charged. He moved to North Carolina, where last November, at the home of his new girlfriend, Roldan allegedly went into a rage and viciously beat the woman.
Loudoun County Sheriff's detectives have interviewed Roldan in North Carolina, where he is behind bars awaiting trial. At this point, despite the revelations from Roldan's alleged victim, he remains a person of interest in the Bethany Decker disappearance.
I've seen the look in his face when he came back at me the second time that evening to kill me, and he was smiling. So I do believe that he cannot control it. It's what he does. He kills things. He violently beat me. He broke my neck in 2 places. He left bite marks all over my back. He choked me out twice. He was suffocating me. And then the gunfight started. He just told me that he can make people disappear and that I better be quiet and I better not go to the police. That's what he told me. Standing in my living room, leaning up against the sliding glass doors. I think he was just making himself clear.
Vicky continued telling her story on the show Dr. Phil. Because of what he did to her, she lost an eye. Her neck was broken in 2 places, and she was left on the edge of financial collapse because of the massive medical bills. And still, she was determined to keep speaking out, to tell the truth, and to help the police build their case. She even reached out to Kim personally, sharing everything she knew and offering her support. The two of them became really close, and they met for the first time on the show True Crime Daily.
Hi.
Oh, I'm so glad to meet you.
You too.
You are so amazing.
Thanks.
So strong.
Investigators also found out that before his relationship with Vicky, Ronald had been dating a waitress named April. She filed a report against him too, saying he pushed her down the stairs, spat on her, and threw all of her belongings outside. In the end, he agreed to pay her $2,500, and the charges were dropped. Detectives working Bethany's case went to the prison where he was serving his sentence to question him again. But he became aggressive, yelling, swearing, refusing to talk. And honestly, that only pushed them to keep digging even deeper. Through his attorney, Ronald insisted he had nothing to do with Bethany's disappearance. He said he hoped she would return, and that he was praying she was alive and safe.
History tonight now in Loudoun County, a young woman gone missing 4 years ago without a trace. The newest twist, a bone-chilling letter from the woman arriving 5 years after she wrote it. It's just one of many shocking turns in a case that continues to baffle detectives.
Bethany Decker penned a letter to her future self when she was 19 years old.
She wrote December 3rd of 2008.
All of her plans were right there in black and white. Get married, have a child, start a career, go to Europe. She signed it, see you in 5 years, me.
She had lots of dreams of what her future would look like, and it was nothing like this.
She's really dropped off the face of the earth.
Loudoun County detectives immediately visited Roldan in jail.
He didn't really want to talk to me, so I just talked to him.
While detectives fear the worst, Bethany's mother hopes she's in hiding.
I pray that she's out there somewhere, that she got to a safe place.
The lawyer for Ronald Roldan, Decker's boyfriend, he wouldn't return her phone calls. As for the husband, Emil Decker's attorney tells us he's willing to talk to detectives only if counsel is present. I'm Jennifer Donnellan, ABC 7 News.
In 2019, investigators announced that there had been long-awaited but still cautiously described progress in Bethany's case. It was the first real movement in a long time. Something that immediately caught attention, but at the same time left even more questions than answers. They didn't reveal any details, keeping everything under a kind of tense silence. But they did say this step became possible after obtaining and carefully analyzing a warrant for access to Bethany's Facebook account. And it turns out, those digital traces things, you might not even notice at first, slowly started revealing new details that had been hidden before. The warrant was signed by Detective Michael Boone, an experienced investigator whose name had already been tied to some major complex cases. He played a key role in solving the murders of Hannah Graham and Morgan Harrington, so, his involvement in this case felt really significant. For the family, it gave a sense of cautious hope that things were finally moving in the right direction. Around that time, Morgan Harrington's family had grown close to Kim. They were connected by the same kind of loss, the same pain, something that didn't even need to be explained in words. Over the next year, going into 2020, that heavy silence came back again. Police didn't share any new information with the media, intentionally keeping everything confidential. And yeah, that silence felt overwhelming. But at the same time, it meant the work was still going on slowly, carefully, step by step. Behind it, investigators were pushing forward, getting closer to something bigger. And even though from the outside it looked like nothing was happening, the investigation was actually right on the edge of a major breakthrough, the kind of moment that could change everything and finally bring answers people had been waiting for years. November 2020. The news everyone had been waiting for almost 10 years finally came out.
Bethany Decker, missing since January 2011. Now, after more than 9 years, it appears police are about to close this controversial case. In the works, the Loudoun County Sheriff has planned a long-distance arrest of Bethany's ex-boyfriend. According to the prosecutor, the charge in the case will be abduction. Now, upon his release from jail tomorrow in North Carolina, Loudoun County Sheriffs plan to pick up Roldan and bring him back to Virginia to be officially charged in the Bethany Decker case.
The information that finally pushed the case forward turned out to be technical, but incredibly important. The analysis showed that both Bethany's and Ronald's Facebook accounts had been accessed multiple times from the exact same IP address in the days around her disappearance. And that digital trace became like the missing piece of the puzzle, quiet but powerful. It directly contradicted earlier denials and started building a much clearer picture of what may have happened. Eventually, Ronald Roldan was brought to court on a kidnapping charge. That was the first formal step toward holding him accountable. But just a month later, the charge was upgraded to second-degree murder in the case of Bethany Ann Decker. Prosecutors said the totality of circumstantial evidence was extremely strong, emphasizing that even without key physical evidence, the case itself was solid. Ronald's attorneys filed a motion for bail, trying to get him released while awaiting trial, but the judge denied it, saying the risks were just too high. Ronald, meanwhile, did not plead guilty. His position didn't change, and the case remained tense and complicated. The trial was initially scheduled for August 2021, but later pushed to February 2022, stretching the wait even longer for everyone involved. Then it was delayed again. This time, because the sheriff's office released an additional 60,000 files related to Ronald. That's a massive amount of material documents, records, evidence, and the defense needed time to go through all of it carefully. Any one of those files could contain details that might impact the case, so it meant yet another delay. In the end, a new trial date was set for January 30th, 2023, almost exactly 12 years after Bethany disappeared. And all anyone could do was wait. Wait, and try to hold on to whatever patience they had left after years of uncertainty, hope, and disappointment. Every delay felt like another blow, another reminder of just how long this case had gone without resolution. But then, despite all the trial never actually happened.
It has been more than 10 years since Bethany Decker disappeared from her Ashburn home.
Her body has never been found, and her former boyfriend pled guilty to her murder.
Roldan was convicted and sent to prison in North Carolina in 2016, buying the Loudoun Sheriff's Office more time for its investigation. And when he was released in November of 2020, he was charged with Bethany Decker's murder. On Thursday, he pleaded guilty, the details of that agreement under seal until his sentencing. Willoughby's reaction to the plea?
A feeling of relief and thankfulness. It helps me to realize that maybe God used me in this crazy way to make sure that Bethany got her piece.
Roldan faces up to 40 years in prison when he sent.
In November 2022, 41-year-old Ronald Roldan pleaded guilty to second-degree murder, a decision that became a major turning point in a case that had, for years, been filled with pain, questions, and this constant, heavy ожидание for everyone involved. As part of the plea deal, he was required to explain in detail what happened that day. According to him, they got into an argument inside the apartment, something that started as a typical conflict, but suddenly spiraled out of control. He claimed he pushed her, and she fell, hit her head on the windowsill, and died instantly. In his version, it all sounded like a tragic accident, but what he did next told a completely different story. Instead of calling 911, instead of reporting what happened, he chose to hide it. He said he put her body into a large bag and carried it to a trash compactor at the apartment complex, where he got rid of the evidence. Even after confessing, he continued to deny accessing her Facebook account after she disappeared. He insisted it was all an accident, that he just panicked and wasn't thinking about the consequences. And he stuck to that version, even as the evidence started pointing in another direction. But considering his history of violence and aggressive behavior, police and experts had serious doubts about his story. To them, it didn't look like an accident. It looked more like an attempt to minimize responsibility for what happened, and his denial about the account access was later contradicted by digital evidence, which only made his claims less believable. In February 2023, Ronald was sentenced to 12.5 years in prison. Formally, the court handed down a 40-year sentence, the maximum for that charge. But most of it, everything beyond 12.5 years, was suspended as part of the plea agreement. So, in reality, the time he'll actually serve is much shorter than what was announced. At the same time, the court left the door open. If he commits another crime or violates the conditions of his release, that suspended portion could be brought back.
12 years and a month of them waking up every day and not knowing, is Bethany coming back?
Hundreds of individuals have worked tirelessly in search of any evidence or information that would bring Bethany's killer to justice. And today, justice has been achieved.
Roldan only pled guilty in November, but it wasn't until 2 weeks ago when he confessed to detectives how she died as part of his plea agreement.
And it was quite tragic for us to go from missing to murdered in just a sentence. I can't tell you how hard it was knowing that when we had our last Christmas, that would be the last one. Or the night before Bethany was murdered, she called me and she said, "Mom, I love you," is the last thing she told me. Bethany was an inspiration to me from when she was born, with her smiles, with her encouragement, with her love.
Tonight, Roldan will have to serve more than 12 years in prison, but family says it still does not bring closure, but a painful reminder of how a loved one is still gone.
She was not and will never be forgotten. May she rest in peace.
Once he is released, he must be under supervision for 5 years and is instructed not to contact any of Decker's family members.
At every court hearing, Kim and Vicky sat side by side, shoulder to shoulder, barely taking their eyes off the courtroom as they watched him being sentenced. The hours were long, exhausting, filled with tension, silence, and words that changed lives forever. In those moments, they didn't even need to speak. They were connected by the same pain, the same loss, and the same need for at least some kind of justice. Bethany's family admitted they felt this deep, almost unbearable anger, knowing he would spend only a little more time in prison than they themselves had spent searching for her, a search that drained them. Mentally and physically, day after day, taking their strength and their hope, that thought just wouldn't let them go. And at the same time, despite all the pain and frustration, they were grateful to finally have some kind of closure, even if it wasn't complete, even if so many questions were still left unanswered. So many lives were shattered by this case. It left a mark that just can't be erased. For those close to her, it was a long and painful wait for answers years, filled with uncertainty, fear, and this constant hope that the truth would finally come out. To this day, Bethany's remains have never been found, and that absence, that emptiness, became yet another weight for her family to carry. Police have openly said they believe it's unlikely they will ever be found, which means a lot of questions will probably remain unanswered forever, and the pain may never fully go away. Kim says that now, all she can do is keep Bethany's memory alive. In her thoughts, in her words, in every single day. She urges people to be open, to not stay silent about their feelings, and to always tell their loved ones that they care about them, because life can change in a single moment without any warning. And you just never know what tomorrow might bring. She continues to work with Help Save the Next Girl, a national non-profit founded by Morgan Harrington's parents in her honor. Through that work, she's trying to turn her pain into something more, into a warning, a lesson, a chance to save someone else's life. The goal is awareness, education, and prevention, so that no other family has to go through what hers did.
The night before Bethany was killed, she called me and said, "Mom, I love you." Those were her last words. And that's why I want to say this to every single one of you. Don't take tomorrow for granted. Talk to your loved ones, show them how much you care about them, and don't put it off for later, because later might never come.
Late in the evening, February 8th, 2017, Grove City, Ohio. 21-year-old Ohio State University student Reagan Tokes is wrapping up her shift at the restaurant Boda. After a long evening of work, she finishes up, gathers her things, and steps outside. Around 10 o'clock that night, she walks out of the building and heads toward her car parked behind the restaurant. It's something she's done many times before, almost like part of her normal routine after work. And every week, almost without fail, she sends one short message to her family back in Florida, just a quick text to let them know she's okay.
I'm home.
But that night, the message never came. At around 10:30, her sister sends her a text. The message goes through, it's delivered, but there's no reply. Her father starts calling. Again and again, the phone keeps ringing for 4 hours straight. Then, sometime around 2 in the morning, the signal suddenly disappears. The next morning, Reagan doesn't show up for her lecture. Her dorm room is empty. The bed is neatly made. Her bag is lying on the floor. A few hours later, police receive a call. A passerby reports that near the entrance to Scioto Grove Park, he has found the body of a young woman. She's lying in the snow, naked. No phone, no identification. The only things on her are a small circle-shaped tattoo and a delicate little necklace. A few hours later, police ask Reagan's roommates a simple question. Did she have a tattoo like this? And in that moment, everyone understands what's happened. But the most terrifying part was still ahead, because very quickly, detectives realized something chilling. That night, Reagan didn't just disappear, she was abducted, forced to drive from ATM to ATM, and in the final minutes of her life, she spent them begging to be allowed to live.
I just want to live. I just want...
Alright friends, let me pause for just a minute. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so, I'd love to ask you something real quick. Tell me what city you're in while you're watching this video, and what time it is for you right now. Thanks so much for taking a moment to share that. Go ahead and drop it in the comments. And with that said, let's keep going. Grove City, Ohio. Once a large farming community, today Grove City is the kind of place people love to visit, especially if they enjoy the outdoors. There's a lot of history here, a lot of culture, and honestly, it feels like one of those quiet American towns where life moves just a little slower. Not far from the city, there are several state parks where people spend their time hiking, kayaking, or hanging out at paintball parks. In the fall, families even go pumpkin picking, you know, one of those classic seasonal traditions. And just about 15 minutes away is Ohio State University, one of the largest universities in the country with around 60,000 students. And back in 2017, one of those proud students was 21-year-old Reagan Delaney Tokes. Her family had recently moved from Ohio down to Florida because of work, but Reagan decided to stay in Columbus, Ohio. She wanted to continue studying at Ohio State, the only university she had ever dreamed of attending. In fact, it was the only school she even applied to. Her father, Toby, had once taken her to a football game there when she was still a little girl, and from that moment on, the decision was made in her mind. That was where she belonged. She was so confident she would get in that she even told people she'd already been accepted before the official letter ever arrived. And eventually, it did. She was accepted. After that, she threw herself completely into student life. Reagan was studying psychology, and she already had a clear plan for the future. Her idea was simple: work for a few years after graduating, and then eventually open her own practice. Family meant everything to her. She was especially close with her dad Toby, her mom Lisa, and her younger sister Mackenzie, whom she jokingly called Gigi. They talked several times a day, and no matter how busy Reagan was with school, she always made time for them. Her mother often said Reagan had been a little ball of energy since she was a baby, always ready to jump into something new. But what really stood out, even from a young age, was her compassion. Reagan always seemed to notice the people standing off to the side, the ones who looked like they might need a friend. Lisa once remembered how she'd sometimes have to stop the car and wait while Reagan carefully picked up tiny bugs from the road so they wouldn't get stepped on. She just couldn't stand seeing anything suffer. The Tokes family spent a lot of time at church, and during holidays, Reagan often traveled with church groups on mission trips. People described her as fun, a little carefree, very talkative, and, honestly, a total social butterfly. She also loved sports. Reagan played varsity tennis and lacrosse, so with everything Grove City had to offer, it really felt like the perfect place for her. She lived off campus with 4 roommates: Jackie, Madison, Kirsten, and Stephanie. They had actually been placed together randomly, but right away they clicked. Before long, they had become close friends. Some of them even worked together at the same local restaurant. Lately though, Reagan had been going through a bit of a difficult time. She and her boyfriend Jake had decided to break up mutually. Reagan was so focused on finishing school and graduating with the best grades possible that, well, they both agreed that it was probably the right decision.
The best thing right now, they figured, was to focus on school without any distractions. And then later, well, they'd just see where life took them.
Her roommates said the breakup had been really hard for her. But Reagan and Jake still talked a lot, and they both said they'd always stay best friends. As her final year of college was coming to an end, Reagan even posted on social media that her dad had already bought a beautiful frame for her diploma. You could tell this was a really emotional moment in her life. Like everything she had worked toward was finally getting close. By February of 2017, graduation was only a few months away, and she was busier than ever, trying to finish everything she needed before the semester ended. On the evening of February 8th, Reagan left her apartment to go to work her shift at Boda Bar and Restaurant. That night was actually pretty quiet, and she finished work a little before 10 o'clock. After her shift, she walked out to her car, which, like many of the other employees, she always parked on the street behind the restaurant. Reagan had a habit. She always texted her family to let them know she got home safely. Her entire family lived about 1,000 miles away, and she never wanted them worrying about her. But that night, the message never came. And that was strange, because only about an hour before leaving work, she had been texting with her dad. Her sister Mackenzie sent her a message around 10:30 that night. The message was delivered, but there was no reply. For the next 4 hours, Toby kept calling and texting her again and again, but the phone just kept ringing. Then, around 2 in the morning, the calls suddenly stopped going through. It seemed like the phone battery had died. The next morning, everyone woke up and immediately checked their phones. But there was nothing. No replies. No missed calls from Reagan. Maybe she had gotten into a car accident on the way home. Or maybe it was something much simpler. Like she had gone to a friend's place and forgotten to bring her charger. Even though they really wanted to believe that last possibility, deep down, they knew something wasn't right. This just wasn't like Reagan. She would never ignore that many calls and messages on her phone, and she would never want her family to worry. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, Kirsten knocked on Reagan's bedroom door. The room was empty. Her bed was neatly made, and her school bag was lying off to the side. Jackie, Madison, and Stephanie hadn't heard her come home either, and at that point, they started to feel it too. That growing sense of dread. They began messaging people on social media and calling other classmates, hoping someone had seen her. Lisa called the university, and they confirmed that Reagan had not shown up for her morning lecture. That was enough. She hung up the phone and called the police. But the person she spoke with explained that she couldn't officially file a missing person report because she wasn't the last person who had seen Reagan. The last people who had seen her were the co-workers from the restaurant where she worked. So Reagan's roommates went back there. Her manager confirmed that she had indeed been working that evening and had left after her shift ended. And although her car wasn't parked in front of the restaurant anymore, there were signs that she had driven away in it. He didn't waste any time. The manager was able to file a missing person report.
So we had a employee leave work last night, and she has not been home. Her phone is off. Nobody can find her because she hasn't been home at all either. Her mom's been calling, looking for her. We can't find her car around work.
While everyone continued searching for her, around noon dispatchers received a call from a very shaken passerby.
Hello, 911. Yeah, I think there's a body out here. I don't know if this is a fake or what. Please send somebody. Hurry. This is really freaking awful. Please hurry, send somebody. Okay, stay right there, sir.
Near the entrance to a park in Grove City, a man had discovered the naked body of a young woman, partially covered by snow. When police arrived, it quickly became clear that she was already dead. She had no purse with her, no phone, and none of her clothes were anywhere nearby. There was a small circle-shaped tattoo on her body and a delicate little necklace. But other than that, there was nothing around that could help identify who she was.
Continuing to follow developing news after a young woman's body was found outside Scioto Grove Metro Park.
Also, no official word quite yet as to who this body belongs to. Of course, once we learn that information, hopefully today, we will be sure to pass it on to you.
It could have been a random act. It could have been somebody that this occurred someplace else and she was dumped here.
Around 3 o'clock that afternoon, Reagan's roommates were still at Bodega when they heard the news that the body of a young woman had been found. When police arrived to take their missing person report, they asked the girls about a small tattoo, and the moment they described it, the girls felt sick with fear, because Reagan had a tattoo exactly like that.
And we are also following a case from OSU where a female student has been reported missing. According to the university's statement, they are aware of the missing persons report and direct any questions to Columbus police.
And just a few hours later, the news everyone had been trying not to think about was officially confirmed. The body that had been found belonged to Reagan Tokes.
A missing persons case in Columbus is now a murder investigation. Police have confirmed the body found yesterday in a Grove City park is an OSU student.
21-year-old Reagan Tokes was last seen Wednesday night leaving a bar in the Short North where she worked. And tonight, we have team coverage with reaction from OSU students and employees who work in the Short North.
The Columbus Police Missing Persons report says that according to a bodega employee, Tokes usually has a bartender walk her to her car, but didn't when she left Wednesday night. Thursday afternoon, Tokes' body was spotted by a motorist at Scioto Grove Metro Park in Grove City. Investigators are now trying to fill in the timeline and identify a suspect. Did she make it to her car? Niall Woodson says it would be potentially easy for something to go unseen on those streets behind Bodega.
There's one light here on the block which, keeps this area bright, but the whole next block is very dark. It's very dark. There's not a street light for another block down.
So did something happen here or somewhere else? Was her killer someone she knew or a total stranger? If investigators know the answers, they're not saying. Tokes' roommates did tell police she was recently depressed over a breakup with her ex-boyfriend, but they stated to their knowledge it was a mutual breakup.
The autopsy later confirmed something truly horrific. Reagan had been sexually assaulted and then shot. She had been hit by 2 bullets, one to the back of her head and another near the side of her face. The bullets were still lodged inside her skull. Experts determined that the shots had been fired from behind at almost point-blank range. It was, essentially, an execution-style killing. Police said it was still unclear whether she had been shot in the same place where her body was found, or if she had been killed somewhere else and then brought there afterward. Investigators also could not find a single shell casing at the scene. The news spread so quickly that police struggled to control the flow of information, and because of that, Reagan's sister, Mackenzie, learned about her sister's death through a post on Instagram. Reagan's mother, Lisa, said her daughter didn't have enemies. She couldn't think of a single person who would want to hurt her, let alone commit something this brutal. But in Ohio, there was something else many people were thinking about. Something that had already been worrying the community for a while. In the weeks leading up to Reagan's murder, the area had been shaken by a series of attacks and robberies, each one seeming more frightening than the last. People were being grabbed from behind, threatened, or confronted by someone holding a gun or a knife. The attacker, who always wore a mask, demanded their bags or wallets.
Residents are on high alert tonight after last night's latest armed robbery. This is the 3rd attack in this neighborhood in 2 weeks. All of the victims are women. NBC4's Tyler Carter is live from German Village tonight, where residents have called a safety meeting. Tyler?
Yes, Ellie, since that last attack last night, the German Village Society called a meeting with Columbus Police, and residents is going on right now in their headquarters. They want to know exactly what is going on in this neighborhood, and residents I spoke with say they are not taking these attacks lightly.
I heard someone yell help, and so I ran outside, and half of the neighbors were already out here.
Last night, just before 10 o'clock, a woman who lives in this German Village neighborhood on Mohawk and Frankfurt Street was robbed by gunpoint and attacked. Columbus police say the woman was getting things out of the trunk of her car when a man walked up behind her and demanded she give him her purse.
Police didn't know who this man was, or even whether all of those attacks were connected to each other. But one question kept coming up. Could Reagan's murder somehow be linked to those assaults? One woman, who had been the victim of one of those attacks, later said that the moment she heard what had happened to Reagan, she felt it in her gut. Like, this had to be connected. She said she was convinced that the man who attacked her would have killed her too, if he'd had the chance. But investigators had very few leads that could seriously support that theory. So, the questioning had to start with the people closest to Reagan, including her ex-boyfriend Jake. He quickly became a person of interest for police, And it wasn't only because they had recently broken up. Jake had also posted something on Instagram about her death, and detectives said that, there was something about that post that gave them a strange feeling.
When was the last time you talked to her?
Probably a week and a half ago.
Is that normal?
Well, not usually. I talk to her every day, but we were breaking up, kind of. It was just we didn't have enough time really for each other. We had to focus on school. She even said it in one of the texts. I mean, I'm one of her best friends.
Okay, Jake, let me ask you this. Don't take this the wrong way.
Okay.
Why in the world would you write I put you in a better place?
Well, can I see what I am? I was talking to her like she's in heaven.
You just don't hear it very often, better place when somebody was living a good life.
Well, no, I know, but if I were to go today, I would know that I would go somewhere better. That's just what I believe, so.
You said you posted on Instagram?
Yes, sir.
But Reagan's roommates told police there was absolutely no chance that Jake had anything to do with it. He adored her. And during their entire relationship, they had never even had a serious argument. Jake was devastated by what had happened. He was just trying to cope with the loss in the only way he knew how. In the end, there was nothing suspicious about his post at all. It was simply the heartfelt message of someone who had lost a person he deeply cared about. His alibi checked out, and police moved on with the investigation. A security camera inside Boda had only managed to capture a small moment of Reagan leaving the building, and on the footage, there was no sign of anyone following her or waiting nearby. Using license plate recognition technology, detectives were finally able to locate Reagan's car. It was parked on a residential street not far away. It was clear someone had tried to set the vehicle on fire. There were cigarette burn marks on the outside, and inside the car there was a strong smell of gasoline. But the attempt to burn it had failed, which meant investigators were able to collect several pieces of evidence. They found a few cigarette butts, a gas can, and several ATM receipts. All of it was taken for forensic testing and analysis. The ATM receipts showed that someone had attempted to withdraw large amounts of money several times, but the transactions had been declined. Only one withdrawal had actually gone through $60. While detectives waited for additional information from the banks, the community was still trying to process what had happened. Many students were now afraid to walk to and from campus alone, thinking, what if they were next? And honestly, neither the university nor the police had much they could say that would truly calm people down.
News of Reagan's death, people who work in the service industry in the Short North say they're worried about their own safety. NBC4's Olivia Fecta was live in the Short North tonight and spoke to some of those employees. Olivia.
Mark, a longtime bartender at Martini's, which is another restaurant and bar here in the Short North, says that the people who work in the service industry here in the Short North are very close-knit. So, of course, they were devastated to hear the news that one of their own who worked here at Bodegas was missing and then was found dead. I talked to that woman earlier today, and she, again, is a bartender a long time. She says while she usually uses public transportation to get to her job, a lot of servers and bartenders who work around here do drive to work, and some of them have to drive and park far away from their workplaces.
I mean, parking is an issue down there, and is a safety issue because, like, a lot of these places are not lit, where we're parking. A lot of these public parking areas are not full of lights, and so it can be a safety issue for us.
She, by no means, deserved any amount of harm, sent her away. So, yeah, anybody with information, please come forward because, we need to get justice for Reagan. One of those people that you meet and you don't forget. There's been a lot of hugs, a lot of crying, and it's sad, but this really puts in perspective how close we all really are with each other.
She was a loving, awesome, amazing person. I know she was studying at OSU, and she had a great personality, super warm and welcoming.
I'm like, this can't happen here. I haven't slept all night. I'm serious. That's all I've been thinking about. It's all night long.
Reagan Tokes' missing car was found on Oakwood Avenue on Columbus's east side. The Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation is assisting Grove City Police with this investigation, and they're asking the public for help in the search for clues. Anyone with information can call the Ohio BCI tip line.
Jake set up a fundraiser for the Toes family. He was hoping that someday that money would go toward creating a scholarship in Reagan's name. She really loved her university and was so incredibly excited about graduating. Jake knew she would have wanted part of that money to help another student. Pretty soon, The fundraiser hit almost $100,000. 48 hours after Reagan's body was found, detectives got their first real break in the case. CCTV cameras connected to the ATMs listed on the receipts showed that it was actually Reagan herself withdrawing the money and trying to make those withdrawals at those specific times. And even though you couldn't see who was sitting with her in the car, investigators were pretty confident there was someone else in that vehicle, and most likely, that person was forcing Reagan to do it. Shortly after, police got the DNA results back from the cigarette butts. They were actually surprised by how fast those results came in, but that was because the DNA matched someone who was already in the police database. This was a man with a long criminal history, 29-year-old Brian Lee Goldsby. He had only gotten out of prison a few months before. Police knew him well from a lot of different cases, and the deeper investigators dug into Brian's history, the more disturbing it got. He had been committing crimes since childhood, and at this point, he was a convicted sex offender level 3. According to an assessment by the Ohio Department of Youth Services, as a teenager, he had sexually assaulted 5-year-old girls and 6-year-old boys. And his crimes just kept going. In 2011, he kidnapped a woman who was 8 months pregnant, along with her 2-year-old son, held them at knife point, and sexually assaulted her right in front of her child. He forced her to drive to multiple ATMs to withdraw cash. Then he made her drive to her own home, where he attacked her again. After that, he forced the woman to shower and brush her teeth to get rid of any DNA evidence, and then he stole some of her belongings and took off. But the evidence found inside the car was enough to move forward with charges. The problem was, the victim was so traumatized that she couldn't bring herself to testify. So Brian made a deal. He was originally charged with 2 armed robberies, rape and kidnapping, but in the end, he only pleaded guilty to robbery and attempted rape. He was sentenced to 6 years in prison, but he was actually released a few months early. After getting out, he was placed in supervised transitional housing, but the people running that program and his probation officer weren't keeping tabs on him the way they should have been. And this was despite the fact that he was classified as high risk and was wearing an ankle monitor at all times. He violated the terms of his supervision over and over again. When investigators pulled the data from his ankle monitor, it became pretty clear that a string of attacks and robberies that had been happening in the weeks leading up to Reagan's murder, all of that was connected to Brian. It all tied together, and people were honestly shocked when they found out that ankle monitor data doesn't go directly to police. Typically, that information first goes to the private companies that manufacture those devices, and then it's on them to pass it along. In this case, that either didn't happen the way it was supposed to, or nobody was actually checking the data. On top of that, there was no curfew attached to his monitor at all. The data from Brian's ankle monitor showed that he had been at every single location where Reagan was that night, starting with where her car was parked. Every street, every ATM, it all linked back to him. And that was backed up by the CCTV footage. On top of that, investigators found video of him purchasing a gas can, the same gas can that was later found in Reagan's car. The rape kit results came back as well, and those also matched Brian Goldsby's DNA. On February 11th, at 4 in the morning, a SWAT team stormed his house and put him in handcuffs.
Yeah, the handcuffs. Oh, yeah. You get one? Yeah. Got on you real quick. Talk about anything if you ask questions, all that stuff. Just tell them Nick's gonna talk to him, and that's all. That's the only answer to give them. Yep. Works for me.
After that, he sat through a 6-hour interrogation with the very same detectives who had arrested him 6 years earlier. Brian looked upset and kept insisting that he had nothing to do with Reagan's death or the sexual assault. The only thing he admitted was that he had been inside her car. According to him, the robbery was the only thing he cared about. He said he had forced his way into her vehicle and made her drive to several ATMs. Later, he claimed, he made her go to the park where he ordered her to take off her clothes turn her back to him, and wait for 30 minutes before leaving. After that, he said he quickly drove away in her car and later abandoned it. He insisted that Reagan was still alive when he left. Police asked him whether anyone else had been involved, hoping he might slip up if he tried to shift the blame onto someone else. When detectives started showing him the DNA evidence, his story suddenly changed. Now, he claimed that he had been there when Reagan was shot, but he still denied being the one who killed her. Instead, he said it was the fault of a man named TJ, someone he claimed he owed money to. Brian said that after they got the money from Reagan, he believed she was going to be let go. But according to him, TJ forced him to rape her, and then TJ himself pointed the gun at her. Why do you think he did that? The detectives asked. Brian said he didn't know, but according to him, TJ had threatened to hurt his kids, and he felt like he had no choice but to go along with it to protect them. He said that Reagan, crying, kept repeating over and over,
"I just want to live. I just want to live."
According to Brian, TJ ordered Reagan to take off her clothes and start walking out into the field. Then, he claimed, TJ shot her in the back of the head. After that, he walked closer, stood over her, and fired another shot toward the side of her face.
He gets behind me. At first, I heard a click, 9 times. So I'm taking the gun that he gave me to say, and it goes, pow. She falls. She lays on the ground. I'm moving on the car, and he bent down and shoots her again. Pow.
The story he told about that night, even the exact words he claimed Reagan had said, was so detailed that officers immediately realized something. He wasn't describing someone else. He was describing himself. Investigators found no evidence inside Reagan's car that suggested anyone else had been there besides Brian. And he couldn't provide any real information about the mysterious man he called TJ. Officers said Brian's criminal history spoke for itself, and every crime he had committed in the previous weeks had been carried out alone. His story was completely tangled and inconsistent, but detectives decided to play along, hoping he might reveal even more. And he did. He ended up telling them where he had hidden Reagan's clothes, where he had thrown away the gun and the shell casings, and where her phone could be found. Lieutenant Brian Davidson, who conducted the interrogation, later said, "There was pure evil in his eyes. Like, there was just nothing there." 29-year-old Brian Goldsby was charged with aggravated murder, rape, armed robbery, and the kidnapping of Reagan Tokes.
She was a fourth year in psychology here at Ohio State. The announcement was made on the Grove City Police Department Facebook page on Saturday morning. Brian Lee Goldsby has been arrested and charged with aggravated murder, aggravated kidnapping, and aggravated robbery. Goldsby has previously served time in prison for 1 count of robbery and 1 count of attempted rape. Police say they believe there may be a connection between Goldsby and recent attacks around the German Village area. And now our thoughts are with Tokes' family and her friends today as they begin to start their healing process.
Despite all his denials, Brian later made 2 phone calls from jail, one to his girlfriend and another to a friend. And during those conversations, he confessed to everything. "I did it. I killed that girl for the money." After that, the timeline of what happened that night, reconstructed by police, became almost completely clear. At 9:45 that evening, just as Reagan was leaving after her shift, Brian forced her into her own car and ordered her to drive to an ATM. At 9:58, Reagan pulled up to a Chase bank and tried to withdraw $500 for Brian, but the transaction was declined. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at a Huntington bank, and CCTV cameras again captured Reagan attempting to withdraw money. That transaction was declined as well. Sometime between 10:18 and 10:30 that night, Brian forced Reagan to park the car in a dark alley where he sexually assaulted her. After that, he made her drive back to the first bank so she could withdraw $60. Between 11:12 and 11:41 that night, cameras at a gas station once again recorded them sitting in the car. Sometime between midnight and 1 in the morning, they drove to Scioto Grove Metro Park. There, he forced her to remove her clothes and begin walking into a dark field. While she begged for her life, he shot her twice in the head. After that, he used her car to flee the scene. He drove to his girlfriend's house, and around 1:45 in the morning the two of them went together to McDonald's, most likely to create an alibi. Later, he disposed of the gun and the shell casings by throwing them into a sewer, and then unsuccessfully tried to set Reagan's car on fire. In another chilling twist, Brian gave Reagan's wallet to his girlfriend, telling her it was an early Valentine's Day gift.
1 week after an Ohio State senior was last seen alive, her friends and family are saying their final goodbyes.
This service, this celebration of life, was a chance to focus more on the Reagan Tokes everyone knew and loved, and not so much on the sudden and violent way that her life ended. Friends describe her as an amazing, very loving and happy person. From the church service in Maumee to a graveside service in nearby Perrysburg, Reagan Tokes was then laid to rest. All across Ohio, people have expressed feeling a connection to Reagan Tokes and her family. An online guest book includes many comments like this one from a woman in Grove City. Although I didn't know her personally, this story has touched my heart tremendously. My heart just aches for all of you, and even more so, Reagan.
On February 15th, Reagan's funeral was held at the church she had attended since childhood. The church was completely full. There were people there who had known her for years, and others who had never even met her. When Brian was brought into court to hear the charges against him, Toby stood there, looking at him through the glass. He later said he was so angry, so emotional, and so overwhelmed that day, he honestly wondered how he didn't have a heart attack. According to Toby, as more details about Brian's past started coming out, it wasn't just shocking. It was almost impossible to understand how he had managed to avoid real accountability for so long. They had a monster in their hands, under their control, and they still let him slip away, he said.
The man accused of the rape and murder of OSU student Reagan Tokes pleaded not guilty.
Despite his confessions and all the evidence against him, Brian still refused to formally plead guilty, and preparations for the trial began. 3 months after her death, the day finally arrived, the day Reagan had worked so hard for. Graduation day. For the students and the university, it was a moment that felt both heartbreaking and bittersweet.
We will also never forget the classmates who were taken from us too soon, who helped us shape our hearts and minds.
And the degree Bachelor of Arts upon Reagan Delaney Tokes.
Reagan's family walked onto the stage in her place and accepted her diploma on her behalf, posthumously. You could feel the emotion in the entire room. Everyone stood up, and the crowd gave a long-standing ovation. In a statement, her family said, Reagan dreamed of becoming a Buckeye ever since she was a little kid. And today, that dream became real because she received her diploma from Ohio State University. As her parents and her family, we are incredibly proud of her and everything she achieved. The opportunity to receive a higher education is a tremendous gift. But along with that gift, a person must also have the desire, the dedication, the discipline, and the perseverance to make it happen. Reagan had all of those qualities, and honestly, even more. And the same is true for every student graduating here today. We congratulate them on this achievement, and we ask them to use that gift to help make the world a better place, the kind of world Reagan wanted to see, but now can no longer change herself. In the middle of March 2018, the trial of Brian began.
Jurors began their day outside the courtroom. They were taken to the locations where investigators say Brian Goolsby, a convicted felon, kidnapped, raped, and murdered the Ohio State student. Prosecutors say today's jury view will help show the terror that Reagan Tokes endured on the night that she disappeared outside her job in the Short North.
Jurors were also shown the locations of 2 ATM machines where investigators say Brian Goolsby forced Tokes to try to withdraw money. They stopped at the alley in Marion Village where prosecutors believe Reagan Tokes was raped, and Scioto Grove Metro Park where Tokes' body was found. A makeshift memorial was covered with a tarp during the jury's visit to the site.
Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth and nothing but the truth.
Back in the courtroom, prosecutors called the witnesses who were first on the scene when the body was discovered. Also taking the stand were several of Reagan Toke's roommates who described filing a missing persons report after realizing Reagan had not come home. And an undercover Grove City detective described finding the cigarette butt and burn marks inside Reagan Toke's car. Prosecutors say DNA from the cigarette butt matches Brian Goldsby. The detective also described the initial interview with Brian Goldsby after his arrest.
First couple hours, he told us that he had taken Reagan into a car, had committed a robbery of her. He needed money. He took her to some ATMs, and then he said he left her naked in a field during a snowstorm.
His defense team found themselves in an extremely difficult position, considering the amount of evidence against him. The case against Brian was incredibly strong. So their main strategy was to try to convince the jury not to sentence him to death. He had already confessed, so the trial wasn't really about proving his innocence. It was more about trying to save his life. The defense pointed to his troubled childhood, saying that his mother had been abusive and that he struggled with addiction. They also claimed that he himself had been a victim of sexual abuse as a child, although prosecutors said his accounts of that were inconsistent. His attorney also argued that the DNA found in Reagan's body and on the cigarette butts was unreliable because it had been linked to Brian's DNA profile from a case back in 2010. She also said that Brian wasn't intelligent enough to consciously plan a crime as horrific as this one. I just want to point something out. If Mr. Goldsby really didn't want to get caught, then, maybe wearing a GPS ankle monitor wasn't the best idea. And not only that, he even kept it charged. He made sure the battery didn't die, but prosecutors said that his level of intelligence didn't matter and didn't change anything. They told the jury that night he went out hunting, and the person he found was Reagan Tokes. There's no mystery here, the prosecutors said.
We can track him at 9:45 p.m. at the precise place where she parked her car, and at gunpoint was forced into the car by him. And this device tracks not only location but speed, and within a couple minutes after 9:45, he's gone from walking about 3 miles an hour to moving at 25 miles an hour on 2nd Avenue after he kidnapped her and told her to drive to the bank where there was this attempt to withdraw, which was denied, $200, because there are limits on withdrawals at ATMs, as we all know. Eventually, $60 was withdrawn by Reagan Tokes, and it had a surveillance video of her at the drive-thru. You can see a shadow figure in the car with her. You can't identify who it is, but guess what again? At 10:32 p.m., that's exactly where Brian Lee Goldsby is, while she's withdrawing $60 from the bank. Later on, there was an effort to withdraw money from that location and a Huntington bank a short distance from there. Again, when those attempts were made, which were declined, Brian Lee Goldsby's at those locations. The state, as the defense, has this opportunity to tell you what we're going to prove. We expect to prove each and every one of those counts in the indictment and the specifications, and expect to prove them beyond a reasonable doubt. And expect also, in closing argument, to submit to you we have proven it beyond that standard.
Verdict. We, the jury in this case, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt as to count 1 of the indictment for aggravated murder.
On the day that should have been Reagan's 23rd birthday, Brian was found guilty on all 9 counts against him. But the jury couldn't reach a unanimous decision about the punishment. 4 jurors voted for life in prison, and 8 voted for the death penalty. At that point, Brian turned toward the Tokes family and said,
"Today I would like to apologize to the Tokes family for the crimes I committed against his daughter, friend, and family. When I first got locked up, I lied about everything. Said it was TJ. There is no TJ. TJ's not real. I made TJ up. So I was trying to wiggle my way out of the crime, and I committed. But the only other thing I have to say is, I don't know if you know, but I was 16 years old. 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 I Please have mercy on me. That's all I'd like to say.
All right, you can have a seat. Thank you.
Brian received 3 life sentences without the possibility of parole. Later, he was also given an additional 66 years in prison for the assaults and armed robberies he had committed just days before Reagan's murder. He was sent to serve his sentence at the Ohio State Penitentiary, a maximum security prison. His legal team filed several appeals, but they were eventually withdrawn and dismissed. Franklin County Prosecutor Ron O'Brien was disappointed with the outcome. In his view, the death penalty should have been the only possible sentence. He continued to push for that decision. In 2018, he submitted a 53-page motion asking the court to allow a cross appeal. The argument was based on the instructions the judge had given to the jury. According to those instructions, jurors were allowed to consider mitigating circumstances presented by the defense, even though, prosecutors argued, no real mitigating circumstances actually existed.
Once the jury incorrectly hears that, then I think that that the state has proven that we have been impaired, and we have proven that there was prejudice to fair consideration in that penalty phase.
During the interrogations, Brian told several different versions of what happened that night. His stories often contradicted each other, and prosecutors were able to disprove many of them easily. Still, those statements were allowed to be considered during the legal proceedings. Eventually, in April of 2019, the 10th District Court of Appeals in Ohio granted the state permission to file an appeal. However, the court ruled that the instructions the judge had given to the jury were correct and lawful. The prosecutor filed another appeal, but to his frustration, the Ohio Supreme Court ultimately rejected it completely. Ron O'Brien tried to remain optimistic and said, "The good news is, he's going to die in prison." After the failures and gaps in the system became clear, Reagan's family promised they would fight to change it. They said, "The system has serious flaws, and changes must happen, and they will happen because of this senseless tragedy. If we have to, we will spend the rest of our lives working to make sure it happens." And they truly did. In 2018, the family reached a legal settlement with the company that had been providing housing for Brian and was responsible for supervising him. In 2019, the Reagan-Tokes Law officially went into effect, and the Ohio Supreme Court later confirmed that the law was constitutional. In the years that followed, it became clear that poor supervision, the lack of proper checks, and the failure to return Brian to prison when violations occurred all pointed to the need for serious reforms in both legislation and the correctional system. The Reagan-Tokes Act allows courts to impose indefinite prison sentences with a minimum and maximum term for first and second degree felonies when life imprisonment is not required. While Brian has been in prison, he has violated prison rules 52 times, which resulted in him being transferred between 5 different correctional facilities. But under Ohio law, those violations did not affect his sentence in any way. And what makes it even more disturbing is that at one point he had actually been released from prison 6 months early. Under the new changes, the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Correction can now extend an inmate's incarceration up to the maximum sentence ordered by the court if the person commits new crimes or repeatedly violates prison rules. The law is also expected to improve how released offenders are monitored, including the use of electronic ankle monitors. Thanks to the fundraiser organized by Jake and many generous donations, the Reagan Delaney Tokes Memorial Foundation Scholarship was created. Every year, the program provides 2 Ohio State students with financial support covering both tuition and housing. And in Reagan's memory, self-defense classes have also begun to be organized throughout the region.
The workout is a series of fighting skills and self-defense moves. 1 minute on a fighting skill, 1 minute on an explosive strength movement.
A special place was also created in her honor at Scioto Grove Metro Park. A memorial space for 21-year-old Reagan was built there, called Tranquility Garden.
I used to have this crushing sensation where I almost couldn't breathe when we would pull in, and I don't feel that any longer. Obviously, for us, you know, the pain and the tragedy never goes away, and we carry that with us every day, but we need to keep moving forward, and there is still a amazing, beautiful world out there, and we have to learn how to move forward, and we carry her with us in our hearts every day, and that will never change.
Her family hoped the space would become a place of peace, not a reminder of the terrible things that happened that morning. In the garden, there's a water feature that represents her astrological sign. Her favourite colour, blue, can be seen all around the space. There's also plenty of wildlife and greenery there, the kind of nature Reagan loved so much. 5 buckeye trees were planted as well, a symbol of her time as a student at Ohio State, a place that was simply her favourite in the world. Her former boyfriend, Jake, rarely spoke publicly after Reagan's death, but one time he shared a story about their first date, and honestly, it captures her personality perfectly. We went apple picking, and she spotted the most perfect apple at the very top of a tree. She just had to get it. The problem was, neither of us could reach it. Then I had this brilliant idea. I told her to climb up on my shoulders, but before I even realized why she wanted that apple so badly, she shoved it into my mouth and made me take this huge bite. I didn't understand why she did that until later, when she told me she had been trying to find the biggest, reddest apple she could, just so I could enjoy it. That's who she was. She always thought about other people before herself. And when I say always, I really mean always. From the moment I first met her to the last time we spoke, she always made me a better person. I'll always love her. She was my best friend, and she always will be. The last few hours of Reagan's life must have been unimaginably terrifying. It's hard to even picture those final moments. Her tearful pleas to be allowed to live, standing alone in a cold, dark field. Everyone who knew Reagan Tokes spoke about her the same way, only with kindness and admiration. She was deeply compassionate, a genuinely kind person who always seemed to see the best in people and in the world around her. Someone whose potential to achieve so much and to help others along the way felt almost limitless. Her mother, Lisa, later said,
"In the end, love always wins."
Right here at home, the murder of a jogger in Queens has left a community on edge as the hunt for her killer continues.
At around 10:30 at night, police officers were moving slowly through the thick reeds along the running trail in Spring Creek Park in Brooklyn. Then, suddenly, they heard a man scream. When the officers rushed closer, they saw a father standing over his daughter's body. Karina Vetrano, a 30-year-old woman, was lying face down on the ground. Her athletic top and shorts had been pulled down. There were bruises on her face. Her teeth were broken, and her legs were covered in scratches. The officers tried to pull the father away from her body, but he wouldn't let go. He just kept repeating the same words over and over. "I have to take my daughter home." Just a few hours earlier, Karina had simply gone out for a run. She was an experienced runner and used to jog along that trail all the time with her father. But that day, he stayed home because of a back injury. Right before she left the house, she told him everything would be fine. 2 hours passed, and she never came back. When detectives began examining the crime scene, one thing became painfully clear. Karina had fought until the very end. At one point, she even bit her attacker so hard that she broke her own teeth. Investigators later found DNA under her fingernails, but when they ran it through the national database, it didn't match anyone, which meant only one thing. Somewhere nearby, there was a man who had brutally attacked a woman in the middle of the day and then disappeared without a trace. But what investigators discovered later turned out to be far more horrifying than just a murder. DNA analysis revealed a terrifying secret. And when police finally found the killer, some of the officers said it was so disturbing that, it honestly gave them chills. A few of them even needed psychological help afterward. So to really understand how this all happened, we have to go back to the very beginning. Alright friends, let me pause for just a minute. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from. So, if you don't mind, tell me what city you're in and what time it is where you are right now. Thanks for taking a moment to do that. Drop it in the comments, and now, let's keep going. Karina Vetrano, a 30-year-old runner, was the kind of person who always pushed herself, always trying to go a little farther and a little faster. That day didn't seem any different from the others. At around 5 in the afternoon, she stepped out of her house to go for a run near Spring Creek, a quiet area that's part of East New York in Brooklyn. Spring Creek is a natural preserve that covers about 2 square miles. It's full of overgrown patches, tall weeds, and thick brush. The place sits just a few blocks from the home where Karina lived with her family. Most of the time, she ran there with her father, Phil, a retired firefighter. But that day, he stayed home because of a back injury. Phil felt uneasy about her going there alone. The area was pretty isolated, and he told her he didn't think it was a good idea for her to run there by herself.
Don't worry, I'll be fine, she told him.
Just a few minutes before heading out for her run, Karina took a quick selfie. In the background of the photo, you can actually see her mum, Kathy, walking past behind her. Then Karina left the house. Phil later said that about 45 minutes after she walked out the door, he suddenly had this uneasy feeling, like something just wasn't right. By then, almost 2 hours had passed. Karina still hadn't come home. Phil tried calling her over and over again, but she never answered. So he reached out to a childhood friend of his who was working with the New York City Police Department at the time. A patrol car was sent to the area to look for her. When officers couldn't find Karina, the search quickly expanded. Units from the 106th precinct joined in, moving through thick reeds that were as tall as 10 feet. And even as night fell, the search continued. When we were going along the trail and checking the area, there was this really strong sense of unease, said NYPD Detective Barry Brown. At one point, someone even said out loud, this doesn't feel right. Phil was also helping police during the search, using the geolocation signals from Karina's phone. Investigators eventually moved toward a marshy area about 15 feet off the running trail. Local residents had raised concerns about that area before. The tall weeds there had long been considered a safety problem for the community. At around 10:30 that night, officers suddenly heard a man screaming and immediately ran in that direction. It was Phil. He had found his daughter's body lying face down on the ground. Officers had to physically pull him away because he just couldn't let her go. He kept repeating that he needed to take her home. Detectives, including Barry Brown and Lieutenant John Russo, determined that Karina had bruises on her face and multiple injuries. Her teeth were broken, and there were abrasions on her legs. Her athletic top and shorts had been pulled down. Police said there was evidence pointing to sexual assault. Karina had fought her attacker so fiercely that she bit him with such force that she broke her own teeth. Investigators also noticed that one of her hands was tightly gripping grass, which suggested she may have been dragged across the ground. The chief of detectives, Boyce, later said it was obvious that she fought until the very end. The office of the medical examiner later performed an autopsy and determined that her death was a homicide caused by strangulation. While the killer was choking her, he pressed his hand against her neck so hard that police could actually see the imprint of his hand. Phil later said he felt like it was somehow meant to be him who found her. She led me to her. She needed her dad to be the one who found her. There's no doubt about that, he said.
It's one of the most intense and difficult crime scene searches in recent years. The view from Chopper 2 shows the demanding scope of the task.
We have a very active crime scene in a very remote area. So we're searching this as best we can in a very tough condition. The grass is very high. We're using machetes to search for additional evidence wherever we go.
Thursday, dozens of detectives fanned across Howard Beach, interviewing landscapers and home improvement workers.
They're just asking us what time we shut up and were you working Tuesday. They want this guy, whoever he is. I hope they get him.
Tonight, teams of search crews continue to tackle the dense weeds 300 feet at a time. First, hacking away by hand with machetes. They don't want to damage any possible clues as they clear the area.
We're clearing a very vast area in the back adjacent to the crime scene, and we're conducting a search for evidence.
The mother and father are just visibly shaken. They want closure. They want justice. They want to be able to bury their daughter with dignity.
We all jog and we all walk out here and enjoy, the serenity. And now I'm afraid to go out.
At his latest briefing, the chief of detectives calling this case, quote, a severe community threat and taking the following steps. A 6-month review of all Parks Police activity in the area, collecting information from the police department's sex offender monitoring unit, and continuing with their cell phone tower investigation. But so far, just the possibility that the killer may not have been someone Karina Vetrano knew, well, it certainly leaves residents on edge.
My concerns is that, if it's somebody that lives in the area, that he might do it again.
Karina's father described Karina Vetrano as cheerful, driven, and successful, the kind of daughter every parent dreams about. Even though she was only 4 feet 11 inches tall, her personality was incredibly strong. She was very intelligent and had earned a master's degree from St. John's University. While still living with her parents, she worked as a speech therapist in Manhattan, helping children with disabilities. According to her friend Erica, Karina was like a spark, a tiny firework of energy, with this contagious laugh that, could fill an entire room. Besides her job as a speech therapist, she also worked part-time as a promoter at a club in Astoria, where she invited guests and earned a percentage from the revenue generated by VIP services. Friends also told investigators about a man named Paul, an employee at the nightclub where Karina worked. They said he had made unwanted advances toward her and would become aggressive when she rejected him. At one point, they believed he might even have been stalking her. However, police later ruled him out as a suspect after confirming that he was at work at the time of the murder. And the more investigators looked into the case, the more it started to seem like this might have been a random killing carried out by a stranger.
We are still in the process of crime scene collecting evidence right now. We will be out there for several days. That is a remote area. We have crime scenes set up there, and we plan to chop down just about every weed in that location until we satisfied that we got all the evidence. Now we have a lot of forensic evidence acquired so far, but we're not getting a lot of Crime Stopper tips. We have 3, and they're all pretty generic. So we have since raised the reward up for $10,000 for any information. That is a very strong community. I'll be out there as soon as I leave here. We've got nothing but support from everybody out there. We hope to have more information. Now, this is a remote area. Young lady was running, still daylight, so hoping somebody saw something going into the park. Thus far, we don't have a lot of leads on this right now, but we're still collecting evidence. The evidence that we've collected thus far is in the Office of Chief Medical Examiner. We're hoping to get it up on a DNA profile in the next couple of days. We have them, I tell you, we have them often in this city. No one is this subject of murder. They're usually late at night. If we have them on the street, rape 1, where stranger rapes are down in this city. Nonetheless, we still get them. This type of incident where you have a jogger in a park, in a recreational center, in daylight hours is extraordinarily unusual.
About 400 people came to Karina Vetrano's funeral. Among them were several members of the New York City Fire Department. She was full of life, Phil said during his farewell speech. She lived every single day like it was her last, putting as much life as she could into every minute. In just 30 short years, she accomplished more than some people do in an entire lifetime. And we weren't just father and daughter, we were like one and the same.
She was a beautiful girl, young. I didn't know her at all. But it's sad.
I'm going to address the coward.
Whoever killed her daughter, Karina, for the first time since the brutal murder, the Vetranos spoke with reporters outside of their home.
You know that my daughter was a force to be reckoned with. And I guarantee you that you will be reckoning with that force, not only for the rest of your pathetic life, but for the rest of eternity as you burn in hell. My daughter was a big believer of karma. And as you could see, she's magical. The whole world knows she's magical. And I guarantee you, you will pay forever.
Justice will be served, okay? That's why we have the PD. That's why we have God. Justice will be served.
Investigators were not able to recover usable DNA from the sexual assault evidence kit. However, they did manage to build a DNA profile using material found under Karina's fingernails, as well as on her cell phone, which was discovered just a few feet from her body. Her murder deeply shook the tight-knit community, and many people were living in fear, trying to understand what had happened. Thousands of people also donated money to a reward fund for information that could help identify the killer. Police contributed $25,000, the mayor's office added another $10,000, and the remaining funds were raised through GoFundMe.
They're tracking everything down. But what we need for someone to say, hello, I know the guy. That's what we're looking for. If I wake up and there's nothing for me to do, that's when the bottom's going to drop out. So I have to stay involved every day in every way. Today it's this. This is keeping me alive today.
A tractor with an industrial mower was brought to the crime scene, along with dozens of police officers from different units. Because the land where Karina's body was found was under federal ownership, the New York City Police Department asked the FBI for assistance. Federal agents supported the investigation by providing additional resources. They even used drones to survey the area from above. Police also said they checked a homeless encampment located more than 1 mile from the crime scene, but investigators eventually concluded it was likely not connected to the murder. They also questioned registered sex offenders who lived nearby, along with several people known to spend time living inside the park itself. To increase the resources dedicated to the investigation, the NYPD created a special task force. It included 2 detectives from each of the 8 units of Queens South. At the same time, officials had to address safety concerns inside the park. A federal officer explained that the large area where Karina was killed was only monitored around the perimeter, and even those checks were irregular throughout the day. The same officers were responsible for patrolling parts of Gateway National Park in Brooklyn and Queens, which also includes Spring Creek. This is a serious challenge for us. We've talked about it with the community before, and honestly, it's no secret, said the commander of the US Park Police District. Investigators said that with no eyewitnesses, their most important lead was the DNA profile. That profile had already been checked, but at that moment it still hadn't produced a match in the national database. The CODIS database that we use for DNA was only created in 1998, so this person could have been in prison before that, explained Chief of Detectives Boyce. But it could also be someone younger, someone who's never been in prison at all. In a case like this, it was crucial to check whether anything similar had happened before. Early in the investigation, detectives in New York said they had been contacted by the Massachusetts State Police to see if there might be a connection between Karina's murder and the killing of Vanessa Marcotte. A 27-year-old Google account manager who was found dead in Princeton on August 7th. At the time, Vanessa lived in New York City, but she had traveled to Princeton to visit her mother. On August 7th, she went out for a run and never came back home. Later, her body was discovered in a wooded area about half a mile from her mother's house. Authorities in New York said they could not confirm any connection between the 2 cases. Still, they emphasized that investigators would continue checking every possible lead. Chief of Detectives Boyce said investigators still believed Karina's murder was random. Their main theory hadn't changed. They believed the suspect escaped through the dense brush surrounding the crime scene and eventually made his way toward Belt Parkway. Police examined every possible escape route, but surveillance cameras did not capture any clear image of a suspect. Every house near the park was checked, and residents were interviewed. Investigators even used the phrase, "a needle in a haystack," and honestly, that's exactly what the search felt like. As the high-profile case continued to draw more public attention, a Verizon employee who had been working in Spring Creek Park on the day Karina was killed contacted the police. He told detectives that he had seen a man who seemed suspicious. The man was wearing a wool cap and was in the area around the same time investigators believed the attack had happened. Based on that description, a composite sketch was created and released to the public on August 31st.
At a press conference, Chief Boyce says one particular thing stands out.
And if you'll notice the dark wool hat, remember the day was August 2nd. A little unusual he's wearing a wool hat in the area there.
And now a laser-sharp focus on this bike path where, unfortunately, there are no cameras. And finding this man, who police say is black, 5'10", between 35 and 45 years old, with a medium build.
We have to speak to this person, so that's the only reason we're putting it out.
After the composite sketch was released, a former NYPD supervisor contacted Robert Boyce. At the time, he was working as the head of security at a residential building in Brooklyn, and he said that one of the residents looked a lot like the man in the sketch. Police went to the apartment. The man, whose name was Kevin, refused to open the door at first. Officers stayed outside the building until he eventually came out. Kevin admitted that, yeah, there was some resemblance to the sketch, so he was taken to the station for questioning. Once there, he refused to provide a DNA sample. Detective Barry Brown later said that decision immediately caught everyone's attention in the room. Police eventually obtained his DNA using a discarded water bottle he had thrown away. But when the results came back, the analysis showed that Kevin's DNA did not match the profile connected to the crime scene. After that lead was ruled out, investigators were basically back at square one. Hoping to generate new information, Crime Watch Daily released surveillance footage showing Karina just a few hours before her murder. The video was recorded during what police described as her usual running route. Her family and investigators were both hoping it might reveal some kind of clue. Authorities said it was the last known image of Karina. Karina's loved ones also came together to retrace some of the last routes she was known to have taken. When the DNA still didn't match anyone in the database, Phil urged investigators to use a method called familial searching, basically checking whether any relatives of the possible killer might already be in the database. "You could find the killer," he said. "You might be able to trace a direct connection, and that would narrow the search down a lot." At the time, that kind of testing method was being used in 9 states, but not in New York. So Phil started a petition, hoping to change that.
Familial DNA searching goes deeper, using special software to look for a similar, not exact match, indicating the suspect could be related to someone in the system.
There's untold amount of cold cases that'll be solved by this.
But the ACLU is pushing back, saying that such policy could lead to, quote, miscarriages of justice.
Well, I think they're just ignorant of the facts that we are just targeting criminals.
6 months after she was found dead, police now have a person of interest in the case of murdered jogger Karina Vetrano.
One man was taken into custody. The next day, he was officially arrested, and he said, "Please tell my mom I'm sorry. Could I speak with someone from the victim's family? I'm sorry for what I did." The events that led to that moment actually began about a month earlier, after weeks and months had passed without any major breakthroughs in the investigation. In January 2017, Lieutenant John Russo took another look at the case. He was one of the officers who had been at the scene when Karina was found, and he also lived in Howard Beach. While reviewing the case files, Russo suddenly remembered an incident from May 2016, just a few months before Karina's murder. And, he started to wonder if it might actually be connected to the investigation. On the other side of the street, near the house next door, I saw someone walking away from me. The person was wearing a tracksuit with long sleeves and a hood pulled over their head, even though it was about 80 degrees outside. And I remember thinking, like, that's strange. Russo said the man seemed to be looking over the houses nearby, and that made him call the police. But by the time officers arrived, the person was already gone. The very next day, neighbors reported similar suspicious behavior. They said a man wearing a black and white tracksuit had walked onto several private properties. Later, Russo ran into the same man again and asked for his name. His name was Chanel Lewis. At the time, Russo figured that was probably the end of it, and that their paths would never cross again. But in January, the memory came back to him. He had this strong feeling about it, like something just didn't sit right. So he started digging deeper into Chanel Lewis. He discovered that Lewis didn't have a criminal record, but he had received several summonses connected to the Brooklyn side of Spring Creek Park, across from the section of the preserve located in Queens. After that, Chief Boyce received a call from Russo. There was something in Lieutenant Russo's voice that made me think, this might actually be the one, Boyce said. So we jumped on it right away. When investigators began speaking with Chanel Lewis, he told officers he knew the area very well. According to him, he was mostly a loner with very few friends, and he often walked along the trails to listen to music and, clear his head. While cooperating with detectives, he voluntarily provided a DNA sample. Officers also visited his former high school and discovered that his past appeared to be troubled and complicated. According to news reports, while he was still in school, he once told a teacher's aide that he wanted to stab his female classmates. "I want to stab all the girls." According to reports, he said that on May 17, 2011, when he was 15 years old. Sources also said that at one point he allegedly asked, "What would happen if I brought a knife to school?" Sources said the school notified the police, and he was taken into custody as a person with emotional disturbances. He was transported to Kings County Hospital Center for evaluation and later released. The following month, according to reports, school staff contacted law enforcement again after he allegedly cursed at a female student and threatened her and her family. He was once again taken to the hospital and later released. One tabloid article also claimed that he had been diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, but that information appears never to have been independently confirmed. During research into the case, that claim only appeared in an article from the New York Post. In September 2011, he was reportedly transferred to a private school for students with emotional and behavioral difficulties. Former classmates later said he was known as a loner and was often bullied at school. "They used to beat him all the time," one student said. "Even girls would pick on him and hit him. He didn't have any friends." Another former student said that sometimes he tried to fight back, but that didn't happen very often. One classmate who rode the school bus with him said many people made fun of him because of the way he dressed and the way he looked. At the same time, several former students said they never knew him as an aggressive or confrontational person. "He always walked around school with his hood pulled over his head," one of them said. The executive director of Martin de Porres Schools later said that Chanel Lewis graduated in August 2015, and during his time there were no reports that he had threatened anyone. While he was at the school, there were no disciplinary records connected to him, and there were no other reports of threatening statements directed at other students. The director said in a statement, Chanel's father stood up for his son, but at the same time he pointed investigators to one important detail. He told detectives that his son couldn't have committed the crime because the day after the murder he had taken him to the hospital. Chanel was treated there for a hand injury. He said he had gotten it during a fight. After checking local hospitals, detectives managed to find the doctor who had treated him. According to Detective Barry Brown, the doctor said he had removed a foreign object from Chanel's hand. The DNA sample taken from Chanel's voluntary swab was then run through the system, and it matched the DNA found at the scene of Karina's murder. That foreign object removed from Chanel's hand was now believed to be a fragment of Karina's broken tooth, which had snapped off when she bit him.
I'm Detective Deal. You're located at the 107 Precinct, 2nd floor, Detective Squad area. Today's date is February 5th, 2017. Time is approximately 10:33 a.m. And I'm activating the tape at this time.
Now that I've advised you of your rights, are you willing to answer questions?
Okay.
Yes? Okay. All right. Chanel, why don't we start with, I think it was a Tuesday evening on August 2nd, 2016. Do you remember that date and that evening?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And where were you at that time?
I was in Spring Creek, at the Gateway and Spring Creek Mall.
Okay, by Gateway and Spring Creek Mall?
Spring Creek Park.
Park?
Yeah.
All right. Were you inside the park?
Yeah.
Okay. And was anyone with you, or were you by yourself?
By myself.
All right. About what time did you get to the park?
About 5 o'clock.
And were you on a trail or you in the grass?
On the trail.
Okay. Now, while you were in the park, did something happen?
Yes.
What happened while you were in the park?
On the park, there was this girl jogging, and then you know, one thing led to another because some other situation.
All right. Well, the girl that was jogging, was she by herself or with anybody else?
By herself.
And when you first saw her, where were you? Were you in the grass or were you on the trail?
On the trail.
All right. And were you moving or were you standing still?
Like I was moving, listening to music.
You were walking or jogging?
Walking.
Walking? And you were walking towards her?
I was walking towards and then got side to side and then one thing led to another.
You said as she got next to you, when she got next to you as she was running and you were walking, what happened then?
And then, because of a past situation, I got angry and then started hitting her and stuff like that.
Okay. Before you did, where did you hit her?
Like in the face and like in the mouth.
In the face and the mouth. Mm-hmm. Before you hit her, did you grab her or did you just hit her right away?
I kind of grabbed her first.
Grabbed her? And like, how did you grab her? What part of her body did you grab?
Like I started hitting her because of the incident that was going on earlier.
Right, but did you grab her before you started hitting her, or was the first thing you did was to hit her? What was the first thing you did?
I grabbed her.
Okay. And how did you grab her?
Like this.
Okay. With both hands?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what part of her body did you grab? Do you remember? Her shoulders, her waist, her neck? Do you remember?
Like around here.
Okay, around the shoulders. Did she say anything at all? No. Did she scream?
No, because her tooth broke.
I'm sorry? Her tooth broke? Right. Were you covering her mouth at all? No? Okay. How long would you say you were hitting her for? About how long in time?
The whole thing was like about 5 minutes.
5 minutes, all right. How far off the path would you say you dragged her into the grass? Like how many feet about?
Probably about 10.
Okay. What was the status of her clothing? How was her clothing?
Kind of like pulled off.
Pulled off?
Yeah.
Okay, what was pulled off?
Like her clothes.
Now you said you did this because you had some anger. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Can you tell me about that anger?
Because, I used to live in a different address than I currently live right now.
Right.
And then sometimes there's this man that comes around there. He play like loud music and carry a lot of friends around there. I didn't like it because I feel unsafe and comfortable. And I like my place private and peaceful. And usually I just...
No, I know, Chanel, I know that, like last night, you really didn't want to talk about this, right? Last night. But today, it was okay. You wanted to talk about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know that you told Detective Brown you wanted to straighten your life out, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then Detective Brown said to wait until you came in the room to talk about it. That's right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you did, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Chanel Lewis, who was 20 years old, was arrested and charged with second-degree murder.
Chanel! We were hiding out for 6 months. Come this way, look this way, look this way. Look this way. Look this way, right here, sir.
After his arrest, Karina's family reached out to the public and asked for opinions on how the remaining money from the GoFundMe fund should be used. You all made donations, so you all deserve to have a voice, Phil wrote on the fundraising page. Later, Phil said he distributed nearly $300,000, including making a contribution to Archbishop Malloy High School to create a scholarship in Karina's honor. After that, Chanel Lewis was formally indicted by a grand jury on multiple charges. In total, there were 13 counts related to murder and sexual assault connected to the death of Karina Vetrano. He was facing the possibility of life in prison without parole. Lewis pleaded not guilty.
Tonight, Lewis's relatives say it's not possible.
To the family, I'm sorry for their loss, but they have the wrong person.
Richard Lewis is the suspect's father.
He's a wonderful young man. Wonderful young man.
My brother is a skinny, you saw him on the TV. He's a skinny guy who cannot kill such a strong girl because she's a strong person. He alone can never kill a person like that.
Today, I would like to thank all those who have reached out and give their support for me and my family. I love my son. I support my son. I raised my son to be a God-fearing man and to respect life. My son is friendly, God-fearing, and would not hurt anybody. My son has a mental health problem and needs help. He's not a criminal and needs mental resources. Please respect my family privacy. Please respect my family privacy in this matter and allow my son to get help in due process.
Karina's family spent a long time pushing for investigators to start using familial DNA searching in criminal cases. Then, in June 2017, the New York State Commission on Forensic Science agreed to allow that method to be used in investigations involving murder, rape, and certain other serious crimes. The decision was made despite objections from civil rights organizations, which argued that the practice could pull law-abiding people into criminal investigations simply because of their family connections. By the time the commission approved the policy, Chanel Lewis had already been arrested. So the decision didn't change anything for Karina's case, but it could affect future investigations. As mentioned earlier, investigators had also looked into a possible connection between Karina's murder and the killing of Vanessa Marcotte. Later, authorities determined that the two cases were not related. On April 15, 2017, officials announced that Angelo Colon Ortiz, who was 31 years old, had been arrested after DNA evidence linked him to Vanessa's case. He later pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and unarmed robbery, and on November 2, 2022, he was sentenced to life in prison. He will not be eligible for parole until 2067, when he will be 81 years old. November 2018.
Packed inside of the courtroom, filled with family and friends on both sides. As you mentioned, it was also very emotional. Karina Vetrano's mother was inside of that courtroom. She held onto a cross most of the time, crying. Karina Vetrano's accused killer, Chanel Lewis, obviously in the courtroom. His mother was there as well, and she held onto a Bible, also in tears most of the time. Now, opening statements got underway. Defense attorneys with the Legal Aid Society representing Lewis told jurors today Lewis is innocent. They have serious doubts about the evidence, adding there are no witnesses, and Lewis was coerced into confessing, and people are rushing to judgment.
In his opening statement, Assistant District Attorney Brad Leventhal said, "They crossed paths by chance. She didn't provoke him. He saw her, and he killed her." Prosecutors said that Chanel didn't have a girlfriend, had very few social connections, and didn't have a job. They described him as someone who often carried a lot of anger. According to their theory, it was that anger that led to the attack, which they described as random. That day, he took out his anger on a beautiful young woman, a girl wearing a top, the prosecutor said. However, the defense pushed back against those claims. There won't be any eyewitnesses. No one is going to walk into this courtroom and say, "He did it," said defense attorney Jenny Chung. She also argued that the prosecution was trying to, force a square peg into a round hole. Chung questioned the police interrogation of her client as well, which lasted more than 10 hours. "Procedures were shortened. The prosecution's evidence is incomplete," she said. The defense also claimed that the DNA evidence linking Chanel Lewis to the crime scene was unreliable. Attorney Robert Moeller argued that the crime scene had been compromised by multiple people, including Karina's father, and therefore could not be considered a fully reliable source of evidence. Lewis's lawyers also said the confession had been obtained improperly and should not have been used in court. According to them, he confessed only because he wanted to leave after waiting for hours. But the prosecution focused heavily on what he actually told police. He was angry, and he took that anger out on Karina Vetrano. "Those are his own words. He is the man who strangled Karina Vetrano," the prosecutor said. The prosecution also emphasized what they described as strong DNA evidence. An expert witness testified that the DNA profile taken from material found under Karina's fingernails, on her neck, and on her cell phone matched Chanel's DNA profile. 2 NYPD detectives also testified about the detailed and extensive process used to collect evidence in the case. Some of the images shown during testimony were so disturbing that Karina's parents were visibly shaken. At times they couldn't hold back their tears, and at one point they even had to leave the courtroom.
Closing arguments on the emotional trial over the death of 30-year-old Karina Vetrano have now wrapped up. The prosecution painting the suspect, 22-year-old Chanel Lewis, as a frustrated, angry, and lonely young man who spotted Vetrano on an after-work jog at a park in Howard Beach and took out all his anger by taking her life.
He was mad, and he took out his anger, and he took out his frustrations on Karina, grabbing her, throwing her to the ground, beating her, and strangling her until she was dead.
But the defense argued that it was the police department that was frustrated with their 6-month-long investigation that had yet to find a suspect, that Lewis was singled out, and that detectives worked endlessly to fit evidence they had to build a case against him.
They never allowed the evidence to develop a theory. Rather, they just wanted the evidence to fit their theory.
The exhausting trial lasted 7 days. Soon, it was time for the jury to decide the fate of the case. After a long day of deliberations, the jurors spent more than an hour reviewing the second of the defendant's 2 recorded confessions. They also asked to have 74 pages of testimony from the prosecution's DNA expert read back to them. On top of that, the jury requested to look again at the autopsy photographs of Karina. After a day and a half of deliberations, 5 jurors said they could not return a guilty verdict beyond a reasonable doubt. That created what's known as a hung jury. The jurors sent a letter to the judge explaining that they could not overcome their disagreements and had already exhausted every option to reach a unanimous decision. After a full day of deliberations, we remain divided. It seems like we can't move forward anymore. We believe we've exhausted all possible options. Because of that deadlock, the judge declared a mistrial.
The parents of Karina Vetrano looking somber and stunned leaving the courtroom. Relatives in tears after the judge declared a mistrial, a ruling which sent shock through the courtroom.
Mr. Vetrano.
Just a moment.
Stunned silence from the family of Karina Vetrano moments after learning justice would be delayed.
Vetrano's family did not speak after the ruling. Lewis's legal team, however, did.
The jury is understanding that DNA is not all it. Confession is not all it, and there are issues in the case that, as you all see, is much more complex.
Is this a win for you?
Well, it's not a conviction, so I guess that's a good thing, but closure would be a good thing too.
That decision meant the case would have to be tried all over again, which made the legal process drag on even longer. For Karina's family and loved ones, it meant continuing a painful ordeal. They would have to relive the details of the tragedy once again and go through another trial in their search for justice. Prosecutors didn't want to take any chances during the second trial, so they prepared new evidence. One of the key pieces was a detailed record of Chanel's internet searches leading up to his arrest. Among those searches were queries about indictments, plea deals, criminal prosecution, and news reports about Karina's murder. Then, in March 2019, the retrial began.
Karina Vetrano's father returned to the stand today in the retrial of the man accused of strangling her back in 2016.
At one point, Vetrano's father dropped to his knees in front of the jurors as he emotionally described finding his daughter's stiff, cold body in a nearby trail.
The defense once again insisted that their client was innocent, arguing that his earlier recorded confession had been obtained under pressure. His attorneys also claimed that if he had truly been the killer, his DNA would have been found all over the crime scene in much larger quantities. But the prosecution remained firm. Prosecutors emphasized that the defendant's DNA matched the evidence, and they also pointed to the recorded confessions in which he admitted that he killed her. Then, just one day before the jury was supposed to begin deliberations in the retrial, the defense attorneys received an anonymous letter. It was supposedly written by an NYPD officer who expressed concerns about the investigation. The letter included several allegations about the early stages of the case. Among other things, it claimed that during the first strategy meetings, NYPD Chief Michael Kemper repeatedly said police were looking for 2 strong white men from Howard Beach. Sonny Hostin, a senior legal correspondent for ABC News, reported that if the letter turned out to be genuine and the concerns described in it were accurate, it could potentially become grounds for an appeal. One of Lewis's attorneys said, "We received disturbing and credible information suggesting that the police withheld critically important details about other potential suspects, and that information was never shared with the defense." The defense also said it had become known that police approached Lewis to obtain a DNA sample as part of a large-scale sweep that, according to them, showed racial bias. During that operation, DNA samples were collected from more than 360 African American men in Howard Beach and nearby areas of Brooklyn and Queens. In light of this new information, we plan to file a motion on Monday requesting a hearing regarding the prosecution's failure to disclose exculpatory evidence, as well as a separate hearing concerning unconstitutional racial profiling during this investigation, the attorneys said. In response, Sergeant Brendan Ryan said that the NYPD had conducted a thorough investigation into the murder, and as the prosecution presented by the Queens District Attorney shows, the evidence clearly demonstrates that Chanel Lewis is responsible for her death. He also noted that numerous court hearings and 2 criminal trials, which took place over more than 2 years, had already carefully examined the issues raised in the anonymous letter. According to him, the letter contained many false claims and inaccuracies. Assistant District Attorney Leventhal also said, "This anonymous letter contains no verifiable information. The person who wrote it is clearly trying to disrupt the trial."
This morning, the judge denied a request from the defense asking for a hearing on this.
After that, the case was handed over to the jury for deliberation. The importance of that moment was obvious. The first trial had already ended in a deadlock, with the jury unable to reach a verdict and the court declaring a mistrial. Neither side was treating the outcome with too much confidence or complacency. There was a lot at stake, not just for the prosecution and the defense, but also for Karina's family, who had already endured years of uncertainty. On April 1st, 2019, the verdict was finally announced. Inside the courtroom, everyone held their breath.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty.
Chanel Lewis was found guilty.
A very different response at this time around from Vetrano's parents leaving the courtroom.
God, tell us what's going through your mind right now. Mrs. Vetrano. Thank you, Jesus. Say it again. Thank you, Jesus. Sir, your thoughts?
Jubilation.
You're not allowed to interview.
Justice has been served.
I am thanking those jurors for listening to the overwhelming evidence.
All the anger, all the years of pain, but mostly the anger was lifted, it was gone.
Lewis lifted his handcuffed hands in a farewell wave to his family and supporters as he was led off to jail. Some of those supporters today say they've followed the case very closely, and a family spokesperson says they question the verdict.
How does a young man walk into Howard Beach, murder a young lady that was physically fit, and walk out of Howard Beach without being seen on any camera from the Gateway Mall, any camera in Howard Beach at all?
After the guilty verdict was finally delivered, the case once again slipped into a state of uncertainty.
Now to a stunning development in the Karina Vetrano murder case. Sentencing for her convicted killer has been postponed because of new claims of juror misconduct.
For Karina's family, it was another painful blow, and a reminder that even a guilty verdict doesn't always bring an immediate or final sense of closure. It was claimed that one of the jurors accused 3 others of ignoring the judge's instructions about when and how the case was allowed to be discussed. The judge agreed to delay sentencing in order to hold a hearing with the jurors. Queens District Attorney Richard A. Brown later responded to the defense's accusations, presenting a different version of what had happened inside the jury room. In a sworn written statement referenced in the motion, Juror A claimed that Juror B had started expressing conclusions about the case from the very beginning of the trial and continued doing so throughout the proceedings. According to the statement, Juror B told Juror A, "Well, I've already made up my mind, and I hope you have too." After the victim's parents testified on the second day of the trial, District Attorney Brown wrote that those comments from Juror B, identified in the motion as the 4th juror, did not show prior bias. Instead, he said they reflected an emotional reaction to the shocking testimony about the condition of the victim's body. During deliberations, jurors are required to rely only on the evidence presented in court. However, according to a sworn statement, some jurors began bringing up information that had never been introduced as evidence, and some of that information may not have been accurate. Juror D told the others that the absence of the defendant's DNA in samples from the victim's intimate area could be explained by the idea that the body might have absorbed the male DNA. She allegedly told Juror A, "I know this better than you, you're just a man. I was raped." The motion argued that by saying this, the juror had improperly supplemented the evidence presented in court with her own personal experience. Because of that, other jurors may have felt they couldn't question her statement and were forced to accept it as fact. That kind of communication was described as juror misconduct, since she had essentially become an unsworn expert supporting the prosecution. In other words, the jury had stepped beyond the evidence that was officially presented in court. Attorneys from the Legal Aid Society representing Chanel Lewis, Robert Moeller, Julia L. Burke, and Jenny Chung submitted these arguments to the court. However, Juror D denied ever telling the other jurors that she had been a victim of rape. In a sworn statement submitted along with the prosecution's response, she wrote,
"I have never been raped, and I have never told anyone that I was raped. As far as I know, during the deliberations, no other juror said that she had been raped either."
In another example mentioned in the motion, defense attorneys said that one of the jurors had drawn conclusions based on information that was never part of the evidence presented in court. Juror C compared injuries from a completely unrelated rape case with the injuries suffered by Karina Vetrano, and claimed that sexual assault had been proven because the injuries in both cases were the same. The motion argued that the information Juror C shared with the other jurors was improper, because it essentially introduced facts that had never been presented during the trial, and went beyond a juror's ordinary life experience, knowledge, or common sense. Juror C admitted that he had was in misconduct.
After the verdict, CBS 2 spoke to the jury foreman who called it a slam dunk case. When asked what the most damning evidence was,
2 things. The confession, it wasn't coerced. DNA was like so overwhelming.
He said the jury was unanimous on the murder charges, but there were at least 2 holdouts on the sex abuse charges.
However, in another interview after the verdict, one of the jurors who agreed to speak with reporters anonymously said he had felt pressure from other jurors to vote for a guilty verdict. In the end, the judge rejected the claims of juror misconduct. After that decision, the sentencing could finally move forward. April 23rd, 2019.
With respect to murder in the first degree, the sentence of this court is that you spend the rest of your natural life in jail without any possibility of parole.
It's the moment the family of Karina Vetrano has been waiting more than 2.5 years for, giving passionate testimonies in the courtroom ahead of sentencing for Chanel Lewis, the man who will now serve life in prison for her death.
There were no more Merry Christmases, no more Happy New Years, no more happy birthdays. There is no more pleasure in life, no more smiles, no more happiness. Those are all taken by that convicted, murdering rapist. Only my faith in God and my belief in heaven keeps me from killing myself for fear of not being allowed into heaven to see my baby again.
Describing his family walking the earth as zombies just waiting to see Karina, Phil Vetrano told 22-year-old Chanel Lewis his daughter had a message for him.
She told me that if you stand up here today in court and ask for her forgiveness, tell her you're sorry, she will forgive you. But remember, those are not my words, and I will never forgive you.
Her mother brought a piece of Karina into the courtroom.
These are Karina's shoes. These are the shoes that she put on the morning of August 2nd as she prepared to work and wore throughout the workday. As tiny as they are, Your Honor, these are the shoes of a giant, a valiant warrior, and a queen.
At times, you could see Lewis over her shoulder.
The vacant expression you show is merely a reflection of your detached and empty soul. You suffered and died 1 million deaths every second of every day. You breathed, you ate, you searched your phone for pornography and forcible rape. But God was watching you all the time, Chanel Lewis.
The judge added 32 years in prison to the life sentence for second-degree murder and sexual assault. This is a situation where both families have lost, he said. The worst nightmare any parent could imagine: your child goes out for a run and never comes back. One day, you'll see that the people who followed this case will move on with their lives, and you'll be left alone. But I'll tell you this, when that day comes, you'll be behind bars.
The defense spoke on behalf of Lewis, and then he said just a few words.
I'm innocent. I'm sorry for the family's loss, but I didn't do this.
Assistant District Attorney John Ryan said that the defendant in this case had not shown a single drop of remorse for this brutal crime. I hope this sentence brings the family at least some comfort, knowing that the person who killed their loved one will never see freedom again. After the sentencing, his mother and several supporters gathered outside the courthouse to protest. As the lead prosecutor walked toward his car, people shouted in his direction.
Shame on you. You're racist.
Minutes later, the lead prosecutor emerged in front of the protesters rather than taking an alternate route. And in further protest, they shut down Queens Boulevard for about 2 minutes.
No justice! No justice!
You saw 2 people arrested there. Some of the groups that they're involved with said they'll take their protests to Howard Beach in the upcoming days and weeks. Meanwhile, Chanel Lewis's legal team is already working on his appeal.
Those who believe in his innocence argued that the NYPD was under intense pressure to quickly find a suspect and close the case, and that investigators focused on him because of that pressure. Around 40,000 people signed a petition calling for the case to be reviewed by the Conviction Integrity Unit. Despite the calls for his release, and the ongoing public debate, the legal outcome did not change. After 2 trials, 1 mistrial, and years of reviews and disputes, the jury found him guilty, and the court issued its final sentence. For the justice system, that verdict marked the formal end of the legal process. In a case filled with complexity and controversy, the conviction brought a legal conclusion, even if it didn't bring emotional closure to a story that had consumed a family, a community, and public attention for years. Karina Vetrano's family says they want her to be remembered for more than just the circumstances of her death. Through scholarships, memorial initiatives, and community efforts, they are trying to keep her name and her story alive in the community she loved.
Something so tragic and despicable, we have something good coming out of this. We have a scholarship.
Amid all the legal battles, appeals, and public debates, one person often faded into the background: Karina Vetrano. Her life, not the legal fight that unfolded after her death, remained the true center of this story. And in the end, that's where this story returns. Karina Vetrano was a daughter, a friend, a young woman building her future. Someone who worked with children and filled her days with routine, purpose, and plans. On an ordinary summer evening, she stepped out of her home to do something she had done countless times before. She went for a run, and she never came back. That simple, devastating reality became the heart of this case. How an ordinary moment can suddenly become irreversible. And how the loss of one life can leave a silence that a family, a community, and everyone who followed her story can feel for years.
A memorial as beautiful as Karina Vetrano, tucked away in Spring Creek Park, where a butterfly made of stones, an angel, and candles sit. But perhaps the most important fixture of all, her father, who returns here every morning to remember his daughter.
It's the only place I could go to get peace. And it might seem strange because right where I'm sitting is where I found her. But I think because it's the only place where I have any control.
If she could be here today, or you could speak to her today, what would you say to her?
I speak to her every day. Every single day I speak to her. And she speaks to us in volumes.
Karina's father says her voice will always be heard, from the sound of the birds here to the writings on her blog. And they plan to find a way to get her work put into a book. How do you think Karina would want to be remembered?
Just as she is. Just as everybody sees her. She's special, she's smart, she's beautiful, and she was destined for greater things. And she has achieved that. We don't know what the rest of our life is going to be like. But it's a good feeling to know that now we could move forward.
I've been staying out of the way of law enforcement all this time. I thought I was doing the best thing by not coming down on law enforcement. And it's been too many years of no action. Nothing's been done. So I'm tired of waiting. I had the investigator over the case right now out of Scurry County. He told me one time, he said he doesn't care if it takes 20 years. To do this. And I do care if it takes 20 years. I don't want the person that hurt my kid that doesn't need to walk the street for 20 years.
December 27th, 2010, Colorado City, Texas. 13-year-old Haley Dunn wakes up in her mother's house. At 5:30 in the morning, her mom's boyfriend, Sean Adkins, walks out of the house. He heads to work in Snyder. By 6 in the morning, he arrives there. He buys a drink. Then he turns in his work uniform. And about 10 minutes later, he drives away. He says he had an argument with his boss and, quit the job. But later on, cell tower records would show something very different. At that same time, Haley is home alone. Her mom, Billie Jean Dunn, leaves for her 12-hour shift. Before heading out, she stops by her daughter's room. Haley is asleep in her bed. Everything looks completely normal. Then, around 2 in the afternoon, a short message is sent from the phone that was left at home for the kids. The text goes to one of Haley's friends.
What are you doing?
Her friend never replies. Later that same day, Haley's father, Clint Dunn, is waiting for her at his house across the street. She always came by, almost every day. Sometimes before school, sometimes after, and sometimes just to say hi. But on December 27th, she never shows up. Around 3 in the afternoon, Sean Adkins returns to Colorado City. He says he saw Haley at about 3:15. According to him, she walked over to her dad's house. But cell phone data later shows that at that exact time, he was almost 40 miles away from the city. So, he simply didn't have enough time to get back home. Haley's brother David comes home around 4 in the afternoon. The door is locked. He knocks for a long time, no one answers, so he climbs into the house through a window, and in the hallway, he sees Sean, standing there. David would later say that Sean looked confused, like a deer caught in headlights. That evening, Sean picks Billy up from work. When they get back home, Haley is already gone. Sean tells Billy that Haley walked to her father's place and planned to spend the night at a friend's house. But Clint Dunn says that's not true. Haley's friend also says she never came over. The next day, Haley's room looks like she never planned to go anywhere. All of her things are still there. Nothing is missing. The missing person report isn't filed until December 28th. At first, police think it might just be a runaway case. But Haley is only 13 years old. She was a cheerleader. She played the saxophone. She also played volleyball, basketball, and softball. She loved school. And every single day, she would stop by her dad's house across the street. When the search begins, the whole town comes out to help. Clint Dunn checks trash dumpsters. He walks the streets, searches through alleys. But people start noticing something else. Haley's mom's boyfriend, Sean Adkins, isn't helping with the search. He doesn't hand out flyers. He doesn't join the volunteers. And he barely talks to investigators. 4 days after the girl disappears, a New Year's party takes place at the house where Billy and Sean live. At the very same time, her father is standing on his porch with binoculars, trying to spot any sign of his daughter. Little by little, investigators start checking the phones, bank activity, movement history, and with every new detail, Sean Adkins' story begins to fall apart. He lied about the job. His phone shows completely different routes, and when detectives ask him where Haley might be, he gives a short answer. Scurry County, the very same place where, years later, human remains would be discovered. And when investigators ask him who the police should maybe be looking at, Sean gives an even shorter answer. Both of us. So, to really understand the details of this story, we need to start from the very beginning. 13-year-old Haley Dunn was from a small town called Colorado City in Texas. The town has a population of just under 4,000 people. It's located in the western part of the state, about 370 kilometers from Dallas. Colorado City is the administrative center of Mitchell County. In the middle of town, you'll find the main government buildings, a few local stores, and small cafes where people like to gather. Because the population is so small, the atmosphere there is calm and slow-paced. Not far from the town is Lake Colorado City, a popular place where locals go to relax, fish, or just spend some time outdoors. The region's economy is mostly connected to energy, agriculture, and small local businesses. Roads link the town with other communities across West Texas. The infrastructure is simple, but it's enough for everyday life and short trips around the region. Colorado City is the kind of place people visit when they want to see a small town with that classic West Texas feel. By the way, I'm curious, from which city are you watching this video right now? And what time is it where you are? I'd really love to know where my audience is from. While you're typing that in the comments, I'll keep going. The neighborhood where Haley lived was a very tight-knit community. Her father, Clint, described Haley as a real little rascal, kind of a tomboy in personality, but at the same time, she loved shiny and beautiful things. Her mother, Billie Jean Dunn, said she would always remember Haley's laughter, her big smile, and just how cheerful she was. She was a bright and energetic teenager. Haley's friends said she loved joking around and was never afraid to speak her mind. She was a cheerleader, she played the saxophone, and she was also a talented and competitive athlete. She loved school, her friends, and her teachers. By the time Haley reached the 8th grade, she was already playing on the volleyball, basketball, and softball teams. Her parents divorced when she was 10 years old. After that, Haley and her older brother David moved in with their mother and her boyfriend, Sean Adkins, on Chestnut Street in Colorado City. Haley and her dad, Clint, were especially close. Clint lived literally across the street from them, and Haley stopped by his house every single day, Sometimes she would just run over before school to say hi. Other times she would stay for dinner. She never missed a chance to spend time with him. Haley's grandmother, Connie, later said that day the girl was in a really great mood. She was super excited about the gifts she had received that year, especially her brand new iPod. She spent most of Christmas Day and the day after Christmas with her dad. That evening, her brother David, who was 16 years old, went to a friend's house to stay overnight. Haley stayed home and, played video games late into the night. The next morning, December 27th, Sean left for work at 5:30 in the morning. About an hour later, Billie Jean also left for work to start her 12-hour shift. Before leaving, she said she looked in on Haley. The girl was fast asleep in her bed. Everything looked completely normal. Billie said Haley was supposed to spend the day at home by herself, since both she and Sean were working. She assumed that once Haley woke up, she would probably just walk over to her father's house, like she usually did. Billie also left her cell phone at home so the kids could use it if they needed to. Sean arrived at work in Snyder around 6 in the morning. According to him, about 10 minutes after he got there, he had a serious argument with his boss and quit the job right on the spot. After that, he drove to his mother's house in Big Spring and later headed back toward Colorado City, arriving a little before 3 in the afternoon. Haley's father, Clint, was used to seeing his daughter every single day. But on December 27th, Haley never knocked on his door, and he didn't hear from her the entire day. Then, around 2 in the afternoon, a text message was sent from the phone that had been left at the house. The message was sent to one of Haley's friends.
What are you doing?
That friend never replied. Later that same evening, Sean picked Billie up from work. Billie said that when she got home, she realized Haley wasn't in the house. She asked Sean if he had seen her. He said that Haley had left the house on foot, walked over to her father's place, and then supposedly planned to spend the night at her friend Mary Beth's house. But Clint later confirmed that this simply wasn't true.
That was my day, and then I came home around, I guess 3 o'clock I got there, and Haley was there watching TV in the living room, and I went to me and Billie's bedroom, and she came in there and told me that she was going to her father's house and that she was staying the night with a friend, and then she left. And then I was there by myself for maybe an hour at the most, and then David and a friend came over, and I went to his room, and they were playing video games and so forth, and Billie called me and told me that that her relief got there and that she's going to get to leave a little early, so I was up there at the hospital in Snyder around 6 o'clock to pick her up, and then we came back, and then we went to bed shortly after that.
And this whole time you were thinking Haley was at a friend's house?
Yes.
About what time did she say she was leaving at?
What time Haley was leaving? I guess it was sometime in between 3 and 3:30 when she said she was leaving. It was shortly after I got there. I'm not real sure about a time.
Does she normally call and check in every so often, or is it normal to not hear from her for so long?
It's pretty normal for her just to not call, because she usually does that, though, because she does stay the night at a friend's house. She'll be back the next morning.
The next morning came and went, but Haley still didn't come home. Billie decided to call Mary Beth's parents. They confirmed they hadn't seen Haley at all, and she definitely had not spent the night at their house. Nothing was missing from Haley's room. In fact, the things someone would normally take if they planned to stay overnight somewhere were all still right where they belonged. Billie started going door to door, asking people if they had seen her daughter, but nobody knew anything. She later said she was scared. Maybe someone had driven by and abducted the girl while she was walking to the store. She also wondered if Haley might have been in a bad mood that day and just stormed out of the house, slamming the door behind her. A missing person report was finally filed during the afternoon of December 28th. At first, investigators classified Haley's disappearance as a runaway case, but a little later, the case was reclassified as a missing child investigation. That decision would later bring serious criticism toward the police. The community quickly came together to support the family and started actively helping with the search for Haley. The media also picked up the story very fast. Clint was absolutely devastated by his daughter's disappearance. He spent every waking moment searching for her. He checked dumpsters, walked the streets and alleys, and looked anywhere he could possibly imagine. People later said they didn't see the same level of concern from Billy and Sean. When the search began expanding into wider and more remote areas, reporters noted that Billy didn't want to participate in those searches. Billy herself explained that she was willing to hand out flyers and talk to the media, but she couldn't search in woods or open fields because it made her think that people were looking for her daughter's body. Those searches in the more remote areas were also incredibly difficult for Clint. But Billy's boyfriend, Sean, didn't even hand out flyers, let alone join the searches. He mostly stayed away from both the search efforts and the investigation itself. Many people were questioned during the investigation. All registered sex offenders in the area were also checked, but each of them was quickly ruled out as a suspect. On Wednesday, December 29th, searches were carried out at the homes of Clint and Billy, and the very next day, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children joined the case. Search dogs were able to pick up Haley's scent near her home. The trail led them to a nearby motel. However, motel staff said they didn't remember seeing Haley, and she also didn't appear on any of the surveillance cameras. All 24 rooms in the building were carefully searched, but no evidence was found that Haley had ever been there. Billy and Sean held a New Year's Eve party on December 31st, just 4 days after Haley was reported missing. A lot of people were confused by the timing of that celebration. Billy later said she didn't even realize it was New Year's Eve, and that friends and relatives had simply come over to support her. But Clint saw things very differently. He said that he was standing on his porch with binoculars, searching for his daughter, while at the same time watching Billy and Sean celebrating and partying late into the night. I just don't understand how someone can celebrate New Year's when their daughter is missing. That should be the last thing on your mind when your child is gone. When the new year arrived, the close-knit community welcomed it with a heavy and somber mood. There was still no sign of Haley Dunn. No messages, no confirmed sightings, nothing. The long and exhausting search just kept going.
Well, Lane and Victor, we're going into day 9 in the search for Haley Dunn, and there's still no sign of her. When I visited with the Dunn family this morning, I saw Texas Rangers scouring through Haley's room. If we take a look over here, this is the window to her bedroom. Now, Texas Rangers, I'm told, have not found anything and no sign of foul play or any sign of her packing her bags and running away from home at this time. More than a week later, and still no sign of Haley. Her mother says it's frustrating, but she remains hopeful.
But I have to do nothing but hope that she left by herself and that she's going to come back to me, because if I don't cling on to that hope, I don't have anything.
Now, local authorities tell me they're following several tips at this time. Several agencies have stepped in, and the reward once again is $25,000 for tips that lead to Haley Dunn.
On January 4th, 2011, the Texas Rangers and the FBI joined the investigation into Haley's disappearance. More than 100 billboards with Haley's photo and information about her were put up across Texas and even in other states. The case gained even more attention after Nancy Grace talked about it on her show and interviewed Billie Jean Dunn. That moment pushed the story to a whole new national level.
This case was on national television, and Nancy Grace seemed to be a little hard on you. What was that like, hearing her question Billy like that?
I heard about it. I wasn't there when Billy was getting interviewed by her. I was talking to the Texas Rangers, but I heard about it, and it's frustrating, you know, what she said about me, but it really doesn't bother me because, you know, my main focus is just Haley, because we just want her to come home safe.
Does it hurt to think people would point fingers at you, the person who cares about her?
Yeah, it hurts. It does.
Describe to me the relationship between you and Haley.
It's a really good relationship, and, you know, I love her with all my heart, and I believe she loves me with all her heart, and we get along just fine.
See, is there anything else you want people to know about you and your relationship with the family at all? Because it seems like a lot of people are buzzing on the internet about it.
Yeah, as far as me, Haley, and Billy and David, you know, we all get along just fine. And I would never do nothing to that little girl. I love her with all my heart. And I just wish for her safe return.
The next day, on January 5th, Billy asked Sean to leave the house. That actually wasn't unusual, because the two of them argued pretty often and then usually made up a few days later. But now, as the investigation started going deeper, new details about Haley's home life began to surface. Reporters said that even though her life looked simple and carefree from the outside, behind closed doors it was much more complicated and difficult for a 13-year-old girl and her brother. One journalist later said, "We were getting reports about a lot of alcohol, a lot of parties involving her mother." So, it really gave the impression that life at home might have been a little more complicated than what they were trying to show. Billie Jean Dunn and Sean Adkins had actually been on the police radar long before Haley disappeared. About 10 months before Haley was last seen, police received calls about a domestic dispute between Billy and Sean. Both of them had called the police to complain about each other. When officers arrived at the house, the couple was acting aggressive and constantly arguing.
I really need to file a report on somebody.
What exactly happened?
I broke up with this guy a couple of days ago, and he's telling me that he's going to kill me and that it's going to be remembered for a long time.
I got a situation on my hands. I have an ex-girlfriend. She's taking a whole bunch of anxiety pills that I take. So I guess she got them from me, and she said she took a bunch of her pain pills too. And she's saying that she wants to die, so she filed a report on me, for threats and stuff like that. So she's just upset about it. She's just, not being herself right now. Threatening to kill her.
Damn it.
It's Billy Dunn.
Oh, God. He's been going all day. Alright, I'll go up there.
Not long after that, like had happened many times before, Billy and Sean made up, and Sean moved back into the house. Billy herself said that Haley never really saw Sean as a stepfather or any kind of parental figure. According to her, they were more like friends than anything else. But people who were close to Haley told a very different story. They said the girl actually didn't like Sean at all and was afraid of him.
Things that Haley used to tell me about the man.
What kind of things?
She didn't like him. She didn't trust him. She was afraid of him.
I don't want to be here right now. I'm going to be here with you because I don't feel right with my stepdad.
She also told her grandmother, Connie, that many nights she would see Sean's shadow near the door of her bedroom. Sometimes it was in the middle of the night, and she was really scared that he might walk into her room while she was sleeping. Detectives later asked both Billy and Sean to take polygraph tests, but they both had to take the test again, because during the first attempt, they were under the influence of drugs. Billy said those were just anxiety medications that had been prescribed by her doctor. Sean Adkins, meanwhile, walked out of the test at least 2 times. During a third attempt, he only completed the first stage. He claimed it felt like a witch hunt, and said investigators were trying to force him to confess to something he didn't do, but he still gave detectives one answer. When they asked him where he believed Haley might be, Sean said, "In Scurry County," and when investigators asked him who the police should be paying attention to, who he personally considered a suspect, he simply answered, "Both of us." The test showed that those 2 answers were truthful. But he refused to explain anything further and then, walked out again without completing the second stage of the test. The results of Billy's second polygraph and the first stage of Sean's test showed signs of deception on several questions.
I want to thank everyone for coming this afternoon and giving me an opportunity to make a statement. First, I want to speak directly to Haley in case she's listening. Wherever you are, Haley, I'm looking for you. Hundreds of people are looking for you. We all want you home safe. I just want to see and touch your beautiful face. I really love you. I desperately need you home. And there's not a minute goes by I'm not praying for you or crying, wishing you were in my living room. I can't handle not knowing where you are or if you're safe. You're the most beautiful girl I've ever laid my eyes on, and I'm very proud that God chose me to be your mother. Next, I want to say, if someone out there has Haley, please let her go. Just turn her loose, drop her off at a church, a school, a police station, anywhere that she can get to a phone and call police or call her family. I've been flat out called a liar by some people. Others speculate on my possible involvement in Haley's disappearance or wonder if I'm covering up for somebody. Some people accuse me of withholding information and not cooperating with law enforcement. These things are not true, but I now feel that I have to defend myself from ridiculous accusations, slander, or defamation of character.
Over the next few months, memorial gatherings and search efforts continued in Colorado City. But volunteers often had to pause the searches for several weeks because of extremely cold weather and freezing temperatures. After that, the Colorado City Police Department held a press conference. They announced that the investigation was now being treated as if Haley might have been taken against her will or possibly killed. Early in the investigation, detectives analyzed the cell phone records and bank activity of Sean Adkins and Billie Jean Dunn. They also looked into Sean's previous workplace. And that's when something important came up. It turned out that Sean had not actually been fired from his job. His supervisor told investigators that on December 27th, at 6 in the morning, Sean arrived at work, bought a drink, turned in his uniform, and immediately quit. By 6:10, he had already left. Later, Sean admitted that he lied about being fired because he didn't want to get into an argument with Billie Jean. Sean told detectives that after leaving Snyder, he drove straight to his mother's house in Big Spring to use her computer and apply for unemployment benefits. But cell phone records showed that this story simply didn't add up. Between 6:35 and 6:56 in the morning, Sean's phone connected to a cell tower in Colorado City, which is almost 50 miles away from Big Spring. The data did show that he was in Big Spring, but only between 9:38 in the morning and 2:40 in the afternoon. Additional cell tower signals also showed that Sean was in the area of Scurry County that same day. Sean told police that after visiting his mother's house, he returned to Colorado City around 3 in the afternoon, and last saw Haley at about 3:15, right before she supposedly walked to her father's house. But other cell phone data confirmed that Sean was still in Big Spring at 2:40 in the afternoon. That meant he would have had only about 20 minutes to travel 40 miles, which is basically impossible. Haley's brother David later said that when he came home on December 27th, around 4 in the afternoon, he found the door locked. After knocking for a long time and trying to get inside, he eventually climbed into the house through a window. David saw Sean standing in the hallway, looking confused, like a deer caught in headlights. In an official statement, Haley's uncle later mentioned a conversation he had with Sean after the girl disappeared. The uncle said he couldn't believe that someone would actually want to hurt a child. And Sean responded, "It's like killing a deer." Bank records later showed that after Sean picked Billie up from work at around 6 in the evening, the two of them stopped at 2 different ATMs. There, Billie withdrew a total of $140. At first, Billie told police the money was for groceries and gas. But later, investigators discovered that the couple actually used that money to buy drugs. Because there were suspicions that Billie and Sean might have been using drugs inside the house where the children were living, detectives decided to take a much closer look at the home. During the search, investigators found something unusual. Billie and Sean had printed out hundreds of articles from the internet. All of those materials were about serial killers, sexual sadism, and murders involving family members. Billie later said that this was just their personal interest and that, a lot of people are fascinated by true crime. On January 12th, 2011, it became known that Sean was officially being considered a person of interest in the case. He denied having anything to do with Haley's disappearance. After that, David was removed from the home by Child Protective Services. Then, on February 24th, authorities made a shocking discovery. On a USB flash drive found in Billie's house, and also on a computer at Sean's mother's home, investigators discovered more than 100,000 images of child pornography. A laptop that had been stored at the police station was also taken into evidence. Haley's father, Clint, later said that Sean's stepfather came to the police station demanding that Sean's laptop be returned. And, unbelievably, it actually was returned to him. Despite these discoveries, no arrests were made. However, the materials were sent to a grand jury for review. Sheriff Tom later said, "In each of these situations, there was more than one person living in the house. So, we have to determine and confirm exactly who is responsible." On March 17th, 2011, law enforcement officers went to the house where Billy and Sean were living to speak with Sean. Billy told them he wasn't there. But when officers entered the house with a warrant, they discovered that he was actually hiding inside. After that, Billy was arrested and charged with lying to the police. In June of 2011, Billie Jean Dunn received a suspended sentence 90 days in jail, with the sentence postponed, along with 1 year of probation for giving false information about Sean's location. Billie served her probation more than 250 miles away, in Travis County, where she had moved together with Sean. Eventually, the couple separated in 2012 and went their own ways. Billie Jean later said that over time she began to believe Sean might actually be involved in her daughter's disappearance, especially after it became known that not only local police, but also the FBI considered him a person of interest in the case. As time went on, the searches for Haley slowly began to fade. After each memorial gathering, new tips and theories would come in, but sooner or later the investigation would hit another dead end. Another year passed, and there was still no progress in Haley's case. But on March the 16th, 2013, a hiker discovered human remains about 20 miles from Colorado City, near Lake J.B. Thomas in Scurry County.
2013, local authorities were notified of human remains located near Lake J.B. Thomas in southwest Scurry County. The remains were sent to the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification for DNA analysis. On April 26, 2013, the Scurry County District Attorney's Office received written confirmation that the remains have been positively identified as those of Haley Dunn.
Authorities never officially confirmed the exact cause of death. However, Clint later said that investigators told him the most likely cause was blunt force trauma to the head. A reward of $15,000 was announced for any information that would directly lead to the arrest of the person or people responsible for Haley Dunn's murder. Sadly, the family had to wait a painful 4 years before they were finally able to bury Haley in January 2017.
Texas mother, desperate to find her daughter's killer, is speaking out. It was 6 years ago when 13-year-old Haley Dunn went missing after leaving her father's home in Colorado City, that's west of Abilene. Her remains were found 3 years later, but her killer remains at large. Her mother, who is from Austin, says she has hope justice will be served.
I still want to believe every time you tell me that there's going to be an arrest soon. I keep that faith.
In 2018, Clint Dunn told reporters that he believed either Sean attacked his daughter himself or his ex-wife, Billie Jean Dunn, did it while Sean helped. They're both involved, he said. At this point, that's not even up for debate. Clint stayed in constant contact with the police, again and again trying to get answers. He called, sent messages, and asked investigators not to stop working on his daughter's case. For him, this wasn't just some old file sitting in an archive. This was the story of his child, and it deserved justice. With every call, he kept asking law enforcement to make an arrest and hold whoever was responsible accountable. His determination never faded, even after years of waiting. But despite all those efforts, investigators still didn't have enough evidence. And, that lack of solid proof remained the main obstacle, preventing them from moving forward with an arrest and formal charges.
I've been staying out of the way of law enforcement all this time. I thought I was doing the best thing by not coming down on law enforcement. And it's been too many years of no action. Nothing's been done. So I'm tired of waiting. The investigator over the case right now out of Scurry County He told me one time, he said he doesn't care if it takes 20 years to do this. And I do care if it takes 20 years. I don't want the person that hurt my kid that doesn't need to walk the street for 20 years.
You think that person is still out there somewhere?
Yeah. I think he's here in this town. Big Spring, Texas.
You think he's in Big Spring?
Mm-hmm. I know he was 2 months ago.
You have somebody in mind?
Sean Atkins.
You think it's Sean Atkins, the only named suspect?
Yep. And I think that Billie Jean knows something. She said too many lies. She's avoided too much. And she knows more than what she said.
For years, Clint Dunn kept posting on social media about his daughter's case, refusing to let it be forgotten. He wrote about Haley again and again, reminding people of her story and asking for help. Eventually, those posts caught the attention of an anonymous person. According to reports, that person remembered finding several items back in late spring or early summer of 2011. Later, it turned out those items had belonged to Haley Dunn. At the time, that person was just a regular high school student. They didn't know anything about Haley, had never heard about her disappearance, and didn't connect the items to any tragedy. To them, it simply looked like a random find that didn't seem important. Because of that, they never contacted the authorities or reported the items to the police. At that moment, they had no reason to believe those things could be connected to a serious crime. Years went by. Then, in 2019, that person happened to see one of Clint's posts online about Haley. And, that's when the memory of that old discovery suddenly came back. Only at that moment did they realize that what once seemed like something small might actually matter to the investigation. After that, the person reached out to Clint and told him about what they had found many years earlier. Exactly what those items were and where they were discovered has never been publicly revealed. Those details remain confidential. However, Clint later said the items had been found in an area that investigators had searched countless times during the early stages of the case. That made the information even more disturbing and, honestly, more mysterious. A private investigator named Erica Morse has been working closely with Clint ever since the day his daughter disappeared. Over the years, she became one of the people who refused to let the case fade away. Erica said that during that time she managed to uncover certain pieces of evidence and had conversations with officials connected to the investigation. According to her, after Haley's remains were found, authorities mostly stayed silent. She claimed that law enforcement stopped returning her calls and wouldn't say whether there had been any progress in the case. Information was extremely limited, which only made the uncertainty feel even heavier. Then, in October of 2019, Erica said she started receiving messages from women in West Texas and nearby areas. These women claimed they had been harassed online by a man who introduced himself as Casey. Erica knew that Casey was actually the middle name of Sean Atkins. So, that immediately caught her attention. She asked the women to send her the videos and photos the man had been sending them online. After reviewing the material, it became clear that the person in those images really was Sean. On October 28, 2019, Erica accompanied one of the women he had allegedly been harassing to a police station. They went there to file an official report, but the officer who took the complaint refused to accept the report. Even worse, he accused the woman of making the story up. That decision caused serious outrage. After that, Erica wrote an open letter. In it, she warned that if Sean wasn't arrested soon, there would almost certainly be more victims. Her words sounded like a warning, but at the time they didn't lead to any immediate action. More time passed. For another 2 years, the case showed no real movement. And then, finally, in 2021, the investigation took a serious turn. In May of 2021, Erica finally received a response from the District Attorney of Mitchell County. She and Clint were invited to a private meeting. Erica later said that during that meeting, they were told,
"We were assured that sometime in June, Haley's killer would be arrested."
And then, more than 10 years after Haley Dunn was first reported missing, the case finally took an important step forward. Over those years, there had been so much painful waiting, so much uncertainty, and so many questions that seemed to have no answers. By that point, it had also been 7 years since her remains were found, a heartbreaking confirmation that any hope for a different outcome was gone. But even after that, justice still remained out of reach for a long time. And only now, after all those years, after a long investigation and new developments in the case, an arrest finally happened.
Reaction from Colorado City tonight is emotional and also getting straight to the point. Sean Adkins is sitting in the Mitchell County Jail tonight, charged for the murder of 13-year-old Haley Dunn. She first went missing over 10 years ago. You know, this community, they have spent more than a decade searching for a young girl, searching for answers, searching really for justice. We are a step closer to that tonight. The arrest of Sean Adkins is what the community of Colorado City has been waiting on for a long time.
District Attorney Ricky Thompson decided to reach out for help from the Texas Rangers Cold Case Unit. That's a special division that works on investigations that have remained unsolved for many years. And Haley Dunn's disappearance and death had sadly become one of those cases. After reviewing the case and consulting with investigators, the Texas Rangers continued working through the evidence. As part of that process, they went to court to request a warrant to collect a DNA sample from Sean. That step became a major development in a case that had gone so long without clear answers. On June 13th, 2021, the warrant was officially issued, and that same day, Sean Casey Adkins was arrested. He was formally charged with the murder of Haley Dunn. That moment became a turning point in the case, which had been a painful wound for the family and the community for years. The news of the arrest spread quickly and brought strong emotions from people who had been following the story from the very beginning. Billy Dunn said,
I can't say I'm really surprised by this news that it was Sean. Of course, I wish I could believe it wasn't him, because I stayed with him after she disappeared, after Haley went missing. But I'm not surprised. And I thank God that this person has been arrested and that he'll answer for what he did here on this earth.
At the moment, Sean Adkins is being held on a bond set at $2 million. That's the amount the court determined, and it remains one of the key conditions for his detention while the case continues to move through the legal process. The decision reflects just how serious the charges against him are. As of July 2021, the case was still in the early stages of court proceedings. Despite the intense public attention and the high-profile nature of the case, Sean Adkins had not yet entered a plea, neither guilty nor not guilty, to the charges filed against him. So, his official position had not yet been stated, and the case continued moving through what can be a long and complicated legal process that will ultimately determine his fate.
KCBD Investigates team, the Mitchell County District Attorney's Office has released a single page from Sean Adkins' arrest warrant. He is the man police hold responsible for killing Haley Dunn in Colorado City. Big Spring police arrested him last month, but we don't know why. When KCBD requested the arrest warrant, we were sent to Mitchell County, and the DA there refused, citing Texas law, claiming it blocked us from access to this public record since it involves the alleged abuse and death of a child. So now, while we're waiting on the Attorney General to rule on this decision, in the meantime, it has been 10 days since our request for the entire arrest warrant and affidavit. We have only this part of the warrant so far, ordering any law enforcement agent to arrest Sean Adkins for the charge of murder out of Colorado City. But that does not shed any light on what led Mitchell County to that conclusion. So our Investigates team will keep pursuing your right to know about what police say led to the death of Haley Dunn.
After Sean was arrested, private investigator Erica Morse publicly spoke about the role Haley's father Clint played in the case. According to her, he was the driving force that kept the investigation from fading away. Throughout all those years, Clint never stopped looking for answers. He kept reminding people about his daughter's case, pushing for the investigation to continue, and insisting that the truth eventually had to come out. Erica Morse said that his determination and persistence helped keep attention on the story, even when the years slowly pushed it out of the headlines. She added that Clint became an example for parents everywhere who are fighting for justice for their children. An example of how a parent's love and dedication can turn into the kind of force that keeps an investigation moving forward. Clint said, "Right now, there just aren't words to describe how I feel. We're going to let the evidence and the truth speak for themselves. Thank you to everyone who searched for Haley, and to those who fought tirelessly to see an arrest made. I just hope that real justice will finally be served in the courtroom." This case still remains open and continues to move through the courts. The investigation and legal proceedings are ongoing, and there are still many important decisions ahead. For Haley Dunn's family, it has been a long and exhausting journey, filled with waiting, pain, and uncertainty. But even after all these years, they haven't lost hope. Her loved ones believe that one day the truth will finally be spoken in a courtroom, and the people responsible will face the consequences they deserve. The family hopes that someday this story will end with a fair and just verdict, and that Haley Dunn's name will finally receive what it deserves: justice. At 7:55 in the morning, on June 18th, 2001, 15-year-old Danielle Jones walked out of her home in East Tilbury and headed to school. A few minutes later, she changed direction. She never made it to class. She didn't take any money. She didn't take her charger. She didn't tell her parents she was going anywhere different. And by that evening, she still hadn't come home. Witnesses later said they saw her near a blue van. There was a man inside, talking to her. Other people said they saw a girl who looked like Danielle arguing with the driver. That blue van belonged to her uncle, Stuart Campbell. 5 days later, he was arrested. On the surface, he looked like a caring relative, a builder, a father of two, part of the family. But police quickly uncovered something very different. Years earlier, he had kept a 14-year-old girl in his home and taken explicit photographs of her. He admitted it. Investigators would later uncover a pattern stretching back roughly 20 years, with dozens of young victims. The method was always the same: gain trust, isolate, control. In Danielle's room, detectives found notes. "Hi, princess. Kiss. Kiss." He had left them in her bedroom while the family was on vacation. Inside his house, police found photography equipment, explicit images of minors, a bag containing women's underwear and handcuffs, and a pair of white stockings with bloodstains. Forensic testing revealed a mixture of DNA, his and Danielle's. After she disappeared, a message was sent from Danielle's phone. "Hi, Stu. Thanks for being so nice. You're the best uncle ever." But when investigators analyzed it, something felt off. The writing style didn't match the way she normally texted. The word what had been spelled as what. She never wrote it that way. Not once. Phone data showed that both phones, his and Danielle's, were connected to the same cell tower. For about 30 hours, they remained in the same area, near his home. His alibi, a supposed trip to a store in Raleigh, didn't line up with the mobile data, and the call to his wife that he claimed he made? It never happened. Police never found Danielle's body. The case was built entirely on circumstantial evidence. Prosecutors argued that he had been grooming her for years, creating tension between her and her parents, keeping a record of every interaction, maintaining control. And then, suddenly, the case took a sharp turn. New evidence surfaced against another person. Who was that? And how did this story actually end? We'll get to that. If you want to hear the full, shocking details, stay with us. But first, we're going back to the very beginning of this story. Kids all across the United Kingdom were counting down the days until the final school term would end and summer break would finally begin. That morning, after getting dressed, having breakfast, and saying goodbye to her family, 15-year-old Danielle Jones left the house at around 7:55 a.m. and headed to school. Later that day, her parents got a call. It was the school. Their daughter had never shown up. She hadn't taken her phone charger. She hadn't packed any spare clothes. She didn't have any money with her. And just like that, Danielle Jones seemed to vanish without a trace. Danielle Sarah Jones was born on October 16th, 1985, in Essex, England, to her parents Tony and Linda. She grew up with her mom, her dad, and her 2 younger brothers. According to her mother, Danielle was a cheerful, sweet little girl, though not very confident. As she got older, she stayed pretty home-oriented, with a great sense of humour, but still very shy. Even with that insecurity, she had a wide circle of friends, and one of her biggest passions? Animals. She absolutely adored her 2 little pet rabbits, like they meant everything to her. One family member Danielle had grown close to was her uncle. Tony's sister was married to a man named Stuart Campbell from Grays in Essex. He was a construction worker and a father of 2. When Danielle and her brothers were younger, their uncle spent time with them, played with them, treated all the kids the same. Linda later said he could be charming, almost magnetic, but also overly confident. Talking about his relationship with Tony, she explained that while they got along on the surface, there was always something about Stuart that didn't sit right with her husband. When Stuart married Tony's sister, Danielle was a bridesmaid at their wedding. From that point on, he was officially part of the family, but his presence slowly started creating tension. Linda and Tony grew more and more irritated with how often he showed up. It felt constant, almost intrusive. As Danielle got older, Stuart began showing what seemed like a special interest in her. He would meet her when she got off the school bus. He'd stand by his van so it was obvious he was there, visible to everyone. And that embarrassed Danielle. She didn't like the extra attention it brought. He came by their house 4 to 5 times a week. 4 to 5. That's a lot. Eventually, Linda and Tony openly admitted they were exhausted by it. Tony later remembered one moment in particular. Stuart was sitting on the couch next to Danielle, repeatedly asking her, "Why are you shy, Danielle? Why are you blushing?" When Tony stepped in and asked what was going on, Stuart brushed it off, saying there was no problem. It seemed like Danielle was trying to distance herself from his behaviour, but Stuart resisted that distance. For Linda and Tony, this was incredibly difficult, because, if they accused him of inappropriate behaviour and they were wrong, the damage to the family could be irreversible. And all they really had were isolated incidents, things Stuart could easily explain away as harmless misunderstandings. On the morning Danielle disappeared, her brother was watching from the window. He saw her walk out through the gate and turn left, the usual direction she took to school. Then, just seconds later, he saw her turn around and walk the opposite way. 2 other students also saw her. They assumed she might be heading to the nearest shop, but that same direction also led to a bus route that could take her to school. When the school called to say Danielle had never arrived, Linda was stunned. She knew her daughter. Danielle wasn't rebellious. She wasn't a rule breaker. She would never just skip class. Not like that.
Good evening, Mrs. Fisher. Can I help you?
Yes, I wonder if you can. It's regarding my daughter.
Yeah. How old's your daughter?
15.
15. And how long's she been missing us?
Since 8 o'clock this morning.
Her father later said that even in the very unlikely event that Danielle had skipped school, she would have come home before sunset. She was afraid of the dark. She never stayed out late. As the hours passed, her friends and relatives kept calling her phone. They kept sending messages, but Danielle didn't respond. That alone was deeply unsettling, because that wasn't her. She would often leave little notes for her mom, explaining where she was going, maybe to a neighbour's house, maybe to a friend's, and she always called when she arrived. Always. While family members and neighbours searched the area, going street by street looking for any sign of her, Linda stayed home. She didn't lock the doors, just in case. in case Danielle called, in case she walked back through the door. Tony, meanwhile, drove to his sister's house. There was no answer. He looked through the window and noticed video equipment set up in the living room. That struck him as odd. It didn't sit right. What also felt strange was this: everyone was out searching for Danielle. Everyone except Stuart Campbell. Linda later said that when Tony came back home, he was visibly upset, frustrated, angry even. He couldn't understand why Stuart wasn't helping look for her. And it wasn't just the family who were deeply concerned. Detective Superintendent Peter Coltman from Essex Police later explained that Danielle's school friends were extremely worried. They were actively contacting police, asking what they could do, pushing for help in finding her. That night, Linda barely slept. She kept thinking she would hear the door open. That any second now, Danielle would walk in and say, "I'm back." But the night came and went, and Danielle never returned. Police arrived at the house with search dogs and began combing through the area. They traced the route Danielle had taken that morning. At first, she walked forward in her usual direction, and then she turned around and went back the same way. Her mother later said she was in shock, still holding on to this fragile hope that her daughter was alive, that she would come home. Over the next 3 days, officers also searched the family's home. They found nothing significant. As the hours turned into days, the search area widened. Police went door to door throughout East Tilbury. They spoke to residents, asking questions, requesting access to sheds, garages, and outbuildings, just to make sure Danielle wasn't hiding somewhere, or injured, or unable to call for help. The public response was massive. People showed up, they volunteered, they shared information. Linda said the support from the community was simply incredible. It was overwhelming, in a good way. But even with all that effort, there was still no sign of Danielle.
4 weeks today since Danielle went missing. Tasking today for teams 2 and 3 will be a footpath that runs from Butts Lane to a railway bridge at Linford in Essex. Okay. The divers will be continuing today at the lake nearest to the East Tilbury village. There's tire tracks footmarks on one area of that lake where they'll be paying particular attention.
Hours passed, and there was still no word from Danielle. Hope was starting to fade. The police were becoming more and more convinced that something terrible had happened to her. The case was handed over to a specialized serious crime investigation unit. Detective Constable Ed Mayo was assigned as the family liaison officer. His job was to support the family throughout the investigation and keep them updated the moment any new information came in. Family liaison officers play like an incredibly important role. They're basically the key link between the family and the investigation team. As the investigation picked up speed, it was absolutely vital for Ed to build trust with the family and get a real sense of how they worked as a unit. That would help him figure out what kind of girl Danielle was and how her family functioned. Her parents had already told police about their concerns regarding her relationship with Stuart. After their daughter disappeared, they started questioning what that relationship had really been like. Danielle had been missing for 3 days now, and suspicion was zeroing in on one person, Stuart Campbell. The initial checks carried out by Essex Police, and later confirmed by the Serious Crime Unit, kept coming back to one thing: a blue van. A witness had seen the driver of a blue van talking to Danielle. There were also reports of a girl matching her description apparently arguing with a man in a blue van. Danielle's uncle, Stuart Campbell, owned a blue van. Once that information surfaced, the investigators' fears were basically confirmed. She had most likely been abducted. A press conference was called immediately, and media interest in the story just kept growing. Like, when someone goes missing, the press plays such a critical role. It's through the media that names, photos, and descriptions get out there, and that can lead to brand new leads for police. As suspicion around Stuart Campbell intensified, investigators started digging into his past, and what they found was shocking. He had previously held a 14-year-old girl captive in his home and taken explicit photographs of her. He had pleaded guilty to that crime. After spending a year in custody before trial, he was released once the process wrapped up. Linda and Tony knew he'd had some trouble with the law, but whenever they asked about it, they were told it was nothing serious, and that there had been some big misunderstanding. Linda later said that she and Tony had genuinely believed he'd been cleared. Further police investigation revealed 30 victims over 20 years. His pattern was always the same. He'd introduce himself as a photographer specializing in glamour shoots, hand out business cards with his contact info, lure unsuspecting girls back to his house, and then take explicit photos under the guise of a glamour photo session. After his arrest for holding that 14-year-old girl, he had somehow managed to convince the family that he himself was the victim of one big misunderstanding. Police were so concerned about Campbell's behavior that they needed to either completely clear him or find evidence that directly implicated him. They put him under surveillance, but his behavior only made things look worse. He didn't look anything like a worried uncle whose niece had gone missing. Instead, he was driving around parking lots, photographing silver cars that matched the description of his own Nissan Primera. It looked like he was trying to build himself an alibi. After several hours of surveillance, police had to make a call. It was critical for the investigation team to weigh every option carefully. They couldn't risk Danielle's life if she was still alive and being held by Campbell. And at the same time, they couldn't let him stay free and potentially destroy evidence, or worse, eliminate their only chance of tracking her down. 5 days after she was last seen, just around midnight, Stuart Campbell was arrested.
Can you say your name, please?
Stuart Campbell.
With reasonable grounds to believe, Stuart, you know where she is, don't you?
No.
Where is she?
The lady said to me not to say nothing, right?
Right. Can your conscience allow you to do that? You know where she is. What's her name?
Danielle.
Danielle. You're not going to talk to her, Stuart?
No, it's say.
They were worried about your relationship with Danielle. Tell me what it was about her, Stuart. Why you wanted to be with her.
No comment.
As Danielle moved into her teenage years, her relationship with her father sometimes became tense. Linda later explained that it was nothing unusual, just the typical push and pull you see between teenagers and their parents. Mood swings, disagreements, that kind of thing. Nothing extreme, but during questioning, Campbell brought it up. He claimed that before Danielle disappeared, the family had supposedly been close to falling apart. It sounded dramatic, like he was trying to paint a picture, and for investigators, that raised an important question. Was he describing reality, or was he trying to rewrite it?
You don't understand the actual structure of the family in this house.
Explain it.
With no disrespect to Tone and Lynn, they sort of at their wits' end with Danielle. So much so that she can't stand being in the same room as her dad. It's just easier to try and be a middle broker between them. So you can try and get mum and dad to talk to Danielle, Danielle to give a bit there, them to give a little bit there, just to keep peace, and then the boys aren't all upset all the time.
Campbell's alibi was that he had been at a home improvement store in Rayleigh, but he didn't buy anything, and to investigators, that immediately felt strange. He said he was on his way back home, but got delayed, so he supposedly called his wife to let her know. After returning, he claimed he went over to a neighbour's house to help build a wooden deck. Even after repeated questioning, and despite the fact that he wasn't exactly cooperative, police didn't have enough legal grounds to hold him any longer, so he was released on bail while the investigation continued. Detective Superintendent Peter Coltman later admitted that the thought of Campbell being released deeply worried him. He considered him an extremely dangerous offender. Police needed hard evidence. Everything was checked. Then checked again. During a search of Danielle's bedroom, officers found a pencil case. Inside were 2 notes. The first read, "Hi, Princess. Hope you have a lovely holiday. Text me when you get back. Love, Stuart. Kiss." The second said, "Hi, Princess. If you missed my last note, I just thought I'd leave another to let you know that I do miss your smile. Kiss, kiss. A few weeks before she disappeared, Danielle had gone on vacation with her family. While they were away, Campbell had entered her room and left those notes there. She never told her mother, but she told a friend. That friend was extremely disturbed. She couldn't understand how he had gotten into the house, and more than that, why he would cross that line with his own niece. Campbell had previously done renovation work in the house. He had installed new back doors. Although police never officially found a key, investigators believed he likely had access to one. At the same time, searches were being carried out at Stuart Campbell's home, a semi-detached house on Meadow Road. Inside, police found a large amount of photography equipment. They also discovered explicit photographs of young girls he had taken, and in addition to that, indecent images of children downloaded from the internet. When the search moved up into the attic, officers found a hidden bag. Inside it were numerous deeply disturbing items, including women's underwear and handcuffs. Police believed that when Campbell brought young girls to his home, he used the contents of that bag and photographed them in explicit situations. Also inside the bag was a pair of white stockings. At first glance, they might have seemed ordinary, but in context, they became critical evidence. A small amount of blood was found on them. The stockings were sent for forensic testing. The results showed a mixture of DNA Campbell's and Danielle's present on the white nylon fabric. As part of the investigation, his vehicle, the blue van, was also seized. Detective Chief Superintendent Steve Reynolds told the BBC that Campbell had established a relationship with Danielle that was clearly inappropriate and likely unlawful. However, police could not publicly state that they suspected Stuart Campbell of murdering his niece. In the United Kingdom, a suspect's name can only formally be linked to a charge after it is brought. Public reaction was enormous. Crowds gathered along the banks of the River Thames near Danielle's home to help search. The atmosphere was described as eerily quiet, almost heavy but filled with cold determination. People were prepared to search for as long as it took. Danielle's family continued to hope she was alive. But when police expanded the search into deep water areas and abandoned buildings, that hope began to slip away. Stuart Campbell told investigators he had received a text message from his niece's phone. He wanted them to see it. It read, "Hi Stu, what you up to? I'm in so much trouble." Police also discovered that, on the day Danielle disappeared, another message had been sent from her phone to Campbell. It said, "Hi Stu, thanks for being so nice. You're the best uncle ever. Tell Mum I'm so sorry. Love you loads. Dan. Kiss kiss kiss." For a brief moment, it looked like Danielle might still be alive. Her parents felt that spark of hope again, like maybe, just maybe, she was out there somewhere. At the same time, they were heartbroken. Why wouldn't she contact them directly? Why not just come home? But that hope didn't last long. As detectives began assembling the pieces, the items found in his house, his documented history with underage girls, those messages started to feel darker, more calculated, almost staged. Because of that, several experts were brought into the investigation, including a telecommunications specialist. That analysis was critical. It reinforced police belief that Campbell had lied about being at the home improvement store in Rayleigh. Investigators conducted a cell site analysis related to the call he claimed he made to his wife. The conclusion was clear. That call never happened. Instead, the data placed his phone in the East Tilbury and Corringham area. Police also brought in a forensic linguist to examine the language used in the two text messages and compare them to Danielle's previous messages. One detail immediately stood out. In the message sent to Campbell, the word "what" was spelled "what." Danielle never spelled it that way. In her past messages, she always used the correct spelling. Cell tower analysis revealed something else. At the time that message was sent, Campbell's phone and Danielle's phone were connected to the same mobile base station. Further investigation showed that after she disappeared, both phones remained together near Campbell's home for approximately 30 hours. That detail changed everything. Desperate for answers, Desperate for any new lead at all, Danielle's devastated family turned to the media, hoping someone, somewhere, knew something.
I'm so desperate to get her back. We're devastated
with it.
Before long, the case was featured on Crime Watch on the BBC. 4 weeks after Danielle disappeared, an entire episode was dedicated to her case. Millions of people were suddenly watching. Her face was on national television. Details of that morning, the route she walked, the blue van, the text messages were laid out for the public to see. For her family, it was overwhelming. But at the same time, it felt necessary. Because when a case reaches that level of exposure, tips start coming in. And sometimes, all it takes is one person recognizing something, a vehicle, a detail, a memory, to shift the entire investigation.
Can't have missed this in the news. It's had huge publicity, and perhaps the chance of finding new witnesses tonight might be slim.
Well, I'm convinced that Danielle has been abducted. I know that she was last seen walking towards Coronation Avenue, but after that I don't know where she went to, and we really need to speak to anybody who saw her after she left the road close to where she lives. Anyone who may have been there, they may think that we already have the information and we don't need to speak to them again. We do. Anybody who can tell us anything about Danielle's movements after she left home should contact us urgently.
And what about the possible sighting of Danielle arguing with a man? You know about that, but you want more witnesses on that, if possible.
I want witnesses to anything that happened to Danielle. It's possible that it was her involved in that argument. It may have been somebody else, and if it was, let's speak to them. Let's rule them out so we can be clear what we're now looking for. But if that was Danielle and anybody else saw an argument or a conversation between two people, speak to us. Tell us what you saw. No matter how insignificant it is, it can contribute to our investigation. It may be the absolute key to what we're looking for.
Given that you believe she was abducted, is there anything that may have been going on in her life before this that might shed any light?
I certainly think it's a possibility. There may be friends who have been confided in. There may be somebody who knows something that she's talked about at school or in the village. Contact us and tell us that. There may be good reasons why you haven't spoken to us before. They may be frightened with this length of time having passed that they'll be criticised if they come forward now. We must speak to them. Tell us now whatever you can to help, and let us be the judge of how useful it is.
In that episode of Crime Watch, Danielle's parents also gave an interview. Her father made it clear he did not believe, not for a second, that she had run away. That just wasn't her. Linda spoke directly to viewers. She pleaded with anyone who might know anything, even the smallest detail, to come forward and contact the police. She said she understood how frightening it could be to step forward, how intimidating that might feel. But, this wasn't about fear anymore. It was about finding their daughter. And they needed help. Stuart Campbell appeared in court for a hearing regarding the extension of his bail. Detective Chief Superintendent Steve Reynolds from the Major Crime Team confirmed that, based on the indecent images of girls found in his home, Campbell had been arrested and charged in relation to those offences. He was taken to the police station in Harlow for questioning. At the same time, investigators continued building the murder case involving Danielle. Campbell's brother, Alex, visited him shortly after the arrest. Later, he recalled what happened. Police had asked him, "Can you speak to him? Then come back and tell us your instinct. What do you think?" Alex said he went in to see his brother, and within 10 minutes, he knew. He believed he was lying. And from that point on, he said, he never doubted it. As police kept updating Danielle's family, the emotional impact was crushing. The man they thought they knew, the man who had been part of their family, now looked like someone completely different. Linda later said one of Campbell's tactics was to create division between parents and daughters, just like he had tried to suggest during questioning that something was wrong inside their home. It became even clearer how manipulative he was. He would tell Danielle that if he were in her position, he wouldn't tolerate his family. Police later discovered that Campbell had kept a journal what officers would refer to as the Danielle Diary. He documented every contact with her, every call, every text. It showed a fixation that was intensifying, and it was deeply disturbing. There was another incident that illustrated his manipulation. He had taken Danielle shopping and to the movies. She told a friend that during that outing, he held her hand. The friend's father became concerned. Later, in a documentary, he said he didn't feel it was appropriate at the time to approach Linda and Tony. He didn't want to damage their relationship with Tony's family. He feared it would be seen as interference. And in that moment, he believed staying silent was the right choice. Campbell exploited the fact that Danielle was growing up. He flattered her. He built up her ego. He pulled her further into his deception. The Crown Prosecution Service, the CPS, concluded that even though Danielle's body had not been found, the evidence gathered was sufficient to charge Stuart Campbell with abduction and murder. He remained in custody for the next 11 months. Despite the murder charge, police received more than 800 reports of alleged sightings of Danielle across the United Kingdom and Europe. Each one had to be investigated. That created enormous logistical challenges for Essex police, because if even one plausible sighting had been left unchecked, the defence could argue in court that Danielle might still be alive, and that alone could undermine a murder conviction. As the trial approached, one of Danielle's brothers was called as a witness. In preparation, Linda and Tony took both of their sons to court beforehand so they could see the environment and mentally prepare for what was coming. Linda later said the boys were devastated. One of them became reserved and spoke about everything in a flat, factual way. The other was overwhelmed with anger. It wasn't just the trial that was weighing on the Jones family. Tony was self-employed and had to return to running his dry cleaning business. Linda left her part-time job as a cleaner. In a documentary, she explained that because Stuart was connected to Tony's side of the family, it created tension between them. She admitted she felt resentment. She knew it wasn't Tony's fault. But the anger had to go somewhere. She also said that even ordinary things doing the laundry, ironing clothes, had become painful. Because there were no more of Danielle's clothes to wash. In the same documentary, which followed the family during the year after Danielle disappeared, Tony admitted he had fallen out with his parents and his sister. He said things had gone too far to simply go back to how they were. In the months leading up to the trial, search efforts intensified. It wasn't only about finding key evidence to complete the picture of what had happened. The family desperately needed closure. They needed peace. They needed to be able to bury her. 12 days before the trial was due to begin, a body was discovered in Hampshire. Police immediately sealed off the area and began examinations to establish identity. The family, the press, the public, everyone waited. And then, the results came in.
In the last hour, Hampshire police have confirmed that the body found in woodlands near Fleet is the missing schoolgirl Millie Dowler. Forensic teams have been examining the remains all day and tests have been carried out this afternoon. The police made this statement.
Our worst fears have been confirmed, and I can now tell you that the search for Millie has changed from a missing person inquiry into a murder investigation.
The body was identified as Millie Dowler, a schoolgirl who had been murdered by serial offender Levi Belfield. He wouldn't be convicted for her murder until 10 years later. Millie's case sparked national outrage. It led to a massive investigation into phone hacking and ultimately contributed to the collapse of one of the largest tabloids in the United Kingdom, News of the World. For the Jones family, the identification meant one devastating thing. They were back at the beginning. That fragile hope, the hope that maybe the body wasn't Danielle shattered all over again. Soon, it was time for a pre-trial press conference. Facing the media was incredibly difficult for the family. Standing there, speaking publicly while carrying that level of grief, it was almost unbearable. But they did it, because they still needed answers.
Linda, if I could start with you, tell me about the last time you saw Danielle.
Well, it was the morning that she left for school. Just a very normal morning. Got up, got dressed, said goodbye, see you later, and that. It was just so normal.
I am determined to find Danielle's body. The searches will stop at the end of this month. They will, however, be resumed whenever we received any intelligence that justifies a further search. Now, the date for the searches ceasing actually coincides with the start of the trial. And whilst it was always my intention to continue searching up to the start of the trial, actually we have now come to the end of the intelligence packages which have been repaired, looking at likely deposition sites. But I do stress, and I've reassured Tony and Linda of this, that whenever we get any intelligence which may identify another possible site, we will resume our search.
Then came the trial of Stuart Campbell, the man who had entered their family through marriage, the man they trusted, the man who played the role of the caring uncle. Now he stood accused of abducting and murdering Danielle Jones. The trial, scheduled to last 8 weeks, took place at Chelmsford Crown Court. One journalist described Campbell as self-assured, calm, almost unaffected by the seriousness of the charges against him. Because Danielle's body had never been found, the prosecution's case relied on circumstantial evidence. They had to convince the jury that she had, in fact, been killed. The prosecution argued that Stuart Campbell had been grooming Danielle for years, something Tony and Linda never truly realized. They said he had systematically manipulated her, become obsessively attached, and deliberately driven a wedge between her and her parents. This was the first time her mother and father had seen him since their daughter disappeared. Despite the anger, despite the pain, Linda and Tony sat in that courtroom and looked into the eyes of the man they believed had destroyed their family. The prosecution presented a series of key points. On the morning Danielle was last seen, she had been speaking to a man in a blue van, matching the one owned by Campbell. She disappeared without contacting her parents. White stockings stained with blood were found containing DNA from both Campbell and Danielle. His diary documenting his fixation on teenage girls included entries about persuading young girls to pose topless. And then, there were the text messages. Campbell claimed Danielle had sent them, but they didn't match her usual texting style. She typically wrote in lowercase letters. Those messages were written in capital letters. Forensic linguistic analysis indicated the author was likely Campbell, and that the messages had been crafted to create the illusion that Danielle was still alive. Mobile switching center data dismantled his alibi. He said he had been in Raleigh, about a 30-minute drive away, at a home improvement store. The phone records did not support that claim. Analysis showed that at the time the messages were sent, both his phone and Danielle's were connected to the same cell tower. Further investigation revealed the two phones remained together near his home for approximately 30 hours after she disappeared. Throughout the trial, Campbell remained silent, but he frequently passed notes to his defense team whenever he appeared dissatisfied with witness testimony, as if he needed to control even the questions being asked. And that, like everything else, painted a picture. After 11 weeks of proceedings, the jury reached a verdict. By majority decision, Stuart Campbell was found guilty of abducting and murdering Danielle Jones. He was sentenced to life imprisonment for murder. That sentence ran alongside a 10-year term for abduction. Later, the High Court ruled that Campbell must serve a minimum of 20 years before becoming eligible to apply for parole. Police planned to question him again before Christmas. He refused to cooperate. After his conviction in 2004, he was granted leave to appeal. His defense argued that the trial judge, Mr. Justice McKinnon, should have excluded certain evidence they believed was overly prejudicial. Specifically, they referred to testimony about his obsession with young girls, his photographing of minors, and his downloading of teenage-related material from the internet. Defense lawyers also petitioned Lord Justice Kennedy, Mr. Justice Simon, and Mr. Justice Bean, claiming the jury panel was flawed. One juror lived only one house away from a police officer involved in the case, and the senior investigating officer resided in the same village. The defense argued the jury should have been discharged. In 2005, the Court of Appeal rejected the appeal. At the inquest into Danielle's death, the conclusion returned was unlawful killing. Police continued to question Campbell while he was in custody. He refused to cooperate. He has never disclosed where Danielle's body is. The case also had a broader impact. The use of text messages as forensic evidence gained significant attention for future criminal trials. At the University of Leicester, researchers established a study group focused on the stylistic analysis of text messages, exploring whether forensic authorship analysis could become a reliable investigative tool in criminal cases. And in many ways, Danielle's case helped shape that conversation. Because, like, the smallest digital detail, even a single word, can matter more than anyone realizes. Later, it was officially announced that Essex Police and Kent Police had launched a search of a row of garages in Thurrock following newly received information. That update quickly drew renewed attention. Even after the conviction, investigators were still acting on fresh leads.
The parents of Danielle Jones have long spoken of the pain and torture they have endured. Their daughter was missing, then murdered. Her uncle was jailed, but has always withheld the details of her burial place. So could this site provide the breakthrough? Focusing on the area hidden by the white tent, these garages are around 6 miles from where Danielle was last seen. Her mother and father came to meet police here earlier, a sign of the significance of this new line of inquiry. They spent 15 minutes at the spot, which police say they never searched a decade and a half ago, despite receiving information at the time.
The information we received was there was some suspicious activity in that area where a male was seen in the garage block shortly after Danielle's disappearance. This is a credible line of inquiry, and we will conduct a thorough and professional search to do all that we can to make sure that we return Danielle's body to her family.
Police have erected fences here at the site, which is around half a mile away from where Campbell lived. The team is expected to be here for the next week, and their excavation work is due to start imminently. Danielle's parents say they hope this search will bring answers about what happened 16 years ago.
It was later confirmed that the searches turned up nothing. No remains. No new evidence. In 2019, Linda publicly supported a campaign for what became known as Helen's Law, named after murder victim Helen McCourt. The law was designed to address one devastating issue: killers who refuse to reveal where they've hidden their victims' bodies. The campaign had been led for years by Marie McCourt, Helen's mother. Helen was a 22-year-old insurance clerk who was murdered in 1988. Her killer, Ian Sims, has never disclosed the location of her body. The petition calling for Helen's Law gathered more than 600,000 signatures and received support at the highest levels of government. In November 2020, the law received royal assent. Under Helen's Law, an offender can still be considered for parole if no longer deemed a risk to the public, even if they refuse to disclose information. However, the parole board is now legally required to take into account whether the prisoner has cooperated in revealing the location of their victim when making its decision. The Justice Secretary and Lord Chancellor at the time, Robert Buckland, said that denying families the chance to bury their loved ones is a cruelty beyond words, an additional weight on top of unbearable grief. He stated that the law sends a clear message: murderers and dangerous sexual offenders who refuse to provide information about their victims should expect to remain behind bars longer. Because, for families, not knowing is its own kind of sentence. In 2021, Campbell's brother, Alex Sharkey, published a book titled My Brother the Killer. In it, he described what it was like growing up alongside his brother and what happened in the aftermath of Danielle's disappearance. For those closest to the case, the story didn't end with the verdict. It never really does.
20 years ago today, on Monday, the 18th of June 2001, 15-year-old schoolgirl Danielle Sarah Jones left her home in East Tilbury to go to school.
Little did anyone on that day know that not only would she never be seen again, but that her disappearance and murder would touch the lives of so many of us here at Essex Police from that moment and for the ensuing 20 years. From her disappearance to the eventual realisation that she had been murdered, to the conviction of her uncle, right through to now, Danielle's murder has affected hundreds of us here at Essex Police. Many of you who have come to know the family through this case still feel their pain as they continue to live without having been able to say a final goodbye to their lovely daughter. They will never give up hope of finding Danielle and giving her the burial that she deserves. And we will always remain committed to achieving this for them. Over the years, we have continued in our commitment to act on every piece of information in the hope that one day we will be able to return Danielle to Mum and Dad and the rest of her family so that she can finally be laid to rest. Today we gather to remember the life of Danielle, that vibrant young girl, to remember the pain and loss of her mum, dad and siblings, to pause and consider all the things that Danielle never got to know and do because her life was so tragically cut short. But most of all, in remembering Danielle, we remember our pledge to her parents and the rest of her family that we will always act on any information we receive that may bring us closer to bringing her home.
Thank you to everyone who watched this video. We truly hope this story meant something to you. If you'd like to support the channel and help us keep creating content like this, please give the video a like, leave a comment, share it, and subscribe. Your support genuinely makes a difference. It helps us continue telling these stories and making sure they are not forgotten. And we honestly appreciate every single one of you who chooses to be here and remembers.
Did you?
Sí.
Footage from the body camera captures the end of an almost year-long chase, a hunt that began after the brutal, senseless murder of a woman who had no idea she was in danger. But it's important to note, this wasn't just another tragedy. This story marked the start of a chilling journey, spanning 4,000 kilometers of road, littered with fear, violence, and blood. It became the final act in a long series of brutal crimes. This bloody event shook society, sparked political debates, and reignited old discussions. More than that, it even drew artificial intelligence into the case, helping to protect people from predators like this. Hi everyone, Detective Mike here. And today we're diving into the story of Rachel Moran, a case that stretched across 2 countries and involved almost every type of evidence imaginable, from surveillance footage to DNA analysis, from public appeals to dramatic body camera clips. There's a lot to unpack here, so don't forget to subscribe and hit the like button. I'd also love to hear what you think about the video. Did you like it? And is there anything you'd change? Maryland is a small but incredibly diverse state, often called America in miniature. You can find everything here, from cozy Atlantic beaches to the scenic Appalachian Mountains. The state capital, Annapolis, is known for its historic harbor and prestigious naval academy, while Baltimore attracts visitors with its historic inner harbor, delicious cuisine, and legendary crab dishes. Maryland is also famous for its seafood festivals, beautiful national parks, and genuine American hospitality. It's usually a quiet place, where peace is hard to disrupt. But that peace ended in August 2023. What started as an ordinary run along quiet forest trails turned Bel Air into the center of a national manhunt that lasted months and spanned thousands of kilometers. The 5th of August 2023 began like any other Saturday. The sun was shining, families were grilling in their backyards, kids played in the parks, and residents enjoyed the last days of summer. Among them was 7-year-old Rachel Morin, a vibrant woman, small business owner, and mother of 5. That evening, she told her boyfriend, Richard Tobin, she was going for a run on the scenic Ma and Pa Heritage Trail, a route popular with locals. Before that, she planned to stop at Target for groceries, leave them in the car, and start her run from the William Street entrance. It was only 6 in the evening, the sun was still high, and the day was calm and warm. Rachel had no reason to expect anything bad, but this ordinary run turned into a nightmare. Hours passed, 7, 8, 9, and by 11, there was still no sign of Rachel. More than 5 hours had passed since she left for her run, and she hadn't returned. Her boyfriend, Richard, grew seriously concerned. At 11:23 p.m., he called the police to report Rachel Morin missing. As we know, the first hours after a disappearance are critical, but when it involves an adult, police often hesitate. They assume adults have the right to disappear voluntarily, and if nothing initially points to foul play, investigations are frequently delayed. But Richard had no doubt this wasn't like Rachel. He knew her better than anyone, and understood that something was wrong. Before we go further, it's worth asking some obvious questions. Who was Rachel Morin? What was going on in her life? Could she have left voluntarily? The answer was simple, no. There was no reason for her to do that. Rachel, 37, was a mother of 5, a joyful and caring woman with a big heart and strong family ties. She was born on the 20th of May, 1986, in Dover, New Hampshire, one of 8 children. Her parents, Patty and Ronald, raised daughters Rebecca and Aaron, and sons Joshua, Nathan, Michael, John, and Josiah. The family was always very close, and that bond didn't fade as they grew older. In fact, Rachel's life remained intertwined with relatives, friends, and her children. In 2009, the family suffered a major loss. Her father, Ronald, passed away. To support her loved ones while staying close to her children, Rachel started her own home cleaning business. This allowed her to balance work and motherhood. She spent time with her kids, cared for them, and always made sure they felt loved and supported. In such a large family, she was never without support. Those close to her described her as warm and magnetic, someone who lifted everyone's spirits. Friends said no party was ever as fun without her. She could make anyone laugh. Her personal life was full as well. Rachel had 5 children from 3 men, Joseph Castor, Jonathan Alderson, and Matt McMahon. While relationships weren't always easy, all 3 remained involved in their children's lives. A few months before the tragedy, in early summer 2023, Rachel started dating 7-year-old Richard Tobin. Just days before her disappearance, they officially confirmed their relationship on Facebook, a small but happy milestone for both of them. Besides being a mother, Rachel had many passions. She loved traveling, had a deep faith, and genuinely wanted to pass it on to her children. She was devoted to fitness and style, running marathons, working out at the gym, lifting weights, and it was this very passion for fitness that led her to the Ma and Pa Heritage Trail that evening. She knew the route like the back of her hand, having run it many times before. The quiet, the trees, the streams, and the bird song made it her favourite training spot. But that night, she didn't come home. Rachel was the kind of person who always stayed in touch with family, friends, and even acquaintances from her past. That's why her disappearance came as such a shock to everyone. When Rachel stopped responding to messages, concern set in almost immediately. At home, Richard paced nervously from corner to corner. Midnight came and went, and there was still no sign of her. He couldn't just sit and wait. That same evening, he called her family to see if she might have gone to them. That's when he learned that the last person she had contact with was her 8-year-old daughter, Faye. At 7:04 p.m, Rachel had sent her a brief message about half an hour after leaving the house, but when her daughter replied later, the message had not been read. For Richard, that was the critical sign something had gone wrong. Around 3 in the morning, he couldn't wait any longer and set out to search on his own. Stepping into the dark, he drove through the Bel Air area, checking the usual spots where Rachel might have been. Soon, he spotted her car. It was parked near the lot by the Independent Brewing Company, just a few steps from the entrance to the trail on William Street. That was enough for the police to immediately launch a search. Even if she had decided to leave on her own, no one would ever leave their car abandoned in the middle of town. By morning, an official investigation had begun, joined by volunteers, friends, and Rachel's acquaintances. News of her disappearance quickly spread through the town and on social media. By dawn, dozens of people were combing the forest trails, hoping to find any trace. But, as often happens, these searches rarely end happily. On the morning of August 6, 2 volunteers, Cecilia and Evan, found something that would forever change the course of events. Like the other volunteers, they set out on the trail but decided to veer off the main path into the underbrush, where few people ever went. There, Cecilia noticed a strange stain among the leaves and branches. At first, she didn't realize what it was, but when she looked closer, she saw blood. Alarmed, she called Evan. He followed the trail a little further and came to 2 narrow concrete tunnels running under the forest. Peering inside, he froze. Just a few feet from the entrance, in the water, lay the body of a naked, bloodied woman. They immediately realized it was Rachel Morin. Her body was face down, partially submerged, and the back of her head was covered in wounds from brutal blows. Shocked, they called 911. Within minutes, detectives had surrounded the scene. During the initial examination, police noticed bruising on her arms and wrists, signs of a struggle. But the most horrifying fact came later. The woman had been sexually assaulted before her death. Investigators began meticulously examining the area. Inside the tunnel, the walls were smeared with blood, and about 200 feet from the tunnel, they found Rachel's broken iPhone XR and AirPods, the devices she had with her on the run. A little closer to the main trail, hidden in the bushes, lay her Apple Watch. Forensic experts determined the cause of death: multiple blows to the head and face, as well as strangulation. In total, she had received 15 to 20 powerful strikes, injuries that clearly indicated murder. Electronic data from her devices helped pinpoint the time of the tragedy, around 7-9 p.m. Only a few minutes had passed since Rachel sent her last message to her daughter. News of her death stunned the entire town. Family and friends were devastated beyond words. When Rachel's body was finally found, the investigation gained a new focus. The priority was now to find out who had taken her life. Since the killer was still at large, the police acted quickly. They collected not only physical evidence at the crime scene, but also genetic material, including DNA. Investigators reached out to the public, asking anyone with information about Rachel between 5 p.m. and 11 p.m. to come forward. Fortunately, a few witnesses did. Employees at 2 local stores confirmed seeing Rachel before she headed to her favorite trail. Around 6:30 p.m., she had stopped at a Wawa, and by 6:42 p.m., she was leaving the nearby Target. Later, her car was spotted near a local brewery around 6:50 p.m. This was an important starting point for the investigation. Meanwhile, the community honored her memory. On the 27th of August 2023, a ceremony was held in her honor at the Greater Grace World Outreach Church, followed by a commemorative walk along the trail Rachel loved so much. Along the route, photos were displayed, celebrating the vibrant life of this woman. However, in the following days, despite the story getting widespread attention, the investigation hit a dead end. Only after some time did 2 local residents come forward with crucial testimony. On the very evening Rachel disappeared, Kyle and his girlfriend Olivia had been walking their dog along the same trail. They recalled that Rachel ran past them between 6 and 7 in the evening, smiling briefly. She was alone, had AirPods in her ears, and nothing seemed suspicious. The couple continued their walk, but when they returned around 8, they felt a sense of unease. Something wasn't right. A sudden crack of a branch caught their attention. Looking closer into the bushes, they saw a man hiding among the trees. He wore a grey hoodie and moved cautiously, as if trying not to be noticed. In his hands he carried a long object that looked like a shovel. Following this statement, the sheriff personally searched the forest near the tunnels and indeed came across a shovel that perfectly matched the witness's description. This discovery painted a chilling picture of Rachel's final moments. Meanwhile, DNA found at the crime scene was being checked against national databases. On August 17, investigators got a breakthrough. The DNA matched another case, a home invasion and assault in Los Angeles just 2 months prior. The identity of the attacker hadn't been established yet, but it was a lead. Maryland police discovered that the same man had broken into a house, brutally attacking a mother and her 9-year-old daughter. This was the first time he had been caught on video, not fleeing justice, but committing a new crime. He fled under the cover of night, unaware that he had left behind a key piece of evidence, a hat saturated with his DNA. That trace would later connect him to Rachel's murder, which had occurred more than 4,000 kilometers away. But this wasn't his only mistake. A ring camera on the door recorded him leaving the house. The video clearly showed a man of Latino appearance, likely in his 20s. The recording was later released, hoping someone would recognize him. The FBI joined the investigation, focusing on matching the DNA to the man seen on surveillance. Working with experts from Othram, investigators used genomic sequencing technology to create a detailed genetic profile of the unknown suspect. They determined the DNA belonged to a young man, roughly 20 years old, likely of Central American origin. Unfortunately, no databases produced a match, leading investigators to believe the man may have entered the US illegally, without documentation or any official traces of his past. Despite the breakthrough, the case stalled. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, with no new results. By November, Rachel's family decided to take action themselves, distributing over 10,000 flyers in the Los Angeles area. Yet even at the start of 2024, the case remained unsolved. It wasn't until 6 months later, in February, that progress resumed. Investigators released new information, a composite sketch of the suspect, and a reward for help in his capture. Initially $10,000, the reward was later doubled by a local law firm, and then a generous anonymous donor increased it to $30,000. Another $5,000 was added by popular podcast hosts Kendall Ray and Josh Thomas of Mile Higher. Even with this attention, results didn't come immediately. Weeks passed with the investigation at a standstill. The killer was still at large, without a name, a face, or a trace. Yet the Morin family, the community, and the police never stopped searching. Finally, in May 2024, the situation changed. After months of genetic analysis and collaboration across laboratories, the suspect's identity was confirmed. Victor Antonio Martinez Hernandez. He was the person authorities had been looking for. His past was violent and criminal, and his profile fully matched that of the attacker. The police now had a name, but the key question remained: where was he? His criminal history had started with the brutal home invasion in Los Angeles and ended with Rachel's murder. Investigators believed Victor felt untouchable after crossing the border illegally, no documents, no traces, and grew increasingly bold. That's when he broke into someone's home, raped a woman, and vanished into the night. After that, he embarked on a cross-country journey, ultimately encountering Rachel. Fortunately, even though Victor himself couldn't be found, he left traces in the U.S. It turned out that, after Rachel's murder, he continued living with his family in Maryland for several months, until December 2023. By early May 2024, he quietly left home and never returned. He left no explanation, no farewell, he just vanished. But fortunately, Victor left behind a few personal items. These were immediately handed over to the police for analysis, and the results were clear. The DNA found on his clothing matched exactly the DNA recovered, both at Rachel's murder scene and during the Los Angeles home invasion. But that wasn't all. It turned out that the same genetic material matched evidence in an unsolved murder case of a young woman in El Salvador. This confirmed the worst Rachel's murder was not his first. With all the evidence gathered, the police finally had enough to issue a federal arrest warrant for Victor Hernandez. This was set to become a nationwide manhunt, as he was a transient criminal, someone who never stayed in one place for long. Everything changed in June 2024, when the Harford County Sheriff's Office received a tip from Tulsa, Oklahoma. It turned out that the suspect had been spotted in the area. On June 14, using data from his mobile phone, FBI agents tracked him to a bar at the intersection of 21st Street and Garnett Road. At 11:28 p.m., police surrounded the establishment called Los Amigos, leaving Victor no chance to escape. The entire operation was captured on police cameras. Inside the bar, Victor sat calmly, a drink in hand, as if it were just another Friday night. Yet that night would mark his final moments of freedom. When officers approached him, he tried to stay calm and even gave a false name, but he quickly gave himself away, admitting that he was originally from El Salvador.
Alright. Any ID? No? ¿Cómo se llama? Juan Carlos. ¿Ah? Juan Carlos. Giancarlo. Ah. ¿Nombre? Juan Carlos. ¿Fecha de nacimiento? ¿Nombre? ¿October? Mom. 20 back. What's your real name, man?
After a few follow-up questions, his true identity was revealed. The police took several photos, shots that marked the long-awaited capture of the criminal.
Did you?
Sí. Ajá.
Victor was soon officially arrested and taken to the Tulsa County Jail. But who was he really, this Victor Hernandez? There's little information about his life before coming to the US, but the facts that are known are chilling. In February 2023, he crossed the border illegally, just a month after authorities in El Salvador were already searching for him in connection with the murder of a young woman. Further investigation revealed that he had connections in Washington, Virginia, and Maryland. His movements weren't random. Victor deliberately traveled through areas with active criminal gangs, and it was clear he wasn't new to the criminal world. His life had been deeply entrenched in violence. Any doubts about his true nature disappeared when police unlocked his phone. Inside, they found dozens of photos of Rachel Morin, along with other disturbing images. It was a real gallery of horror evidence that this man didn't just kill, but kept trophies from his crimes, taking pleasure in his actions. Fortunately, those files became indisputable proof of his guilt for investigators. The news shook the entire community. After 10 months of searching, they finally saw the face of the person who had taken Rachel's life. As a sign of gratitude and relief, officers posted flyers throughout the park announcing Hernandez's arrest, a quiet reminder to the public that justice had prevailed. It wasn't a PR move, just a simple message. We caught him. After the arrest, Victor Antonio Martinez Hernandez was formally charged with 2 murders and 1 rape crimes that spanned multiple states and even continents. Now, he was about to face the full force of the law. When the case went to trial, the Harford County District Attorney made it clear if Victor Hernandez was found guilty, she would seek the harshest punishment allowed under Maryland law. Since the death penalty had long been abolished in the state, that meant only one thing: life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Despite the overwhelming evidence mounting against him, Victor maintained his innocence. He refused to testify, and in court officially pleaded not guilty. For nearly a year, both sides, the prosecution and defense, prepared for the decisive trial. Finally, on the 1st of April 2025, jury selection began. Hernandez was accused of the brutal murder of Rachel Morin, along with several other crimes connected to the prior attack and murder. On April 4, both sides delivered their opening statements, and from that moment, the courtroom was filled with emotional testimony. The prosecution presented a powerful body of evidence: crime scene photos, forensic results, and chilling details of what Rachel had endured. The atmosphere was tense. Rachel's family and friends sat just a few feet from her killer. On the 9th day of the trial, all eyes were on Victor. This was his chance to speak, explain his actions, object, or at least ask for forgiveness, but he didn't say a word. Victor exercised his right to remain silent. One could say that his silence spoke louder than any words. Watching the trial footage, it seemed even his attorneys understood that their battle was lost. The entire defense strategy rested on the testimony of a single expert, who questioned the methods used to extract data from Victor's phone. However, his testimony lasted only 10 minutes against 9 days of evidence from the prosecution. It was insignificant, and so the trial reached its conclusion. The jury went into deliberation and returned a verdict in just 46 minutes. It came as no surprise to anyone that Victor Antonio Martinez Hernandez was found guilty. Relief swept through the courtroom. For Rachel's family, it wasn't just the end of their suffering, it was justice. For the community, which had waited almost a year, the verdict brought relief and a sense of closure to a painful chapter. But Rachel's story brought more than grief, it brought change. After her death, the county began seriously addressing safety on walking trails. Quiet paths, like the one where her life was taken, had long been sites of tragedy, often making their way into crime reports. Thanks to new technologies, like artificial intelligence, the situation began to improve. In November 2023, the Martin Park Trail installed a system with over 100 high-quality cameras covering 26 key areas. And this wasn't just surveillance, the system can detect potential attacks, signs of medical emergencies, or even the appearance of weapons in view. In case of danger, it alerts emergency services instantly, so help can arrive before anyone even has a chance to call. Opinions on AI may vary, but this technology can truly save lives. However, not everyone viewed this case the same way. The fact that Victor was an undocumented immigrant sparked a lot of debate. As the sheriff said, he didn't come to this country to work or build a better life. He came to kill Rachel, and that should never have happened. At the centre of this story isn't him, it's Rachel. On an ordinary summer day, she simply went out for a walk to get some fresh air and clear her mind. But she met the person who took her life. She was a person full of faith, joy, and energy. She loved adventure, always radiated warmth, and made others feel valued. Rachel had a unique gift. She saw the good in people, and shared love genuinely. Her life was cut tragically short, but her memory lives on in the hearts of those who knew her. She deserved so much more, and although Rachel is no longer with us, her name will never fade from people's memories. This concludes the story of Rachel Morin, a case that shook a community and sparked meaningful change. Thank you for being with us today. I truly appreciate you being here. Before we say goodbye, I'd love to hear your thoughts. What do you think about this story? Without a doubt, Victor's actions raise many questions and stir controversy. There will be plenty of discussion, especially around politics. So I ask just one thing, please stay calm in the comments. But tell me, how do you think it was even possible for him to end up on this path? I also want to hear your thoughts on the use of artificial intelligence in this case. How do you feel about these surveillance systems? Do you see them as helpful for safety, or do you think they go too far in invading privacy? If you enjoyed this episode, or it made you think, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you want to support the project, check out my Patreon or follow updates on social media. Once again, thank you for being here. We'll see each other very soon, maybe even next week. Until then, take care of yourselves, look out for each other, and never stop being curious about the world. See you next time.